Chapter 1. My dear wife, I am bankrupt. Xiaoyang, here's 15 million. Take it and transfer the factory shares to us, declared the owner of Yangsu garment factory. Before Su Yang stood a man and a woman. The man was his uncle, Su Dajiang, and the woman was his aunt, Su Dohua. Uncle, this factory was left to me by my parents, valued at 50 million. I hold 49% of the shares, which amounts to 24,500,000. You're offering me only 15 million. Isn't that a bit insufficient? Seated in the boss chair, Su Yang glared at the duo, his expression dark and brooding. It was indeed ironic that he, as a businessman, had been betrayed by his own uncle and aunt. Xiaoyang, you are still young and do not grasp certain matters. This is 15 million in cash, is not a small sum, Su Dajiang retorted, cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Very well. I shall accept this 15 million. I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Will the money be transferred today? Indeed, it will be transferred today, confirmed Dajiang. Then let us proceed with the contract, replied Su Yang. Soon, Su Yang had signed a share transfer agreement and secured the 15 million in cash. Uncle, aunt, I have taken the money. The Yangsu garment factory is now yours. I hope you do not come to regret it, Su Yang said with a meaningful glance at his uncle and aunt. Rest assured, Xiaoyang, we have acquired a factory with an annual profit exceeding 15 million. How could we possibly regret this? Su Dajiang boasted with a smug expression. 15 million in annual profit? Su Yang could not help but scoff inwardly at this claim. Indeed, the Yangsu garment factory had once boasted profits exceeding 15 million, but that was in the past. Since 2 years ago, profits had begun to plummet. Rising labor costs and escalating raw material prices were to blame. The profit had dwindled to 10 million the year before, and last year, it had sunk to a mere 6 million. The reason Su Dajiang and his sister believed the factory was still thriving was that Su Yang had been subsidizing their share of the profits. After all, he was not particularly in need of the money. This led the pair to mistakenly assume that the company was still operating well, ultimately joining forces to oust Su Yang from the business. Their combined shareholding amounted to 51%, a considerable majority over Su Yang. Given that the company was already struggling, compounded by mounting issues within the factory, and a management team comprised of relatives who were difficult to discipline, Su Yang chose to take the money and leave them to their own devices. The factory's original contracts were secured through Su Yang's efforts, but starting 2 years ago, these clients began to withdraw their partnerships. They found collaborators with higher profits and lower labor costs, rendering any continued cooperation with Su Yang unreasonable. This was a common plight among garment factories in the Jiangnan region. The few remaining partners continued to collaborate out of loyalty to Su Yang as long-standing clients, but once he departed, they would undoubtedly sever ties. It would be impossible to achieve even 50,000 in profits, let alone the projected 15 million for the year. Furthermore, the company still bore a bank loan of 30 million that the loan was secured against the factory premises. Should the factory fail to secure new orders, it would be challenging to meet the monthly bank loan interest of 70,000 yuan to AT that juncture. Even if Su Dajiang and his associates sold the factory and its equipment to repay the debts, little would remain for them. Thus, while it appeared that the two had profited, in reality, they faced a substantial loss. Su Yang seemed to be at a disadvantage, yet he was, in fact, reaping a significant reward. At the very least, he had withdrawn 15 million in cash, leaving the company's accounts devoid of funds. Very well, uncle and aunt, I shall take my leave now. In the future, let's refrain from contact, Su Yang declared, rising to gather his belongings and departing the office without a backward glance. No contact? I am eager to see how long this spendthrift can endure without his factory. Indeed, after leaving the factory, Su Yang did not return home, but instead drove his Mercedes E-Class to the International Building. The International Building is the tallest structure in Linen. Within its walls resides the renowned Yangsu Group. The precise market value of Yangsu Group remains shrouded in mystery, as it is not publicly traded. However, no one dares to underestimate this enterprise. The reason is straightforward. Yangsu Group holds a 70% stake in the internet companies of the Great Xia. Renowned entities such as Penguin, Jidong, Dunyang, and Sanlu Ling, not to mention the local internet company Ali, are also under the auspices of Yangsu Group. This company may not flaunt its influence, Yet in the eyes of the common folk of Linen and the shareholders of the great Xia, it exists as a mythic entity. Su Yang arrived at the underground parking of Yangsu Group, parking his vehicle in the designated area for senior executives before ascending in the elevator. Moments later, the elevator reached the 99th floor, which houses the chairman's office on the penultimate level. As the doors opened, a woman, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, donned in a professional suit and clad in black stockings, with her hair neatly tied back in high heels. Clicking on the floor, approached him promptly. "Chairman Su, welcome. Has the factory been sold?" Secretary Liu Qingqing inquired respectfully. "Yes, it has been sold. Please instruct the finance department to complete the registration procedures immediately." "Certainly, Chairman Su. I will arrange that right away." If outsiders were to discover that the chairman of Yangsu Group is a mere 25 years of age, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Indeed, Su Yang is the chairman of Yangsu Group. A decade ago, he transmigrated from another world into the body of a 15-year-old boy who shared his name, activating a system of immense wealth. With the system's assistance, Su Yang established the colossal Yangsu Group within a mere 10 years, ascending to the status of the invisible tycoon of the Great Xia. Presently, he exists in a semi-retired state, seldom making appearances at the company. Even when he does visit, only the secretary and upper management are aware of his presence. He has largely entrusted the management and operations of the company to others, only providing input on significant decisions. Such a life is indeed a life of ease. Su Yang's parents, tragically, passed away during the year of the time travel, leaving him with only a small garment factory as their legacy. Initially, Su Yang was reluctant to relinquish the factory, for it was the sole inheritance from his parents. However, as the small factory faced increasingly tough times, compounded by the machinations of his uncle and aunt, he ultimately decided to abscond with the funds. Thus, the initial scene unfolded. 15 million is not an insignificant sum, yet this money represents the last vestige of his parents' legacy, and it must be secured. As for the factory, without money, it is merely an empty shell, worthless even to a stray dog. This presented a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the greedy Su Dajiang and Su Dahua. A 30 million bank loan would surely give them a taste of their own medicine. "Mr. Su, I have already instructed the necessary parties, and the officials have been notified. The equity transfer registration can be completed today," Liu Qingqing stated. "Very well. Is there anything else that requires my attention?" he inquired. "Not at the moment," she replied. "All right. If anything arises, do reach out. If not, I shall return home for now." "Understood." After departing from Yangsu Group, Su Yang drove home, where his girlfriend, Song Lijing, awaited him eagerly. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yang was, in fact, a super-rich individual. Today seemed the perfect moment to unveil his true identity to her. They had been together for nearly a year, and their anniversary was just around the corner. Surely, it was time to start contemplating marriage. With this thought in mind, Su Yang felt a playful urge to tease his girlfriend. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Teo Weiyuan community, located in the city center, where property prices hovered around 70,000 per square meter. Su Yang owned a modest apartment here, approximately 120 square meters, which his parents had purchased for him years ago. However, the apartment had remained unoccupied until he and Song Lijing began their relationship. He had since renovated it for her convenience, as her workplace was nearby. Typically, Su Yang resided in the villa he shared with his parents, which was somewhat secluded. He only visited Teo Weiyuan during weekends when Song Lijing was off work. After parking his car, he checked the time and deduced that she should be home by now. Soon, he ascended to the upper floor, pushed open the door, and announced, "Wife, I've gone bankrupt and have come to seek refuge with you." Chapter 2. Enduring hardship is absolutely not an option. Su Yang changed into his shoes and shouted loudly into the room. "What? Honey, what did you just say? I didn't hear you." Song Lijing emerged from the room, clad in a black silk lingerie set, her face adorned with a mask, as she twisted her slender waist. Song Lijing's figure was quite impressive, standing at 168 meters. Her long legs beneath the silk nightwear complemented her petite frame. In terms of appearance, she could undoubtedly be regarded as the belle of the class or department. "I said, I am bankrupt." Su Yang approached his girlfriend with a cheerful demeanor, reaching out to embrace her waist. "What? You're bankrupt? Are you joking with me?" Upon hearing the word bankrupt, Song Lijing's voice sharpened. She smacked Su Yang's hand away and tore the expensive mask from her face. No, my dear, I'm truly bankrupt. The factory has been sold. The villa, the car, and this apartment were all mortgaged, and the bank is coming to reclaim them. After speaking, Su Yang's smile faded, revealing a gloomy expression. In his mind, under such circumstances, his girlfriend would comfort him. Then he would confess the truth, followed by her playful teasing, and ultimately, they would engage in some intimate activities. However, Su Yang was clearly mistaken. At that moment, Song Lijing showed no intention of comforting him, and her expression had turned quite grim. Su Yang, are you really not joking with me? She asked coldly, transitioning from the intimate term honey to calling him by his name. Of course, I'm not joking. My dear, you won't despise me, will you? Trust me, I will rise again. Su Yang realized something was amiss, but he did not confess immediately. He still intended to feign innocence. Yet, he was interrupted mid-sentence by Song Lijing. Rise again? Su Yang, you are bankrupt. What do you have to restart with? You've lost your house, your car, and I guess your savings are gone too, right? Without a house, a car, or savings, what makes you think I wouldn't despise you? The reason I got together with you was because you had a house, a car. Song Lijing no longer pretended. She had been classmates with Su Yang in college, and they had ended up together after a chance encounter during a blind date 2 years post-graduation. At that time, Song Lijing was attracted to Su Yang's family's factory business, which provided a steady income, alongside his possessions that allowed for a comfortable lifestyle. Although they could not live extravagantly, they were free from financial worries, able to afford luxury cars and expensive handbags. Coupled with Su Yang's impressive height of 182 meters and handsome looks, he epitomized the ideal of a wealthy, attractive man. Now that Su Yang was bankrupt, having lost the factory and potentially owing a considerable debt to the bank, how could Song Lijing possibly remain with him? To indulge in comfort is permissible, yet to endure hardship is utterly intolerable. Lijing, do you mean to suggest that we should part ways? I am merely experiencing a temporary financial setback. Grant me an opportunity, and I shall strive to repay all debts and ensure you live a life of ease. Su Yang's fists clenched slightly, and pain etched itself upon his visage. He endeavored to seize this final chance, awaiting Song Lijing's response. Indeed, I wish to end our relationship. I refuse to suffer alongside you. Relinquish such hopes. Furthermore, all of this is your fault. I shall not return the gifts you bestowed upon me, the bags, the jewelry, and the various red envelopes. Over the past year, while Su Yang has not revealed the extent of his real wealth, he has maintained the facade of an ordinary wealthy heir. It is customary for affluent heirs to present gifts in courtship, offering bags, cosmetics, and red envelopes is standard practice. A single bag can cost tens of thousands. Throughout the year, Su Yang has gifted Song Lijing 5 or 6 bags, amounting to over 100,000. Thus, her refusal to return them is entirely understandable. Regarding the red envelopes, they undoubtedly exceed several tens of thousands. Very well, since you are so heartless, I shall refrain from further discussion. This apartment belongs to me. You must vacate it today. Su Yang sighed. He had naively believed that, even in bankruptcy, Song Lijing would offer some words of consolation. Even if only verbal reassurances, he could accept the notion of a breakup. Who would have thought that merely stating his bankruptcy would prompt her to demand separation without seeking to understand the situation? A woman like this is better off left behind. If they were to continue together, any future adversities would likely lead to the same outcome. It is preferable to discern her true nature now than to face betrayal later. Do you think I wish to remain here? I am concerned about being evicted by the court. Song Lijing scoffed, continuing, do not presume that leaving you means I will be left without a roof over my head. If necessary, I can return to my brother's home. Indeed, Song Lijing has a brother named Song Queed, and she is quite resourceful. After a month of dating, Song Lijing and Su Yang shared bed. On one occasion, following a meeting, she mentioned a bride price of $1.5 million, which she insisted must not be returned. At that time, Su Yang did not realize that Song Lijing was a quintessential gold digger and opportunist, and being a super-rich individual, $1.5 million seemed like pocket change. Thus, he agreed without much thought. Of course, the money has yet to be dispersed. It was merely casual talk. However, later on, Song Queed found himself entangled with a girl who became pregnant, and he was pressured in a marriage, including a demand for a bride price of 500,000. This sum was borrowed from Su Yang, and he must reclaim it. Very well. Since you are so ambitious, return the 500,000 your brother borrowed from me. In a normal breakup, Su Yang would not mind providing a separation fee. 500 million would not be a problem for him to offer. However, those who betray him shall not expect to retrieve that sum. To betray him and then return 1 million? That is mere boasting. Listen to the applause. Su Yang, that amount was willingly given to my brother by you. Surely, you cannot be so lacking in vision? Su Yang's words instantly provoked dissatisfaction in Song Lijing. The 500,000 had already been spent on purchasing a car and a house for my brother. Where could I possibly find more? We merely dated and broke up. It is not as if we were married and divorced. In a divorce, assets can be divided. But there is no such concept in a breakup. The 500,000 was explicitly stated as a loan when I handed it over. Since it is a loan, I must, of course, reclaim it. I possess the transfer receipt, clearly inscribed with the words loan to Song Keida. Su Yang extracted his phone and directly presented the transfer receipt before Song Lijing. Song Lijing, did you not always pride yourself on your lofty principles and indifference? Is it merely 500,000? Surely, you would not refuse, would you? Would you? Chapter 3. Su Yang cannot afford, I shall support. Su Yang's provocation rendered Song Lijing's countenance even more distressed. Fine, I shall give you the 500,000. Scoundrel. Song Lijing gritted her teeth and ultimately relented. That is settled then. I have recorded the entire exchange, so you cannot backtrack. Rest assured, I will repay every single cent. Song Lijing departed from Su Yang's residence, dragging a suitcase. She had accumulated quite a few possessions in this home. However, she did not take everything. She merely collected her designer clothing, bags, and some high-end skincare products, discarding the miscellaneous everyday items. Su Yang did not indulge her. After her departure, he promptly summoned personnel from a cleaning service to remove all her belongings from the room, also changing the locks. It is for the best. With Su Yang's wealth and character, he need not worry about finding an exceptional girlfriend, even if he cannot find a partner. Living life freely is also a commendable choice, having become a tycoon who still concerns themselves with romance. After Song Lijing exited the community with her suitcase, she immediately posted on her social media, "Encountered a scoundrel. Let this here be considered feeding the dogs." Within 3 minutes of posting, her phone began to chime incessantly with messages from her admirers in the friend zone. The goddess is single. It is the perfect moment for the admirers to make their move. Song Lijing replied to each one, yet her responses remained lukewarm. After all, one must not be overly kind to admirers. She understood the principle of moderation. Maintaining a balance allows admirers to remain just that, admirers. Additionally, she could also reap a wave of monetary gift from them. However, not all were treated equally. Within her circle, there were indeed larger fish to be caught. The larger fish must be well fed. It was already late in the evening, and returning home was out of the question. A hotel stay was unavoidable. Ordinary hotels were beneath Song Lijing's standards, while high-end hotels were too extravagant for her to consider. At such a juncture, she naturally needed to identify a willing admirer to support her. Soon, Song Lijing set her sights on a medium-sized fish in her pool, Chen Mingho, a fellow university classmate of both Song Lijing and Su Yang. During his university years, Chen Mingho had persistently pursued Song Lijing, yet his efforts were in vain. Song Lijing epitomized the archetype of a materialistic woman, while Chen Mingho came from a modest background, barely entering the realm of middle-class comfort in Shanghai. It was evident that someone of her caliber would hardly take notice of him. Accepting favors was one thing, but reciprocating with genuine affection was a notion Song Lijing would never entertain. After graduation, Chen Mingho secured a commendable position, earning an annual salary of around 400,000 to 500,000. Such a wage, even in a first-tier city, was not insignificant, and in Linen, it was considered quite lucrative. Song Lijing was acutely aware of his lingering affection for her. A mere hint of interest from her would prompt him to eagerly offer his devotion. For instance, today, shortly after she posted on her social media, a message from Chen Mingho arrived. "Lijing, what happened?" In response, Song Lijing quickly replied, "Mingho, I'm fine. I just broke up with Su Yang and was thrown out of my house. Now I'm stranded on the streets. Accompanying this message was a pitiful emoticon, fashioned from her own image, adorably crafted, yet heavily laced with her true nature. As anticipated, upon receiving her message, Chen Mingho grew anxious. What? Where are you? Shall I book a hotel for you? No need, Mingho, thank you. I broke up with Su Yang because he went bankrupt and accused me of being materialistic, claiming I spent too much of his money. Shaking her head, she feigned a sense of grievance, stating, I've come to realize that I should never squander a man's money, even if he is my boyfriend. This sentiment displeased Chen Mingho. Is it right for men to earn money for women to spend? How can Su Yang blame you for his own downfall? Besides, how much could you have possibly spent? Li Jing, where are you? Let me find you a nice hotel room where you can stay. Really, Chen Mingho, it's unnecessary. I don't want you to think I'm also a materialistic woman. What nonsense. If Su Yang cannot support you, then I shall. I will book a hotel for you. Rest assured it will be a 5-star establishment. No need. I've already made arrangements nearby, and I'm heading there now. Half an hour later, Song Lijing checked into a luxurious hotel by the riverside, boasting a stunning night view. The cost for the night was around 2,000. She took a beautiful photo against the backdrop of the scenery and posted it on her social media, subtly implying, in the end, it all comes down to relying on you. Though she did not explicitly state who you was, as a devoted admirer, Chen Mingho naturally assumed the role. In no time, he was showering her with gifts and ordering takeout, determined that the goddess should not suffer any loss. Especially Chen Mingho, who seemed convinced that he would soon be able to embrace his beloved, was so exhilarated that he played 3 rounds of a popular game. Meanwhile, Su Yang was also receiving numerous messages of consolation from classmates. Lao Su, I heard you went bankrupt and broke up with a campus beauty, Song? Luo Zhangpeng is a college classmate of Su Yang, and they have been inseparable friends, sharing a dormitory for 4 years. Both hail from Linen, and after graduating from university, Luo Zhangpeng continued to work in their hometown. Yes, Depeng, my family has gone bankrupt and owes the bank several million. I find myself utterly broke at the moment. I was actually planning to borrow 10,000 from you for some urgent expenses. I didn't expect you to call first, Su Yang said with a smile, convinced of the depth of his friendship with Luo Zhangpeng. During their university years, Su Yang was renowned as a wealthy heir, lavishly spending and generously treating his friends and classmates. Luo Zhangpeng, his roommate for 4 years, benefited the most from this friendship. Su Yang covered all their shared expenses, including meals, internet fees, dormitory utilities, drinks, and even provided the car for Luo Zhangpeng's dates. Such camaraderie was undeniably profound. After graduating, Luo Zhangpeng secured a commendable job, earning an annual salary of around 500,000 to 600,000, marking him as an elite individual. To someone earning that amount, 10,000 is hardly a significant sum. However, Su Yang clearly overestimated the strength of their bond. Lao Su, is 10,000 a bit excessive? You know, I just bought a house, and all my savings went into the down payment, Luo Zhangpeng replied, his expression revealing his discomfort. Su Yang, not naive, discerned the reluctance in his friend's voice. It was disheartening to realize that such a small request could reveal the true nature of an old friend's sentiments. Depeng, I won't make it difficult for you. Lend me whatever you can. I'm genuinely struggling to afford food right now. I treated you to meals for 4 years during university. You wouldn't abandon me in my time of need, would you? Su Yang took a deep breath, contemplating the harsh reality. Chapter 4. Is one truly such a failure? Does entering society render one so pragmatic? The sum he sought was modest, merely 10,000. For someone with an annual income of 500,000 to 600,000, it was hardly a burden. He recalled the times he had lent Luo Zhangpeng money during their studies, often in substantial amounts, fearing his friend might fall short. Now, faced with his own difficulties, Luo Zhangpeng was quick to offer excuses for refusal. Was this the essence of friendship? I'm sorry, Lao Su, but I genuinely have no money. I only have 1,000 left for this month's living expenses. Perhaps you could take 100 to tide you over, and then find a job? 100 should suffice for a month if you stick to simple noodles, he suggested. 100? Upon hearing this, Su Yang's expression darkened significantly. Was this akin to sending a beggar away? Su Yang did not demand an extravagant sum, Even if Luo Zhamping were indeed facing financial hardship, he would have understood. Even an offer to share a meal would have sufficed to maintain their brotherly bond. But to propose lending him a mere 100 and expecting to last a month, was that not a profound insult? In this era, one could easily find a primary school student on the streets of a first-tier city, and that child could effortlessly transfer 100 yuan from their smartwatch. Is this what we call a true friend after 4 years of heartfelt camaraderie? Depeng, we have been brothers for 4 years. Now that I find myself in dire straits, not only do you refuse to lend a hand, but you also choose to kick me while I'm down? 100 yuan? Do you think that will suffice to appease a beggar? Remember when you lost your tuition money gambling and were too afraid to tell your parents? Did I not step in to cover your tuition fees? Is this not the time for you to support me in return? Su Yang's tone grew increasingly frosty as he sought one last opportunity to gauge whether this once-cherished friend had indeed transformed beyond recognition. Haha, old Su, haven't I returned that money to you? Depeng laughed, his voice laced with evident derision. We now inhabit entirely different worlds. I earn an annual salary of 5 to 600,000, while you still owe the bank tens of millions. I'll lend you money. Do you truly believe you can repay me? He continued, how could I possibly let my generosity go to waste? Back then, we supported you because you were naive and wealthy. Depeng's laughter rang out, dripping with scorn. A bankrupt scion of wealth is a sight even a dog would scorn. Oh, a salary of 560,000? Do you genuinely believe you earned that position on your own? Su Yang scoffed. Depeng worked for a financial firm under the banner of the Ali Group, a company reputed for transforming the financial landscape of Daxia. Those fortunate enough to be employed there are primarily graduates from the prestigious 985 and 211 universities. Even interns at that firm start with a monthly salary of at least 20,000, making an annual income of 5 to 600,000 quite attainable. Both Su Yang and Depeng hail from the financial school of Linen University of Finance. While this institution is classified as a first-tier university, it is not among the elite. Most finance graduates from this university enter the banking system, and securing a position at Ali Financial is quite challenging. Depeng, during his university years, was not particularly diligent, and he had barely obtained any certifications. With his capabilities, it was nearly impossible for him to secure a position at Ali Financial. However, fortune favored him with a good roommate. As previously mentioned, Su Yang was a major shareholder in the Ali Group. As a significant stakeholder, it was a trivial matter for him to arrange for his close friend to join his company, even in an entry-level position. Su Yang's ultimate aim was, of course, to allow Depeng to gain experience in that foundational role, with hopes of gradually promoting him to higher echelons, ultimately to oversee the enterprise. While nepotism is generally frowned upon in the business realm, it is acceptable if the individual possesses genuine merit. Unfortunately, Depeng failed to meet Su Yang's expectations. Nevertheless, Su Yang, having provided Depeng with that position, could easily retract it. Depeng indeed purchased a home with a mortgage, and should he lose his job, the burden of monthly payments would likely crush him. Ha ha, Su Yang, have you suddenly gone bankrupt and lost your mind? He taunted. This position was not one I sought myself. Was it not handed to me by you? You are merely a nouveau riche, and a loan of several million could easily crush you. How could you possibly maintain any connection with the Ali Group? Very well, I shall refrain from provoking you further. I will transfer you 100 yuan shortly, which I consider a gesture of my utmost benevolence. Upon concluding his remarks, Lu Zhamping abruptly ended the call, offering no mercy to Su Yang. After hanging up, Su Yang received a notification of the 100 yuan transfer. Ah, splendid. Our years of friendship are worth merely 100 yuan, are they? Truly, you are a remarkable brother. Thank you ever so much. Naturally, Su Yang had no intention of accepting this paltry sum. Instead, he promptly blocked Lu Zhamping on WeChat, severing all ties. Such a person need not be contacted again. The humiliation endured today shall be repaid manifold in the future. After completing this task, Su Yang reached out to 2 of his other roommates. Both had remained in Linen for work, and they typically gathered during holidays. Of course, they had benefited from Su Yang's generosity in the past. While they hadn't significantly aided him in his career, they had certainly reaped many advantages during their university days together. However, upon calling, he was met with a busy signal after several attempts, ultimately finding himself unable to connect. Clearly, he had been blocked. The same fate befell his WeChat attempts. The other roommate provided an excuse, expressing an unwillingness to lend even a single penny, and promptly blocked him as well. Am I truly this unfortunate? Have I failed so miserably in life that I cannot find a single friend willing to lend me money? Su-Yang felt utterly despondent. While it was one thing for one or two individuals to refuse his request, the collective rejection from so many hinted at a deeper issue with himself. Yet, he could not fathom what he had done wrong. During his school years, despite being well known as a wealthy heir, he had never acted with cruelty or disdain. To the contrary, he had always been at the forefront of charitable donations during school fundraisers, fostering harmonious relationships with his peers, devoid of any sense of superiority. How was it, then, that in his time of need, he faced such overwhelming rejection? He simply cannot comprehend it. Just as Su-Yang grappled with his self-doubt, his phone rang once more. This time, it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. Hello, this is Su. Who is this? Hello. Old Su, it's Luo Haiyang. Do you remember me? Luo Haiyang? Su-Yang paused, quickly recalling the identity of the caller. Luo Haiyang was someone he had previously assisted through donations, a fellow classmate. During university, Luo had faced severe financial hardships, and in his senior year, his father suffered a debilitating accident, leaving him with broken legs. The driver responsible had fled, leaving Luo without recourse. Had it not been for the school's fundraising efforts, he might have been unable to afford his father's medical expenses. At that time, Su-Yang had been the most generous donor, contributing a staggering 100,000 yuan, 80,000 for medical costs, and 20,000 to support Luo's living expenses, ensuring that Luo could complete his final year without the burden of familial turmoil affecting his studies. Chapter 5. Await the torrent of riches to come. As it was a voluntary donation, Su-Yang had never anticipated repayment. Moreover, he was indeed not lacking in funds. To Su-Yang, this amount was merely pocket money. After graduating from university, Su-Yang had not been in contact with Luo Haiyang again. It was said that he had also secured a position in a financial company, with a commendable salary. Haiyang? I remember. What brings you to call me? Su-Yang was somewhat taken aback. The call from Luo Haiyang was entirely unexpected. At the same time, he felt a tinge of anxiety. He felt he owed Luo Haiyang a debt of gratitude, and if even this person were to betray him, then Su-Yang would truly be disillusioned with society. Old Su, I heard there has been some trouble at your place. Is it serious? The news of Su-Yang's bankruptcy had likely spread among their circle of friends. Thus, he was not surprised that Luo Haiyang was aware of it. Yes, the factory is indeed gone, but it's not too serious. Just some issues with the cash flow. Su-Yang nodded and replied honestly. The factory was gone, but it had been sold by Su-Yang himself. As for the cash flow, there were indeed problems. He had taken the meager savings from the factory, naturally causing issues with the finances. I only found out because I saw Lu Zhangping mention it in the group. Old Su, send me your account number. I'll transfer you 500,000. I know that for someone in business, 500,000 is merely a small sum, not of great consequence. But it could ease your life a bit. Rest assured, it doesn't need to be repaid. If you find it insufficient, I will have another 100,000 bonus next month. Once my salary arrives, I'll send it to you. Luo Haiyang's heartfelt words profoundly shook Su-Yang. He never expected that in such a dire moment, Luo Haiyang would step forward to assist him, and what's more, with a sum of 500,000. Although Su-Yang was unaware of Luo Haiyang's current occupation, for a young person who had just graduated a few years ago, 500,000 was undoubtedly a substantial amount. In fact, this 500,000 could very well represent all of Luo Haiyang's savings. This was not mere conjecture. 500,000 was indeed no trifling sum. Consider those who had just graduated from university, earning only 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Even after 10 years of work, they could hardly amass 500,000 in savings. To save such an amount in just a few years post-graduation, one must possess exceptional ability and a frugal lifestyle. Moreover, he was offering this to Su-Yang, not as a loan. This was evident from the very moment he expressed his willingness to part with the money. It was clear that he was aware of Su-Yang's significant losses. The 500,000 given to Su Yang would likely be a gamble. Thus, he had never considered that Su Yang would repay this sum, just as Su Yang had not anticipated reclaiming the 10,000 he had lent Luo Haiyang back then. Haiyang, I am truly grateful for your willingness to help me at this moment. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim, my troubles are not substantial. You must have worked exceedingly hard for that 500,000. There is no need to offer it to me. He promptly declined, yet internally resolved to assist his old classmate in reaching the pinnacle of success. Old Su, are your troubles truly not significant? Luo Haiyang inquired with uncertainty. Indeed, they are not. Su Yang reassured him once more. Well, then I shall rest easy. However, please keep the money as a contingency. If you truly manage to navigate through this crisis, you may return 30,000 to me. The remaining 20,000 shall be considered as the 10,000 principal you lent me back in the day, plus interest. Should you find yourself unable to resolve your issues, you may retain the funds. Luo Haiyang always remembered Su Yang's kindness. Had it not been for that 10,000, even if his father's illness had been cured, he might have had to drop out to care for him. How could he have secured a high-paying job today? All right, I shall graciously accept. Rest assured, I will repay this sum. Su Yang contemplated and ultimately acquiesced. Given the heartfelt gesture of an old classmate, it would be somewhat ungrateful to refuse further. All right, please send me your account number so I can transfer the money, he said. Sure. Within 5 minutes of sending his account details, Su Yang received a notification of the 500,000 transfer. Haiyang, thank you so much. Once you have some free time, allow me to treat you to a meal. Of course, but it must be after your crisis has passed. We shall drink together then. Very well, take care. I will hang up now. Goodbye. Farewell. Su Yang said no more and ended the call, yet he firmly etched the matter in his memory. As the master of the system, it was only natural for him to love and hate boldly, and to act according to his desires. Those who treated him well would receive manifold returns. Luo Haiyang, prepare to embrace boundless wealth. Meanwhile, after spending a night at the hotel, Song Lijing returned home the next day, dragging her suitcase. However, home was not her parents' residence, but rather her brother Song Kei's house, for her parents no longer had a home. In a bid to secure a house for their son, her parents sold their old, dilapidated one, and, combined with the 50,000 borrowed from Su Yang, amassed nearly 200,000 to purchase a Mercedes and a new apartment. Naturally, the house was only partially paid for. Although housing prices in Linen could not compare to those in first-tier cities, they were still relatively high. Given her parents' financial means, buying a house outright was unattainable. Moreover, during the marriage, the bride's family demanded a dowry of 30,000. Thus, the most pragmatic solution was to sell the old house to buy a new one for their son, while they themselves rented accommodation. Since Song Lijing was already residing with Su Yang, her parents, in an effort to save money, rented a single room. During the day, they would assist their son with meals and return home for the night. Consequently, after becoming homeless, Song Lijing had no choice but to stay with her brother for a few days. Upon returning home, it was already 11:30, precisely mealtime. Song Lijing, lacking the key to her brother's residence, could only knock at the door upon her arrival. "Oh, dear sister, what brings you here?" The door was opened by Lu Kaili, the wife of Song Queed, visibly taken aback upon seeing Song Lijing standing at the threshold with a suitcase in hand. "Sister-in-law, I encountered some issues and wish to stay with you for a few days. As you can see, I have brought my luggage," Song Lijing asserted with an air of certainty. When this apartment was purchased, she had contributed 200,000 yuan, a sum she had diligently saved while working at Ali Financial, a position arranged for her by Su Yang. Although her daily expenditures were considerable, they were primarily covered by Su Yang's finances. With no need to pay for accommodation and only a 5-minute walk to work, her salary was largely preserved. As a dutiful sister, she naturally felt a responsibility to contribute to her brother's home purchase. Moreover, their mother had explicitly stated that a room would be reserved for her in the future, making her stay quite reasonable. However, this was merely Song Lijing's perspective. Upon hearing her explanation, Lu Kaili's previously amiable expression quickly turned somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, she refrained from reacting immediately, deciding it was better to let her husband address the matter. "Sister, please come in. Our parents are here, and Queed is home as well. You can talk to them. With that, Lu Kylie fully opened the door, allowing Song Lijing to enter. Hello, Dad, Mom, Xiaoda. Song Lijing called out as she stepped into the living room, immediately spotting the family of three gathered around the dining table. Jingjing, what's the matter? Why are you dragging a suitcase? Upon noticing her daughter with the suitcase, her mother, Yu Xiaofeng, furrowed her brow, placing her bowl down on the table. Yet, she neither stood nor invited Song Lijing to join the meal, clearly unpleased with her daughter's unexpected arrival. Mom, I broke up with Su Yang and left his place. I haven't found a new place to rent yet, so I would like to stay here for a few days, Song Lijing said cautiously. In this household, her greatest apprehension was directed towards her mother. If her mother disapproved of the situation, there would be no recourse. Broke up? You and Su Yang broke up? Are you out of your mind? He is so wealthy. And you chose to end it? The moment she heard her daughter's words, Yu Xiaofeng exploded, her demeanor shifting to one of fury as she pointed an accusing finger at her. Sister, you're being overly impulsive. Even if he has his faults, you must show some understanding. I still owe him 500,000 yuan. If you break up, how can I repay that? I have just purchased a house and a car, and I have to pay my loans each month. I cannot afford to pay him back. Song Queed interjected, growing anxious. While the breakup was one thing, the debt owed to his future brother-in-law was an entirely different concern. If my brother-in-law insists on reclaiming this money, where would he find it? Right now, you should immediately reconcile with Su Yang. You young girl, how could you not discuss such a significant matter as a breakup with us? This is utterly outrageous. Song Lijing's father, Song Changshan, slammed the table and stood up, glaring at his daughter. After learning of her breakup, not a single member of the family offered her comfort. Instead, they all reproached her for the decision. As for Lu Kyrie, she certainly would not interfere in this affair. Observing her family of four, Song Lijing suddenly felt like an outsider, as if she did not belong to this family, while they were a harmonious unit. Father, mother, brother, what are you saying? Do you have any idea why I broke up with Su Yang? He's gone bankrupt. He owes the bank tens of millions. He has even mortgaged his house. If I do not break up with him, that debt will weigh heavily upon me. I had no choice but to end it. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. After a year together, there were indeed feelings involved. However, Song Lijing was too clear-headed. All she desired was shared prosperity. Enduring hardships together was simply out of the question. What? He is bankrupt and owes the bank tens of millions? The Song family was taken aback. If Su Yang was bankrupt, it meant their prized son-in-law was lost for good. How unfortunate! How would they expect him to accompany their daughter in achieving greatness? At that moment, their thoughts revolved solely around themselves. As for Song Lijing, they believed she would eventually marry off. A daughter who has married is like water spilled. They would not care if she brought them no profit. If she could benefit them, they would treat her well. Now that the benefits were gone, expecting to see a favorable expression on their faces was a fanciful dream. Indeed, my breakup is a timely decision to cut losses. Song Lijing composed herself and nodded expressionlessly. Sister, what about my 50,000? Brother-in-law, or rather, Su, you want it back? Song Keita scratched his head. If that money were to be reclaimed, it certainly could not be retrieved at this moment. Selling the house or car to repay the debt, that was even less likely. Well, that money was a loan, and now that I've broken up with him, I must return it, Song Lijing affirmed. She had boasted about it the previous night. If she did not repay it, she would likely suffer the consequences. Moreover, it was not lawful to withhold repayment. It is only right to repay one's debts. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than Yu Xiaofeng immediately objected. No, that money absolutely cannot be given. Jingjing, do not be foolish. You dated him for a year, and you shared your life with him. Even a courtesan deserves a substantial sum after such a long time, doesn't she? Upon hearing these words, Song Lijing's previously softened expression once again fell into despair. Mother, how can you speak like this? What do you mean by calling me a whore? My relationship with Su Yang is one of love, not a transaction. We are together by mutual consent. How could you view it in such a sordid light? As she spoke, a deeper sense of grievance welled within her. It was one thing for others to hurl insults at her, as their words were beyond her control. However, To be likened to such a term by her own mother was utterly unbearable. Fine, you are noble and principled. I shall not argue with you. This sum of money must be repaid by you alone, for your brother will certainly not do so. You are destined to marry. So consider this 50,000 as an advance for your mother's old age. Having concluded her statement, Yu Xiaofeng returned to her seat. Once this money had entered her possession, she saw no reason to return it. Very well, I shall repay it myself. Mother, please return the 200,000 you have kept for me. I will use it to settle my debt with Su Yang. As for the remaining 300,000, I will repay it gradually. Song Lijing gritted her teeth. With her income, she could manage to pay off this loan within a year and a half if she budgeted wisely. You ungrateful girl. That 200,000 was saved for you. Why do you want it back? You must find a way to manage your own affairs. I have deposited the money in a fixed-term account. It cannot be withdrawn, Yu Xiaofeng retorted, casting a guilty glance at her daughter. It was evident that something was amiss with the money. Mother, that is my money. Am I not entitled to reclaim it? Just tell me honestly, did you use that money to buy a house for my brother? Song Lijing glanced at Song Queed, who was focused on his meal, and instantly realized that her suspicions were likely correct. And if I did, he is your brother. Should you not contribute something toward his house purchase? You are not being asked to pay the full amount. The down payment has already been arranged, Yu Xiaofeng replied, rolling her eyes at her daughter with irritation. Indeed, sister. My friends' brothers are supported by their sisters for down payments when they marry. Little Da is the only heir in your family. The house he is buying is not in a prime location, and you should certainly contribute more than just 200,000. Lu Kylie chimed in, her arms crossed, her tone dripping with derision. Chapter 7. The goddess is calling. Lu Kylie understood well that the saying the wool comes from the sheep applied here. If they were to repay this 50,000, they might soon find themselves compelled to sell their house and car. Thus, they must not part with this money and ensure that their sister-in-law willingly contributed this sum. Kylie, how can you say such a thing? I merely wish to reclaim the money I saved with mother. Is it not acceptable for me to forego the 50,000? I will repay it for you. If I have already repaid it, should I not get back the 200,000 I earned for myself to settle my debts? Song Lijing exclaimed in exasperation, frustrated at the impossibility of reclaiming her own funds. I've already stated that this money is in a fixed deposit and cannot be withdrawn. If it is taken out, the interest will be lost. Yu Xiaofeng remained steadfast in her refusal to provide the funds, which only deepened Song Lijing's suspicions. Mother, did you take the money to buy a house for my brother? Song Lijing gritted her teeth and once again posed the question. Yes, indeed. I have purchased a house for your brother. What of it? Isn't it merely 200,000? Surely you can afford it. Your brother is getting married, and of course, a house must be bought. As his elder sister, how can you, having taken 200,000, still have the audacity to complain? Yu Xiaofeng, feeling her daughter's relentless inquiries, decided to drop the pretense. Mom, this is my money. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to save 200,000? I work overtime every day, living frugally just to accumulate this meager sum. I was saving it to buy a house for myself in the future. Upon hearing her mother's acknowledgement, Song Lijing felt utterly disheartened. For her, saving 200,000 was indeed a monumental task. She had initially believed that by keeping the money with her parents, she would be able to retrieve it in times of urgency. Who would have imagined that it would end up being completely depleted? Enough already. The money has been spent. Your tears are of no consequence now. Stop making a scene. Besides, if you find a wealthy husband with a house, why would you need to buy one for yourself? Song Changshan, growing impatient, could no longer contain himself and struck the table. Am I the one causing a scene, Dad? This is my money, the money I earned with great effort. What is yours and what is mine? We raised you. So, isn't it only right for you to take 200,000? Without your mother and me, would you have grown up this well? Furthermore, this house isn't off limits to you. You return today. Did your brother and sister-in-law drive you away? Dad, my sister staying here might be a bit cramped for you, Song Keita interjected, but was immediately silenced by a glare from his father. Your sister contributed 200,000 towards buying this house. What is wrong with her staying for a few days? It's not permanent. She will move out once she finds a place to rent. As he spoke, Song Changshan exchanged a knowing glance with Song Keita and his wife. To ensure that Song Lijing would willingly part with the 200,000, they needed to offer her some incentives at this moment. Lu Kaili quickly grasped her father-in-law's intention and stood up, urging Song Lijing to sit down. Yes, sister, this will be your home for now. There are 3 rooms in the house. We will take one, your nephew will take another, and the remaining one is for mom and dad. You can stay here for the time being. Lu Kaili was adept with her words, having already arranged the allocation of the 3 rooms. Yet ultimately, she had not explicitly promised Song Lijing a room for herself, merely suggesting a temporary arrangement. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Song Lijing's mood began to stabilize. Kylie, is what you said true? Of course it is true. We are family. Why would I deceive you? Thank you, Kylie. Why are you thanking me? We are family. And from now on, this will be your home. And what about my 200,000? Let us dine first and discuss it afterward. All right. Though Song Lijing was reluctant, she realized that the money was ultimately unrecoverable. Given this reality, she might as well settle in and contemplate her next course of action. Should Su Yang be pressured for money? If necessary, he could always borrow it. 500,000 shouldn't be too difficult to acquire. The next day, Su Yang returned to his duties at Yangsu Group. However, he had grown accustomed to being a hands-off proprietor over the years. The fundamental management and decision-making within the company were handled by professional managers. Su Yang only intervened during significant decisions. Therefore, his presence in the office was not particularly crucial. He merely needed to sign a few documents, and then he was free. This is the essence of a true magnate. One should not be swayed by the motivational tales of tycoons who claim to sleep only 4 or 5 hours a night and rise at 4 in the morning. Such assertions are mere fabrications. Perhaps on certain occasions, their schedules are indeed packed. However, if one were to consistently sleep only 4 or 5 hours, it would lead to dire consequences. In reality, a true mogul enjoys a leisurely existence. While it may appear that they are perpetually traveling across the globe, their time is often spent dining, engaging in business discussions, and socializing. During idle moments, they may peruse the news or attend meetings, simply listening to reports. In the afternoons, they can find time for workouts or various wellness activities, leading a life of comfort. While there is indeed pressure, the level of busyness is often overstated. If a prominent figure were to toil like a mere worker, what would be the significance of their status? After addressing his responsibilities, Su Yang prepared to venture out to attend to his own matters. However, before he could step out of his office, the phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed it was another unfamiliar number. Lately, Su Yang had received numerous calls from unknown numbers, primarily from old classmates. Most of them were merely curious, having maintained a decent rapport during their school days, but losing touch after graduation. Upon learning of Su Yang's struggles, they seemed to take pleasure in his misfortunes. Some would offer hollow words of consolation, while others engaged in pure gossip. Yet, whenever Su Yang mentioned the prospect of borrowing money, they all feigned ignorance. Only one person, Luo Haiyang, genuinely sought to assist him. Thus, looking at the unknown caller, Su Yang felt disinclined to answer. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to pick up. With Luo Haiyang as a precedent, who knows, there might be another potential benefactor? Even if not, it couldn't possibly get worse. With this thought in mind, Su Yang answered the call. Hello, who is this? Su Yang, it's Zhao Muxue. Zhao Muxue? Upon hearing the name, Su Yang's eyes lit up. He certainly remembered her. Zhao Muxue, the daughter of the chairman of the Zhao Group in Shanghai, a company ranked among the top 50 in the region, with a valuation in the hundreds of billions. Zhao Muxue was indeed a true socialite, and she was exceptionally beautiful, having been the belle of the campus during their university years. In comparison, Song Lijing seemed like a mere sparrow next to a phoenix, incomparable in stature. Zhao Muxue was also Su Yang's classmate, albeit from a different class. Though belonging to 2 distinct classes, the students often attended lectures together, fostering a semblance of camaraderie. Chapter 8. A job with an annual salary of 3 million. Su Yang and Zhao Muxue were not particularly acquainted. Su Yang was affluent and generous, frequently treating students from both classes to milk tea and snacks. Zhao Muxue, at most, would express her gratitude upon receiving the milk tea. They had collaborated once during a departmental event, yet beyond that, Their interactions were scarce, having scarcely exchanged words. As a scion of a wealthy family, Zhao Mushui, a true heiress, felt no inclination to curry favor with Su Yang. Thus, her phone call indeed struck Su Yang as peculiar. What could this woman suddenly want from him? Have you forgotten me, Su Yang? So soon after graduation? Zhao Mushui's laughter echoed through the phone, snapping Su Yang back to reality. How could he forget Zhao? The belle of the campus? He merely found it surprising and unexpected to receive a call from her. Su Yang chuckled softly, his initial confusion dissipating quickly, as he regained his composure befitting a CEO of a large enterprise. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so charming with your words. I heard you went bankrupt? Zhao Mushui's laughter was followed by a statement that further bewildered Su Yang. It was likely that their former classmates were already aware of his financial downfall. The calls and messages he had received in recent days mainly came from those who had once been fairly close to him. They either genuinely cared yet lacked the means to assist, or they sought to mock him. Regardless of their intentions, these individuals were familiar with him. Those who were not would hardly pry into such matters. If they were to gossip, they would do so through others. In this context, it was particularly intriguing that Zhao Mushui, someone with whom he had minimal interaction, was reaching out. What could her motives possibly be? Nevertheless, since she had inquired, he responded candidly. I suppose you could say I'm bankrupt. The family factory is no more. Su Yang remained tight-lipped, cautious not to reveal too much, as he felt he had not yet fully exhausted the charade of bankruptcy. Su Yang, I've heard that you owe the bank tens of millions and can barely afford meals now. Is that true? After a brief silence, Zhao Mushui continued. Do you need my assistance? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback by her words. Was this woman genuinely offering to help him? How could that be? During their university days, he had no significant relationship with Zhao Mushui. Why would she extend her hand to him? Even his closest friends and girlfriend had abandoned him. Yet a classmate with whom he had little rapport was inquiring about his need for help. The unpredictability of the world was baffling. As for how Zhao Mushui had come to know of Su Yang's substantial debts, it remained a mystery. It must undoubtedly be that garrulous fellow, Lu Zhanting, who has been spreading rumors about Su Yang's bankruptcy. Su Yang, are you listening? Zhao Mushui's melodious voice resonated from the other end of the line, pulling Su Yang's thoughts back to reality. Ah, yes, I'm listening. Thank you for your kind intentions, Zhao, the illustrious beauty. However, my predicament is rather grave, and I fear you may not be able to offer substantial assistance. Allow me to manage this matter at my own pace. After some contemplation, Su Yang opted to decline her generous offer. He felt immense gratitude for Zhao Mushui's willingness to help, and he had resolved to regard her as a trustworthy friend. In the future, his enterprise could potentially collaborate with the Zhao Group. If the Zhao Group were to face a crisis, Su Yang would be inclined to extend his support. Yet, after weighing the pros and cons, he decided against accepting her aid. Being the recipient of favors is simple, but repaying them can be daunting. Su Yang was not truly bankrupt. Thus, he saw no need to owe such a significant debt of gratitude. Why do you insist on shouldering this burden alone at such a time? How do you intend to resolve tens of millions gradually? Allow me to transfer 5 million to you for immediate relief. Do not refuse, for you know that 5 million is not an exorbitant sum for me. Just send me your account number, and I will transfer it to you. Upon hearing Su Yang's refusal of her assistance, Zhao Mushui grew anxious and offered him 5 million without hesitation. It was evident that the young lady was indeed quite affluent. No, truly unnecessary. Su Yang reiterated his refusal. 5 million was merely a trifling amount for him. However, accepting such a sum under the guise of bankruptcy would constitute a tremendous favor. Given Su Yang's character, it would likely result in even greater obligations in the future. Thus, it was best to decline. Su Yang, do not be so polite with me. Surely, you're not faring well at the moment? How about this? Why not join us at the Zhao Group? We have recently established a subsidiary in Linen that specializes in financial services, which aligns perfectly with your expertise. I am the general manager. You could serve as my deputy general manager, and I would offer you an annual salary of 3 million. Of course, this is just the salary, exclusive of other shares, bonuses, and various allowances. If you perform well, you might be able to repay your debts in 2 or 3 years. What do you think? We at the Zhao Group would greatly welcome a talent like you. Zhao Mushue's tone was earnest, devoid of jest. She genuinely appreciated Su Yang's capabilities. During his university years, in addition to being a wealthy second generation, he had demonstrated remarkable insights in finance, particularly in the stock market. The finance program included stock market simulation courses, wherein Su Yang had consistently achieved the highest scores. He could accurately target every stock, marking him as a true talent. Thus, Zhao Mushue was indeed keen on recruiting Su Yang. However, Su Yang understood that Zhao Mushue was also extending a helping hand. Zhao Mushue, a person of such caliber, is undoubtedly capable of attracting a multitude of elite candidates for the position of vice president, especially with an annual salary of 3 million. There is no way for Su Yang to even be considered. Contemplating this, Su Yang fell into a brief silence, ultimately deciding he would decline the offer. However, before he could utter a word, Zhao Mushue continued, Su Yang, why the hesitation? Is it merely a matter of bankruptcy and heartbreak? There are those who have declared bankruptcy while owing billions and have not wallowed in despair as you have. How about this? I happen to be in Linen these days. Let us find a place to sit down for a coffee and have a proper conversation. Zhao Mushue was evidently undeterred, persistently inviting Su Yang. All right then, you choose the time and place, and I will come. How about today? Today? Isn't that a bit sudden? Do you have plans? No. Let us make it today. Excellent. Then let us meet at Rose Garden. I will send you the location. Okay. Half an hour later, Su Yang arrived at Rose Garden, a CAF located in the city center. The CAF was on the second floor, offering a picturesque view of the lake through its windows. While he could not ascertain the quality of the coffee, the scenery was undeniably delightful. Su Yang was not particularly fond of coffee. To him, it was merely a bitter concoction akin to Western soy milk, lacking any appeal. Thus, this was his first visit to such a place. He had driven a second-hand Mazda, which he acquired from an employee of Lu Qingqing, who happened to be selling their car. Su Yang purchased it at the price of a new vehicle, considering the excess money a reward for the diligent employee. As a bankrupt small business owner, driving a second-hand Mazda seemed fitting for his status. Who said driving a Mazda would lead to traffic? In a bustling metropolis, even a Rolls-Royce would find itself in a jam. Chapter 9. I am his girlfriend after parking. Su Yang prepared to enter the CAF. However, just as he reached the entrance, a melodious voice, akin to that of a yellow oriole, rang out. Su Yang. Turning back, Su Yang was instantly captivated by the sight before him. A girl with bright eyes and a radiant smile stood there. She stood approximately 7 meters tall, with a slender figure and long legs. Adorned in a simple white dress cinched at the waist with a delicate pink belt, she perfectly accentuated her slim silhouette. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, lending her an air of casual elegance. With a light touch of makeup and subtly tinted lips, she exuded a refreshing yet alluring charm. On her feet were white canvas sneakers, radiating youthful vitality. Most notably, the girl was not merely a slender reed. She possessed curves where they mattered and a trim figure elsewhere. Her large, expressive eyes could easily rival the fourth letter of the English alphabet. Su Yang, being a genuine mammal, found himself utterly defenseless against such an adorable creature. Zhao Mushue, it has been years since we last met, and you have become even more beautiful. Su Yang sincerely complimented her upon their reunion. Today, Zhao Mushue's attire still resembles that of a university student. However, years of social experience have imbued her with the charm characteristic of a mature woman. She has shed her youthful naivety, emerging as a figure of elegance and intellect. Hee. Su Yang, you are becoming increasingly handsome, she teased, observing his good spirits, far from the image of someone who had spent the night weeping in solitude over a heartbreak. Zhao Mushue playfully covered her mouth as she jested with Su Yang, yet she felt a delightful warmth within from his compliment. What woman does not relish being praised? Ha! Zhao the campus belle, spare me your jests. How could I possibly cry? Su Yang replied with a light chuckle. For the 18 or 19-year-olds, a breakup may seem like an insurmountable challenge. Yet for someone like Su Yang, who has experienced reincarnation, it hardly registers as a setback. Having faced death itself, How could he fear separation? Tears were out of the question. A man sheds no tears unless truly moved. He, able to rise and let go. Su-yang, you are undoubtedly someone capable of great accomplishments. I believe that one day you will rise again. Haha, I share that sentiment. Well then, shall we step inside for a while? Sure. The two then enter the coffee shop. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the CAF was relatively quiet. By around 3, patrons would start appearing for afternoon tea. Su-yang and Zhao Muxue found a spot by the window, ordered their coffees, and began to converse. Su-yang, here is a bank draft for 5 million. Please take it. If it's insufficient, just let me know. Zhao Muxue retrieved a draft from her Hermes bag and placed it before him. What? Zhao the campus belle, this is absolutely unacceptable. I told you I don't need your money, Su-yang quickly protested. He was not bankrupt. In fact, he was quite wealthy. Currently, not only did he possess a substantial bank balance, but his WeChat account had over 1 billion. He truly did not lack for funds. Just take it without fussing. I have plenty, Zhao Muxue insisted, pulling Su-yang's hand and firmly placing the draft in his grasp. Since she had presented it, there was no reason for her to retract it. All right, if that is the case, I shall accept it. Thank you, Zhao the campus belle. Su-yang felt a surge of gratitude. A classmate with whom he had shared only a few lectures was willing to assist him so selflessly. Reflecting on those he once regarded as friends, who had offered nothing in return for his heartfelt efforts, he felt as though his sincerity had been squandered. Even if Zhao Muxue's motivation stemmed from sympathy, he accepted her kindness. After all, she was extending a sum of 5 million, a considerable amount, whether as a daughter of a top-tier wealthy family or not. The mere ability to offer such a sum to a relatively unfamiliar classmate spoke volumes about her character and trust in him. He resolved to accept her generosity, promising to extend his own assistance should the Zhao group encounter difficulties in the future. Although Su-yang is averse to complications, he feels compelled to lend a hand when someone who treats him well finds themselves in trouble. No need to thank me. It is my honor to assist you, Zhao Muxue remarked with a radiant smile. However, I do have one condition. A condition? What is it? Just say it, and I shall comply as long as it is within my capacity, Su-yang responded impulsively. After all, when someone helps you, it is only fitting to reciprocate, provided he is capable of fulfilling the request. If not, he would have to apologize. For instance, working for Zhao Muxue is something Su-yang cannot contemplate. I can never take a job. That is simply out of the question for me, he thought. Rest assured, it is quite simple. I merely wish for you to refrain from addressing me as Zhao the campus belle. It sounds awkward. Just call me Muxue instead. It feels far more endearing. Zhao Muxue concluded, winking at Su-yang. Haha, no problem, Muxue. Su-yang readily agreed. After all, it was just a name, and he could graciously oblige. All right, Su-yang, I have taken care of my matters. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Let us keep in touch. Certainly. Should you wish to join my company, you are always welcome. Absolutely. After their conversation, Zhao Muxue, feeling quite satisfied, prepared to depart. Su-yang, of course, accompanied her to the entrance. However, just as they reached the door, they were met by an unexpected visitor. Su-yang, what are you doing here? I thought you were bankrupt. Do you still have money for coffee? What a small world. Upon seeing Song Lijing emerge from the passenger seat of a BMW, Su-yang shook his head in resignation. Indeed, an ex-girlfriend is quite the perplexing creature. When you long for a reunion, fate conspires against you. Yet, when you wish to avoid them, you encounter them frequently, making escape impossible. Song Lijing, I am merely bankrupt, not destitute to the point of being unable to afford a cup of coffee. Besides, today I have a benefactor. Su-yang gestured towards Zhao Muxue standing beside him. A benefactor? Song Lijing paused, finally noticing Zhao Muxue. You are Zhao Muxue? How is it that you are with Su-yang? In an instant, Song Lijing recognized Zhao Muxue, the undeniable belle of the university, a true embodiment of wealth and beauty. For 3 years, she had overshadowed Song Lijing entirely. Had Zhao Muxue not been from the finance department, or if she had belonged to a different department, Song Lijing might have shone as the department's flower, basking in the limelight. The presence of Zhao Muxue had eclipsed her brilliance, leaving her in the shadows. Thankfully, Zhao Muxue was in a different class. Otherwise, Song Lijing would not have even been the belle of her own class. Thus, even after all these years, she still remembered Zhao Muxue vividly. Indeed, I am Su Yang's girlfriend, so of course I am with him, Zhao Muxue declared, then playfully linked her arm with Su Yang's. Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. Feeling the warmth emanating from Zhao Muxue's chest, his entire being suddenly stiffening. That girl's future child would surely be fortunate, as they would not suffer from hunger. You, Su Yang, are you together with Zhao Muxue? When did this happen? Song Lijing gazed at Su Yang in disbelief. Just last night, she had broken up with him, and by the next day, he had already found a new girlfriend? To her, this was an utter affront. What did he take her for? Most importantly, this new girlfriend, in terms of figure, appearance, or family background, far surpassed her, which was what truly stung. Chapter 10. Eagerly seeking a new partner. Song Lijing, we have already parted ways. Since we are no longer together, what business is it of yours whom I choose to be with? Su Yang scoffed. Given that Zhao Muxue was willingly playing along with his pretense, how could he let such a splendid opportunity slip away? A wealthy second-generation campus belle could undoubtedly strike a heavy blow to Song Lijing. Su Yang was not a petty person. A peaceful breakup would have sufficed. He had no desire to flaunt himself before someone like Song Lijing. However, since she chose to insult him, he would not be restrained by any moral considerations. You, Su Yang, you are shameless. I see you are straddling two boats. While you were with me, you were already fooling around with this mistress, weren't you? Song Lijing gritted her teeth, unleashing her vivid imagination. Mistress? Song Lijing, get your facts straight. I only started seeing Zhao Muxue today. Such a wonderful man like Su Yang. And you fail to appreciate him, yet you begrudge others from doing so? Zhao Muxue shot a glance of disdain at Song Lijing. What she despised most were people like her, who were so pragmatic. There is nothing wrong with being practical. It is entirely normal. After all, no one wishes to bear the burden of millions in loans alongside a man. Once such a hefty sum is incurred, repaying it is not a matter of days, but could potentially span a lifetime. It is understandable for a girl to walk away. Yet even then, one should provide a transition period. Who abandons someone the moment they face bankruptcy? Even if one were to stay and offer comfort for a few days before leaving, Zhao Muxue would consider that person to possess a conscience. After all, when Su Yang was with Song Lijing, he treated her quite well. Song Lijing's actions reflected a complete disregard for Su Yang's feelings, demonstrating a lack of the most fundamental human decency. Such a person was, of course, beneath Zhao Muxue's notice. You. Song Lijing was infuriated, but could not muster a retort. Deep down, she knew Zhao Muxue spoke the truth. She had immediately discarded Su Yang upon learning of his bankruptcy. Rationally, her actions were justifiable. After all, they were dating, not married. Couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways, let alone mere lovers. There was nothing wrong with her decision. Yet morally, she had indeed crossed an ethical line. However, Song Lijing has always adhered to the principle that as long as I remain morally unbound, no one can hold me captive. Yet, if someone were to point this out, it would undoubtedly be a blow to my pride. At that moment, the driver of the BMW finally emerged and approached Song Lijing. Lijing, are these two your friends? The owner of the BMW inquired, eyeing Su Yang and Zhao Muxue with a scrutinizing gaze. When his eyes fell upon Zhao Muxue, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his face. How astonishingly beautiful! Is it possible for such an exquisite girl to exist in this world? Every expression, every smile, is imbued with charm. If Zhao Muxue were an ethereal fairy, then Song Lijing would merely be the leading lady of a brothel. The two women, in terms of temperament, beauty, and figure, are worlds apart. For a moment, the BMW owner was left utterly mesmerized. Lu Fan, these two are my university classmates. The man is my ex-boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend? Song Lijing's revelation jolted Lu Fan back to reality, redirecting his focus onto Su Yang. A mere glance was enough to quell his interest. This man appeared rather unremarkable, donned in ordinary attire devoid of any designer labels, likely worth less than 1,000 yuan altogether. How could such a person have won the affection of two stunning women, especially the girl clinging to his arm? What could she possibly see in someone so utterly average? If Su Yang were privy to Lu Fan's thoughts, he would have assured him, I am not only unremarkable, but also exceedingly charming, with virtues aplenty and talents beyond measure. Oh, so he asked the ex-boyfriend. Wasn't he declared bankrupt? How is he able to indulge in coffee here? Lu Fan asked, a smirk playing on his lips. This coffee shop boasts a prime location. And while the coffee isn't exorbitantly priced, it is still relatively steep for those of modest means. A cup here costs several hundred yuan, which is quite pricey for the average person, who might typically indulge in coffee priced between 10 to 20 yuan. It's not that they can't afford the more expensive brews. Rather, they find greater value elsewhere. Coffee, in itself, can become an addiction. Even if it's not particularly enjoyable, persistent consumption over a month can lead to reliance. For anyone, drinking coffee priced in the hundreds daily would first and foremost be a strain on one's finances. It is improbable for ordinary individuals to indulge in such luxuries regularly. Even an occasional visit suffices. Given that Su Yang owes the bank tens of millions, it is even less likely for him to frequent such an establishment. In the face of Lu Fan's derision, Su Yang clearly dismissed him as a mere clown, unworthy of his attention. However, it was Zhao Muxiue who stepped forward to defend Su Yang's honor. Oh, I thought Miss Song was ever so steadfast in love. Yet here she is, just a day after parting with her ex, already cozying up to another man. It appears that Miss Song is quite unable to endure solitude. Huh. Upon hearing Zhao Muxiue's words, Su Yang could not help but chuckle. Unexpectedly, the usually demure and somewhat aloof Zhao Muxiue proved to be an exceptional mouthpiece. She managed to criticize without resorting to vulgarity. Yet her words struck at the most vulnerable spot of a materialistic woman's heart. Her statement effectively returned Song Lijing's earlier remarks about Su Yang, word for word. Song Lijing's face flushed crimson at Zhao Muxiue's retort. Lu Fan and I are not in a romantic relationship. We are merely here for a blind date, Song Lijing stammered in her attempt to clarify. However, the more she explained, the more complicated the situation became. Oh, a blind date? Eager to find a new partner just a day after a breakup? Are you that worried about remaining unmarried? Or could it be that you are pregnant with our dear Su's child and are in haste to find someone to take responsibility? Zhao Muxiue's words utterly shattered Song Lijing's composure. Even Lu Fan, who was beside Zhao Muxiue, wore a grim expression. The term backup partner might sound benign, but in less flattering terms, it equates to being cuckolded. Any self-respecting man would never allow himself to be cast in such a role, aside from the perennial sycophants. You, Zhao Muxiue, what nonsense are you spouting? Well, have I ever been pregnant and in need of a backup partner? Do not think your wealth grants you the right to speak recklessly. Song Lijing's eyes began to well with tears. If this rumor were to spread, how could she ever enjoy a pleasant blind date again? Whether your words are baseless, you know best. The innocent shall remain untainted. All right, dear, let us depart. There is no need to waste our breath on them, Zhao Muxiue declared, tugging Su Yang along as they exited, entirely indifferent to Song Lijing's mortified expression. Having stepped forward to defend Su Yang, she was determined to adopt a strong demeanor. As for any potential retaliation from Song Lijing, the esteemed daughter of the Zhao group need not fear an ordinary person devoid of connections. Jingjing, perhaps we should forego coffee today. I have other matters to attend to. Lu Fan said, clearly startled. He was uncertain if Song Lijing truly was pregnant. Regardless, the risk was something he was unwilling to shoulder. He still had a bright future ahead and could not afford to squander it on a flawed partnership. Lu Fan, you. Song Lijing attempted to retain Lu Fan, but he moved swiftly, almost jogging away, leaving her alone to grapple with her disarray. Curse Lu Fan. Curse Su Yang. Curse Zhao Muxiue. You are all wretches. Song Lijing exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Just like that, her blind date had been thrown into chaos, and it was infuriating. Lu Fan was a wealthy heir, his family's assets amounting to tens of millions, hardly inferior to Su Yang's circumstances before his downfall. Now, having fled, Song Lijing, as a seasoned gold digger, certainly felt discontented. On the other side, Zhao Muxiue and Su Yang arrived at the parking lot. Ha ha ha, this is so amusing. Su Yang, I have truly avenged you. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Zhao Muxue exclaimed, clutching her stomach, nearly laughing herself into stitches. Witnessing the mortified expression on Song Lijing's face had uplifted her spirit immensely. Little did she realize how arduous it was for her to contain her laughter until now. Express my gratitude? Had it not been for your invitation for coffee, I would not have encountered my ex-girlfriend, Su Yang replied with a smile. Oh, so, Mr. Su, are you planning to deny your debt of gratitude? Without me, you would have faced humiliation today, Zhao Muxue retorted, rolling her eyes in mock annoyance. Haha, don't be upset. Zhao, the esteemed school belle. I was merely jesting. How about I treat you to dinner another day? Su Yang quickly suggested. Indeed, he felt compelled to properly thank Zhao Muxue, not solely for her pretense of being his girlfriend to save face, but more so for her timely support during his moment of difficulty. In such circumstances, it was only fitting for Su Yang to host a meal in her honor. Hee. Now that sounds more reasonable. However, considering your current predicament, let us postpone the meal until you're back on your feet, Zhao Muxue replied, her spirits visibly lifted. She could tell that Su Yang seemed genuinely unfazed by his ex-girlfriend. Although she was unsure how he managed to move on so swiftly, it was undoubtedly a positive development. A former girlfriend, like Song Lijing, was certainly not worth holding on to. All right, then I shall treat you to a grand feast once I have the means. Su Yang chuckled heartily. Yes, I will await your lavish banquet. I want to dine at the renowned Luaxian. Do strive for excellence, Zhao Muxue declared unabashedly. Luaxian, the finest hotel in Linen, boasted a minimum per capita expenditure of at least 10,000. Those who dined there were invariably affluent. Zhao Muxue could not be accused of boasting excessively. As the daughter of the chairman of the Zhao Group, she could certainly afford such establishments. However, given Su Yang's recent bankruptcy, suggesting such a meal was indeed somewhat audacious. Nevertheless, Su Yang appeared earnest. Not a problem. I will treat you to Luaxian next time. Trust me, he assured her. Yes, I believe you. Now, I must take my leave. My driver has arrived, she replied. All right, travel safely, he cautioned. You too. Make sure to withdraw the funds from the promissory note promptly, she added. Certainly. Once back in the car, Su Yang gazed at the 5 million on the promissory note. Deep in thought, he had never expected the seemingly cold Zhao Muxue during their university days to be so vivacious and cheerful. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Only through interaction can one truly comprehend another's character. After departing from the coffee shop, Su Yang headed directly to Yangsu Group, delivering the promissory note to the finance department. Su Yang preferred to avoid the hassle of waiting in bank queues, which he found most bothersome. He entrusted the finance team with the task of handling the promissory note. Their efficiency was commendable, and by that afternoon, Su Yang had received the 5 million. Upon the funds' arrival, he sent Zhao Muxue a message expressing his gratitude. The kindness of an old classmate, like a timely gift in the snow, will forever be cherished by Su Yang. Meanwhile, Zhao Muxue has returned home. This is a villa purchased by the Zhao family in Linen, not in the most desirable location, yet merely a 10-minute drive from Linen Lake. Upon her arrival, Zhao Muxue received a call from her father, Zhao Yuanshan. Hello, Dad. Xiao Shui, how is the recruitment for the subsidiary going? Do you want me to send a few people to assist you? Zhao Yuanshan's composed voice resonated from the other end of the line. No need, Dad. I've nearly filled all the positions. I just need a vice general manager now. I can handle this myself. Zhao Muxue shook her head resolutely. The position of vice general manager must be arranged by her personally. She could not allow her father's associates to interfere. After all, if such an important role were filled by one of her father's people, her establishment of this subsidiary would lose its significance. All right, then you shall manage as you see fit. However, I must remind you, minor skirmishes are acceptable, but for significant decisions, you must consult with me. Our Zhao Group has started to decline in recent years. Zhao Yuanshan sighed, his tone laden with gravity. The Zhao Group is engaged in the real estate business, which has been on a downward trajectory nationwide in recent years. Although Zhao Yuanshan had anticipated this downturn and had begun transitioning the business several years prior, transforming such a large enterprise all at once was evidently no simple task. It required time and substantial financial resources. Hence, he consented to his daughter establishing a financial company in Linen. The financial sector is one of the three pillars of economic development, remaining resilient regardless of the circumstances. If Zhao Mushui could succeed, it would ensure that, should the Zhao group ever face collapse, their family would not be left destitute. Of course, if she failed, it would not be catastrophic. A portion of the assets had already been transferred to her, fully severing ties with the Zhao group. Even in the event of bankruptcy, their family would still lead a far more comfortable life than the average person. Therefore, such matters must be approached gradually, without haste. Yes, Dad, I understand. I will strive to do my best. Furthermore, what are your thoughts on the arranged marriage with the chairman of Yangsu Group? Dad, I do not wish to marry someone I do not like. All right, I will not force you. Your feelings are yours to govern. Okay, if there is nothing else, I will hang up now. Goodbye. After terminating the call, Zhao Mushui's expression darkened. Indeed, once one enters society, whether wealthy or not, one encounters a myriad of troubles. How wonderful it would be if life were as simple and naive as it was during university days. Yet, those days cannot be reclaimed. Zhao Mushui is unwilling to enter into a marriage for the sake of the family business, especially with someone she has never met. The Yangsu group is undeniably powerful and shrouded in mystery. A union with its chairman would alleviate all crises facing the Zhao group. Outsiders may not comprehend the strength of Yangsu group, but as an insider, Zhao Mushui is acutely aware of its significance. However, their chairman is shrouded in mystery, with very few people truly acquainted with him. The only information Zhao Mushui possesses is that he is approximately her age and unmarried. As for the idea of a marriage alliance, that is merely the inclination of Zhao Yuanshan. Thus far, the Zhao family has yet to meet the chairman of Yangsu Group, and they do not even know his name. Under such circumstances, the notion of a marriage alliance remains a mere unreciprocated sentiment. Chapter 12. Do you honor your deceased parents? Zhao Mushui understands that a marriage alliance could indeed be a commendable choice. However, should the partner turn out to be a scoundrel, she would likely endure a lifetime of suffering. Alas, in the midst of overwhelming obstacles, one might unexpectedly find a path forward. Taking it one step at a time seems prudent. Zhao Mushui sighed. The mention of a marriage alliance suddenly conjured the image of Su Yang in her mind. If Su Yang were the one she was to marry, perhaps she would be amenable to it. Zhao Mushui herself was uncertain why she felt compelled to assist Su Yang today. Upon hearing the news of his bankruptcy, she immediately reached out to him, hoping to see if there was anything she could do to help. Perhaps it was a lingering regret from her youth that motivated her. A week later, the fervor surrounding Su Yang's bankruptcy seemed to wane, and no one inquired further about his misfortune. Just as Su Yang planned to lay low for a couple of days, he received an unexpected call from his uncle, Su Dejiang. Why is this old man calling me? Has he discovered that the factory's operations have ceased? It couldn't be so soon, could it? Su Yang furrowed his brow. When he sold the factory, there were still a few clients left. Those clients should suffice for Su Dejiang and his sister Su Dehua to sustain themselves for a month. By the time they realized that Su Yang had deceived them, it would be too late. Based on Su Yang's understanding of the two, they should not have detected the ruse so early. Moreover, he had already informed the partners with whom he had severed ties, assuring them they would play along with the charade. Indeed, when the call connected, Su Dejiang's excited voice resonated through the line. Xiaoyang, are you free tonight? Your cousin Su Chenxi is bringing his girlfriend home. You should come over for dinner and meet your future sister-in-law. Help your brother screen her. Su Chenxi is bringing his girlfriend home? Su Yang was taken aback. Su Chenxi, the only son of Su Dejiang, is merely 2 months younger than Su Yang, making them essentially contemporaries. However, Su Yang does not hold a fondness for this cousin. Partly due to his uncle's disposition, he harbors resentment, and partly because Su Chenxi has always struggled academically and displays poor character. Throughout school, Su Yang consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class, leading to minimal interaction with his cousin, limited to occasional family gatherings during holidays. Given Su Yang's knowledge of his uncle, if Su Chenxi were indeed to bring a girlfriend home, it is unlikely Su Dejiang would extend an invitation to him. After all, Su Dejiang has never regarded Su Yang as one of his own. In the past, When there was a factory to uphold familial civility, they maintained a semblance of politeness. Now that the factory is no more, it is entirely normal for relationships to turn sour. The sudden request to meet my future sister-in-law is undoubtedly suspicious. Xiaoyang, are you listening? Seeing that Su Yang remained silent for an extended period, Su Dajiang urged him once more. All right, uncle, I will come back to meet my future sister-in-law. Is it today? After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang consented. This would serve as an opportune moment to disseminate the news of his bankruptcy and observe whether others would treat him differently. Yes, indeed, it's tonight. I have reserved a private room at Highway Restaurant, so do arrive punctually, Su Dajiang said with a cheerful demeanor. No problem, uncle. I will certainly be there on time. As the afternoon progressed, Su Yang changed into a casual outfit before setting off in his Mazda. He departed just as the rush hour commenced, taking a full 40 minutes to reach Highway Restaurant. This establishment is regarded as one of the finer dining options in the area. With an average expenditure of 1,000 yuan per person, it can be said that Su Dajiang was making a considerable investment for his son's girlfriend. He certainly did not want to be looked down upon by the female side of the family. After parking his car, Su Yang entered the restaurant, accompanied by a waiter. He made his way to the private room. Upon opening the door, he found that several people were already seated. At the head of the table sat his uncle, Su Dajiang, alongside a rather sharp-looking woman, his wife, Cheng Hui. On the opposite side were four individuals, Su Yang's aunt, Su Dahua, and her husband, Chun Zhanghe, along with two young girls. One appeared to be in her early 20s, Chun Jingxian, Su Dahua's eldest daughter, while the other, likely 17 or 18, was Chun Jingyu, her youngest. Su Yang was familiar with all of them. However, he did not see his cousin, Su Qinshi, nor his girlfriend, which suggested they had yet to arrive. Uncle, aunt-in-law, uncle-in-law, greetings. Su Yang greeted his four elders with a smile. As for his two cousins, since they did not initiate a greeting, he saw no need to address them either. Xiaoyang, you're here. Come, sit beside Jingxian. Su Dajiang smiled broadly, gesturing for Su Yang to join them. With his beaming countenance, one might assume he and Su Yang shared a close bond. Only Su Yang understood that Su Dajiang was a classic example of a smiling tiger. What appeared pleasant on the surface often concealed ulterior motives. Yet, Su Yang remained unfazed. He was prepared to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Thank you, uncle. Su Yang nodded and took a seat next to Chen Jingxian. Throughout this exchange, neither of the sisters uttered a single word to him. It seemed as if the person before them was not their cousin, but merely a stranger. Su Yang, of course, did not mind. If he chose not to engage in conversation, he was equally disinclined to speak further. Given his stature, countless individuals yearned for an opportunity to converse with him, yet few were afforded that privilege. Hence, Su Yang was judicious with his words. Xiaoyang, I heard you recently went bankrupt? Surely not. You still possess real estate and vehicles, not to mention 15 million in cash. How could all that wealth have vanished? As Su Yang settled down, the acerbic voice of his aunt, Su Dahua, pierced the air. When Su Dajiang intended to purchase the company for 15 million in cash, Su Dahua had expressed her displeasure. Now, upon hearing that Su Yang might have squandered it all to the point of destitution, a sense of glee welled up within her. Indeed, aunt, I recently shorted gold futures with a 20-fold leverage, and consequently, I lost it all. Su Yang Siget, the recent surge in gold prices was well known. In prosperous times, antiques flourished, yet in turbulent times, gold reigned supreme. Who could have anticipated the sudden onset of war? With war came the inevitable rise in gold prices, leaving those who shorted gold futures facing catastrophic losses. Oh, so the rumors were true? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Su Dahua's eyes gleamed with interest. However, Xiaoyang, I must say, your impulsive investments, regardless of your wealth, could never suffice to cover your losses. Now, you've squandered the estate your parents left you. How you justify that to their memory? Chapter 13. May I borrow some money? At this juncture, Su Dahua donned a mask of sorrow, feigning genuine concern for Su Yang. Cough, cough. Aunt, I indeed owe my parents an apology. I vow to refrain from stock trading and futures investments henceforth. I currently lack even the most basic means of sustenance. If your finances permit, might you lend me 100,000? Only magic can defeat magic. Having navigated the business world for many years, Su Yang understood this principle well. Su Dehua was merely cloaking her mockery in the guise of concern. Not one to be easily deceived, Su Yang recognized her attempt to play the role of a caring aunt, and he was determined not to disappoint her. A mere 100,000 should not be beyond the reach of his affluent aunt. Cough, cough, Xiaoyang. You truly do not grasp the burdens of managing a household. 100,000 is no trivial sum. I cannot produce it all at once, Su Dahua exclaimed, taken aback and hastily refusing. Lending such a sum for business ventures would be tantamount to risking her very life, irrespective of the familial bond. Not a problem, aunt. If 100,000 is too much, even 20 or 30,000 would suffice. I can barely afford a meal at this point. As my dear aunt, surely you would not abandon me in my time of need? Su Yang seated himself, pouring a cup of tea from the pot on the table and taking a sip. His demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a bankrupt individual seeking assistance. Rather, he appeared as if he were collecting a debt. Cough, cough, Xiaoyang. I have neither 20 nor 30,000 available either. The factory is poised for expansion, yet the monthly bank loan interest weighs heavily upon both me and your uncle. You have managed a factory before, so you should understand, dear aunt. Su Dehua pursed her lips and patiently began to explain. There is no way I can lend you any money, not a single cent. What? Surely you jest, aunt. You can't spare 20 or 30,000. Su Yang pressed on, eager to discover just how much his once devoted aunt would be willing to lend him. How about this? You mentioned you can barely afford food. So I'll transfer you 500 yuan first. This should suffice for your meals for a month, right? In that time, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a job. Once employed, you needn't worry about your next meal. Here, I'll send it to you right now. Upon finishing her words, Su Dehua pulled out her phone, ready to make the transfer. Upon realizing that she was only willing to part with 500, a sardonic smile crept onto Su Yang's face. Well, at least she was more generous than his old classmate, Lu Zhanpeng, who had only offered 100. 500 plus 100 equated to 600, which not only provided for his meals, but also covered his bus fare. Quite convenient. Aunt, 500 is unnecessary. I'm not lacking that amount. Uncle, how much can you lend me? Su Yang scoffed, shifting his gaze to the silent Su Dajiang, who had been watching the exchange. Since your aunt is giving you 500, I shall match that amount. It is only fitting for us as uncle and nephew. Su Dajiang spoke without a hint of embarrassment, as if bestowing 500 was an extraordinary favor. Huh, Uncle Aunt, I sold you the factory worth tens of millions for a mere 15 million. The annual profit from this factory exceeds 10 million. I can understand if you're short on cash and can't spare 100,000, but to offer just 500? Isn't that a bit insulting? Su Yang regarded the two with indifference. 1,000 yuan, do you really think that will suffice? Brother Yang, that statement is rather unjust. Money doesn't come from nowhere. You went bankrupt trading futures. It's unnecessary to place the blame on my mother and uncle. At that moment, Chen Jingxian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Jingxian, do you think I'm deliberately making things difficult for your mother and uncle? Su Yang glanced at Chen Jingxian, his tone neither warm nor cold. Chen Jingxian had graduated this year and, by fortunate chance, secured a teaching position thanks to the recent educational reforms and school expansions. The district where she was employed had increased its recruitment of new teachers tenfold compared to previous years, and she had managed to gain entry as the last candidate. Now a teacher, her tone had grown formal. Su Yang distinctly remembered how kind and gentle this girl had once been, always trailing behind him like a little shadow. How had she grown so distant? Chen Jingxian's family holds a strong preference for sons over daughters. Her father, Chen Zhanghe, was perpetually displeased with his wife, Su Dehua, for bearing 2 daughters. After Chen Jingxian was weaned, her father took her mother to conduct business in another city, leaving Chen Jingxian alone at her grandmother's home, which belonged to the Su family. The reason for not leaving her with her paternal grandmother is evident. If her father favored sons, would her grandmother not do the same? The emergence of such gender biases is largely influenced by parental upbringing. Thus, Chen Jingxian spent her childhood nurtured by the Su family. It was only after the demise of Su's parents that she was brought back by her own parents. The Su family treated Chen Jingxian with great kindness, never neglecting her needs. Su's mother regarded her as her own daughter, and Su Yang, in her earlier years, treated her as a beloved sister. It could be said that whatever Su Yang possessed, Chen Jingxian lacked, and vice versa, as if Chen Jingxian were indeed a child of the Su family. Yet, after graduating from university a few years later, this child raised by the Su family turned her back on them, which was indeed disheartening. Is it not so, Brother Yang? One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. This principle is understood even by first graders. Surely you are aware of it? Chen Jingxian assumed a teacher's demeanor to educate Su Yang, unaware that at the tender age of 6, she had been cast out of her grandmother's home, left homeless, and was brought back by Su's father and Su Yang. During her schooling, it was Su's mother who pedaled the bicycle with her seated behind, while Su Yang walked alongside to ensure she could ride. Such kindness had been completely forgotten by her. Ah, Jingxian, you're a formally appointed teacher, aren't you? Surely your annual salary amounts to over 200,000? Now that we are adults, perhaps you could refrain from lecturing and lend me a bit of money instead? A few thousand would suffice, enough to ensure that I can at least have a decent meal. Surely, you wouldn't refuse? After all, when you're cast out by your grandmother, it was our family that took you in. Su Yang's thoughts turned towards his once close cousin, who had shared a bond akin to siblings. You, Brother Yang, what nonsense are you speaking? When was I ever cast out by my grandmother? Upon hearing this, Chen Jingxian's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 14. Now you're my sister-in-law for Chen Jingxian. Childhood memories are the most difficult to articulate. Those moments were marked by her deepest humiliation. Even after all these years, the recollections remain vivid. It was precisely due to that experience that Chen Jingxian learned to cultivate indifference. Even when her paternal grandmother passed away, not a single tear fell from her eyes. Likewise, she does not permit anyone to bring up that chapter of her life. Ah, if you have forgotten, it matters not to me. However, your cousin is truly in a difficult situation now. If possible, could you lend me a little support? Su Yang said cheerfully. As long as I maintain my composure, no one can bring me shame. Borrowing money is not disgraceful. It is the inability to borrow that is truly shameful. Alas, cousin, allow me to offer you 500 as a token of gratitude for the care you received from uncle and aunt during my childhood. With that, Chen Jingxian finished speaking and promptly transferred 500 yuan to Su Yang. Goodness! As Su Yang beheld the transfer of 500, he couldn't help but exclaim internally. Indeed, one could discern the familial bond. This entire clan can easily part with 100 or 80,000. Yet in the end, they managed to dismiss him with a mere 1,500. To think that such a small sum could suffice to repay the immense kindness shown to her. In the eyes of this ungrateful wretch, 500 is all it takes. Truly, nothing is more formidable than one who has sunk to such depths. Cousin, consider this 500 gesture from my heart. There's no need for repayment. Chen Jingxian remarked with a sense of pride, as if granting this sum was a monumental favor. Well then, since uncle, aunt, and cousin are all so courteous, I shall graciously accept the 1,500. Su Yang replied with a faint smile, accepting the money without hesitation. When it comes to free money, one should never refuse. Today, they are the ones humiliating him. When these two families realize the factory is but an empty shell and come to seek his aid, they shall find him unyielding. By then, Su Yang would not part with even a single cent, let alone 500. Su Dejiang, observing Su Yang's content demeanor, could hardly conceal his disdain. Having been overshadowed by his brother for a lifetime, he finally relished the opportunity to suppress his brother's son following his brother's demise. If a mere 1,500 could elate this lad, it seemed evident that he would not amount to much in the future. Glancing at his own accomplished son, Su Dejiang felt a surge of pride. All right, everyone, please bear with us a moment longer. Xiao Qi will be here shortly. We shall commence the meal once the young couple arrives, he said, unable to suppress his beaming smile at the mention of his son. Oh, brother, Xiao Qi is truly remarkable. I have heard he is making quite a name for himself in business. Such an impressive feat. Indeed, brother. Our Su family must rely on Xiao Qi. He has never even attended university, yet here he is, thriving. It seems higher education offers little guarantee of success. Some graduates from prestigious institutions still falter. Uncle, we shall certainly rely on brother Xiao Qi's generosity in the future, the Su Daihua family eagerly sang praises of Su Chenqi, seizing the opportunity to mock Su Yang. Unfazed, Su Yang merely sipped his tea, having long transcended the need to validate himself with empty words. A truly powerful individual remains indifferent to the opinions of others. Curiosity piqued. Su Yang wondered what kind of girlfriend such an exceptional cousin had found. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the entrance of a young man with dyed blonde hair and a meticulously styled appearance. "Dad, Mom, Aunt, Uncle, I apologize for my tardiness. This is my girlfriend, Song Lijing." The well-groomed young man introduced himself as Su Chenqi. Upon his entrance, he greeted his parents and his aunt and uncle, preparing to introduce his girlfriend. Yet, before he could utter the words, he was interrupted by Su Yang. Indeed, Su Chenqi's girlfriend was none other than Su Yang's ex, Song Lijing. Su Yang was evidently taken aback by this unexpected encounter. "Surprised to see me, Su Yang?" Song Lijing remarked calmly. "It is quite astonishing that you've swiftly secured a new companion of wealth, and moreover, my cousin." Su Yang smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. He truly had not anticipated Song Lijing's cunning. Having just experienced a failed blind date with Lu Fan, she had quickly ensnared his cousin, Su Chenqi. As for how they became acquainted, it was not particularly remarkable. Previously, Song Lijing had visited Su Yang's factory. Coincidentally, the same day, Su Chenqi had come to see his father, Su Dajiang. They had met and exchanged contact information. At that time, Su Chenqi had affectionately referred to her as sister-in-law. Little did he know, this fellow harbored intentions towards his sister-in-law. However, Song Lijing was indeed quite adept. Although Su Chenqi's academic performance was lacking, he possessed a keen business acumen. Leveraging the family clothing factory for ease of procurement, he ventured into e-commerce, earning a substantial income annually. Additionally, upon learning from Su Chenqi that the Su family had revived Su Yang's factory, which generated profits exceeding 10 million each year, she quickly set her sights on this former brother-in-law. Coincidentally, Su Chenqi had long desired to win her affection, and they quickly became entwined. Unbeknownst to them, it was Su Yang who had initially suggested Su Chenqi start an online store with the merchandise sourced from him. Yet, he now faced betrayal. Today, Su Chenqi brought Song Lijing home, ostensibly to formally introduce her to his family. Of course, they already knew each other. This was merely a matter of official recognition. Additionally, it served as a means for Su Chenqi to flaunt his relationship to Su Yang. What does it matter if you excelled in school, Su Yang? What does wealth signify if it has crumbled? Your academic achievements pale in comparison to the earnings of someone who has never even attended college. Now, with Su Yang's wealth diminished and his girlfriend usurped, who truly stands as the greater failure? Brother Yang, I am aware that you and Lijing once shared a relationship, but that is in the past. Now, she is my girlfriend and your sister-in-law, so please show her the respect she deserves, Su Chenqi declared, pulling Song Lijing possessively into his embrace. Rest assured, little Chi, I already have a girlfriend. I have no interest in picking up scraps. Su Yang replied nonchalantly, dismissively waving his hand. Just a materialistic woman. Why would he care? If Su Yang were to openly showcase his wealth, far more attractive gold diggers would flock to him. However, he held no desire to engage romantically with such individuals. If one truly seeks a romantic partner, one should aspire to find a celestial being like Zhao Muxue, akin to a rare snow lotus, rather than plucking a common grass from the roadside. Who, pray tell, is in tatters? Song Lijing, incensed, was ready to retort to Su Yang, when suddenly Su Dajiang interjected. All right, Xiaoqi, Jingjing, let us cease this discourse and take a seat. You must be famished after your journey. Su Dajiang gestured for Su Chenqi and the others to sit down. Thank you, uncle and aunt, Song Lijing said, her expression softening as she offered her gratitude with a smile. She then seated herself beside Su Dajiang and his wife. Given it was her first visit, she felt it prudent to maintain a dignified demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Yang sat alone in a corner near the door, almost as if he were invisible. Chapter 15. Will my 500,000 be repaid? Once Su Chenqi and Song Lijing arrived, the evening banquet commenced in earnest, with servers beginning to present hot dishes. As everyone dined, conversations flowed. Jingjing, you work at Ollie Finance, correct? How much do you earn in a year? Inquired Su Dehua with a cheerful demeanor. Aunt, I am indeed at Ollie Finance, but as I have only recently joined, my salary is modest, around 4 to 500,000 a year, Song Lijing responded modestly. 4 to 500,000 a year? My heavens! Sister-in-law, you are far too humble. That amount is quite substantial. I only make about 200,000 annually. Chen Jingxian exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Converting 4 to 500,000 a year translates to at least over 30,000 a month. Even in linen, that constitutes a high-paying job. Hee, but you are in a stable position within the system. Song Lijing complimented Chen Jingxian, well aware that her family holds considerable shares in a garment factory, with only 2 daughters to inherit them, thus securing their future as genuine second-generation affluent individuals. Building rapport with them early on is undoubtedly advantageous. Ha! Sister Jing, stability holds little value if one does not earn money. If it weren't for my mother insisting I work, I would have ventured into business instead. Working cannot compare to the thrill of entrepreneurship. Chen Jingxian chuckled softly, covering her mouth. The two seemed to bond instantly, engaging in delightful conversation. Only Su Yang understood that such instant camaraderie was merely a fade. Their interests were intertwined, revealing a more pragmatic nature. Song Lijing and Chen Jingxian shared a common trait: no profit, no initiative. However, this was of no concern to Su Yang. His focus was solely on his meal. Once satisfied, he would take his leave. After all, one should enjoy a meal when present at a gathering, rather than merely spectating. Yet, Su Yang had no intention of mingling with those who indulged in pretense, although it appeared they were not inclined to let him be. Yangsu, I heard your investments have all gone awry. Now you can hardly afford a meal. This dinner may very well be the finest you'll enjoy in the coming years. Be sure to savor it, Su Chenqi remarked with a smirk. Such blatant mockery was not lost on Su Yang, yet he remained unfazed. Xiaoqi, you are right. One should not refuse a complimentary meal. After Su Yang finished speaking, he promptly transferred the remaining half of a large lobster from the table into his own bowl. Witnessing this scene, Song Lijing couldn't help but furrow her brow. After all, he was her ex-boyfriend, and Su Yang's embarrassingly brazen behavior left her feeling quite humiliated. She found it perplexing that despite his financial ruin, Su Yang had transformed so drastically. He had once been courteous and poised, savoring his food with grace. Could it be that wealth truly has the power to alter one's essence so profoundly? While a pang of sympathy stirred within her, she also felt a profound sense of relief for having ended their relationship in a timely manner. Had she not done so, she might have eventually found herself in dire straits because of him. Well then, go ahead and eat. If you wish to indulge again in the future, just seek me out. I would gladly treat even a beggar, let alone you, my cousin. Su Chenqi scoffed, blatantly ridiculing Su Yang by likening him to a beggar. Wow, Xiaoqi, how generous of you. Not only are you treating him to a meal, but your girlfriend also owes me 500,000. Why don't you settle that on her behalf? Su Yang set down his chopsticks, grinning broadly at Su Chenqi. 500,000? Jingjing, do you owe him that much? Upon hearing of Song Lijing's significant debt, Su Chenqi's expression darkened immediately. Though 500,000 was not a substantial sum for their family and could be produced with ease, it was imperative that such funds were allocated solely for personal use. The notion of repaying a debt for a girlfriend was utterly out of the question. Even if they were married, the distinction between premarital and postmarital assets and liabilities must be maintained. Therefore, the matter required clarity. It was borrowed by my brother, Song Lijing hastily explained. Once she finished, she quickly redirected the focus onto Su Yang. Su Yang, what do you mean by bringing this up? Did I ever imply that I wouldn't repay you? Oh, you intend to repay me? Then do so. Su Yang chuckled lightly before adding, you may claim you wish to repay, yet there has been no action to support your words. You do have 200,000 in savings, don't you? If I am not mistaken, your savings have already been appropriated by your mother to purchase a house for your brother, correct? Su Yang possessed a keen understanding of the Song family. It was no exaggeration to say that they were akin to vampires, relentlessly siphoning resources from Song Lijing. Previously, Su Yang had been indifferent to their behavior, as his wealth rendered him immune to their draining. However, for others, such resilience was not an option. It was precisely this insight into the family's dynamics that allowed Su Yang to hit the nail on the head. Su Yang, stop spouting nonsense. Yes, you. I will repay this debt as soon as possible. Song Lijing furtively glanced at Su Chenqi, fearful that he might misinterpret her as a gold digger. Indeed, my sister-in-law earns 400,000 to 500,000 a year. Surely she can manage to repay her debts? Chimed in Chen Jingxian from the side. All right, when can you do that? Within a week, I will return you 200,000, she declared. No problem. I will await your 200,000. And the remaining 300,000 must be cleared within a month. Very well. Song Lijing gritted her teeth in determination. Repaying 500,000 within a month is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, she firmly believes that she can acquire the necessary funds. With so many backup options available, surely they can pool together enough resources? For instance, there is Chun Mingho, the seasoned admirer who previously arranged her accommodations at the hotel. With his substantial salary, borrowing 20,000 to 30,000 should pose no difficulty. Furthermore, with bonuses imminent, he could easily secure an additional 100,000, which should suffice to cover her needs. Very well. Since that is the case, you all take your time dining. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Su Yang remarked, wiping his mouth with a towel before casually tossing it onto the table. He stood up, turned, and departed. The spectacle had reached its conclusion, and the foundations of conflict between Song Lijing and the Su family had been laid. Given Su Yang's understanding of Su Dejiang, his uncle would never permit his daughter-in-law to be a mere opportunist. The likelihood of their union is minimal, and it's possible that Song Lijing may end up being taken advantage of once again. As for Song Lijing's debts, Su Yang certainly intends to reclaim them. He possesses wealth, but he is not a benefactor. Every penny must remain firmly under his control. And what of Song Lijing's employment? Did she truly believe she could continue working at Humbly Finance with such ease? By the time Su Yang returned home, it was already 7 in the evening. After a refreshing shower, he intended to retire for the night. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health, and Su Yang places great importance on a slumber. The following day at Humbly Finance, Da Peng, you've done remarkably well. In such a short span, you're being promoted to department manager. We shall rely on your assistance going forward. Lu Zhangping stood before the HR manager, momentarily rendered speechless, unable to grasp the situation. He had become a department manager? Could it be? Was the pace of promotion truly this swift? It is no wonder Lu Zhangping was astonished. He had only been with Humbly Finance for 2 to 3 years. By experience, he was merely a novice. Even if promotion were on the table, he was far from the forefront. Moreover, Lu Zhangping's performance had not been particularly remarkable, merely average, better than an intern but still lacking. With such capabilities, being a team leader would be a stretch, let alone a department manager. It was certainly beyond his reach. Yet, Lu Zhangping seemed blissfully unaware of his mismatched qualifications for such a position. At that moment, his heart brimmed with elation, as if a grand opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into his lap. Indeed, it is real. Look, the appointment document has already been issued. From today onward, you are the department manager of the investment finance department. The document will soon be disseminated to all departments via email. I hope you will strive diligently, grow stronger, and achieve further brilliance. The HR manager concluded, presenting a document before Lu Zhangping. Upon receiving it, Lu Zhangping eagerly began to read. As he comprehended the contents and admired the envious red seal, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. He had truly become the department manager. This was an extraordinary occasion indeed. It is essential to understand that upon becoming a department manager, it is not merely a promotion in title. The remuneration likewise ascends. A department manager is entitled to partake in the business commission of the entire department. What does this imply? It signifies that if the department achieves a task valued at 10 million, the manager could receive a commission of 10,000. Naturally, this ratio is merely illustrative. One might earn 100,000 or even 1 million, while another may only receive 1,000. The specifics largely depend on the company and the department in question. However, one certainty remains. Upon attaining the managerial position, the salary will undoubtedly surge. Presently, Lu Zhangping has an annual income of 400,000 to 500,000, and upon his promotion, it is likely to double. This suggests that he may very well join the ranks of elite individuals earning $1 million annually. $1 million salary transcends the mere definition of an employee. Even many small business owners cannot guarantee an annual profit of $1 million. Thus, those who secure such salaries are undoubtedly considered elites in today's world. Upon receiving his appointment letter, Lu Zhanting returned to the office accompanied by the HR manager, who publicly announced the news. All right, everyone, from now on, Manager Lu will be your leader. Any matters henceforth should be reported to him. After delivering this directive, the HR manager turned and departed. Subsequently, a throng of colleagues gathered around Lu Zhanting, extolling his virtues. Regardless of their true feelings, they had to put on a facade of support. After all, he was now their superior, and opposing him was not an option. Lu Zhanting felt a surge of satisfaction amidst their flattery. The time had come for him to truly showcase his capabilities. As a manager, he was afforded an independent office, and soon he relocated to his new workspace. After tidying up the office, a knock echoed from outside. "Manager Lu." "Ah, Li Jing, it's you. Please come in." Upon seeing Song Lijing, Lu Zhanting's eyes lit up. She was, after all, the former girlfriend of his good friend Su Yang, exquisite in form and fair in complexion. It would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no feelings toward her. However, she had been Su Yang's girlfriend, and Su Yang was a scion of wealth, someone Lu Zhanting could not afford to provoke. Yet, circumstances had shifted. Su Yang's family had declared bankruptcy, and he and Song Lijing had parted ways. Now, with Lu Zhanting's ascension, she had become one of his subordinates. Under these new dynamics, Lu Zhanting's mind began to wander. "Congratulations, manager. You've achieved such a young promotion. Your future is boundless," Song Lijing remarked with a smile, albeit tinged with a hint of envy. Both joined Ollie Financial at the same time and had similar performance records, yet now Lu Zhanting had soared, while she had not even attained the position of team leader. Inevitably, a sense of disparity lingered in her heart. Laughter erupted as Lijing remarked, "We are old classmates. There's no need for such formality. When we're alone, please call me Dapeng. Ultimately, you were once my sister-in-law." Lu Zhanting burst into laughter, and with that single utterance, the distance between the two was instantly diminished. "Dapeng, please don't mock me. I have broken up with Su Yang. He is nothing but a wastrel. Once he went bankrupt, he was left utterly helpless. Nowhere near as ambitious as you," Song Lijing replied with a charming smile, captivating Lu Zhanting completely. Since her breakup with Su Yang, Song Lijing had learned to be prudent. Before contemplating marriage, it was wise to have several backup options. Should one fail, others could serve as alternatives. This mindset led her to go on blind dates, accept gifts from Chen Mingho, and agree to be with Su Chenqi. Upon hearing of Lu Zhanting's recent promotion, she promptly approached him, eager to curry favor. She skillfully navigated her relationships with various men, aiming to maximize her benefits, a reflection of her current thoughts. Indeed, Su Yang is a failure. Just the other day, he even asked to borrow money from me. Upon mentioning Su Yang, Lu Zhanting became animated. In the past, he had merely been a sycophant to Su Yang. Now, however, he believed himself to have surpassed him. Lu Zhanting felt a sense of triumph akin to a long-suffering wife finally becoming the matriarch. Yes, he even asked me for money, claiming that after selling his factory, he invested all his funds in shorting gold futures, only to lose everything. Song Lijing stifled a giggle. For someone like her, witnessing her ex-boyfriend's misfortunes was a source of satisfaction. Nothing was more distressing than seeing him thrive while she struggled. Only when her ex faced adversity could she firmly believe that ending their relationship was the right decision. How unfortunate for him. During that period, shorting gold futures seemed foolproof. After all, none could have anticipated the sudden outbreak of conflict, Lu Zhanting mused. Su Yang was overly confident. Even if he intended to short gold futures, he should have invested cautiously, preserving some capital to recover. Lu Zhanting sat in his managerial chair, one hand cradling a teacup while the other gently tapped the table. The sensation of hindsight, akin to a strategist reviewing past battles, was immensely gratifying. Indeed, after graduating, Su Yang had little exposure to finance. How could he possibly understand the intricacies? However, Dapeng, now that you are a manager, do you have any investment plans? Everyone is eagerly awaiting your inaugural initiative to lead us to prosperity. Chapter 17. I will return to gather funds. Song Lijing and her colleagues belong to the investment department of Ollie Financial. The purpose of this department was to engage in various capital investments, specifically within the securities market, involving the buying and selling of stocks, futures, and funds. They wielded vast sums of money, often amounting to tens or even hundreds of billions, with substantial returns on investments. Even an ordinary employee like Song Lijing could command an annual salary of 4 to 500,000. Employees with exceptional performance often earn 2 to 3 million a year, which is quite commonplace. Generally, when a new leader ascends, they are undoubtedly capable and adept at generating revenue for the team. This has historically been the case. Furthermore, upon taking office, new leaders are granted an investment exemption privilege, a distinctive feature of Ollie Finance. What does this investment exemption entail? It means that the initial investment organized by the new leader can access 500 million in funds to conduct precise investments alongside their team, regardless of the investment outcome. There is no liability incurred. In other words, if the investment proves successful, everyone reaps substantial bonuses. Conversely, if it falters, there are no losses incurred by the team. This arrangement constitutes a win-win situation. Consequently, every new manager in previous years has approached their inaugural investment with remarkable boldness, seeking not stability, but greater profits. History has shown them to be correct. The returns from 500 million in capital are indeed formidable, allowing all to prosper abundantly. Thus, following Liu Zhanting's ascension, anticipation for this singular investment exemption is palpable. Should the investment succeed, they might seize the opportunity to earn a significant profit. How could I forget? Let us convene a meeting to deliberate on our forthcoming investment, Liu Zhanting cheerfully proposed. Yes, Depeng, I'll notify everyone right away. An hour later, the attendees in the conference room finalized their investment strategy, shorting soybean futures. This year, favorable weather conditions across the nation predict a bountiful harvest of soybeans. With such a harvest, soybean futures are bound to decline. Conversely, a poor harvest would lead to an increase in futures prices, with the harvest imminent in a month. Shorting soybeans at this juncture guarantees a risk-free profit. Once the investment plan was established, Liu Zhanting submitted it for approval, following the necessary review by the Risk Control Department. Upon verification, the 500 million allocation would be authorized. They could then commence shorting soybean futures. Depeng, if this investment yields profits, how much could we potentially earn? Before the investment even commenced, Song Lijing was already envisioning the profits. Based on my calculations, factoring in leverage, we could easily earn over 100 million. With a 20% commission, our entire department would receive 20 million in commissions. That means each person could earn over $1 million. Upon hearing this figure, Song Lijing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The finance sector, indeed, is the most lucrative industry. The more capital involved, the easier it becomes to amass great wealth. Just one investment can yield an entire year's salary for each individual. No wonder so many aspire to enter this field. The opportunities at the top of this industry are unparalleled. Certainly, high returns are synonymous with high risks. Such substantial profits invariably come with significant risks. Particularly in the realm of futures trading, the introduction of leverage can lead to devastating losses. This time, due to his exemption, Liu Zhanting has applied considerable leverage. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so audacious. How splendid! If I managed to secure over $1 million, I could purchase a car. Song Lijing began to dream. After receiving the funds, if she repays 500,000 to Su Yang, she would still have another 500,000 left. This amount would suffice for her to acquire a good vehicle. Lijing, would you be interested in investing a bit as well? Liu Zhanting inquired suddenly. Invest a little myself? Isn't it against company policy for employees to engage in stock trading? Song Lijing hesitated, clearly caught off guard by this proposition. While it is officially prohibited, there is no rule against using a family member's account for trading. I've been utilizing my sister's account for my investments. They could hardly trace it back to her during due diligence. Liu Zhanting replied with a hint of pride. As finance professionals, they inherently possess more information than the average individual. Thus, Personal financial investments are forbidden. Engaging in stock trading or futures is not permitted. However, if it involves relatives, such restrictions do not apply. After all, one can only impose constraints on their employees, but not on their parents. What price could one offer to persuade someone to abandon a successful trading venture? Oh, I see. However, I am concerned about potential losses, Song Lijing admitted, displaying a moment of hesitation. Although a thorough analysis suggested that the likelihood of loss in this investment was minimal. The soybean harvest was merely a month away, and there had been no recent weather disturbances such as typhoons. Modern weather forecasting is remarkably advanced, capable of predicting storms well in advance. With no typhoons anticipated, there is little cause for concern regarding soybean yields. As for sudden extreme weather events, the probability of such occurrences is even lower than winning the lottery. It seems improbable that if they shorted soybean futures, extreme weather would ensue. Thus, this investment appears to be quite sound. Indeed, your apprehension is understandable. I intend to invest over 800,000, which constitutes nearly my entire savings. If you are hesitant, you might consider investing a modest 10,000 to 20,000 just for experience. With a tenfold leverage, earning a few thousand as pocket money is certainly feasible. Lu Zhanteng, having earned significantly while spending sparingly in recent years, could comfortably allocate 800,000. Yet, as he himself acknowledged, this amount represents all his savings, making this venture a decisive gamble. In truth, Lu Zhanteng had initially been reluctant to commit such a large sum. However, after his promotion to manager, his confidence swelled, compounded by the company's injection of $500 million into the soybean futures market for shorting. While $500 million is not an insignificant amount in the futures market, it is not overwhelming either. The influx of such capital is bound to create a herd mentality, even if they encounter pressure from bullish forces. He felt reassured that he could withdraw his 800,000 in a timely manner, alleviating his fears of incurring losses. Dapeng, are you truly that confident? Haha, isn't investing just like this? If you don't believe in it yourself, then there's no need to continue in this field. All right, I will gather some funds. May I invest using your account? Of course, that is not an issue. I shall respond to you tomorrow. Excellent. Chapter 18. The big player has entered the field after work. Song Lijing hurried home and shared the news with her mother, Yu Xiaofeng. Mom, you must withdraw that 200,000. This investment is absolutely without any risk. That 200,000 can directly transform into 2 million. Once we make a profit, I will give you 500,000 directly. Upon returning home, Song Lijing persistently urged Yu Xiaofeng to withdraw the money. She was not attempting to deceive her mother. Rather, she genuinely believed that this time, with futures and leverage investments, they could earn such a substantial sum. Jingjing, are you truly serious? Is the profit margin really that vast? Yu Xiaofeng was evidently swayed by her daughter's words. If 200,000 could indeed become 2 million, it was worth a try. Yes, sister, this is 200,000. Are you sure about trading that soybean futures? What if it fails? That money would be lost. Upon hearing his sister's plea for money, Song Keita sprang up from the sofa, his interest piqued. Of course it's true. Our company has allocated 500 million to short soybean futures. How could a project with such substantial investment from our large company be false? Song Lijing asserted emphatically. Moreover, Mom, if this investment succeeds, then the 50,000 owed to my brother can be repaid. Xiaoda, you wouldn't want to dig into your own pocket for that 50,000, would you? Song Lijing understood her brother well. The moment he heard he might have to spend 50,000, he immediately appeared disheartened. Lu Kaili, who was in Song Keita's embrace, became intrigued and couldn't he help but ask, Sister, is it true that your company has invested 500 million in shorting soybean futures? Absolutely. Our manager has already submitted the proposal for approval today. The fund should be allocated by tomorrow, Song Lijing eagerly explained, noticing Lu Kaili's interest. Mom, why don't you just give Sister 200,000? Sister, just so we're clear, if we make a profit, you must give us 500,000. Lu Kaili said with a playful smile. Yu Xiaofeng hesitated. The profit potential was indeed substantial, but she genuinely could not produce such a large sum. The 200,000 her daughter had entrusted to her had long been used to buy a house and a car for her son. Presently, she couldn't even withdraw 50,000, let alone 200,000. Seeing her mother's hesitance, Song Lijing could no longer contain herself and tentatively asked, "Mom, did you really use that 200,000 to buy a house for my brother? Please be honest with me. If you did, I won't hold it against you." Although Yu Xiaofeng had previously admitted to this matter, Song Lijing felt that it was merely a result of her mother's frustration. Now, she sought to hear her mother confirm the truth directly, even though she already sensed the answer within her heart. Indeed, it is true that a house has been purchased for your brother. After all, he is your brother. When he seeks to buy a home, it is only natural for you to provide him with assistance. Do not blame mother. Yu Xiaofeng is well aware that she must eventually be candid with her daughter regarding this matter. Thus, it is better to disclose the truth sooner rather than later. Informing her in advance will allow her heart to accept it with greater ease. Indeed, Song Lijing let out a wry smile. The 200,000 she had painstakingly saved, frugally accumulated over time, was resting with her mother, originally intended for her own future needs. Who could have anticipated that it would ultimately find its way into her brother's hands? Jingjing, it is not that mother is unwilling to assist you. It is simply that I have no funds at hand. Kaylee, why not lend some money to your sister? She has already invested 500 million in her company. This is an excellent investment opportunity, and I believe you should consider it. Yu Xiaofeng pondered for a moment before finally turning to her daughter-in-law for assistance. Lu Kaylee's family background was relatively stable. During her marriage, she had received a substantial dowry from the Song family. Being an only child, her family had also provided her with a generous bridal gift. She must have considerable savings at her disposal. Surely, she could part with 200,000 without issue. Mother, I was thinking the same thing. Since my sister is so confident, should I not consider investing even more? Perhaps 800,000? Upon hearing this figure, Song Lijing's eyes brightened instantly. She had not expected that her sister-in-law could produce such a sum. 800,000 was an amount that would take Song Lijing 2 years of labor to earn. My love, where did you acquire such a substantial amount of money? Song Keita sat up straight, gazing curiously at his wife. The fact that she could present such a considerable sum astonished him. I certainly cannot muster that much. The most I can contribute is 500,000, which includes my dowry and the bridal gifts from my parents. As for the remaining 300,000, we can mortgage the car. Lu Kaylee explained with a smile. Mortgage the car? Absolutely not. What if the investment fails? We would lose both our money and the car. Upon hearing the suggestion to mortgage the vehicle, Song Keita shook his head vigorously. The car was his lifeline, and he would not entertain the idea of parting with it. Why are you so lacking in ambition? Sister has already stated that their company has invested 500 million. There is no way they will incur losses. This is our own sister. Can she possibly deceive us? Lu Kaylee shot her husband an exasperated glare. This man was overly attached to a mere vehicle. It was truly disheartening. She began to regret her marriage. If it were not for the fact that Song Keita treated her exceptionally well and generously, she might not have wed him at all. But, Lily, the stock market carries risks. Futures are high-risk investments. Should we face losses, we would be left with nothing. Song Kijifronid as his spock. The risks associated with the stock market are well known. High returns accompany high risks. The dangers of futures are even greater. As long as one does not sell stocks, there is no loss. Investing for 10, 8, or even 20 to 30 years, as long as the company does not collapse. There will inevitably come a day when the value rises again. However, in the realm of futures trading, one must contend with the formidable specter of forced liquidation. It is entirely plausible to incur losses so severe that one is left with nothing but the barest essentials. While Song Keita may be lacking in formal education, he possesses a fundamental understanding of this reality. I am certainly aware of this. Lu Kaylee nodded affirmatively, continuing, but let us not forget what our sister does. She is associated with Humbly Financial. With Humbly Financial committing 500 million to shorting soybean futures, this is a clear indication of institutional involvement. The information we have in hand is indeed first-hand, classified intel. With such advantageous insider knowledge, can one merely stand idly by and watch as an opportunity slips away? Lu Kaili evidently possessed a deeper understanding of financial matters than Song Keita. Her assertions held merit. Understanding the movements of institutional players equates to grasping the direction of investment. If one is aware of the trajectory of these players, yet hesitates to act, it may be time to reconsider one's place in the financial sector. Chapter 19. Jumping into the pit so soon, is what Lily said truly accurate? Song Keita found it hard to believe. Absolutely. Our company will commence operations tomorrow. At that time, you shall provide me with the funds, and I will engage in the trading alongside you. With a tenfold leverage, I assure you that your 800,000 could transform into 5 million. Song Lijing declared with confidence. The potential profits promised to be staggering. With leverage applied, 800,000 becomes 8 million. Earning 5 million from that sum is exceedingly feasible. Very well, elder sister, let us proceed thus. We shall lend you 300,000, and the remaining 500,000 shall be considered our own investment, Lu Kaili decisively proclaimed. However, she was not one to lend money without conditions. Just as Song Lijing was about to express gratitude for such a reasonable sister-in-law, she continued, should this investment prove successful, that 300,000 could yield over 1 million, correct? At that juncture, you could take the 500,000 to settle your debts, and the remaining 300,000 in principal along with the profits shall be returned to us. Yet, should the investment falter, that 300,000 must still be repaid, as it is borrowed money. Lu Kaili was no fool. Acknowledging the risks associated with investment was acceptable. She was willing to shoulder that burden. Nevertheless, she refused to risk total ruin. At the very least, the vehicle must not be lost. The 300,000 secured against the car would be treated as a loan to Song Lijing. One cannot allow Song Lijing to benefit without accountability, after all. The borrowed funds must be repaid. In the unfortunate event of a loss, should the elder sister return the 300,000, they would at least preserve their vehicle. Lu Kaili was hardly so magnanimous as to only request the repayment of 300,000. However, they were only superficially knowledgeable about futures trading. While they understood that soybean prices were set to decline, the timing of such a drop remained a mystery. If they shorted the market in the coming days only to see soybean prices unexpectedly surge, they would face catastrophic losses, particularly with institutional forces entering the market, aggressively pushing soybean prices higher. Their modest capital could be obliterated in an instant. Thus, it was imperative that a professional like Song Lijing be entrusted with the execution of this strategy. If she were to manage the trade, then naturally, she must also bear the associated risks. This time, it was Song Lijing who hesitated. Among the 300,000, 200,000 originally belonged to her. It was merely allocated by her mother to purchase a house for her brother. Now that an investment opportunity had arisen, her brother had given her 300,000. Even if she were to incur losses, she would only need to repay 100,000. Where's the logic in having to repay the entire 300,000? Lijing, why are you hesitating? This is you begging your brother and sister-in-law for investment, not the other way around. It's settled then. You shall borrow 300,000, and if it fails, it will be on you. Their father, Song Changshan, slammed the table decisively. Although Song Lijing felt a twinge of reluctance, she reasoned that this investment was unlikely to bear significant risk and ultimately acquiesced. Subsequently, Lu Kaili first transferred 500,000 to Song Lijing, then contacted a pawn company to mortgage her car and secure an additional 300,000. She was not concerned about Song Lijing absconding with the money. After all, Song Lijing was a pampered daughter. As long as Yu Xiaofeng spoke up, she would never dare to resist. However, feeling somewhat disgruntled, that same day, Song Lijing sought out a loan company, leveraging her beauty to take several photographs, and secured a loan of 200,000. She also maximized her financial accounts with Ollie Finance and Penguin Finance, ultimately amassing a total of 400,000 in funds. Adding the 300,000 lent by Lu Kaili, she had a total of 700,000. This time, Song Lijing was truly fighting with her back against the wall. It was a matter of success or failure. She firmly believed that she would not suffer losses. On the other side, in Wanghu Villa District, the largest and most luxurious villa area in Linan, resided the city's wealthiest elite. Among them was the overtly recognized richest individual in Linen, Old Ma, the chairman of Ali Group, who occupied Villa Number 2, the second largest villa after the King of Villas, Number 1. The owner of Villa Number 1 was Su Yang, who had feigned bankruptcy. The villa, originally purchased by his parents, had been nominally reclaimed by the bank and was slated for auction. To maintain the facade, Su Yang would certainly not return to that villa. The Wanghu villa had always been managed by staff, ready for immediate occupancy, prompting Su Yang to relocate here. This place was much quieter, free from the incessant disturbance of various internet celebrities infiltrating their lives. At that moment, within Villa Number 1, Mr. Su, Liu Zhangping had ascended to the position of manager in the investment department of Ali Finance and had activated the first investment exemption. He opted to short soybean futures. Dressed in uniform, Liu Qingqing respectfully reported to Su Yang. Shorting soybean futures? A smile crept across Su Yang's lips. Has this fellow jumped into the pit so soon? Jump into the pit. Mr. Su, the soybean yield this year is exceptional. Shorting soybean futures should pose no issue, right? The price of soybeans has been consistently declining lately, and many long positions have already fled. Liu Qingqing inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Furthermore, Mr. Su, I fail to comprehend why you have not dismissed Liu Zhangping, who has evidently betrayed you. I understand that your decision to retain him may stem from past camaraderie, yet I cannot fathom your rationale for promoting him. Liu Qingqing was genuinely perplexed. Having accompanied Su Yang for many years, she was acutely aware of his decisive and vengeful nature. A benevolent individual could never attain the commercial empire he has today. Yet, this very man, in the face of betrayal from an old classmate, chooses to elevate him to a position with a lucrative salary. This left Liu Qingqing utterly confounded. Ha ha, Qingqing, are you not aware of my principles in business? Su Yang responded with a knowing smile. To bring about one's downfall, one must first incite their arrogance. I presume Liu Zhangping will soon invest in shorting soybean futures himself? His words astonished Liu Qingqing once more. This was precisely the matter she intended to report to Su Yang. Liu Zhangping believed that his stock trading activities remained unknown to the company. However, even if he utilized a stranger's account, the company could uncover the truth. It was merely a matter of willingness to investigate. Liu Qingqing had indeed discovered Liu Zhangping's clandestine trading, initially planning to leverage this information to have him dismissed from Ali Financial. Yet, she never anticipated that Su Yang had an alternative plan. Mr. Su, are you a seer? How do you know everything? Liu Qingqing asked with admiration. Haha, I merely understand this old classmate of mine. Su Yang replied with a calm smile. Such a golden opportunity, he would certainly not let slip by. If I were unaware of even this minor secret about an old classmate, it would be a true failure on my part. Mr. Su, should we intervene? If we do not, he may indeed amass considerable wealth. Liu Qingqing expressed her concern. The more he revels in his success, the greater the affront to you. There's no need. He is merely digging his own grave. Soybean prices are bound to soar. Chapter 20. A meal invitation. Su Yang was not speaking without reason. He was genuinely confident that soybean futures would experience a meteoric rise. The rationale was straightforward. In 2 weeks, the soybean-producing regions would be beset by an unprecedented torrential downpour, a once-in-a-century deluge. This catastrophic rainfall would result in substantial losses, plunging the entire city into severe flooding. The soybean harvest, in particular, would suffer devastating blows, with yields reduced to nearly nothing. Under such circumstances, the prices of soybean futures would inevitably surge, and the bullish sentiment would obliterate the bears. For those shorting, escape would be impossible, leading to significant losses. Larger investors might have a glimmer of hope. Their primary advantage lies in ample margin, allowing them to withstand the risks without being forcibly liquidated. However, ordinary investors would not be so fortunate. Should their margin fall short, they would face compulsory liquidation, and at that point, their capital would be nearly extinguished. When that moment arrives, the years of hard-earned savings that Liu Zhangping has amassed will undoubtedly go up in flames. Su Yang's promotion of Liu Zhangping was merely a stratagem to lull him into a false sense of security, leading him to believe that his ascent was solely due to his own merit. Little did he realize that everything he currently enjoyed was a gift from Su Yang. Without Su Yang's support, how could he possibly secure a lucrative annual salary in the hundreds of thousands? Given that this fortune was bestowed upon him by Su Yang, his betrayal would inevitably require restitution. Of course, it may not necessarily be returned to Su Yang directly, as long as it is no longer in Liu Zhangping's possession. That would suffice. The same rationale applies to Song Lijing. Liu Qingqing had also reported Song Lijing's stock trading activities. Thus, Su Yang seized this opportunity to address both matters simultaneously. As for how he was aware of the impending torrential rains in the soybean-producing regions and the subsequent surge in soybean futures, the explanation is quite straightforward. As a master of the system, possessing a stock trend chart is rather effortless. Su Yang's achievements are not solely attributable to the gifts from the system. A significant portion of his success is due to his own diligent efforts. However, Su Yang has now reached a point where he no longer needs to intervene personally. The tools he once acquired from the system have become less relevant. Mr. Su, does this mean we have nothing further to do? Precisely. We shall simply await their inevitable missteps in their investments. Indeed, Mr. Su, your wisdom is unparalleled. It is but a trivial skill. Liu Qingqing harbored no doubts regarding Su Yang's foresight. Over the years, she had come to understand that whenever Su Yang predicted an event, it would invariably come to pass, impervious to any alterations. Meanwhile, at Ollie Finance, 1,200,000? Lijing, you have been rather discreet. Liu Zhangping was taken aback upon receiving Song Lijing's transfer. He had initially assumed that her investment would amount to a mere 100,000 or so, knowing her financial habits. This was a woman who often struggled to make ends meet, let alone save. Yet here she was, with an astonishing sum of 120,000, which was indeed quite astonishing. Oh, it's nothing really. I saved a little, my brother contributed some, and I borrowed a bit from friends to amass this amount. Song Lijing explained with a smile. I see. Lijing, you certainly possess remarkable courage. Liu Zhangping chuckled lightly before adding, however, I have also put together 1 million. I originally intended to use it for a house, but now I have withdrawn all my savings and borrowed a little as well. Unlike Song Lijing, Liu Zhangping had diligently saved his earnings over the past 2 or 3 years, managing to accumulate around 800,000 in cash after covering his basic living expenses. The remaining 200,000 stemmed from online loans. He was supremely confident that this venture would yield profits, and even if the interest rates were somewhat steep, it posed no concern. Most importantly, he would receive a salary of 50 to 60,000 next month, ample to cover the monthly repayments for the loans. Wow, that is quite the investment. You are truly going all in this time. Having invested such a considerable sum, I certainly cannot disappoint you. Let us embark on a significant venture together this time. No witties. The market has been in a tug-of-war between bulls and bears these past few days. But by noon the day after tomorrow, the bulls should reach their peak, and we can then enter the market as bears. Indeed, we will manage the 500 million. Our 2 million relies entirely on you. Rest assured, do you doubt my capabilities in handling matters? If we profit, dinner's on me. It's a promise. After both parties reached an agreement, they returned to their respective tasks. Soon, the third day arrived. Early in the morning, the personnel from the Ollie Financial Investment Department gathered at the company, as today held a mission that required punctuality. Before long, it was 9:30 and the market opened. The traders in the investment department were seasoned professionals. After several minutes of diligent effort, the 500 million smoothly entered the market. Simultaneously, Liu Zhangping utilized his 1 million alongside Song Lijing's 120,000, entering the market with a tenfold leverage. 500 million may not be a colossal amount, but it certainly is substantial. Such a significant short position naturally attracted the attention of astute observers, indicating that the major players had entered the fray. Consequently, Liu Zhangping's operations went unnoticed. With 220,000 successfully shorted, Liu Zhangping signaled a celebratory gesture to Song Lijing, marking the perfect success of their mission. Song Lijing responded with a smile. Lijing, shall we dine together this evening? We can celebrate in advance. Sure, where shall we eat? How about the nearby Yangsu Japanese restaurant? Sound great. It has been a while since I last enjoyed Japanese cuisine. All right, We shall leave together after work. Perfect. Meanwhile, Su Yang received a call from Zhao Muxue. Dinner? Where to? Su Yang asked curiously. Zhao Muxue had recently been overly enthusiastic towards him. Were it not for the 5 million she had bestowed upon him, he might have suspected himself to be ensnared in a scam. Shall we head to Yangsu Japanese restaurant? It's right in the city center. Zhao Muxue replied with a smile. Japanese food? What is so delightful about that? Su Yang grimaced. He genuinely disliked Japanese cuisine, especially raw dishes, which he could not fathom consuming. As for the cooked items, weren't they simply variations of burgers found in any fast food outlet? Sushi? Gimbap? Such fare seemed utterly unremarkable. Of course, some individuals regarded Japanese cuisine as sophisticated, with terms like tempura and sushi sounding quite refined. The dining environment also appeared quite upscale. Yet for Su Yang, it all seemed nonsensical. Can a humble establishment truly be considered grand? With 5,000 years of culinary history in China, who would choose Japanese food? Chapter 21. Why is it that wherever I am, you are there too? Is it so unreasonable for me to wish to eat what I desire, and for you to accompany me? Zhao Muxue's somewhat irritable voice came through the phone. How could this little man be so oblivious? Oh, in that case, I shall treat you. Tonight? Su Yang finally realized. Since it is the other party who has graciously offered a host, it is only natural that they choose the venue. The prices at the Japanese restaurant may seem exorbitant to the average person, with everything being rather expensive. A casual meal would easily amount to 600 or 700 yuan. However, for Su Yang, this is not a significant concern. Indeed, how about tonight? Do you have time? Of course I have time. When a beautiful lady invites, how could I possibly decline? Splendid. Let us meet at 6 this evening at Yangsu Japanese cuisine. We shall not part ways. Very well then. Before long, the clock struck 6. After a brief tidying up, Su Yang set out in his Mazda. His residence at Wanghu Villa is conveniently located in the city center, a mere 5-minute drive away. However, given that it was rush hour, the roads were congested, and it took him a full 20 minutes to arrive at his destination. Upon his arrival, Zhao Muxue was already waiting inside the restaurant. She had not reserved a private room, but had chosen a table by the window, affording a splendid view of the nightscape, while also allowing her to see who entered through the door. Su Yang, over here. Upon spotting him, Zhao Muxue waved energetically. I apologize for being late, Muxue, Su Yang said, his face etched with remorse. It is indeed somewhat inconsiderate to keep a lady waiting when treating her to a meal. It's quite all right. You're not late at all. I just settled in myself, Zhao Muxue replied with a smile, then pushed the menu toward Su Yang. What would you like to eat? No need, you choose. Just order some cooked dishes for me. Su Yang returned the menu with a grin. He was not particularly fond of Japanese cuisine and was unsure of what was delectable, so it was best to let her make the selections. All right then, I shall indulge without restraint. Today, I intend to treat a generous guest. Haha, no worries. Spend as much as you wish. I just received 5 million from you. Su Yang laughed heartily. When hosting a meal, one should allow the guest the freedom to order. Hesitating would only diminish the enjoyment of the dining experience. Very well. I shall place the order. Zhao Muxue pressed the bell on the table to summon the waiter and began to order the dishes. Zhao Muxue truly was a kind-hearted girl. While she spoke of treating a lavish meal, the items she ordered were quite modest. She did not select any sashimi, such as salmon, but rather opted for cooked dishes that Su Yang would enjoy. That should be all. Zhao Muxue handed the menu back to the waiter. Excuse me, would you not like some sashimi? Our salmon was airlifted fresh from Norway this morning and is exceptionally delicious, the waiter suggested, noticing the absence of sashimi on their order. No, thank you. Zhao Muxue began to decline, but before she could finish, Su Yang interjected. All right, let us have a portion of sashimi, and also some sweet shrimp and sea urchin, please. Su Yang proceeded to order a total of about 10 dishes. Very well, sir. The waiter, seeing the numerous items ordered, could not help but smile. The more orders customers place, the happier they naturally become. The store's revenue is, after all, linked to their wages. Su Yang, didn't you say you dislike sashimi, which is why I ordered cooked dishes for you? Why have you ordered so much sashimi? Zhao Muxue couldn't help but inquire. Well, I guess you might enjoy it. When treating you to a meal, It must be a delightful one. We are in a Japanese restaurant. If we don't indulge in sashimi, wouldn't it be a missed opportunity? After all, it is their specialty, Su Yang explained with a smile. Hee hee. You better be prepared to spend. All this adds up to over 1,000. Zhao Muxue chuckled, covering her mouth. Ha ha ha, it's quite a bargain. Just a little over 1,000. I can manage that. Hee hee, then I shall not hold back. Of course. The rapport between the two had evidently improved since their last meeting, growing much closer. Such is the nature of human relationships. Prolonged interaction fosters familiarity. The Japanese restaurant served the dishes promptly, and soon, most of the food was laid out before them. They began to eat and chat, but after a brief while, two new arrivals entered the restaurant. Su Yang, don't turn around, your ex-girlfriend has just walked in. Zhao Muxue quickly noticed Song Li Jing entering alongside Lu Zhanping. They had agreed to dine together, but arrived later due to a delayed work schedule and traffic congestion. She has a guy with her. He looks familiar. Doesn't Tihi? Isn't Tihi your roommate? Peng? Zhao Muxue continued. Peng. That is quite possible. They both work at the same company. Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. There is nothing particularly surprising about Lu Zhanping and Song Li Jing dining together. They were both from the same class and company. Now that Lu Zhanping had risen in his career, it was only natural for him to treat his former classmates and colleagues to a meal. They are coming over. Stay calm and pretend you don't know. Zhao Muxue whispered urgently. What difference does it make if I know? Rest assured, I have completely moved on. Su Yang chuckled lightly. Having experienced life twice, if he couldn't endure the heartache of a breakup, that would reflect poorly on him. As he spoke, Song Li Jing and Lu Zhanping noticed Su Yang and Zhao Muxue. Zhao, the campus beauty? Su Yang, what brings you here? They exclaimed in unison. However, Song Li Jing's gaze remained fixed on Su Yang, while Lu Zhanping's attention was entirely on Zhao Muxue. Zhao Muxue was indeed a stunning beauty, the kind that left many in their finance department harboring secret crushes on her, and Lu Zhanping was no exception. Yet, Zhao Muxue was a genuine heiress, while someone like Lu Zhanping, not daring to cross paths with her, knew his place. Moreover, Zhao Muxue typically presents herself as aloof and unapproachable at school, maintaining an air of distance from everyone. Lu Zhanping scarcely dares to exchange more than a few words with her. Song Li Jing, why do you always inquire about my presence here? I, too, am curious as to why you seem to appear wherever I go. Chapter 22. Mocking your ignorant boyfriend. In this chapter, Su Yang takes the initiative, asserting himself. As a titan of industry, one must possess eloquence to navigate the business world adeptly. You, Su Yang, I am addressing you now. Are you following me? Song Li Jing retorted with dissatisfaction. She is decidedly an archetypal average woman. Shanghai should not be deemed insignificant. Once an ordinary person breaks off a relationship in such a vast city, the likelihood of crossing paths again is slim. Yet, her repeated chance encounters with Su Yang seem too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. If one were to claim that Su Yang was not tracking her, such serendipity would be implausible. Song Li Jing, you are being rather presumptuous, are you not? My girlfriend and I are merely on a date here. When have I ever followed you? Su Yang scoffed. Let us not forget that Song Li Jing is just an ordinary woman, her appearance rather unremarkable. Even if she were a breathtaking beauty, Su Yang would never stoop to the level of stalking a girl. Such behavior is utterly beneath him. Moreover, Song Li Jing is merely his ex-girlfriend. Stalking an ex? Is this the conduct befitting a reborn individual and master of system? Girlfriend? Zhao, the campus belle, is Su Yang's girlfriend? Lu Zhanping questioned Zhao Muxue incredulously. How could Su Yang possibly attract someone as affluent and alluring as Zhao Muxue? It defies belief. Had he not already faced bankruptcy? Even if he had not, how could a modest entrepreneur or minor heir ever be deemed worthy of a true socialite like Zhao Muxue? The disparity between their statuses is staggering. Zhao Muxue epitomizes the unattainable ideal that Lu Zhanping yearns for. The thought of his cherished ideal being courted by someone he detests fills him with despair. It is one thing for his unattainable ideal to be pursued by another, but to discover that even the second-tier ideal he aspired to has been dismissed by another is a bitter pill to swallow. He finds himself left to pick up the scraps that Su Yang has discarded. While this sentiment may seem disrespectful towards Song Lijing, it is the stark truth. Did he truly believe he was a paragon of virtue? Even a paragon would have a highborn maiden as a spouse prior to their enlightenment. At that moment, the imbalance in Lu Zhanping's heart reached its zenith. Indeed, I am Su Yang's girlfriend. You may inquire with your little girlfriend. The last time she saw me, I was out on a date with a Yang. A Yang. Upon hearing Zhao Muxue refer to Su Yang so affectionately, Lu Zhanping felt utterly disoriented. These two individuals are genuinely together? How could this be? It is all too enviable, igniting feelings of jealousy and resentment. Su Yang, your fortunes truly seem to be quite remarkable, don't they? Even in bankruptcy, the illustrious Zhao de Beauty still holds you in regard. However, can someone of your disposition genuinely bring happiness to Zhao Da's beauty? I dare say you might not even have enough in your pocket to treat her to a cup of coffee. Lu Zhanping, unwilling to concede, directly exposed Su Yang's shortcomings. He mused that Zhao Muxue might be unaware of Su Yang's financial downfall. If she were to learn of it, perhaps she would reconsider their association. Yet, it was evident that Lu Zhanping was overthinking the matter. Your name is Lu Zhanping, is it not? Zhao Muxue suddenly interjected, inquiring about Lu Zhanping's identity without any preamble. Yes, indeed. Zhao de Beauty, you know my name? I am Lu Zhanping. I currently hold a mid-level management position at Ollie Finance, earning a six-figure salary annually. I am certainly far superior to Su Yang, he declared with an air of pride, the gleam in his eyes reflecting his satisfaction. A salary of $1 million is undoubtedly a source of pride and a topic worthy of boasting. To anyone who heard this, envy would surely ensue, for it is no trivial matter for a 25-year-old to command such a lucrative income. Alas, sitting before Lu Zhanping was a billionaire entrepreneur, while the other was a privileged young lady accustomed to a life of luxury and wealth. To her, $1 million was merely pocket change. To flaunt such accomplishments in the presence of these two was akin to a rabbit with a tail stuck in a clamp attempting to pose as a mighty wolf. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing Lu Zhanping's words, Zhao Muxue erupted into laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, enchanting to the ear. For a moment, Lu Zhanping was taken aback, perplexed by the cause of her mirth. Was she acknowledging his hard-earned achievements? Zhao Muxue, what is it that you find amusing? Song Lijing interjected, somewhat displeased. Unlike Lu Zhanping, who was lost in romantic notions, she quickly discerned that Zhao Muxue was mocking him. Having accompanied Lu Zhanping, she felt compelled to support him. Oh, I laugh at your boyfriend's ignorance. Boasting of an annual salary of $1 million? While Su Yang may indeed be bankrupt, I firmly believe that with his capabilities, he will undoubtedly leave a significant mark on the annals of commerce in Daxia. Do not be surprised if he earns $100 billion in the future. It is well within his reach. Zhao Muxue fervently championed Su Yang. However, Su Yang found her words quite reasonable, perhaps even underestimating him. $100 billion annually? If the system were to hear this, it would certainly feel belittled. A grand system that could only allow its host to earn a mere $100 billion would be utterly ineffective, wouldn't it? Just look at the neighboring system, which generously bestowed $900 billion on a sycophant. This lavish system of his could not possibly be inferior. Yet you claim to be superior to your boyfriend, who does not earn a single cent. Song Lijing argued with conviction. Though she was not Lu Zhanping's girlfriend, the two were undeniably linked in their fortunes. She would not allow Lu Zhanping to be belittled. What of it if he earns nothing? The Zhao family, a formidable dynasty, seeks a son-in-law whose character is paramount. With a fortune amounting to hundreds of billions, what need is there for him to earn a living? Zhao Muxue unveiled her trump card with conviction. No matter how much one earns, ultimately, he remains merely an employee. Yet, Su Yang, by marrying into a family of nobility, ascended to the pinnacle of success. Hearing this, Lu Zhanping's face turned a shade of green. Do not misconstrue marrying into a family as a source of shame. The disgrace lies in marrying into a family of modest means. Who would feel embarrassed to join a family where sustenance is assured, luxurious vehicles, and palatial homes abound, and the prospect of inheriting a fortune of hundreds of billions awaits? It is inconsequential whether the son carries the surname of the wife. Even if the husband adopts her name, it is of no concern. Women aspire to wed into affluent families. Why should men not harbor dreams of marrying into wealth. Equality prevails in such aspirations. Moreover, this sentiment reflects the genuine thoughts of individuals like Liu Zhanping. During his university days, he may have been captivated solely by Zhao Mushue's beauty. However, after facing the harsh realities of life, his admiration has shifted from mere aesthetics to the allure of her financial assets. It is a stark reality, tinged with helplessness. And what of your wealth? Who can guarantee that your family will not face bankruptcy? Many magnates with fortunes in the hundreds of billions have succumbed to financial ruin. Chapter 23. A plea to the Dragon King's song. Li Jing gritted her teeth, brandishing her own ace. The adage that wealth seldom endures beyond 3 generations holds undeniable truth. Regardless of whether one possesses hundreds of billions or trillions in market value, even centuries-old enterprises have faced closure. The tides of fortune shift, and no one is immune to the capriciousness of fate. Even if the Zhao family were to fall, the friliest camel still outweighs the strongest horse. Furthermore, should the Zhao family truly face ruin, my loyalty to Su Yang remains unwavering, and I trust he feels the same. Unlike certain individuals who, upon the onset of disaster, hastily abandoned ship, I shall not falter. Zhao Mushue's words, honed with precision, rendered Song Li Jing speechless. She recognized the veracity of Zhao Mushue's claims. It is indeed ungracious to flee in times of adversity. What do you have besides your wealth, Zhao Mushue? Song Li Jing accused, on the brink of losing her composure. Beyond my riches, I possess beauty, Zhao Mushue declared. My looks and figure surpass yours. Moreover, I am intelligent, receiving scholarships throughout university and attaining a master's degree. Additionally, I am a philanthropist, having donated tens of millions to various causes. Most importantly, I uphold my integrity. Even if my boyfriend were to achieve nothing, I would remain steadfastly devoted. Zhao Mushue smiled triumphantly, for she was no mere facade of a weakling. With beauty, character, and education, she eclipsed Song Li Jing in every aspect. This time, Song Li Jing's composure truly shattered, her face contorted in distress. Fortunately, Liu Zhanping managed to regain his wits. Calm down, Jing. Although we may not possess their wealth, we will undoubtedly attain it in due time. Do not forget, our investment will soon bear fruit, and at that time, we shall possess assets worth millions. This will mark the first step towards our ascent as top-tier magnates. Liu Zhanping understood that speaking further was futile. He could only subtly affirm their dedication. Indeed, Su Yang, we are on the verge of becoming millionaires, and even if we cannot rival Zhao Mushue, we are certainly far superior to those who rely on women for sustenance. The mention of investment instantly brought a smug smile to Song Li Jing's face. 120,000, leveraged tenfold, amounts to 1,200,000. Doubling such a sum is a guaranteed profit. By then, she would genuinely possess nearly 10 million in savings. With 10 million in hand, one could lead a very comfortable life, even in a bustling metropolis like Linen. Moreover, they are investors with Ollie Finance. The wealth they accrue will only increase over time. Perhaps in the future, they might even become billionaires through their investments. Thus, there is no reason for them to look up to Zhao Mushue. Investment? Song Li Jing. You aren't considering futures trading, are you? Su Yang remarked meaningfully at Song Li Jing. He was already well aware that these two fools had invested in soybean futures. However, it was far more entertaining to wait for them to admit it themselves. Indeed, Su Yang, we want share bond, and I genuinely advise you to liquidate all your funds and short sell soybean futures. Invest as much as you can. Soybean futures are bound to plummet. This is a golden opportunity for wealth, Song Li Jing declared with pride. She was not concerned that Su Yang would heed her advice. On one hand, she was certain he had no funds left. Even if he was with Zhao Mushue, she doubted she would directly provide him with millions for futures trading. On the other hand, Song Li Jing was acutely aware of Su Yang's character. Even if Su Yang had money, he would choose to go long on soybean futures rather than short. He would never graciously accept Song Li Jing's suggestion. Therefore, it mattered little if she divulged this to Su Yang. To her credit, Song Li Jing understood Su Yang quite well. Unfortunately, the one thing she did not know was Su Yang's true capability. Soybean futures? Song Li Jing, allow me to share a truth with you. Soybean futures are destined to rise. I am preparing to go long on soybean futures with 5 million. In 2 weeks, they will undoubtedly soar. I suggest you close your positions now and re-enter long on soybean futures. Otherwise, when the day of the rise arrives, it will be too late for you to escape. Su-yang kindly offered his advice. The surge in soybean futures is inevitable. The system's trend chart will not err in this regard. Initially, Su-yang had no intention of revealing this information to the two of them, allowing them to fend for themselves. However, since they chose to boast, he would not let them succeed. Moreover, Su-yang knew his ex-girlfriend and good friend all too well. These two would certainly disregard his counsel. They might even perceive him as boasting, deceiving, or performing for their amusement. Su-yang's declaration of going long on soybean futures would only reinforce their conviction to short-sell them. Therefore, to suggest that soybean prices will skyrocket would only serve to ensnare them further. Su-yang, it seems your impending bankruptcy is quite justified. I have heard that your financial downfall stemmed from shorting gold futures. It appears that this time, your investment of 5 million will also dwindle to nothing. Lu Zhangping scoffed. Soybeans soaring in value? Dream on. A bountiful harvest is already an established fact. Even the mightiest of deities would be powerless to alter that reality. However, Lu Zhangping remained oblivious to the fact that divine intervention would prove futile. Such matters would necessitate the intervention of the Dragon King. It is futile to offer sage advice to the willfully ignorant. When the time comes, do not come seeking my assistance. Suyang Chuklet Li. He had expressed his thoughts clearly, and at that juncture, he hoped they would not accuse him of abandoning a friend in need. How amusing! You seek my aid? Do not come to us lamenting your inability to afford a meal, pleading for a loan. Lu Zhangping sneered, then continued, moreover, the $100 I lent you is hardly sufficient to treat Zhao Daxia to a meal here. If you find yourself short, shall I lend you another 100? Li Jing, let us depart for dinner. This fellow has completely lost his sanity over his bankruptcy. Once he has squandered the 5 million gifted by Zhao Muxue, he will surely comprehend the extent of his folly. With that, Lu Zhangping promptly left with Song Lijing. How could he possibly know that Su Yang had access to 5 million for investment? It was plainly evident that it was Zhao Muxue, seated opposite him, who had provided such a sum. But with the affluent young lady, Zhao Muxue could bestow 5 million upon Su Yang. Su Yang, are you not angered by their words? One is your close friend, and the other your girlfriend. Being betrayed by both must be quite disheartening, no? After Lu Zhangping and Song Lijing departed, Zhao Muxue immediately inquired out of curiosity. Any normal individual would likely be infuriated, yet Su Yang appeared utterly unfazed. This was indeed peculiar. Chapter 24. A few 100,000 is no small sum. Angry? How could I be? I never allow myself to be perturbed by inconsequential individuals. It is pointless to be upset over matters that do not concern me. Su Yang responded with remarkable composure. He spoke from the heart. Anger only harms oneself. It is the most unworthy endeavor to jeopardize one's health for the sake of others. Su Yang, it seems I underestimated you. You are far more remarkable than I had imagined. Zhao Muxue gazed at Su Yang with admiration. She could discern that his words were sincere, devoid of exaggeration or boastfulness. He had genuinely let go. A man who can both grasp and release is truly a man. Meanwhile, Song Lijing and Lu Zhangping settled at a distant table, out of sight of Su Yang and Zhao Muxue, ready to dine. Lijing, do not be upset. Su Yang is simply that kind of person, prideful to the point of suffering. Come, let us see what you would like to eat. Lu Zhangping said, handing the menu to Song Lijing. He considered himself fundamentally different from Zhao Muxue, and under such circumstances, pursuing her was not an option he would entertain. Before her stood Song Lijing, perched advantageously as if on the brink of a grand opportunity. Besides, merely exchanging barbs posed no real threat. Thank you, Da Peng. I am not upset, she declared. Once we profit handsomely from our futures, Su Yang will undoubtedly find himself at a loss for words. As for Zhao Muxue, she merely relies on her family's wealth. Though Song Lijing professed to be unbothered, a pang of jealousy simmered within her. Encountering a rival like Zhao Muxue would incite envy in any woman. Fear not, Lijing. This time we shall surely reap a bountiful reward. Indeed, that day, following their meal, Su Yang and Zhao Muxue prepared to part ways. Su Yang, have you given any thought to my previous suggestion about joining my company? We are also in the finance sector, and it would truly suit you. Just before their separation, Zhao Muxue extended her invitation once more. Let be, Muxue. I am accustomed to a free-spirited life. Confining myself to an office job would be quite stifling for me. Su Yang chuckled and shook his head, declining her generous offer once again. After all, for a billionaire to work at a nascent financial firm, even in a managerial capacity, would be an injustice to his talents. Su Yang was certainly not inclined to accept. Very well, my invitation remains open. Should you ever wish to join us, do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you, Muxue. I appreciate your kindness. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. As Su Yang observed Zhao Muxue's departing figure, he became contemplative. His old classmate had shown him such earnest concern, and he felt compelled to reciprocate in some manner. With this thought in mind, Su Yang promptly called his secretary, Lu Qingqing. Hello, Mr. Su. Qingqing, please investigate the current status of the Zhao Group with as much detail as possible. I require the report within 3 days. Understood, Mr. Su. Lu Qingqing did not inquire about Su Yang's motives for the investigation, yet she promptly complied with his directive. As was the duty of a professional secretary, Su Yang aimed to uncover the crises facing the Zhao Group. Given that they had assisted him, it was only fitting that he offer some measure of assistance in return. The most fitting form of gratitude, naturally, would be to aid the Zhao Group. Thus, time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the soybean harvest. In 4 or 5 days, the soybeans would be ready for mass collection. This year heralded a bountiful harvest and favorable weather conditions, a blessing for farmers. Yet, for investors who had bet on rising soybean futures, the losses were devastating. Meanwhile, at Ollie Financial's investment division, a spirited discussion unfolded. Director Liu, our investment strategy has proven to be remarkably astute. Should we liquidate our positions today? The profits appear substantial. In the investment department's conference room, all traders were brimming with enthusiasm. Shorting soybean futures have been their most prudent decision in recent times. If they successfully liquidated today, each could expect a bonus of at least 100,000, a sum that even seasoned professionals would find exhilarating. This illustrates the advantages brought about by investment exemptions, which can significantly ignite employees' enthusiasm for investment and encourage riskier ventures. However, such actions should not be frequent. One cannot walk by the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Allowing new supervisors to experiment occasionally is permissible, but if this becomes a habitual practice, a single loss could potentially negate all prior gains. Financial investment does not operate in such a manner. Truly elite investors engage in long-term strategies to real and substantial rewards. Only through this approach can one maintain an unassailable position in the financial sector. There is no need for haste. Based on historical trends and analyses, it is anticipated that soybean futures will decline to their lowest point tomorrow. The difference between liquidating today and tomorrow could amount to tens of millions in profits. There is no need to rush. We shall wait until tomorrow. Lu Zhanting smiled confidently. Do you think the difference is merely slight? With 500 million magnified, even a rise of just a dime could yield hundreds of millions in profit. Very well, Mr. Lu. We shall wait for tomorrow's liquidation. Indeed, Dapeng. Should we be a bit more cautious ourselves? We have likely earned enough by now, haven't we? After the meeting, Song Lijing visited Lu Zhanting's office to discuss liquidating futures. Her investment of 120,000 had already accrued roughly 10 million in profits. With such a sum, after settling debts and repaying loans borrowed from her siblings, she would still have several million remaining. Several million is sufficient for her to purchase a small apartment in the city center. Thus, Song Lijing felt a sense of contentment. Moreover, even if she waited until tomorrow to liquidate, the additional profit would only be in the range of 100,000, which does not warrant such risk. Jingjing, there is no need to be anxious. We can still liquidate tomorrow, Lu Zhanting reassured her. 100,000 is not a trifling sum. At your current salary, it would take 2 years of frugality to save that amount, wouldn't it? Since this is a surefire opportunity, why rush? Lu Zhanting chuckled, for he had no intention of liquidating. By tomorrow, he would be a millionaire. Compared to Su Yang's so-called millions, his fortune would be far more substantial. After all, his wealth would be in the form of tangible cash, incomparable to mere claims. My main concern is the possibility of heavy rain. The soybean-producing area has been overcast for a few days. Song Lijing expressed her worries. What is there to fear about overcast skies? It hasn't rained. Lu Zhanting replied confidently. I've inquired with a college friend who resides in the soybean region. Not a single drop of rain has fallen, and there is no wind. Soybean yields will undoubtedly remain unaffected. Chapter 25. Are you seeking your own demise? Lu Zhanting was exceedingly self-assured. The soybeans are about to be harvested, and even a little rain wouldn't matter. Harvesting is now done by machines, which operate with remarkable efficiency. Even if it does rain, losses can be mitigated in time, preventing any impact on futures prices. All right, we shall liquidate tomorrow. Very well. You carry on. I shall take my leave. Indeed. Watching Song Lijing sway as she exited the office, Lu Zhanting instinctively licked his lips. How alluring. If such a stunning beauty were to become involved with me, it would truly be worth a lifetime. However, there is no rush. Opportunities abound. I shall take my time. As Song Lijing departed from Lu Zhanting's office, her steps noticeably lightened with joy. Tomorrow, she would become a millionaire. This sensation resembled winning the lottery and preparing to claim the prize the following day, an exuberant delight. Yet, Song Lijing suddenly thought of Su Yang. I wonder how much soybean futures he has actually invested in. Contemplating this, she promptly dialed Su Yang's number. Hello. Who is this? A languid, slightly disgruntled voice came from the other end. Su Yang was in the midst of a head massage, on the verge of slumber, and was abruptly roused by a call from an unfamiliar number, naturally feeling irked. Su Yang, did you delete my phone number? Song Lijing's dissatisfied voice rang in his ears. Song Lijing, what is it? Upon recognizing her voice, Su Yang's brow furrowed. Indeed, he had deleted her number. Since they had parted ways, there was little reason to retain such contact. A breakup is not akin to a divorce. A divorce may involve children and various other complications, necessitating future interactions. A breakup, however, typically signifies a complete severance of ties. Retaining her number served no purpose. Su Yang, you still haven't answered me. Did you delete my phone number? Song Lijing pressed on, unable to believe that he would dare to do such a thing. Well, since we've broken up, what purpose would it serve to keep your number? Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the masseuse inadvertently applied a bit more pressure, causing him to wince slightly. Ouch, miss. Could you please be a touch gentler? All right, sir. Su Yang, what are you doing? Who are you with? Upon hearing a female voice on the line, Song Lijing immediately inquired. Song Lijing, are you being a bit too nosy? What I do or who I am with is none of your concern. We've broken up, remember? I hope you haven't forgotten such a significant detail. Su Yang retorted, somewhat irritated. This woman truly seemed to lack common sense. It was she who initiated the breakup and left with such decisiveness, without a hint of hesitation. Why now, of all times, was she intruding upon his life? It was quite absurd. You. Fine. So, I was meddling, was I? Song Lijing scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. In the past, such words would have indicated that she was upset, leading Su Yang to apologize and make amends. She believed he still harbored feelings for her, merely nursing his anger. Thus, she reverted to her old tactics. However, Song Lijing clearly underestimated Su Yang. They were no longer together, and expecting him to apologize was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Just recognize you're meddling. What do you want by calling me? If you're merely meddling, I shall hang up. There are matters at hand. Su Yang remarked with indifference. He had already surmised the purpose of Song Lijing's call, merely awaiting her to speak, pretending to be aloof. Su Yang, I must ask, have you shorted soybean futures? We've already profited over 10 million. If you had heeded our advice, you would have certainly made a fortune as well. Soybean futures? Indeed, this was the crux of the matter. Su Yang chuckled softly. Shorting soybean futures would undoubtedly yield no issue. However, this morning was the opportune moment to liquidate. And one could even take a contrarian position on soybean futures. For by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the soybean-producing regions will be beset by an unprecedented deluge. This torrential rain would affect a significant portion of the soybean yield. According to stock market trends, soybean futures would begin to surge by 2 o'clock. At that juncture, attempting to close positions would be futile, leaving one to face forced liquidation. Ah, how could I have almost forgotten? Su Yang mused, simultaneously accessing his stock trading application. He intended to invest $5 million in soybean futures, confident that, with a tenfold leverage, amassing tens of millions would be absolutely feasible. Thus, he could return the $5 million to Zhao Muxue without revealing his identity, in a manner entirely above board. Su Yang, you haven't failed to short soybean futures, have you? It's not too late to do so now. Zhao Muxue provided you with $5 million, right? If you leverage that, closing your position tomorrow should easily net you a few million, Song Lijing suggested, believing that Su Yang was swayed by her words. Oh, my apologies. But I'm not shorting, I'm going long. I anticipate a significant surge in soybean futures. In light of your advice, I would recommend you also close your position and take a long stance on soybean futures. Otherwise, it may soon be too late. Su Yang was not genuinely concerned for Song Lijing's welfare. Rather, as previously stated, he understood her too well. The more he professed his intent to go long, the more she would be convinced of the correctness of her own decisions. Su Yang intended for her to descend further into her misjudgments, ultimately relinquishing the profits she had amassed over the years. His wealth was not easily obtained. Indeed, upon hearing Su Yang's words, Song Lijing was thrown off balance. Su Yang, you are truly mad. Going long on soybean futures? You're courting disaster. Let me tell you, if you dare to leverage tenfold to go long on soybean futures, your margin will hardly endure 2 hours before facing forced liquidation. Song Lijing was incensed. This fellow was determined to oppose her, was he? After her well-meaning warning, he showed no gratitude. He deserved bankruptcy. Rest assured, bankruptcy will not befall me. Rather, I shall thrive. I have already invested the entire $5 million in soybean futures. Let us await the outcome and see who is right, Su Yang declared, as his $5 million entered the market. Simultaneously, the stock market paused for the morning session. All that remained was to await the impending storm. Su Yang was reluctant to profit from disaster, yet in the realm of futures, if one does not seize the opportunity, others will, and passing up profit would be folly. Moreover, Su Yang had already prepared the materials and personnel for flood relief efforts. Once the disaster struck, his team and supplies would promptly arrive at the disaster site, with resources amounting to $500 million. He felt that this would sufficiently compensate for the slight pangs of guilt in his heart. Very well, Su Yang, we shall await the outcome. Chapter 26. This is truly the end at noon. Su Yang specifically requested the chef to prepare several exquisite dishes. His villa boasted a cadre of accomplished chefs, among whom the head chef was a master of national banquet caliber. In addition to him, there were also specialists in pastry and Western cuisine, among others. The annual salary for these chefs totaled over $10 million. However, for Su Yang, this was of little consequence. Dining at home, the paramount concern was healthful nourishment. No restaurant, regardless of its prestige, could rival the quality of a meal prepared in his own kitchen. After finishing his meal, Su Yang prepared to take a nap. In contrast, had it been anyone else, the prospect of investing $5 million in the stock market would likely have them glued to the market trends, anxiously monitoring every fluctuation. Yet, Su Yang remained unfazed. With the stock market charts at his disposal, he had no reason to fret about potential misjudgments in his investments. Furthermore, even if a mistake were to occur, it would be inconsequential. $5 million was a trifling sum for him. Even a single lavish meal could cost that much. Had it not been for the thought of repaying Zhao Muxue without revealing his wealth, Su Yang would have deemed the pursuit of that modest profit beneath him. As Su Yang drifted into slumber, ominous clouds began to gather over the soybean-producing region. The weather forecast predicted heavy rain, but that was the extent of it. No one anticipated that this would not merely be heavy rain, but a once-in-a-century deluge. This calamity was unforeseen by all. With the first drop of rain hitting the ground, the torrential downpour officially commenced. In a mere 3 days, the precipitation in the soybean-producing area exceeded the total rainfall of the previous year, reaching an astounding 800 millimeters. The maximum hourly rainfall peaked at 200 millimeters, a truly terrifying occurrence. All crops suffered immense repercussions, with soybean futures being the first to feel the impact. Initially, soybean futures have been experiencing a gradual decline, and despite bullish interventions, the downward trend remained unimpeded. However, once news of the extraordinary downpour in the soybean region broke, soybean futures began to soar dramatically. The bulls capitalized on this momentum, recovering the prices that had been suppressed over the past weeks in a mere 10 minutes. And they continued to rise swiftly. In no time, the bears found themselves in a state of utter despair. In the Ollie Financial Investment Department, panic ensued. "This is bad. Director Liu, a catastrophic storm has struck the soybean region. Soybean futures are skyrocketing." At that moment, the entire financial investment department was in disarray, akin to ants on a hot pan. They had calculated everything, yet they had not foreseen the occurrence of such a monumental storm. Several days remain until the soybean harvest, and aside from a few early batches that may have been completed, the majority still thrive in the fields. Even if harvesters have been dispatched to salvage the situation, their numbers are limited. Due to weather constraints and other factors, the pace of harvesting cannot be swift. Consequently, this year's soybean yield is bound to suffer significant losses. With the impending devastation, soybean futures are destined to soar. Quick, liquidate everything. Upon hearing news of an impending torrential downpour, Liu Zhanting was immediately thrown into a state of panic, directing everyone to commence the liquidation process. In truth, even without his orders, the traders had already begun to act. Those entrenched in the financial sector understand that no miracles will occur at such a moment. A surge in prices is inevitable. Even a substantial influx of short positions cannot halt the ascent of soybean futures. If they do not act swiftly, they will undoubtedly face total loss. However, given the current circumstances, no one is willing to take over. Moreover, their capital is so substantial that liquidation cannot be accomplished in a timely manner. At the present rate, it will take at least 2 days to complete the process. Yet, their margin is insufficient to last that long. In half an hour, they may be forcibly liquidated due to inadequate margin. Infuriatingly, they must act quickly. There is still a glimmer of hope. They must salvage as much as they can. At this moment, Liu Zhanting was filled with regret. Had he known, he would have liquidated in the morning. If they had acted earlier, they would have certainly walked away with substantial profits. Now, even if they manage to liquidate all their capital promptly, they are bound to incur significant losses. Retaining half of the 500 million in capital would be considered fortunate. "Liu, we are doing our utmost," all the traders exclaimed as they hurried to liquidate. However, at that moment, Song Lijing suddenly recalled something and leapt from her seat to stand before Liu Zhanting. "Liu, what is it, Lijing?" Song Lijing gestured frantically at him. The recent news of soaring soybean prices had momentarily made her forget that they were shorting soybean futures. Realizing the situation, urgency washed over her. Yes, hurry up and act. I need to handle something." Liu Zhanting, recalling that he and Song Lijing had invested over 2 million in shorting soybean futures, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. They had yet to liquidate their own soybean futures. Realizing this, Liu Zhanting rushed back to the office to log into his futures account, desperate to liquidate. Yet, time was not on their side. The initial minutes had been the golden opportunity for liquidation. With smaller amounts, a slightly elevated price could still allow for a successful exit. But now it seemed too late. These fools, are they out of their minds? They want to even take over at this price. If I wait any longer, I'll be forcibly liquidated. Oh no, this is it, this is truly the end. Half an hour later, gazing at the mere 30,000 yuan left after the forced liquidation, Liu Zhanting and Song Lijing wore expressions of utter despair. Particularly, Song Lijing slumped into her chair, rendered speechless. In pursuit of wealth, she had invested a staggering 120,000 yuan, 50,000 of which belonged to her brother-in-law. The remaining 70,000 consisted of 30,000 nominally borrowed from her brother-in-law, while the other 40,000 was accrued through various online loans and photo loans. The latter was particularly perilous. It was a form of high-interest lending with a monthly interest rate of 8%, translating to an annualized rate of 96%. For a loan of 20,000 yuan, the monthly interest alone amounted to 16,000. Failure to repay would result in the lender disseminating her photos to her relatives and friends, as her contact list had been uploaded at the time of borrowing. Should she continue to default, those images would inevitably find their way onto the internet, subjecting her to public scrutiny. This was an unbearable thought for Song Lijing. Furthermore, her debts did not end there. She owed her brother-in-law $30,000, and with her understanding of her mother, the $50,000 lost by her brother-in-law would ultimately fall to her as well. In her family, the preference for sons over daughters had always rendered her inconsequential. Chapter 27. Have you missed me? How could this happen? Why did it have to rain so suddenly? Song Lijing murmured to herself repeatedly, unable to fathom why they had encountered such unprecedented torrential rain. It was as if fate had played a cruel trick on them. Lu Zhangping's lips curled into a bitter smile. He too had suffered significant losses. After laboriously saving $80,000 and borrowing another $20,000 from friends, he found himself bereft of all. Presently, he felt worse off than when he had just graduated from university. Back then, he had at least a few thousand yuan from his family to rely on. Now, although his bank account still contained several thousand, when accounting for the borrowed $20,000, he was indebted to his friends for over $100,000. Even with an annual salary of 1 million yuan, repaying that debt was no small feat. Moreover, this investment had clearly turned out to be a failure. Although he had investment immunity and the company would not hold him accountable for this debacle, the performance bonuses were undoubtedly lost. This was the most disheartening aspect of it all. For individuals like him, the regular salary was not particularly high. They primarily depended on performance evaluations. A good assessment meant a higher total income, while a poor one naturally meant the opposite. Though it was distressing, this was the harsh reality, immutable by anyone. Furthermore, this immunity was also a reflection of the company's upper management evaluating Lu Zhangping's capabilities. A failed investment would signify a lack of competence or flawed investment strategies. In such circumstances, future promotions would likely be adversely affected. However, this incident could be deemed both a natural disaster and a man-made calamity beyond human control. Lu Zhangping believed that the company would not be too harsh on him. Depeng, what should I do now? Much of my money is borrowed. You have to help me figure something out, Song Lijing lamented with a sorrowful expression. If she couldn't even recover the principal, her mother, Yu Xiaofeng, would surely kill her. I apologize, Lijing, but no one could have anticipated such a torrential downpour. Dapeng replied, as you've seen, many large institutions have incurred losses. It is quite normal for retail investors like us to suffer as well. I too have lost $1 million. If there were a solution, I would have already sought it out. Dapeng sigid bitirli. If he had any means, he wouldn't be waiting around for doom. The only option now is to accept our fate and work diligently. Given our income, with some frugality, we could make up for this deficit in 1.5 years. How can you say there's no way out? Didn't you assure me that shorting soybean futures will be foolproof? I invested so much because I trusted your words. Dapeng, please think of a solution or lend me some money. All my funds are borrowed. Song Lijing was on the verge of tears. Her annual salary was only around 400,000, and this loss amounted to a staggering 1 million. She would need 3 years of frugal living just to repay it. Additionally, she still needed to eat, pay rent, and buy cosmetics and clothing. Under such circumstances, repaying it in 5 years would be considered swift. 5 years. How many 5-year spans does one have a lifetime? This thought deepened Song Lijing's despair. Lijing, are you blaming me now? The decision to short soybean futures was made collectively by the department. Your personal investment was entirely your own choice. Futures trading is inherently high risk. As the trader, you should understand this principle, right? When profits were plentiful, you hailed me as Dapeng, but now that losses have occurred, you seek accountability from me. Is that fair? Dapeng's expression darkened. At this juncture, he ceased to feign ignorance. It wasn't as though he had coerced Song Lijing into investing. She had eagerly pursued the opportunity, driven by her own greed, even borrowing money to do so. Now that she was facing losses, it was unreasonable for him to bear the burden of responsibility. As for Dapeng's fleeting thoughts about Song Lijing, with a sum as significant as $1 million, finding a fair-skinned, beautiful university student would hardly be a challenge. Surely, someone would be willing to accept a monthly allowance of 100,000, right? After all, wouldn't university students be more appealing than a woman like Song Lijing? who had already graduated years ago. Depeng, I didn't mean it like that. I'm just anxious because I've lost so much money. Sensing Depeng's anger, Song Lijing quickly shook her head. Regardless of the circumstances, Depeng was her immediate superior, and she would continue to work under him. Offending him could jeopardize her future prospects. With an annual salary of 4 to 500,000, this job was her greatest source of confidence, and she absolutely could not afford to lose it. Therefore, she had to ensure she did not provoke Depeng. All right, Lijing, I understand your predicament. Let's leave it at that for now. Perhaps we should brainstorm other alternatives. I find myself unable to assist you any further. As you can see, I have incurred a loss of 1 million. Upon noticing that Song Lijing had softened her stance, Lu Zhanpeng decided to relent. After all, they belonged to the same department, and it would be unwise to create an uncomfortable situation. Their dealings in futures trading were conducted discreetly, for should Song Lijing become angered and reveal their activities, the consequences would be dire. As for the 200,000 he had borrowed, he needed to devise a plan to repay it promptly. When he borrowed the money, he had promised to return it within 2 weeks, and time was running short. Well, I shall think of another solution. Upon returning to her workstation, Song Lijing retrieved her phone and began searching for someone who could assist her. Soon, she found Su Chenxi, her boyfriend. Their relationship had progressed to the point where both families had met, yet apart from Su Yang, no one else was privy to this information. Externally, Song Lijing still presented herself as single, a fade meant to confound the admirers. For instance, the initial suitor, Chen Mingho. By proclaiming her single status, she could still extract favors from these admirers. A simple message sent would often elicit a response of 500 or 1,000 yuan in red envelopes, which had become quite commonplace. Once she declared she had a boyfriend, although the admirers would still remain, they would be more seasoned in society, making it increasingly challenging to take advantage of them. The admirers of today are far less gullible than before. After locating Su Chenxi's phone number, she hesitated for a moment before standing up from her workstation and stepping out onto the balcony to place the call. Hello, Jingjing. Why are you calling me during work hours? Are you missing me? Came Su Chenxi's teasing voice from the other end. In truth, Song Lijing found Su Chenxi rather distasteful. Although he was a cousin of Su Yang, their personalities were as different as night and day. If Su Yang could be described as a gentleman of refinement, Su Chenxi was akin to a scoundrel. Their respective demeanors and the feelings they evoked were entirely dissimilar. Were it not for Su Chenxi's wealth, Song Lijing would have undoubtedly dismissed him. Chenxi, I have a favor to ask of you, Song Lijing said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The act of borrowing money was indeed quite awkward. Were it not for dire circumstances, she would never approach her boyfriend for financial assistance. Simultaneously, she reminisced about Su Yang. Had she not broken up with him and sought his help, he would have lent her money without hesitation. Even a sum as substantial as 120,000 would have met with no resistance. This, she was certain of. When she once borrowed 500,000 for her brother, Su Yang had offered it without a second thought. She would never deny Su Yang's generosity. Thus, in her moment of need, she turned to Su Chenxi for aid. After all, since he and Su Yang were cousins, he should not be too stingy, right? Seeking my assistance? Jingjing, do we really need to discuss the matter of asking for help? Feel free to tell me what you need. Su Chenxi's hearty laughter resonated through the phone. Upon hearing this, Song Lijing discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. Surely, Su Chenxi was speaking from the heart. Wasn't he? A mere one. 2 million, for someone of his stature, must not be a significant sum. Thank you, Chenxi. She expressed her gratitude. After a brief silence, she continued. Chenxi, could you lend me some money? Lend money? Su Chenxi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Song Lijing had come for this reason. Nevertheless, he did not voice any objections and nodded in agreement. No problem. Jingjing, how much do you need? I can transfer it to you right now. In Su Chenxi's view, the amount Song Lijing required would likely not be substantial, perhaps merely a small sum due to some recent work-related issues. Lending a few tens of thousands to his girlfriend was entirely feasible. Given her commendable job, she would probably repay him in 2 to 3 months. However, Su Chenxi evidently underestimated Song Lijing's request. To his surprise, a smile blossomed on her face as she found his readiness to assist delightful. and her tone became more cheerful. Chinchi, it's not much, just 2 million. Rest assured, I will repay you. I'll return it in monthly installments. Song Lijing was optimistic about her repayment plan, given her annual salary of nearly 500,000. Calculating the figures, that would amount to around 40,000 monthly. Of course, that was her annual income. Her monthly earnings would realistically be closer to 20,000. Allocating 10,000 each month to repay Su Chinchi seemed manageable. Then, upon receiving her year-end bonus, she could make a substantial payment. At this rate, she believed she could settle her debt within 5 years. What? 2 million? Jingjing, what do you need such a large sum for? Su Chinchi was taken aback by Song Lijing's audacity. 2 million? How could she ask for such a hefty amount? While borrowing 20,000 or 30,000 was trivial for him, lending 2 million to a girlfriend he wasn't even sure he would marry was an entirely different matter. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about the purpose behind such a large request. Chinchi, please don't ask. I assure you, I will repay you 10,000 each month. By the end of the year, I'll pay you back an additional 200,000. In about 4 years, I will surely have cleared my debt. Song Lijing shared her repayment strategy with Su Chinchi. In her perspective, having articulated her plan so clearly, he should no longer object. Song Lijing had a reasonable understanding of Su Chinchi's financial situation. A sum of 2 million should not pose a significant issue for him. But Jingjing 2 million is not a trivial amount. I can't just produce that sum at once. Su Chinchi hesitated before ultimately deciding to decline Song Lijing's request. While he could produce 2 million in cash, he was reluctant to do so. In the past 2 years, Su Chinchi had managed to save 2 to 3 million by relying on Su Yang's factory. However, that was the extent of his fortune. E-commerce is notoriously expensive. To achieve profitability, one must first invest heavily. The more one spends, the greater the potential returns. Additionally, given Su Chinchi's penchant for spending, having 2 to 3 million is indeed commendable. Yet, possessing wealth does not necessarily imply a willingness to lend it to others. Spending 3 million on a Porsche for himself would not pose a dilemma for Su Chinchi. After all, what young person wouldn't want to experience the thrill of driving a Porsche while still young? Once age sets in, such exhilaration tends to fade. However, when it comes to lending half of that amount to someone else, even if that person were his girlfriend, he would resolutely decline after careful consideration. In his eyes, money holds paramount importance. A girlfriend can be replaced, but wealth, once lost, is irretrievable. A girlfriend is not a wife. There is no need to be so emotionally invested. Moreover, Song Lijing has a history. A woman who would swiftly end a relationship upon learning of her boyfriend's financial ruin hardly merits risking everything for. The answer to that is evidently negative. Song Lijing was taken aback by Su Chinchi's abrupt refusal and momentarily at a loss for words. Chinchi, didn't you say you could earn over 10 million a year? Surely, a little over 1 million shouldn't be a challenge for you? I'm asking to borrow 1 million, not for a gift. If you're willing to lend it, I won't ask for a bride price when we marry. You know, my mother demands over 1 million for the bride price. Song Lijing directly referenced the demands made by Yu Xiaofeng on Su Yang years ago. In the eyes of the Song family, Song Lijing was a valuable asset, a university graduate with an annual income of 500,000, possessing beauty and elegance. Asking for over 1 million as a bride price seemed quite reasonable. However, it was evident that Su Chinchi was not Su Yang. Su Yang was a billionaire for whom 1 million yuan was merely pocket change. Su Chinchi, on the other hand, had only modest savings. 1 million as a bride price felt like an unbearable burden. What? 1 million as a bride price? Jingjing, is your mother marrying off a daughter or selling one? We don't demand such exorbitant bride prices in Jiang province. Su Chinchi scoffed. In Jiang province, the bride price and dowry are proportional. If the bride price is 1 million, the dowry must be 2 million. Su Chinchi was not naive. He did not believe that the Song family could provide a dowry of 2 million. Moreover, he had heard rumors of a younger brother in the Song family. A burden exists everywhere, even in economically developed and relatively progressive Jiang province. Chinchi, I'm not asking for a bride price anymore. I only need you to lend me 120,000. If you can't manage that all at once, even 50,000 would suffice. Chapter 29. Su Yang posted on social media. Song, Li Jing quickly adjusted her approach. If she could borrow 50,000, she would be able to repay her sister-in-law for the initial investment of 80,000 she had received. Although 50,000 could be considered an investment, a loss would be inconsequential. However, Song Lijing possesses an intimate understanding of her family. The 500,000 must undoubtedly be repaid, as delaying the repayment now will only lead to obligations in the future. One must remember that the wool is sourced from the sheep. Therefore, it would be prudent to return this some sooner rather than later. As for the remaining 300,000, that could be repaid gradually. After all, that money is considered borrowed by her, so it is permissible to owe it for the time being. If they truly object, she could simply default, as 20,000 of the 300 originally belonged to her. 500,000? Apologies, Jingjing, but that is no trifling sum, and you are aware that the e-commerce landscape is challenging. Su Chichi once again declined. Could uncle possibly lend a hand? Even 30,000 would suffice. Song Lijing once more turned her attention towards Su Dajiang. You are aware that my father's side has purchased the factory from Su Yang, and the account is now depleted. We have yet to earn any profit. Su Chenqi once again evaded her request. However, this time he spoke the truth. When Su Yang initially sold the Zhou garment factory to Su Dajiang and Su Dehua, he took away 15 million in cash. Furthermore, all major clients of the Zhou garment factory have vanished. Currently, the factory is sustained by a few old and minor clients. Su Yang has also informed these clients that once the final orders are fulfilled, they will depart. In just a week or two, Su Dejiang and his sister will realize that the Zhou garment factory is merely a shell of its former self, and it even owes the bank tens of millions. By that point, any regret will be too late. Chenqi, can you truly not lend anything at all? Song Lijing expressed her disappointment. Bankruptcy reveals the true nature of people. It is only when one faces genuine troubles that they can see those around them with clarity. Nevertheless, Song Lijing refrained from confronting Su Chenqi immediately. After all, it is she who is facing bankruptcy, not him. Su Chenqi remains her benefactor. Even if she cannot borrow money, obtaining a small advantage is still feasible. Jingjing, how about this? I still have 20,000 on hand that I can transfer to you. This was meant for employee social security contributions. But since the deduction will not occur until the 20th, I might as well lend you a little respite. 20,000 is indeed a negligible amount for Su Chenqi. Ultimately, he has yet to consummate his relationship with Song Lijing, and he must fulfill his obligations. Perhaps it could be seen as a gesture to buy her a handbag. That works, Chenqi. Thank you. Song Lijing replied with a wry smile. The 20,000 feels quite burdensome to hold, yet she is no longer in a position to quibble. Even if it feels burdensome, she must accept it. 20,000 is still money. If one person can borrow 20,000, 100 could amount to 2 million. However, can she truly gather 2 million from 100 individuals? After all, they're all familiar faces. Why be formal? Are you free lately? I know a nice hotel restaurant. Shall we go try it? The implication of the hotel restaurant is quite clear. Su Chenqi's money is not easily acquired. Very well. I shall see if I can free up some time in the coming days. If I can, let us dine together. No problem. Let us settle on that. I shall transfer the money to you. Thank you, Chenqi. After hanging up, Song Lijing received 20,000 yuan. She certainly comprehended the significance of that sum and understood what Su Chenqi meant by dining at the hotel's Western restaurant. After the meal, they would proceed to a hotel room. Although Song Lijing was quite reluctant, at this juncture, she had little choice. After all, it was not her first encounter. She resigned herself to being led astray. Moreover, she afforded herself a few days' time, pondering that perhaps one of her backup options might selflessly come to her aid at the last moment. When that time arrived, she would no longer need to engage with Su Chenqi. The immediate priority was to seek out this alternative. Thus, Song Lijing began searching for her next backup on her phone. Just then, a red dot appeared on her social media interface, indicating a new post. She noticed that the profile picture belonged to Su Yang. Su Yang had posted. Song Lijing was momentarily taken aback. She had not blocked Su Yang. and since he rarely posted updates, she had naturally forgotten about him. Now, seeing Su Yang's post suddenly surprised her. She opened the post, and with a single glance, her breath caught in her throat. Su Yang's post contained only one image, but it was enough to unsettle anyone. It was a screenshot displaying Su Yang's name and account, revealing a futures trading account balance of over 50 million. Furthermore, the balance was temporarily unavailable for withdrawal. Those in the know understood that while he could liquidate today, withdrawals would have to wait until the following day. This meant that the more than 50 million yuan was profit Su Yang had earned from the futures market that very day. Considering the skyrocketing prices of soybean futures today, and knowing that Su Yang had anticipated this surge, Song Lijing realized with clarity. This man had indeed invested 5 million in a long position on soybean futures. Was he mad, or had he struck an incredible stroke of luck? Su Yang, did you truly bet on soybean futures? Song Lijing, suppressing her excitement, sent a message to Su Yang. However, he did not reply immediately, which was previously unthinkable. When they were together, even at 1 in the morning, Su Yang would always respond to her messages without delay. After sending the message, Song Lijing anxiously awaited his reply, but an hour passed without a word. During that hour, a torrent of memories flooded her mind, recalling all the kindness Su Yang had shown her. She remembered how, in the past, when Su Yang messaged her, she often took a long time to respond. She expected him to reply instantly, yet she had never been able to do the same. Thus, she waited a full hour and 10 minutes before finally receiving a response from Su Yang. Did I not suggest that you short as well? Did you not hear me? Following this, he sent a grinning emoji. As her former boyfriend, he had expressed everything that needed to be said. If you do not believe it yourself, you cannot blame others, can you? Witnessing Su Yang's smug demeanor, Song Lijing felt a bitter taste linger at the corners of her mouth. Had this matter been relayed to her by someone else, she would have pondered it deeply. Even after earning money that very morning, she would have decisively chosen to act and mitigate her losses. However, because it was Su Yang who spoke of this, it left Song Lijing in doubt of his words. Reflecting on it now, she found herself utterly foolish. Back in their university days, Su Yang had already revealed an astonishing talent in finance. Now that they had graduated, could she truly question his abilities? Wasn't that an act of sheer folly? Chapter 30. I believe you love me. The thought of having tried to show off in front of Su Yang, urging him to short sell soybean futures, made Song Lijing wish she could slap herself twice. Had Su Yang actually taken her advice, wouldn't that have resulted in a complete loss of 5 million? As it turned out, Su Yang was right. The one in the wrong was Song Lijing. At that moment, she was filled with regret. Had she remained with Su Yang, she would still be the girlfriend of a millionaire. Given how he had treated her in the past, lending her 1,200,000 was a mere trifle. He would have had no qualms about giving it outright. Su Yang, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I should have listened to you. Can you ever forgive me? After saying this, Song Lijing sent him a pitiful expression. Forgive you? Why would I? Su Yang scoffed. What benefit would that bring me? Should I wait for you to push me into bankruptcy again before you discard me? If he were to genuinely forgive her, not even the heavens would allow it. The system would obliterate him. Even a wealthy benefactor would abandon him. Thus, forgiveness was utterly out of the question. It would never happen in this lifetime. Su Yang, can't you find it in your heart to forgive me just this once? I never truly wanted to break up. I merely wished to encourage you. Song Lijing's mind was still agile, quickly conjuring another excuse. Encourage? Do you even believe that yourself, Song Lijing? Su Yang sneered. Would you accept such encouragement if it were offered to you? He was no naive child easily deceived, nor an innocent 18-year-old university student. Having betrayed him once, she could never expect his forgiveness again. Su Yang, enough, Song Lijing. Just tell me straight. Did you lose money in the stock market and now seek to borrow from me? Su Yang interrupted her. He could see through her intentions immediately. She had lost 1,200,000, all borrowed funds. Such a significant amount, she surely could not resolve on her own. Coincidentally, upon seeing his recent social media post, which indicated he had regained his wealth, how could she possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? Su Yang, could you lend me some money? Song Lijing tentatively inquired. Although she was unaware of how Su Yang had discerned her need for funds to invest in stocks, now that he was aware, she decided to drop her pretense and directly ask for the loan. Previously, you would directly provide me with financial assistance. Surely, you will do so again this time? Song Lijing awaited a response from Su Yang with a sense of anticipation. 1,200,000 for someone like Su Yang, who possessed a fortune in the tens of millions, should be trivial, right? Ha, Song Lijing, what makes you think I would lend you 120,000? Or even give it to you without expectation? You must realize that you are no longer my girlfriend. Su Yang chuckled, finding the situation somewhat amusing. What audacity this woman possessed. Did she truly believe she could obtain 120,000 from him without consequence? Did she think her worth was akin to gold? Su Yang, we can start anew. I believe you love me, and I love you too. If you're willing to lend me the money, I am ready to rekindle our relationship, Song Lijing explained fervently. Now that Su Yang had wealth, she was, of course, eager to rekindle their romance. Start anew? Song Lijing, you cannot possibly be unaware that I already have a girlfriend, can you? My current partner is more beautiful than you, possesses a better figure, is kinder, and most importantly, she is wealthy as well. What do you possess that could compel me to abandon her for you? Su Yang's tone dripped with mockery. The so-called girlfriend he referred to certainly did not exist. He was alluding to Zhao Muxue, since he had already made Zhao Muxue masquerade as his girlfriend. It seemed only fitting to allow the goddess to continue in her role. Zhao Muxue? Su Yang, do you love her? Are you not with her for her wealth? What distinguishes you from me? Upon hearing Zhao Muxue's name, Song Lijing's defenses crumbled. Indeed, in her eyes, she was merely an unremarkable ugly duckling that could never transform into a swan. The ugly duckling becomes a swan only because it is, in fact, the offspring of swan. However, a mere duck can never become a swan. It can only remain a duck, akin to the roasted duck from Quanjude. Indeed, there is no difference between us. Thus, I shall seek my goddess, who wouldn't relish a life of luxury and abundance. How does that make you feel? Are you furious? If you are not enraged yet, continue to stew in your anger. I shall no longer entertain this. I am blocking you. With that, Sununtai Yang promptly looked Dao Muxue on Vitamet. He had refrained from blocking her earlier, eagerly awaiting the moment to flaunt his victory. Now that he had succeeded, it was time to sever ties. Su Yang's purpose in posting this on social media had been achieved. Su Yang, you scoundrel. I will not let you off the hook. You have infuriated me. Just wait, I will rise again. Upon realizing her final message had been rejected and that she had evidently been removed from his friend list, Song Lijing erupted in impotent rage on the balcony. Meanwhile, Su Yang reveled in his triumph, feeling exhilarated and liberated, his spirits soaring. The sensation of gradually showcasing his superiority was far more satisfying than simply declaring himself a billionaire. Su Yang's social media was public. Upon learning of his bankruptcy, many classmates deleted him from their social media circles, yet a portion chose to retain their connections. Consequently, when Su Yang posted on social media, those who had not unfriended him were quick to express their admiration and congratulations. However, Su Yang responded only with a few indifferent remarks to most messages, engaging in a more substantial conversation solely with Luo Haiyang. Through their exchange, Su Yang discovered that Luo Haiyang was employed at a real estate sales center, earning a substantial salary and consistently ranking among the top salespeople each month. With a little luck, he often landed in the top 3, making hundreds of thousands annually. Nevertheless, real estate sales proved to be an arduous endeavor. Such income was hard-won. After a brief chat, Luo had to end the conversation due to a client, but Su Yang now knew where he worked. Understanding this, Su Yang planned to visit his old classmate soon to assist in boosting his sales performance, though he felt no urgency to do so immediately. News of Su Yang's newfound wealth had spread among his classmates, including his former roommates, notably Lu Zhanting, who is currently in a state of distress. Chapter 31. Why not ask Su Yang for a loan, bro? Can you give me another month? I promise to repay you then. Yes. I've received a promotion and now earn $1 million annually. With my salary and bonuses next month, I'll surely be able to repay you. Uncle, I really have no money right now. Next month, I'll scrape together whatever I can pay you back. What is the situation with your loans? Why are they starting to demand repayment, with half a month left until the due date? I never said I wouldn't repay. I will pay you when it's due. I earn 1 million a year. Do you think I can't manage that small amount? Lu Zhanting's 20,000 in stock investments had been borrowed from multiple individuals and several lending apps. They had originally agreed on a 2-week repayment, but as the deadline approached, everyone began to demand their money back. Now, seated in the manager's office, Lu Zhanting felt exceedingly uneasy. Were it not for his current position, he would never have risked all his principal in such a gamble. Now, he was left with nothing and owed 20,000, effectively reducing years of hard work to naught. What a disaster! After finishing another call from a creditor, Lu Zhanting slumped in his chair, never having felt so mentally exhausted since graduation. The pressure of being pursued for money was truly agonizing. At least it's only 20,000 I owe, and I've been promoted. If I were in Song Lijing's position, with a debt of 120,000, who knows when that would be resolved? With a sigh of relief, he felt a flicker of gratitude for having lived frugally over the years, avoiding unnecessary expenditures. 20,000 could potentially be repaid within a few months if he tightened his belt. But what of Song Lijing? She might have to endure years of hardship. Yet, she had brought this upon herself by recklessly gambling in futures trading without the means to back it up. Futures trading differs fundamentally from stock trading. If one lacks the necessary capital, it is prudent to refrain from engaging in such ventures. The consequences can be devastating, leading to complete financial ruin. For instance, consider the case of a certain crude oil investment. Losing one's principal is one thing, but owing 3 times that amount is truly perilous. Repaying such a debt, particularly if one hopes to settle a sum of 200,000 next month, is virtually impossible. The most sensible course of action would be to seek a loan from someone. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhanting dialed the number of his former roommate. Lu Zhanting shared a dormitory with Su Yang, comprising 4 members in total. Apart from the 2 of them, there were 2 other roommates, one of whom was Fong Tonga, with whom Lu Zhanting had cultivated a close friendship. The other 2 roommates had also severed ties with Su Yang, who had previously sought their financial assistance, only to be turned down. However, they remained courteous, merely declining without resorting to blocking him. In stark contrast, Lu Zhanting had promptly blacklisted Su Yang upon learning of his financial downfall. Both Fong Tonga and the other roommate were doing well in their careers, employed at a securities firm, a field akin to that of Lu Zhanting. The call connected swiftly, and Fong Tonga's laughter resonated through the line. "Hello, Lu. What do you need?" "Old Fong, I'm in dire straits. I need to borrow 200,000, and I promise to repay you in installments over the next few months." Lu Zhanting cut straight to the point, believing that his rapport with Fong Tonga would compel him to help in this moment of crisis. "Huh, Lu, why do you need to borrow money? Is it for a house down payment? Didn't you say you wouldn't be purchasing a property for a few more months?" As a single man, there's no need to rush into home ownership, Fong Tonga inquired, his curiosity piqued. He was aware that Lu Zhanting earned 500,000 annually and had savings of 800,000. Why then would someone in such a position seek a loan of 200,000? It's not for a house. I lost 1 million in futures trading and now owe an additional 200,000. But don't worry, I've recently been promoted to department manager with an annual salary of 1 million. I can definitely repay you in installments within a few months, Lu Zhanting explained, fully cognizant that Fong Tonga would require clarity about the purpose of a loan, particularly given the inherent risks associated with trading. Fong Tonga, being a professional in the securities industry, would certainly hesitate to lend money for trading, understanding the substantial risks involved. Lending money for such purposes is akin to giving it away without expectation of return. Unlike the extravagant Su Yang, Fong Tonga was prudent and would likely decline. However, if it were merely a matter of recovering losses from stock trading, he might consider it. Lost 1 million in futures trading? You didn't short soybean futures, did you? Fong Tonga, true to his profession, quickly deduced Lu Zhanting's risky maneuver. Indeed, I secretly shorted soybean futures. With my recent promotion, our company offers initial investment exemptions. Lu Zhanting admitted, I shorted 500 million, and I invested a little myself. Who would have thought that fate would conspire against me, causing all my earnings over the years to vanish? Lu Zhanting let out a bitter laugh. This time, it truly seemed that the heavens were determined to thwart his financial gains. Had it not been for this downpour, he could have amassed a fortune. Goodness, Lu, you have been rather impulsive. However, why not borrow money from Su Yang? He is far wealthier than I am. Fong Tonga inquired with curiosity. Su Yang? He has gone bankrupt. Are you not aware? Why would I bother him? Surely you are not so reluctant to lend me 200,000? I now earn $1 million annually, and I would definitely repay you, Lu Zhanyong replied with evident annoyance. As roommates, once Lu learned of Su Yang's bankruptcy, he reached out to the other two roommates, urging them not to lend any money to Su Yang. Therefore, Fong Tonga and another roommate were well aware of the situation. Now, when Fong suggested that Lu borrow from Su Yang, Lu interpreted it as an excuse to avoid lending him money. This, too, contributed to Lu's displeasure. Lu, are you still unaware? Su Yang made over 50 million by going long on soybean futures. He even posted about it on social media. Did you miss that? Fong Tonga was somewhat taken aback. He did not expect Lu Zhanyong to be oblivious to this matter. Their university group chat had erupted with discussions, everyone sharing screenshots of Su Yang's success. Earning 50 million from a single operation is undeniably impressive, especially considering that he is an ordinary retail investor, not an institution or market maker. The fact that he decisively took a long position while everyone else was bearish speaks volumes. To attribute this to mere luck would be absurd. What? How is that possible? Su Yang actually went long on soybean futures? Lu Zhanyong's face drained of color, becoming even paler than when soybean futures surged. The news of Su Yang's profits stung him more than his own losses. Moreover, just days prior, Su Yang had specifically warned them about the impending surge in soybean prices, advice they had dismissed. Who would have imagined that soybeans would indeed skyrocket? And Su Yang, having gone long on soybean futures, had reaped a staggering 50 million. Who could accept such a reality? Chapter 32. De Yang, may I borrow 200,000? Lu Zhanyong epitomized the type who wished for his brothers to suffer while being averse to their flourishing. Seeing his brother prosper was more distressing than losing $1 million himself. Indeed, he had returned to being a millionaire. Had I known then, I would have lent him the money, Fong Tonga sighed. He had just sent his congratulations to Su Yang, but it was evident that Su Yang had no intention of acknowledging him. Fong regretted not recognizing Su Yang's potential earlier. Had he known, he would never have looked down upon him alongside Lu Zhanyong. Now, there was an undeniable rift between him and Su Yang. Reflecting on this, Fong could not help but harbor some resentment towards Lu. If it weren't for this fellow sowing discord, he would have surely lent Su Yang even a modest sum of 5,000, which Su Yang would have remembered with gratitude. Regarding Su Yang's character, Fong Tonga had some understanding. Upon hearing Fong Tonga's words, Lu Zhangpeng felt an even deeper regret. Among the 4 individuals in their dormitory, he shared the closest relationship with Su Yang. Had he lent Su Yang money back then, even if it wasn't without some sarcastic remarks? Lu Zhangpeng believed that Su Yang would have lent a helping hand during his time of need. However, seeking Su Yang's assistance now seemed increasingly futile. Old Fong, you don't have any money to lend me, do you? Lu Zhangpeng sighed and once again reached out to Fong Tonga for help. Apologies, old Fong. I truly cannot assist you. Perhaps you could try asking Su Yang. As roommates, he is likely to help you, Fong Tonga replied, decisively ending the call. Nonetheless, this fellow was still quite astute. Even though he refused to lend money, his rejection was reasonable, and his tone remained relatively amicable. He was evidently startled by Su Yang's newfound wealth. Who could guarantee that Lu Zhangpeng wouldn't strike it rich in the future? If he offended an old friend now, how could he expect assistance later when fortune smiled upon that friend? How infuriating! Must he truly beseech that scoundrel Su Yang? As Lu Zhangpeng listened to the busy tone on the line, he felt an overwhelming urge to smash his phone. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Breaking his phone was merely a trivial matter. To him, it didn't hold much value. However, that perspective applied to his past self. For the current Lu Zhangpeng, even a phone worth 1,000 yuan felt like an extravagant purchase he could not justify. After much hesitation, he ultimately dialed Su Yang's number. However, upon connecting, he realized that he had blocked Su Yang. This revelation left Lu Zhangpeng feeling somewhat awkward and regretful. If Su Yang had also blocked him, reaching out would be impossible. Fortunately, his call went through. On the other end, Su Yang's languid voice emerged. Hello, who is this? Hey, DeYang, it's me, DePeng. Lu Zhanping greeted Su Yang warmly. To an outsider, it would seem they were the best of friends. In truth, merely half a month prior, they had shared a strong bond. For years of camaraderie, for years of living together, for years of sleeping head-to-head, how could they not be considered good friends? Yet, half a month ago, Lu Zhanping had shattered that friendship with his own hands. For Su Yang now, Lu Zhanping was but a stranger on the other end of the line. Ah, it is Mr. Lu. To what do I owe the pleasure of your call? Su Yang inquired, chuckling lightly. He exhibited no warmth, no initiative, and no willingness to assist. These were the three principles he adhered to. Regardless of what the other party said, he would dismiss it as mere nonsense, never forgiving them after just a few words. Ahem, DeYang, I heard you made 50 million in futures trading? Is that true? Lu Zhanping ventured cautiously. Could it be false? Haven't you seen the screenshots in the group? Would you like me to send them to you on WeChat for another look? Oh, it seems you have blocked me on WeChat. I have removed you as well. Su Yang's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. One cannot entirely blame him. It was not his decision to sever ties with Lu Zhanping, but rather the latter's own initiative. Having eliminated Su Yang from his friends, Su Yang would not allow this individual to continue occupying a space among his contacts. It is worth noting that in the business world, not everyone is granted the privilege of being added to Su Yang's friend list. Numerous affluent businessmen have sought various means to connect with him, yet they have consistently failed. Lu Zhanping, in this context, was indeed oblivious to the fortune he possessed. Cough, DeYang, I must admit my previous faults. I merely sought to motivate you. You see, my predictions were correct under dire circumstances. You indeed managed to turn the tide. Lu Zhanping forced a smile, employing the same excuse used by Song Lijing. Motivation? It appears President Lu, accustomed to his managerial role, has begun to apply such methods even with friends, Su Yang scoffed. Motivation? I would trust a ghost before I trust you. How could that be, DeYang? I genuinely wish for your success. All right, President Lu, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Are you in financial distress due to futures trading and seeking to borrow money from me? Su Yang interjected, unmasking Lu Zhanping's true intentions. This individual had always been one to feign concern when it suited him, yet vanish when there were no troubles. Even in their school days, this was his pattern. Now, having graduated and entered the workforce, such habits remained unchanged. For someone like him, Su Yang could only muster a single word. Leave. Cough, DeYang. You have not changed at all. Your intellect remains as sharp as ever. I lost $1 million in futures trading, of which 200,000 was borrowed. I wish to borrow another 200,000 to repay my debts. Those friends are now demanding their money. I had promised to return it within half a month. But clearly, I'm unable to do so now. Faced with Su Yang's revelations, Lu Zhanping ceased the pretense and directly stated his purpose. Owing 200,000? President Lu, what about the additional 800,000? Did you not claim to have spent it on purchasing a house? When I sought to borrow 100,000 from you, you only offer me a mere 100. Su Yang chuckled, recalling the events of that time, when he faced difficulties and sought a loan of 100,000 from Lu Zhanping. The latter had not only refused, but had also insulted him with a paltry sum. Now that fortunes had shifted, how could this man dare to approach him for a loan? DeYang, at that time, I genuinely lacked funds. The 800,000 was earmarked for a house. I did not wish to gamble recklessly, yet I ended up losing terribly. Lu Zhanping sighed in resignation. The intention to purchase a house was indeed truthful, but faced with such a lucrative opportunity, he found it hard to let go. Thus, he fell into the trap. Chapter 33. A day to act is better than a day to choose. I apologize, but my funds are also allocated for purchasing a house. If you're truly in urgent need of money, I suggest you explore a few online loans. That should suffice to repay your friends. Su Yang was not inclined to extend his goodwill. Do not say it is 100,000. Even a mere 100 yuan, he would not part with. This rascal infuriates me. Online loans carry exorbitant interest rates. DeYang, would you lend me some money? I am now the manager of my department, earning $1 million annually. I could repay you this sum in installments within 6 months. I propose to return 2,000 each month. What do you think? Lu Zhanping implored once more, his little scheme ringing clearly in his mind. Money borrowed through online loans incurs interest and the rates are steep. Currently, online loans typically have an annual interest rate of over 10%. Borrowing $200,000 for a year would result in over $20,000 in interest. In contrast, borrowing from Su Yang would entail no interest whatsoever. Moreover, Liu Zhangping knew Su Yang well. Once he secured a loan, Su Yang would undoubtedly feel too embarrassed to demand repayment. At that point, he could simply delay repayment until he amassed another million, making it more advantageous than resorting to online loans. The current landscape of online lending is vastly different from a decade ago. Nowadays, these loans are issued by legitimate institutions and are subject to credit reporting. Defaulting could lead to serious repercussions. $2,000 a month? Mr. Liu, you truly possess a knack for calculations. However, do you genuinely believe your six-figure salary is secure? Su Yang laughed heartily. Liu Zhangping and Song Lijing were both out of funds and burdened with significant debts. They had already repaid the money they earned from Su Yang. It was time for them to take their leave. Nevertheless, Su Yang's words left Liu Zhangping momentarily perplexed. Wasn't it merely an investment failure? How could it jeopardize his job? Despite the failure of this $500 million investment, he was shielded by an investment exemption. The company would not hold this against him, nor would he face dismissal due to this incident. At worst, he might be demoted, returning to a position as a trader. Dismissal was nearly impossible. Su Yang, what do you mean? Liu Zhangping inquired, furrowing his brow. He now realized that Su Yang would certainly not lend him any money, which caused his tone to grow cold. Since no money would be lent, there was no need for him to continue his obsequiousness. Nothing of consequence. I merely wish you success in finding a new and better job. Su Yang replied before abruptly hanging up the phone, swiftly blocking and deleting the contact. The pretense had lasted long enough. It was now time for a reality check. Liu Zhangping, upon hearing the busy signal, was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a knock echoed through the room. Moments later, the glass door swung open, revealing 4 or 5 individuals adorned with identification badges. Upon seeing them, Liu Zhangping's expression shifted dramatically. He could recognize only 1 or 2 among them. One was his immediate superior, while the other was the head of the inspection department. Their collective presence signified trouble. As it turned out, Liu Zhangping's predictions were indeed correct. Luo Zhangping, you are suspected of engaging in futures trading using another person's account in violation of regulations. We have already gathered evidence. Let us sit down and discuss this matter. The head of the supervision department stated as he pulled a chair opposite Luo Zhangping and took a seat. Subsequently, the formal questioning commenced. Concurrently, Song Lijing was also brought to the office for interrogation by another team. The inquiry lasted over 2 hours. Faced with the head of the supervision department, who possessed incriminating evidence, Luo Zhangping dared not conceal the truth and divulged everything about his family members trading stocks on his behalf. The subsequent proceedings were rather straightforward. The head of the supervision department, representing Ollie Finance, instructed Luo Zhangping to resign. Naturally, he had the option to refuse and allow the company to terminate his employment. However, should he be dismissed, the company would pursue accountability for his malicious short selling in the futures market. With $500 million in capital short-selling soybean futures, and having invested his own funds as well, if this matter were to become public, Luo Zhangping would find it impossible to continue his career in the financial sector. Thus, resigning voluntarily was the most prudent choice. By choosing to resign, he would forfeit his severance pay, receiving only his salary for the month. The same fate befell Song Lijing, who also walked away without a single penny in compensation. Consequently, both individuals, one earning an annual salary of $1 million and the other nearly $500,000, lost their jobs simultaneously. Stripped of employment and burdened with substantial debts, their future prospects were grim. However, this was of no concern to Su Yang. That very day, he called Zhao Muxiue, invited her to dinner, and returned $5,100,000 to her. Oh my goodness, Su Yang, you are truly incredible. Did you really turn $5 million into $50 million? You made a complete turnaround. Upon receiving the bank notification, Zhao Muxiue remained somewhat incredulous. She found it difficult to comprehend this man before her. How could he be so audacious in the futures market? Moreover, his luck seemed almost too fortuitous. Despite the decline in soybean futures, He had somehow anticipated a torrential downpour, decisively opting to go long on the soybean futures, reaping substantial rewards. He seemed to possess an uncanny ability to seize the opportune moment. It was as if he were a prodigy of stock trading. Haha, it's merely good fortune. Nothing extraordinary, Su Yang chuckled lightly. The notion of being a prodigy in stock trading was mere nonsense. With the system in hand, there is no need to worry while traversing the world. Mushue, consider the extra 100,000 as your interest. Do not regard it as meager. Su Yang, concerned that Zhao Mushue might refuse the 10,000, felt compelled to clarify. In truth, the amount of 10,000 was indeed modest. Nevertheless, Su Yang understood Zhao Mushue. If he offered too much, she would undoubtedly decline. To avoid any awkwardness later on, it was better to present a suitable sum that both parties could accept. For Zhao Mushue, 100,000 was merely enough to purchase a handbag. All right, I shan't be polite then. But do not think that 10,000 will suffice to dismiss me. We agreed to dine at the restaurant outside, and you must not go back on your word. Of course not. Why wait for a better day when we can seize today? Displeased, what a day it is. How filthy indeed, but just today. Hee, no problem. After the two made their arrangements, they each drove to the establishment known as Lu Xian. Its location, nestled in the heart of the city, is adjacent to Linen Lake, making it quite an appealing spot both geographically and environmentally. Furthermore, the expenses incurred here are notably high, a fact previously mentioned. Naturally, with elevated prices comes exceptional taste. It is often said that linen lacks culinary delights, yet the truth lies in the fact that high-end cuisine is simply beyond the reach of the average person. Lu Xian offers the most authentic linen delicacies, alongside a variety of gastronomic treasures from across the nation. As long as one is willing to part with their money, they can indulge in any legally consumable delicacy available here. Chapter 34. Members of Lu Xian Su Yang and Zhao Mushue entered the parking lot of Lu Xian, one after the other. After securing their vehicles, they proceeded to the entrance. Sir, madam, are there two of you? A server, donned in traditional attire, approached them as they reached the door. Yes, just the two of us, Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. May I inquire if you are members of Lu Xian? If not, you will need to wait in line for a brief moment, the server replied courteously. The prices at Lu Xian are steep. Yet this world is never short of affluent individuals, particularly those with disposable income. For such patrons, dining at Lu Xian serves as a status symbol. Consequently, the establishment is often bustling with patrons. Additionally, a significant factor contributing to this influx is the multitude of social media influencers who frequent the locale. Linen City is a national hotspot for influencers, drawing countless individuals who revel in showcasing their presence at upscale venues. As a high-end restaurant, Lu Xian boasts an exquisite layout and ambience, making it effortless to capture stunning photographs. Even the most casual snapshots yield remarkable results. Thus, it has evolved into a favored destination for influencers. When Lu Xian opens its doors, it is impossible to refuse entry to influencers, as they contribute to the establishment's revenue. Even if a table of patrons orders merely a few cups of tea, they're still considered customers. Hence, business thrives at Lu Xian. However, the management is astute. In many respects, influencers can be deemed ineffective clientele, and the restaurant will not sacrifice its genuine wealthy patrons for them. Consequently, the entire first floor of the restaurant has been designated exclusively for members. The main hall below allows entry through reservations, while the upper level is accessible solely to members. Membership at Lu Xian does not come cheaply. The annual fee for a membership card amounts to a staggering 100,000 yuan. Moreover, this fee is purely for the membership itself and cannot be utilized for dining expenses. Those who can afford such a card are undoubtedly among the elite of society, and typically, small entrepreneurs are reluctant to make such an investment. Despite the membership card not entirely barring influencers from ascending to the upper level, after all, many influencers are also extraordinarily wealthy. It does serve to mitigate the presence of less prominent influencers, thus ensuring a more serene dining experience for the esteemed clientele. Su Yang indeed possessed a membership card for this establishment. However, before he could utter a word, Zhao Mushue proactively produced a silver card from her purse. I have a membership card. I believe a reservation is unnecessary, she stated, handing the card to the waiter. Su-yang was hardly surprised that Zhao Muxue had a membership for Lu Weixian. If the daughter of a billionaire chairman could not afford such a membership, few would be capable of doing so. With the membership card, one naturally experiences a different caliber of service. Upon receiving the card, the waiter's demeanor transformed, becoming markedly more respectful. Greetings, esteemed silver member Miss Zhao. Welcome to Lu Weixian. Allow me to escort you inside. Would you prefer dining in the first floor hall, or perhaps the second floor hall? Or would you like to opt for a private room on the third floor? Indeed, Lu Weixian boasts a third floor, entirely composed of private rooms, accessible only to members, each with a minimum spend requirement. The least expensive room necessitates a single expenditure of no less than 100,000. Do not assume that spending 100,000 on a meal is exorbitant. For the affluent hosting friends or clients, such an amount is merely commonplace. Often, a meal can start from 4 to 500,000, and should fine wines be involved, it is not unusual for a dining experience to exceed $1 million. Let us dine in the second floor hall. Just the two of us. There is no need for a private room, Zhao Muxue suggested with a smile. In truth, she aimed to save Su-yang some money. Although he had earned $50 million in the futures market recently, that fortune had not come easily. While she jokingly remarked about treating him to an extravagant meal, she would not genuinely overindulge. Very well, Miss Zhao, please follow me. The waiter responded. Alrig, Su-yang. Let us proceed. Certainly. Accompanied by the waiter, the two entered Lu Weixian. The first floor was bustling with energy, filled with patrons, many of whom were strikingly attractive young women. Some girls were grouped together, their tables adorned with few dishes, clearly there for social media exposure. Others sat across from well-dressed men, varying in age, yet all displaying a refined style, either wealthy individuals or affluent heirs. The nature of their relationships was self-evident. They were either couples or involved in some form of romantic liaison. Indeed, couples were plentiful here, making it an ideal venue for dining on dates. However, this did not concern Su-yang, who paid little attention to those around him. As they conversed, the duo ascended to the second floor, where the hall was spacious, yet significantly less crowded. The seating arrangements were well-spaced, ensuring that diners could enjoy their meals and conversations without disturbance. Scattered across the upper level were merely a dozen tables, yet each patron present was undeniably affluent. Su-yang even spotted a rather renowned male internet celebrity, though he had only encountered this individual during a live stream and was not an avid follower. Even as a fan, he would not dare approach someone for a greeting in such a setting. After all, everyone possesses their own dignity, and none can relinquish their stature. Miss Zhao, would you prefer to sit by the lakeside? Yes, let's sit there. Very well, Miss Zhao. The waiter promptly arranged a table for the two and presented several menus for their selection. In this age of online ordering, physical menus have become somewhat rare. Nevertheless, truly upscale restaurants still maintain this tradition, serving as a testament to their refinement. Sometimes simplicity itself embodies sophistication. Miss Zhao, Mr. Su, may I briefly introduce our specialties? The waiter inquired with a smile. No need. Let's order directly, replied Zhao. Muxue, order whatever you desire. Spare no expense on my account. All right, then I shall be quite unreserved. Zhao Muxue chuckled before beginning to place her order. She chose only 5 dishes in total, 2 vegetable dishes and 3 meat ones. Yet, even so, the total cost of these few dishes exceeded 20,000. I'm done, Su-yang. It's your turn to order, she announced. All right, let us add a few more, Su-yang replied, subsequently selecting 5 additional dishes, bringing the total to 10. This was sufficient for a feast. As for the price, it had already soared to 80,000. Spending 80,000 on a single meal was indeed extravagant. Were it not for Zhao Muxue insisting they had enough, Su-yang would have continued to add more dishes. In reality, he had not chosen particularly expensive items. He primarily picked dishes that Zhao Muxue expressed a preference against. Thus, the selections could be considered moderately priced in this establishment. Muxue, shall we get some ice cream? The ice cream here is quite delightful. Forget it. One ice cream costs over 4,000. I refuse to waste such money. After we finish dining, just buy me a sundae at McDonald's. The second one is half price. Very well, Shall we order a bottle of Lafite or Roman Economy? Let us go for the $2,000 Lafite. Roman Economy is too pricey. Done. That'll be all. Excellent. Sir. The waiter beamed as he took the menu. A bottle of Lafite costing $20,000 would yield her a modest commission. In such establishments, waitstaff typically earn a high salary, particularly benefiting from commissions on alcohol sales, especially for ordinary variants of renowned wines. This order saw Su Yang spend $100,000, which was not an insignificant amount. As the waiter went to place the order, Zhao Mushui and Su Yang engaged in conversation. Su Yang, have you given any thought to my proposal? Would you consider joining me? It would be quite a loss for someone of your caliber not to collaborate with me. Zhao Mushui reiterated her invitation with a smile. Having recently earned $50 million in the futures market, Zhao Mushui was further convinced of his potential, resolute not to let him slip away. While others might attribute Su Yang's success to luck, a woman's intuition assured Zhao Mushui that he possessed genuine skill. If she could recruit him, her new company in Hangzhou would undoubtedly flourish swiftly. Apologies, Mushui, but I truly have not contemplated this matter. I have grown accustomed to freedom and truly do not wish to return to work. Su Yang decisively declined Zhao Mushui's invitation once more. He genuinely was not inclined to pursue a job. On one hand, as he himself stated, he is a free spirit. How could he possibly engage in labor? On the other hand, it is quite simple. Would a billionaire ever work for someone else? What a farcical notion. Very well, I shall not press you further, Zhao Mushui sighed. Talented individuals are hard to come by. However, she did not dwell on it. Perhaps in the future, Su Yang might alter his perspective. Soon, dishes began to arrive in succession, and the two commenced their meal while engaging in conversation. As young adults, they found plenty to discuss. Both possessed cheerful dispositions, making it easy for them to connect. After enjoying a bit of red wine, their conversation became even more delightful. Once they finished their meal and drinks, Su Yang took the initiative to offer Zhao Mushui a ride home. Given that they had both consumed alcohol, driving was certainly impractical. As for hiring a chauffeur, Su Yang felt uneasy about allowing Zhao Mushui, a young woman, to accompany a stranger. Since they had dined together, it was only right that he ensure her safe return. Zhao Mushui did not refuse this gesture. After securing a chauffeur, they headed home together. Zhao Mushui's residence was ideally situated near Linen Lake, not too far from Su Yang's Wanghu Villa area, approximately a 15-minute drive. The chauffeur drove directly into the underground parking of the community, parked the vehicle, and then departed. Su Yang, would you like to come up for a bit? Zhao Mushui asked, her cheeks flushed. At such a moment, a girl inviting a boy upstairs could easily be misconstrued. Nevertheless, it would seem rather impolite not to extend the invitation, especially since they were already at her doorstep. Zhao Mushui harbored feelings for Su Yang, albeit unspoken. Oh, I think I shall pass. It's quite late. I'll just take a taxi to the street and find a chauffeur to head back, Su Yang replied with a smile, graciously declining her offer. Very well. Shall I take my leave then? Yes, I shall depart as well. Shall we arrange to meet again? Certainly. Let us plan for next time. After bidding farewell, Su Yang turned and walked away. Zhao Mushui watched him leave, feeling a twinge of frustration as she stamped her foot before heading towards the elevator. However, just before she could enter, a laugh called out to her, and a middle-aged man emerged from a Maybach. Xiaoshui. Ah, father, what brings you here? The newcomer was none other than Zhao Mushui's father, Zhao Yuanshan, the chairman of the Zhao Group. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival beforehand? I would have gone to meet you, Zhao Mushui said, walking over to her father and linking her arm with his. Ha ha ha, of course, I didn't mention it. How else could I witness such a splendid performance? Zhao Yuanshan laughed heartily, leaving Zhao Mushui somewhat perplexed. Performance? Father, what performance are you referring to? Zhao Mushui inquired with curiosity. Of course, it is the delightful performance between you and that young man. No wonder you declined your father's proposal for an arranged marriage last time. It seems you already have a boyfriend. Pray tell, what does this young man do? What business does his family engage in? Is he handsome? Zhao Yuanshan had only caught a distant glimpse of Su Yang, merely seeing his silhouette. Thus he was unaware of the young man's appearance. He did, however, perceive that the individual possessed an admirable height and a physique that suggested diligent training, exuding vitality. Father, what are you rambling about? He is merely my university classmate, not my boyfriend, Zhao Muxue retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated that her father had just spotted her. Fortunately, Su Yang had not followed her upstairs. Encountering him at home would have been even more awkward. A university classmate? What is his name? What business does his family run? Zhao Yuanshan pressed on. His name is Su Yang. His family used to be in the clothing business, but after his parents passed away, the garment factory's operations declined, and they sold it not long ago. A clothing factory? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan's brows furrowed slightly. He had initially assumed that Su Yang was a person of some significance, only to discover he was merely the scion of a small factory. Now that the factory was no longer in existence, it held even less weight. Does this mean he is now bankrupt and penniless? Zhao Yuanshan inquired further. Not at all. I lent him 5 million recently, Zhao Muxue replied. What? You lent him 5 million? My dear girl, it seems you have fallen head over heels. Upon learning that his daughter had lent Su Yang such a sum, Zhao Yuanshan became quite agitated. His concern did not stem from the potential loss of 5 million. After all, as the chairman of the Zhao Group, that amount was inconsequential. His primary worry was that his precious daughter might be deceived. Despite her being in her mid-20s, she remained inexperienced in matters of the heart and could easily be misled by a charming rogue, particularly one lacking wealth. Oh, father, please let me finish. I lent him the money, but he made 50 million in the futures market and will repay me shortly. Look, here's the bank statement. Chapter 36. What does the factory's troubles have to do with me? Fearing her father might not believe her, Zhao Muxue proactively retrieved her phone and opened her banking app to show him today as transactions. Zhao Yuanshan glanced at the screen, where a record of 5,010,000 from Su Yang's profitable dealings was evident. This revelation eased his concerns. Since the young man was willing to repay the money, he likely was not a fraud. Zhao Muxue also took the initiative to explain the circumstances surrounding the investment. This revelation elevated Zhao Yuanshan's opinion of Su Yang. To earn 50 million in just half a month from a mere 5 million in the futures market. Was this young man simply fortunate, or did he truly possess such skill? A hint of astonishment crossed Zhao Yuanshan's face. If he were in a similar situation, turning 5 million into 50 million within a fortnight would be utterly impossible. If this Su Yang has indeed made an astute prediction about the soaring soybean futures, then he is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. If that is the case, Zhao Yuanshan would certainly like to make his acquaintance. I am at a loss, as I have extended invitations for him to join my company several times, offering an annual salary in the millions, yet he has consistently declined. Zhao Muxue curled her lips in annoyance at the thought, having extended such a sincere invitation. It was disheartening for her to be met with rejection. Ha ha, this only elevates my regard for him. This young man is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Yuanshan let out a hearty laugh, suddenly realizing that Su Yang might not be as simple as he had initially perceived. This young man warrants a thorough investigation. Concurrently, Zhao Yuanshan began to associate Su Yang with Mr. Su from the Yangsu group, who was reportedly around 24 or 25 years old. Could they be the same person? This fleeting thought crossed Zhao Yuanshan's mind before he dismissed it. The Mr. Su in question is a true pinnacle of commercial prowess, a singular talent in the world. Su Yang likely only shares the same surname as that esteemed individual. The notion of them being one and the same, that is certainly implausible. After all, the esteemed Mr. Su would not need to borrow 500,000 from his daughter. Hee, Daddy, if there's an opportunity, I'll bring him to meet you, she chirped. Meeting me is fine, but if you intend to be with him, I shall not easily consent, he replied. Oh, Daddy, fret not. We are merely good friends for now. That's good. However, the future remains uncertain. The last remark was silently uttered by Zhao Muxue. She harbored fond feelings for Su Yang. If she were to choose someone to share her life with, it would undoubtedly be him. Meanwhile, Su Yang took a taxi directly back to the Wanghu villa. As for the car he had parked outside the building, naturally, someone would drive it back for him. After a brief tidying up upon arriving home, Su Yang went straight to bed. Having enjoyed a bit of wine that day, he anticipated a deep and restful slumber. Thus a week passed quietly. One morning, Su Yang's phone began to ring incessantly. However, He was out exercising and missed the calls. By the time he finished his workout, took a shower, had breakfast, and refreshed himself, his phone displayed over 100 missed calls. Have the Su Dajiang siblings realized that the factory is now empty? Noticing that all the incoming calls were from Su Dajiang and Su Dehua, a cold smirk crept across Su Yang's lips. It had been a month since he withdrew from the Jiangsu garment factory, and it was evident that the existing operations had concluded. The Su siblings must have finally recognized that their former partners had vanished. Now, the company is devoid of any clientele and is burdened with a 30 million loan from the bank. 30 million is no trifling sum. This loan had been secured by Su Yang under the auspices of the inclusive financial policy, which offered a remarkably low interest rate of only 3.5 annually. For operating loans, such a rate is indeed quite favorable. However, even with the interest rates being remarkably low, the monthly interest amounts to an astonishing 87,000. In the absence of any business operations, it seems that the Su siblings, Su Dajiang and his sister, may soon find themselves unable to meet even the interest payments on their loans. Moreover, at the time the loans were secured, Su Yang had already ceased to be the legal representative of the company. Now that he has distanced himself from the enterprise, any default on the loans would not implicate him. The responsibility would primarily fall on the legal representative, who happens to be his unfortunate uncle, Su Dajiang. Today marks the 19th, and tomorrow the interest payment is due. It is likely that Su Dajiang is already troubled by how to manage the first month's interest. Nevertheless, this matter bears no relevance to Su Yang. He refrained from immediately returning the call, casting his phone aside as he lay on his bed, immersing himself in the defense of the Hidden Leaf Village. Su Yang is an avid gamer, diligently completing his daily tasks. As the top player in the regional power rankings, he faces considerable pressure. Each day presents an opportunity for expenditure. In the words of a certain game, today is yet another day filled with an 8,000 expenditure. While Su Yang does not spend 8,000 daily, an initial daily expenditure of 1,000 is quite typical for him. After completing his daily gaming tasks and indulging in a few rounds of competitive gaming, Su Yang leisurely rose from his bed to return Su Dajiang's call. "Hello, uncle. Is something the matter? Why have you been calling me so frequently?" Su Yang yawned as he spoke, appearing as if he had just awakened. "Su Yang, do you still have the leisure to sleep? Are you aware that the factory is in trouble?" The displeased voice of Su Dajiang resonated as soon as the call connected. Early that morning, he had received messages from several major partners indicating their intent to cease collaboration. These partners, with annual profits ranging from several million to tens of millions, are essential for the continuation of operations. Previously, it was Su Yang who maintained these partnerships. Su Dajiang had merely had contact information without having engaged in substantial collaboration. A month ago, upon taking over the factory, he attempted to reach out to these partners in hopes of continuing their cooperation. At that time, the owners of these factories had granted their agreement, but who could have anticipated that a mere month later, they would all withdraw? This revelation startled Su Dajiang, prompting him to immediately share the news with his sister. The two then began to alternate in contacting Su Yang, believing that perhaps Su Yang could persuade these clients to return. After all, they are family. Surely Su Yang would not stand idly by in their time of need. Would he? What? The factory is in trouble? Uncle, I've already been ousted from the factory by you two. What does the factory's predicament have to do with me? Su Yang retorted innocently. It was Su Dajiang and Su Dehua who had expelled him from the factory. Before leaving, Su Yang had clearly warned them not to regret their decision. How could it be that merely a month has passed, and they are already filled with regret? Such a swift change of heart seems rather hasty. However, Su Yang would not foolishly reveal to them that he had orchestrated these events. Let them ponder on it. Chapter 37. How you benefited at my expense, how can it not concern you? Xiao Yang, the previous partners of the factory were all maintained by you. Now that you have departed, you must entrust your partners to us as well. Just this morning, all partners informed us that they would no longer collaborate with us. You must understand that our annual profits, amounting to tens of millions, are derived from these partners. If they cease their cooperation, our company will inevitably become nothing more than a hollow shell. Su Dajiang grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. The company still owes 30 million in loans. Should orders dwindle, we will be left to face adversity. In such a scenario, failing to repay the loans would necessitate selling the factory to settle debts. If the proceeds from the sale are insufficient, his personal assets could very well be compromised. Over the past month, with the company's account devoid of funds, he has already covered a significant amount of expenses. Monthly wages for the workers alone exceed $1 million. This money has all been drawn from his own account. He had initially anticipated a steady influx of new orders, enabling him to recoup his expenditures. Little did he know that before the next month commenced, all orders would vanish entirely. Not merely halved, but completely absent. Uncle, you may be unaware, but during my tenure, a substantial portion of the company's partners had already departed. The remaining few stayed solely out of respect for me. Now that I have left, it is only natural for them to depart as well. This situation has persisted for 3 to 4 years, Su Yang explained with a smile. 3 to 4 years? Impossible. What nonsense are you speaking, Xiaoyang? For the past 3 to 4 years, we have consistently received such substantial sums. How could the company possibly be devoid of orders? You must be scheming behind the scenes. The voice of Su Daihua resonated with agitation on the other end of the line. She was not mistaken. Over the years, they had received every penny of their profit share. If the profits remained intact, how could the orders possibly decline? Dear aunt, had you taken the time to educate yourselves, you might have understood. Is it not evident in the company's financial statements? Why not hire an accountant to review them? Su Yang scoffed. The company previously had no accountant. All financial matters were outsourced. Before departing, Su Yang had mentioned the need to transfer the ledger. However, the siblings Su Daijiang and Su Daihua, lacking in formal education, would not comprehend the ledger even if it were handed to them. The outsourced accounts were prepared by a specialized accounting firm. Without proper training, the intricacies of borrowing and lending would be lost on them. Thus, he declined any assistance. It was only when troubles arose that they discovered the factory's profits in the final year had dwindled to a mere pittance. We cannot decipher the financial statements, nor do we trust them. We have ceased our dealings with that accounting firm for tax reporting. Surely, you're the one behind this, correct? Su Dahua harbored no belief in the financial statements. In taking over the factory, they had terminated their partnership with the accounting firm to cut costs, neglecting tax reporting altogether. Both siblings, lacking experience in enterprise management, naively believed that by not reporting taxes, they could evade payment. The harsh reality was that they were profoundly misguided. This factory, if it were merely a sole proprietorship, could evade taxation without consequence. However, it is not a sole proprietorship. It is a limited liability company. As such, it is mandated to report taxes. The penalties for tax evasion are indeed severe. Dear aunt, you have truly wronged me. The reason your profits have not diminished over the years is because I have diverted all my earnings to subsidize you and uncle. I have not made a single penny for myself. At this juncture, Su Yang was no longer inclined to feign ignorance. He was determined to make it clear to these two individuals that over the past 3 years, they had taken advantage of him, rather than the other way around. What? How could this be? If you were truly so benevolent, would you have taken away more than 15 million upon leaving the factory? Su Dewa exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept that Su Yang possessed such noble character. After all, that amount was in the millions. Not even biological brothers would part with it so readily. Thus, they were convinced that Su Yang had deliberately caused the partners to withdraw their cooperation. Ha! Aunt, if you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. I have said all I needed to say. If you remain unconvinced, I have nothing more to add. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now. Upon finishing, Su Yang moved his phone away from his ear, preparing to disconnect the call. However, Su Dejiang on the other end would not allow Su Yang to escape so easily. Xiaoyang, do not hang up just yet. Where are you now? Your aunt and I are coming to find you. We are family. You cannot simply stand by and do nothing. I am confident that these clients will certainly give you face and continue placing orders with us. Hearing that Su Yang was no longer willing to involve himself, Su Dajiang immediately panicked. Their unwavering belief that Su Yang was sabotaging them stemmed from having heard a partner mention that they were only placing orders for the factory due to Su Yang's influence. With Su Yang absent, they would undoubtedly seek out better partners. This was precisely why Su Dajiang and his sister felt that Su Yang had intentionally caused the partners to withdraw their orders after leaving the factory. Hence, Su Dehua's earlier agitation. Uncle, I am currently homeless, residing in a diminutive 18-square-meter room, so there is no need for you to come over. These clients were already yielding little profit for us. Even if I were to persuade them to return, they would not. Furthermore, when I sold the factory to you, I explicitly stated my hope that you would not have regrets. You also assured me that you would not. Now that trouble has arisen, I will not be held accountable. Su Yang replied with a faint smile. When they signed the equity transfer agreement, both parties had agreed not to interfere with one another. Since this was mutually agreed upon, there was no need for continued entanglement. Xiaoyang, are you truly going to stand by and do nothing? This factory is your parents' blood, sweat, and tears. Are you really going to watch it collapse? What if we return 15 million to you in exchange for 10% of the shares? What do you think? Su Dejiang finally revealed his true intentions. They're also aware that the factory is likely on the brink of collapse. Over the past few years, an alarming number of garment factories in Jiang province have shut down. In the past, running a garment factory was relatively easy due to low labor costs. However, now the cost of labor has surged. A seamstress can earn as much as 100,000 yuan in a year, a stark contrast to the mere 30 or 40,000 that could be earned 2 decades ago. Additionally, the costs of various materials have also risen significantly. In comparison to Jiang province, regions in the interior or abroad, where labor costs are lower, are seeing even more substantial profits. Consequently, factories in Jiang province are struggling to secure orders, leading to an inevitable increase in closures. Chapter 38. Son. The factory is in trouble, although Su Dejiang and his siblings lack formal education. They have witnessed enough factory closures to know that theirs is likely doomed. The collapse of the factory would be of little concern to them, as long as their interests remain intact. If they can reclaim the 15 million yuan that Su Yang took, then even if the factory goes bankrupt and the bank seizes all fixed assets to settle debts, the remaining 15 million would be the sum they could share. Each sibling would receive 750,000, a modest amount, but certainly more favorable than the current situation where they earn nothing and are left to incur losses. Haha, 15 million? Uncle, where would I find 15 million? I've lost all my money in futures trading, not to mention 15 million. Even a mere 1,500 in my pocket is what you gave me during dinner that night. Suyang Laogid Heartili. Although he had shared his success of making 50 million from soybean futures on social media, he had blocked the Su Dajiang family to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Yang understood that once it was posted, it was only a matter of time before Su Dejiang and his siblings would become aware of it. Yet, this was of little significance. What mattered was getting through the current predicament. Su Dejiang was momentarily at a loss for words. They indeed knew about Su Yang's bankruptcy. They had once humiliated him with a few hundred yuan. Now, expecting him to produce 15 million was, without a doubt, unrealistic. Little Yang, think of a way. You are resourceful and must have a solution, right? This is your parents' legacy. Surely you cannot bear to see the factory close down? If it truly collapses, how will you face your parents' spirits in the afterlife? Su Dajiang began to play the emotional card, invoking Su Yang's parents. Unfortunately for him, Su Yang was a reborn individual. While he held respect for his parents in this life, he felt no significant debt towards them. Moreover, although Su Yang had relinquished the factory, he had become the invisible tycoon of the Daxia. If his parents' spirits were to learn of their son's remarkable success, they would undoubtedly feel pride rather than disappointment. What he possessed had long surpassed the mere operation of a garment factory. If they were still unsatisfied, it would reflect a lack of gratitude on their part. Therefore, Su Yang was utterly indifferent to their words. I'm sorry, uncle, but I truly cannot assist you. Isn't my cousin doing exceptionally well in business? You could certainly ask him for some advice. Well, that's all for now. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. In the future, if you need anything regarding the factory, do not call me. Even if you do, I shan't answer. With those words, Su Yang abruptly ended the call. He had previously stated that once he took over the factory, there would be no room for regret. Even if he did feel remorse, he would not intervene. Su Yang was no saint. What good would a rebirth be if one were to remain a saint? Hello, Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang, that little rascal hung up on me. Su Dajiang angrily slammed his phone onto the table. Failing to secure 15 million clearly infuriated him. Brother, We must have been deceived by that little rascal Su Yang. He must have known all along that these partners would no longer place orders with us, thus tricking us into purchasing the factory at an exorbitant price of 15 million. This entire scheme is his doing. Su Dehua giritit hertit. At this point, if she still failed to grasp the crux of the matter, she would truly be a fool. Yet, what could they do now? The money had already been squandered by that brat, and even if they wished to reclaim it, it would be impossible. Su Dejiang let out a bitter laugh. He had heard that Su Yang had squandered all the properties and villas at home. When he first learned of this news, he felt a sense of triumph and schadenfreude. The worse Su Yang fared, the happier he became. Who would have thought that in the end, the retribution would fall upon himself? Had Su Yang any assets remaining, Su Dejiang could have urged him to sell them to reinvest in the factory. Thus, they would not have suffered such losses. Brother, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should ask Xiao Qi for some ideas? He is a resourceful child. He might just find a solution, Su Dehua suggested after some thought. Clearly, they could not rely on Su Yang any longer. The only hope remaining was their nephew. Indeed, it seems we must turn to Xiao Qi. Su Dejiang nodded. His son, Su Chenqi, had been doing quite well with his online store. Perhaps he could lend a hand. However, before Su Dejiang could place a call, it was Su Chenqi who called him first. Xiao Qi is calling me. Su Dejiang was somewhat surprised, but promptly pressed the answer button. So, Dad, what's going on? The workshop director just informed us that the batch of goods I requested cannot be produced. What's happening? As an e-commerce seller, what am I to do without inventory? You must urge the factory to expedite the production of my goods. Su Chenqi's tone was urgent and somewhat irate. In e-commerce, the greatest fear is receiving orders without the ability to fulfill them. E-commerce is a money-burning endeavor. Without products to sell, it results only in losses. A scenario that Su Chenqi desperately wished to avoid. Xiao Qi, please remain calm. There has been an issue at the factory, and I was just about to consult you for solutions. Su Dejiang immediately explained the crisis the factory was facing. What? Dad, how could you only now be aware of such a significant matter? Upon hearing that the factory was on the brink of bankruptcy, Su Chenqi was immediately filled with urgency. The success of his business largely stemmed from the affordability and convenience of sourcing goods. Should the factory collapse, obtaining quality products at reasonable prices would become exceedingly challenging. If he were to seek supplies from other manufacturers without a competitive edge in pricing, they would be unlikely to choose him, leading to a downward spiral in his business. Of course, Su Chenqi could choose to support the factory himself. However, given the limited scale of his operations, which was already consuming considerable funds daily, the prospect of sustaining a factory would likely lead to his own financial ruin within a mere 2 months. Such a large establishment could not survive on the patronage of a single outlet. It required numerous orders, both domestic and international, to remain viable. Otherwise, even the monthly interest of 100,000 yuan would be insurmountable. Son, this is not the time to assign blame. You must think of a way to help your father and your aunt through this crisis, Su Dejiang urged. If his son had no solutions, their predicament would indeed be dire. Dad, what can I possibly do? I have never run a factory myself. Perhaps you should consult Su Yang. He might have some ideas. My only principle is that, regardless of circumstances, my online store must not falter. If the factory fails, my store will also collapse, and we will be left with nothing. Su Chenqi concluded, abruptly ending the call, leaving Su Dejiang and his sister in a state of bewilderment. Brother, if even Xiao Qi has no solutions, are we truly facing the end? Su Dehua gazed at her brother with a bitter expression, suddenly filled with regret. Had they not expelled Su Yang previously, given his temperament, they might have continued to receive substantial dividends annually. Now, with Su Yang gone, the factory was facing immediate bankruptcy. Not only were dividends no longer a possibility, but they might also have to repay a considerable sum. In the face of such adversity, contemplation brought little solace. Indeed, if Xiao Qi is at a loss, perhaps we should consult Jingjing? She might possess the connections and resources to assist us, Su Dehua suggested. Jingjing? Upon hearing the name, Su Dehua paused, her eyes lighting up. Brother, you mean Xiao Qi's girlfriend, Song Lijing, right? Yes, precisely. Jingjing works at Ali Finance and is likely acquainted with many affluent business magnates. Some of these entrepreneurs may have interests in the garment industry. We could ask Jingjing for an introduction. Ah, what did I not think of that? With our old clients gone, we can seek new ones. Exactly. I will call Jingjing right away. Do you have her number? Didn't we add each other on WeChat during our last dinner? Great. Please make the call. Su Dejiang quickly located Song Lijing's WeChat and promptly initiated a voice call. Unbeknownst to him, Song Lijing had been dismissed from Ollie Finance the previous day. Following her termination, she had refrained from returning home, knowing her family would undoubtedly inquire about her situation in the futures market. Now, not only was she devoid of funds, but she was also unemployed, leaving her ill-equipped to explain her circumstances to her family. Thus, she decided to stay at an inexpensive inn, which charged a little over 100 yuan per day. The hotels and inns in Linen were exorbitantly priced, starting at 300 or 400 yuan. One can easily imagine how dismal the conditions of a place costing just over 100 yuan would be. Song Lijing had no other choice. Her total savings amounted to 30,000 yuan, of which 20,000 was borrowed from Su Chenqi the day before. The remaining 10,000 was her salary for the previous month, received after being dismissed from her job. With only 30,000 yuan at her disposal, and the first installment of her loan repayment looming, it would barely suffice for the monthly principal and interest on her small loans. Hence, she had to be frugal. The previous night, burdened by her troubles, Song Lijing had a restless night, which was entirely understandable. Who could sleep well after losing 120,000 yuan in a single day and losing their job? If someone could manage to fall asleep under such circumstances, they would indeed be remarkable. Awakened at 5 o'clock, she finally succumbed to a deep slumber just as dawn broke, only to wake again at 11:30 in the morning. She had set an alarm for 11:30, as the inn required checkout by noon, and failing to do so would incur an additional half-day's charge. However, just as she regained consciousness, her WeChat notification chimed. Glancing at her phone, she furrowed her brows in surprise. Uncle Su? Why was he calling me? She found it peculiar. That evening, she had added the contact information of the entire Su family, but aside from a few conversations with Su Chenqi's mother, Cheng Hui, she had not spoken with anyone else. Therefore, receiving a voice message from Su Dejiang was unexpected. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, Song Lijing took a deep breath, adjusted her composure, and answered the call. Hello, Uncle Su, good afternoon. She forced a smile as she greeted him. Jingjing, good afternoon. I apologize for disturbing you at work, Su Dejiang said, repeatedly expressing his regrets. He presented himself with great humility, lacking any semblance of a father-in-law's authority. Not at all, Uncle Su. How can I assist you? Song Lijing replied with a smile, maintaining her respect for him, as he might soon become her father-in-law. After all, Su Chenqi was her ideal partner for marriage, especially if he could resolve her financial difficulties. Song Lijing was also drawn to the Su family's business. The factory owned by her future father-in-law and Su Chenqi's ventures were appealing to her. Since the Su family had only one son, all these assets would eventually belong to him, indirectly benefiting her as his wife. Thus, it was prudent to endear herself to her future father-in-law. Well, Jingjing, my factory is currently facing some issues, and I was hoping you could lend a hand, if it's convenient for you. Upon hearing this, Song Lijing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be? She was already experiencing a streak of misfortune. Could the Su family also be facing troubles? If the Su family were indeed in distress, it would be akin to a roof leaking during a torrential downpour. However, the specifics of the issue had yet to be revealed. At this moment, Song Lijing could only exercise patience and allow the other party to continue speaking. Uncle Su, what kind of problem has the factory encountered? I'm merely a worker and am unsure how I can assist you, she inquired, perplexed. Saying, Uncle Su responded, we are family, so I shall not conceal the truth from you. The situation is that when Su Yang was still at the factory, he faced certain challenges. Su Dejiang briefly recounted the events. The factory is in dire need of new orders to survive. Otherwise, it will inevitably face closure. Closure? Upon hearing this, Song Lijing felt her head spin. Could it be? Was the factory cursed? Su Yang had gone bankrupt due to this very factory, and now Su Dejiang, who had taken over, was also on the brink of collapse. Was this a garment factory or a gambling den? However, Song Lijing soon realized that something was amiss and quickly pressed for clarification. Uncle Su, if the factory goes under, will that not adversely affect Xiaoqi's online store as well? She had some knowledge of Su Qinqi's online shop, which had been built entirely upon the foundation of the family factory. If the factory ceased to exist, the online store would undoubtedly suffer. If that were the case, Song Lijing would have to contemplate her escape. Yet, Su Dejiang was unaware of Song Lijing's thoughts and presumed she was merely worried about her boyfriend. Thus, he quickly began to lament on behalf of his son. Indeed, Jingjing, if the factory collapses, Qinqi's online shop will surely go bankrupt. All of his clothing is produced at the factory. Chapter 40. You are being irresponsible to yourself. Song Lijing did not continue to listen to the remainder of his words, as they held little importance. The only thing she wished to understand was the looming bankruptcy of the Su family. If Su Dejiang went bankrupt, it meant that Su Qinqi would also face ruin. If Su Qinqi went bankrupt, was it not synonymous with the Su family's downfall? Suddenly, Song Lijing felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had been with Su Yang, and he went bankrupt. She invested 1.2 million, believing she would reap substantial profits, only to be met with an unprecedented disaster that left her with nothing. And now, her new boyfriend was on the brink of bankruptcy as well. Was she simply ill-fated, or was she destined to bring misfortune upon her partners? Jingjing, are you still listening? Su Dejiang, noticing her prolonged silence, grew anxious. Uncle Su, y apologos. But I cannot assist you with this. I have just resigned from Humbly Finance. Song Lijing wished to maintain her dignity. She could not admit to being dismissed. So she chose to say she had resigned. Resigned? Why would you do that? Such a good job. How could you just leave? Su Dejiang's temper flared upon hearing of her resignation. To simply walk away from a position with an annual salary of 400,000 to 500,000. The youth of today are truly unbelievable. Thus, Su Dejiang assumed the role of a senior figure, poised to lecture Song Lijing. He fancied himself as her future father-in-law, believing it permissible to impart a few words of wisdom to his prospective daughter-in-law. Had he not faced bankruptcy, Song Lijing might have tolerated his words. After all, being chastised by an elder was not a grave matter. Within her own household, she held little standing. It was no exaggeration to assert that even a dog would enjoy a higher status than she did. However, Song Lijing was already aware of the impending financial ruin of the Su family. With that knowledge, she deemed it unnecessary to entertain Su Dejiang's ramblings any longer. Uncle Su, my resignation is a personal affair. I will return to work when I choose and resign when I wish. This does not concern you, does it? Moreover, I am not yet married to Su Qinqi. Thus you have no right to dictate my actions. With that, she abruptly ended the call, showing no regard for Su Dejiang's authority. She had already resolved to part ways with Su Qinqi. There was no reason for her to continue seeking favor from someone on the brink of bankruptcy. After all, there were numerous suitors awaiting her, and she need not fret over finding another affluent individual to take her hand. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her brother hang up the phone, Su Dehua's expression soured, prompting her to approach and inquire about the situation. What happened? Did Song Lijing hang up? Yes, that young lady claimed she has resigned from Humbly Finance. I merely suggested that she should reconsider her decision, and she scolded me. How rude! Su Dejiang seethed with indignation. This was the second time he had been publicly slighted by a younger relative that day. For someone of his age, such a humiliation was indeed disheartening. How could this be? She seemed quite understanding, Su Dehua remarked, furrowing her brow. Her impression of Song Lijing had been relatively positive, but it seemed she was merely a fair-weather friend. Understanding my foot, that girl is nothing but a gold digger. The moment she learned our factory was on the brink of closure, she turned her back on us. No wonder she broke up with Su Yang at the first hint of trouble. To her, money is all that matters. It might be for the best if she leaves. I shall ensure Qinqi severs ties with her. Enraged, Su Dejiang promptly called his son to relay the news. A breakup was imminent. It was merely a matter of who would initiate it first. Elsewhere, after a restful respite, Su Yang prepared to step out. He intended to meet someone who had once lent him a helping hand. Prior to his departure, Su Yang meticulously selected a Mercedes Maybach from his extensive garage, which housed a plethora of luxury vehicles, including limited edition supercars, many valued in the tens of millions. Amidst such opulence, the Maybach appeared rather modest. Nonetheless, it was an essential possession for the affluent, discreet yet lavish, and highly practical in various contexts. Having chosen his vehicle, Su Yang set off, opting to drive himself rather than employ a chauffeur, as was the preference of youth. 20 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at his destination. It was a newly developed residential complex, and the properties had already been delivered. However, this building had only begun selling after meeting the delivery standards, which in a sense speaks to a commendable level of integrity. Purchasing such a property alleviates concerns about unfinished constructions. As Su Yang drove into the sales center, a security guard promptly approached to guide him in parking. This illustrates why Su Yang chose to drive a Maybach instead of Mazda. In a Mazda, the guard might inquire about your purpose for being there, whereas in a Maybach, the guard readily assists with parking. The disparity between the two is indeed significant. Once parked, Su Yang exited the vehicle, and a sales representative immediately approached him. Such is the nature of sales offices. The moment a luxury car enters the premises, the sales team is already alerted. The better the car, the more favorable the attitude of the sales staff. Good day, sir. Welcome to GIUS Center. I presume you are here to view properties? A female sales representative greeted him, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Su Yang. Driving a Maybach and possessing striking looks at such a young age, he seemed to her the epitome of a dream partner. If only she could spend her life with someone like him, it would surely be worth it. Yes, I'm here to see Luo Haiyang, Su Yang replied. His primary intention for visiting this place was to purchase a property from Luo Haiyang. Initially, Luo Haiyang had invested all his resources to support Su Yang. Although Su Yang did not truly require his assistance, he had always cherished this debt of gratitude. Now was the time for Su Yang to reciprocate. It is often said that teaching someone to fish is more beneficial than merely giving them fish. Su Yang understood this principle well. To genuinely assist Luo Haiyang, he would do so through his profession. Since Luo Haiyang was a sales representative, Su Yang decided to purchase more properties that he sold. In the past, property purchases in linen were restricted. However, with the real estate market declining in recent years, those restrictions have been lifted. This meant that even though Su Yang already owned numerous properties in linen, it would not hinder him from acquiring more. As for whether he could reside in all those properties, he had no concerns. Su Yang had no intention of living in such high-rise apartments. Furthermore, with multiple purchases, he could also utilize them as employee benefits. For instance, long-serving employees could reside rent-free, where he could present property deeds as festive bonuses. Alternatively, he could buy properties in the company's name to serve as employee accommodations. After all, with wealth comes the freedom to maneuver as one wishes. Ah, you're looking for Brother Luo, aren't you? He happens to be off today, but I can assist you just the same. You know, we female sales representatives have a natural advantage over our male counterparts when selling properties. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed the saleswoman's eyes, but it soon transformed into a playful glimmer as she winked at him. The implications were unmistakable. Any man would easily grasp her meaning. It must be said, the appearance of the female salesperson is indeed quite striking. With her alluring curves, fair complexion, and a fitted blouse paired with a short uniform skirt, complemented by elegant black stockings and long legs, she exudes a certain charm. Yet, regrettably, before her stands Su Yang. In his eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman may be, if she fails to capture his interest, she is merely a fleeting specter, devoid of significance. Is he off today? No matter. I shall call him to come in for overtime. I only desire his service. A slight smile gracing his lips, Su Yang promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Luo Haiyang. If Su Yang wishes to purchase a property, it must be through him. Noticing Su Yang's disinterest, the female salesperson refrained from saying much. In their line of work, the greatest taboo is encroaching upon another's clients. Ignorance may be bliss, but knowledge brings trouble, potentially leading to unintended consequences. Moreover, Luo Haiyang holds the title of sales champion in the office. Such a person is not someone a mere salesperson can afford to offend. The call soon connected. Hello, Lao Su. What brings you to call me today? Luo Haiyang's laughter resonated from the other end. He was already aware of Su Yang's recent success, having earned 50 million, and felt genuinely happy for him. Old Luo, I'm currently at your sales office, looking to purchase a property. Care to join me for some extra work? Rest assured, I will finalize the deal today. Suyang replied cheerfully. Buying a property? Absolutely. I'll be right over, old classmate. I'll ensure you receive the best discount. Upon hearing Su Yang's intent to buy, Luo Haiyang's enthusiasm surged. Are you sure you can handle it? If not, I can always come back tomorrow. Of course I can handle it. The customer is king. Don't say it's just a day off for overtime. If you wish to view properties at 1 in the morning, I'll gladly rise to accompany you. Do you think my title of sales champion came easily? Speaking of his title, Luo Haiyang clearly took pride in it. Achieving excellence in one's profession is a testament to one's capabilities. All right, I'll wait for you at the sales office. Sure thing, Su, 15 minutes. No time for washing up. Forget washing up, hurry over. Understood. With that, Su Yang, accompanied by the female salesperson, entered the sales office. The service at the office was commendable. After finding a seat, Su Yang was promptly served tea and fruit by a female attendant. He took his time, casually perusing several property brochures. Luo Haiyang arrived sooner than Su Yang had anticipated, in roughly 10 minutes. Su, long time no see, haha, Luo Haiyang exclaimed, extending his arms in greeting. Wow, Haiyang, you've truly transformed. I hardly recognize you. Su Yang remarqued, astonished at the striking difference between the Luo Haiyang before him and the one etched in his memory. In Su Yang's memories, Luo Haiyang was shy, introverted, and prone to blushing, rarely engaging in conversation with others. At school, apart from a few roommates, he had no friends. His attire was exceedingly modest, with a single outfit that could last 4 years. Not to mention, his entire wardrobe could hardly amount to 300 yuan, devoid of any designer labels. However, the Luo Haiyang before him now was a striking contrast, as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Clad in a simple work uniform, yet complemented by a suit tie and polished black shoes, he appeared remarkably dapper. His hair was meticulously styled back, and he wore a Longines watch, presumably worth tens of thousands. It was evident that this young man had indeed fared well in recent years. The adage clothes make the man rang true. The current Luo Haiyang was a far cry from the university student he once was. His personality had also undergone a seismic shift. Now he was generous, self-assured, and cheerful, with the gift of gab. If it weren't for his familiar visage, Su Yang might have doubted whether this was truly the same Luo Haiyang. Indeed, a career in sales can profoundly alter one's character. As for donning a prestigious watch, that was entirely reasonable. As a top salesperson, his income must be commendable, often earning tens of thousands each month. Furthermore, an exemplary image is paramount in sales. Should he still dress in tattered clothes as he did during school? Others would undoubtedly question his sales prowess. Sporting a moderately upscale watch is quite justifiable. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. We've only been apart for 3 years. After all, one's appearance doesn't change that drastically. Luo Haiyang laughed heartily. Reuniting with an old classmate was indeed a joyous occasion. All right, let us get down to business first. Then we can go out for a meal and have a drink. Absolutely. Today is my day off. We won't return until we're thoroughly merry. Definitely. Luo Haiyang then began to introduce Su Yang to the property model. It must be said, Luo Haiyang was remarkably professional, possessing an extensive knowledge of the entire development. He could answer any question related to real estate, be it transportation, school districts, policies, or subsidies. Whatever inquiries one might have, he had the answers. Lao Luo, you truly possess an innate talent for real estate sales. Your business acumen is exceptional. Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim. This young man was indeed highly professional. Despite having encountered many salespeople, Su Yang felt a deep admiration for Luo Haiyang. Otherwise how could I become the top salesperson? So, old classmate, what size apartment are you considering? Our largest available unit is 180 square meters, while the smallest is 72 square meters. As for the price, it's around 50,000 yuan per square meter, though this can vary depending on the floor. A property priced at 50,000 per square meter is relatively decent for its location. This price is indeed not cheap. I noticed that this building hasn't been released for sale yet. Is it because the sales permit hasn't been obtained? Su Yang inquired with a smile, pointing to the first building on the west side of the southern row. No, the sales permit has indeed been issued, but the building has not yet begun selling. This is typical for sales offices. Aside from the initial launch, subsequent phases will be sold one building at a time. The later buildings are held back until the earlier ones are nearly sold out. If all were to be sold simultaneously, the prime units would be quickly chosen, leaving the less desirable ones behind. Chapter 42, a wallet balance of over 3 billion Luo Haiyang, offered a brief explanation. There are still quite a few unsold units. However, real estate developers employ various strategies. Until a building is mostly sold, other units will indeed not be put on the market. Oh, so none of the first 3 buildings have been sold? Su Yang inquired, pointing to the foremost row. Yes, all 3 at the front are still reserved, Luo Haiyang nodded, acknowledging that there was no need for secrecy between old classmates. This strategy was well known, making concealment pointless. How many floors does Building 12 have? Su Yang asked, gesturing towards the central edifice. This one, it is a high-rise with a total of 28 floors, regarded as the crown jewel of the second phase. The subsequent buildings do not reach such heights. It features a single unit per floor. The west unit on the left measures 180 square meters, while the east unit on the right is 150 square meters, both substantial spaces. However, they are not yet available for sale, Luo Haiyang admitted somewhat sheepishly. Even as a top salesperson, he had no authority to sell units that had not been officially released by the developer. I understand. If I were to purchase the entire building, would that mean it could be put on sale? Su Yang lifted his gaze, smiling as he posed the question to Luo Haiyang. Haha, of course. If you were to buy the whole building, it would certainly be available for sale. However, my dear Su, I don't mean to belittle you, but acquiring the entire building would require at least 400 million. That is no trifling sum. Only major shareholders of large listed companies could afford such a purchase. Luo Haiyang spoke candidly, without any condescension, calculating at 51,000 per square meter. The building encompasses over 9,000 square meters. To buy it outright would indeed cost 400 to 500 million. He was aware of Su Yang's circumstances. Although Su Yang had turned his fortunes around through the futures market, he had only earned around 40 to 50 million. The gap between 40 to 50 million and 400 to 500 million may seem merely a matter of currency units, yet the disparity is a staggering tenfold. For the average person, earning tens of millions might still seem achievable. Small business owners can earn a few million a year, accumulating tens of millions over a decade or two. However, amassing 400 to 500 million is likely unattainable in a lifetime of business. Therefore, for most, the pinnacle of success is merely becoming a millionaire, while the dream of becoming a billionaire remains tantalizingly out of reach. Haiyang, well, I'm not jesting. I want this building. Please proceed with the application. I can make the full payment right now. I intend to use these properties as benefits for my employees. As Su Yang spoke, he took a sip from the mineral water bottle placed beside the model. 400 to 500 million is merely a trifling sum for him. In his messaging app account, tens of billions lie in wait. For the Yangsu Group, this amount is but a pittance. If the Yangsu Group were publicly listed, revealing its cash balance would undoubtedly astonish the world. The renowned rice conglomerate's cash reserves of 100 billion would appear insignificant in comparison. With such wealth at his disposal, acquiring an entire building is a task both effortless and delightful. Wait, Su, this is no joke. We're talking about 400 to 500 million. My goodness. Luo Haiyang initially intended to counsel Su Yang, but upon witnessing Su Yang open his messaging app and display his wallet balance, he was rendered utterly speechless. The figures sprawled before him were staggering. The leading digit was a 3, and, counting down, including the 2 decimal places, there were a total of 11 digits. This signified a cash balance exceeding 3 billion. How utterly ludicrous! Who possesses such an amount in a digital wallet? Luo Haiyang was aware that in the affluent areas of Pengcheng, many wealthy individuals or landlords might have hundreds of thousands or even millions in their digital wallets. There are indeed many flaunting their wealth online. Yet possessing over 30 billion in a digital wallet is truly unprecedented. It is noteworthy that a digital wallet does not accrue interest unless funds are transferred to a revenue account, which distinguishes it from the Alipay financial wallet. The latter functions as a money market fund, allowing for instant deposits and withdrawals, albeit with a mere interest rate of around 15%. Even at this modest rate, the interest on 30 billion is substantial, amounting to 45 million annually. However, in a digital wallet, it merely sits as a balance, earning no interest whatsoever. This translates to a loss of 45 million each year. What kind of business owner would be so indifferent to such a sum? For an ordinary person, the thought of losing even 450 in interest would elicit joy upon its receipt. In a moment of disbelief, Luo Haiyang found himself in a daze, questioning whether he was dreaming. The scene before him was simply surreal. Well, Haiyang, surely this amount is sufficient to purchase an entire building, isn't it? Su Yang inquired with a grin. Wait, Su, am I dreaming? Luo Haiyang pinched his arm with force, wincing in pain. The sharp sting confirmed that this was indeed reality. Awake now? Su Yang chuklet knowingly. He found nothing peculiar in Luo Haiyang's reaction. It would be abnormal for an ordinary person not to be astonished upon seeing someone else's account balance in the billions. Awake I may be, but dear Su, is that truly your own image? This cannot possibly represent your wallet balance. As Luo Haiyang spoke, he reached out to tap the screen of Su Yang's phone. Why don't you verify whether it is indeed your wallet balance? Su Yang generously tossed the phone to Luo Haiyang, who hastily caught it. This phone allegedly holds a balance exceeding 30 billion. It must not be damaged. Upon receiving the phone, Luo Haiyang immediately tapped a few times. And then he was utterly stunned. It's real. Old Su, you actually possess such wealth. Are you the richest in linen? Luo Haiyang swallowed hard. Who else but the wealthiest in linen could possibly have over 30 billion in their chat wallet? In fact, he might even be the wealthiest man in the Great Xia. It's worth noting that for tycoons, 1 or 2 billion is trivial. However, 30 billion is no small sum, particularly in liquid cash. The larger the corporation, the tighter the cash flow. The same applies to the affluent. Despite their net worth being in the hundreds of billions, producing 30 billion in cash is no simple feat. Only a select few of the wealthiest moguls might casually access such a sum. Yet, these magnates would never keep their cash in a mere wallet balance, as withdrawal is quite inconvenient. Chapter 43. Which of the top 10 enterprises belongs to you? Wealthy is an exaggeration. I am merely a small business owner. A small business owner? Luo Haiyang shot Su Yang an exasperated glance. Which small business owner possesses over 30 billion in their wallet? This is over 30 billion Great Xia currency, not some trivial denomination. You, my friend, are truly engaging in a display of opulence. However, your concealment runs deep. Pray tell me, which of the top 10 enterprises in linen belongs to you? Luo Haiyang jested, not allowing Su Yang's newfound wealth to cloud his demeanor. Maintaining a sense of normalcy in their interaction, this sentiment brought comfort to Su Yang. He had no intention of concealing his identity today while purchasing property. Yet, he understood the bitter truth that comes with rising to great heights. When one's political or economic stature reaches its zenith, true friends become a rarity. It is a lamentable but stark reality. The fact that Luo Haiyang could still treat Su Yang with such equanimity genuinely pleased him. To have a friend like this is invaluable. Reflecting on this, Su Yang took the initiative to reveal his true identity. I am the sole shareholder behind Yangsu Group. Yangsu Group? Upon hearing this name, Luo Haiyang's pupils dilated in surprise. Yangsu Group, the premier super enterprise in linen. Although this conglomerate is not publicly traded, its strength is beyond question. Rumors even suggest that its power could surpass 10 trillion. Such a conjecture is terrifying. It is noteworthy that even across the Great Xia continent, the highest market value of any corporation hovers around 20 trillion. A valuation of 10 trillion equates to approximately 15 trillion in US dollars. The market capitalization of this entity is sufficient to secure a position among the top 5 globally. Furthermore, the trillion-dollar figure is merely an estimate. The true valuation of this company remains a mystery, as it is privately held and not obliged to disclose its financial statements. However, one can be certain of its formidable strength. As for the top 10 enterprises in linen, it is rumored that each one associated with the internet bears the shadow of the Yangsu Group. Moreover, it is said that there exists but a singular individual behind the Yangsu Group. This implies that the wealth of this individual is at least in the trillion-dollar range. Now, astonishingly, Luo Haiyang finds himself in the presence of this exceptionally wealthy individual, who also happens to be his university classmate. The shock he experiences is beyond description. Lao Su, you cannot be serious, can you? The mastermind behind the Yangsu group? Are you attempting to frighten me? His voice trembles as he speaks, genuinely taken aback by the revelation of such staggering circumstances. To think he has a classmate with a net worth in the trillions is unfathomable. Of course, I am not jesting. After all, I have come to you to purchase a property. That is hardly a joke, is it? Furthermore, the Yangsu group is merely my name reversed. How could you not have realized this? Su Yang chuckles lightly before continuing. However, let us keep this matter from our old classmates. There is no need to burden them with it. Once we complete the formalities for the property purchase, let us share a meal, and afterward, I shall take you on a tour of the company. Seeing is believing. Such a significant matter warrants first-hand experience. Otherwise, Luo Haiyang may not fully grasp its magnitude. Su Yang has already resolved to assist his old classmate directly. Given this, a visit to the company is indeed appropriate. Luo Haiyang possesses commendable abilities, as evidenced by his achievement of being the top seller at the sales office. Such talent should not be overlooked by Su Yang. The Yangsu group also has positions in sales departments. He can offer Luo Haiyang a managerial role, gradually promoting him to higher management and potentially even to the position of general manager, serving as his professional manager. Su Yang considers himself somewhat lazy. He believes he has reached the pinnacle of his wealth and has little interest in further expanding his business. With this fortune, he can afford to live a life of luxury. Life is fleeting. The pleasures not experienced in a previous existence must be relished in this one. Despite being only 25 or 26 years old, he contemplates retirement, entrusting his responsibilities to capable hands. Ordinary individuals do not inspire his trust, but someone like Luo Haiyang is undoubtedly reliable. Of course, this is contingent upon Luo Haiyang's willingness. Su Yang perceives that Luo Haiyang is an ambitious person, and he may not be inclined to follow his lead. Nevertheless, such matters can be discussed further. By offering a generous salary, Su Yang believes he can persuade his old classmate. All right, Lao Su, I shall apply for a discount on your behalf. Haha, splendid. The more favorable, the better. Absolutely. Luo Haiyang recognizes that Su Yang is here to assist him. If the esteemed boss truly intends to purchase an entire residential building for the employees, there are numerous avenues he could pursue without needing to seek assistance from him. Yet, since he has come to this juncture, it signifies a level of trust placed in him. For this reason, Luo Haiyang felt an immense sense of gratitude. He was determined to secure the most substantial benefits possible from this opportunity. Soon, Su Yang was ushered into the office to await further discussions. The refreshments were upgraded to the finest teas, as one would expect when catering to such a significant client. A mere 3 minutes elapsed before Luo Haiyang, accompanied by the general manager of their establishment, hurriedly arrived. Good afternoon, Mr. Su. I am Li Kaiwei, the general manager of JUS Center. Please, feel free to call me Shaoli. After completing his introduction, Li Kaiwei respectfully extended a business card towards Su Yang. He was already aware of Su Yang's identity and his intention to purchase a building, although initially taken aback by Su Yang's appearance. The enigma surrounding the Yangsu group and Luo Haiyang's mention of Su Yang possessing over 3 billion in spare change dispelled any doubts. Even if Su Yang were not the owner of the Yangsu group, the mere fact that he held such a substantial balance warranted Li Kaiwei's utmost attention. Hello, Mr. Li, Su Yang replied with a nonchalant nod. Mr. Su, I was just informed by Xiao Luo that you are interested in acquiring 12 buildings. Is that correct? Li Kaiwei, cognizant of the time constraints faced by individuals of Su Yang's stature, promptly addressed the matter at hand. Indeed, I wish to purchase an entire building. Please calculate the total cost. I will have my associates transfer the full amount directly to you, Su Yang affirmed with a nod. The 3 billion was earmarked for employee accommodations. Thus, it would be prudent to have the Yangsu group facilitate the transaction. The purchased property could be registered under the company's name. Not a problem, Mr. Su. For a complete building, I can offer you a maximum discount of 15. The total would amount to 392 million. However, I will discuss with my superiors about waiving the remaining 7 million. Additionally, we would provide a parking space for each unit free of charge. In light of such a significant client, Li Kaiwei indeed extended the best possible offer, devoid of any superficial tactics. This calculation resulted in a price of just over 40,000 per square meter, a gesture of genuine goodwill. Moreover, in addition to the property, all parking spaces would be complimentary. Typically, other clients would need to purchase parking spaces separately, with complimentary spaces only offered during clearance sales or for less desirable units. Had it not been for Su Yang's intent to purchase an entire building, such generosity would not have been extended. Very well, thank you, Mr. Li. Hi Yang, please send me your account details. I will instruct the finance department to transfer the funds directly to your account. Mr. Li, I would appreciate it if you could prepare the contract. Shortly, someone from our company will arrive with the official seal for your signature. With the decision made to purchase these properties under the company's name, Su Yang knew he no longer needed to concern himself with the ensuing details. The financial department of Yangsu Group is exceedingly professional and is entirely capable of handling these matters. Very well, Mr. Su, I will liaise with your company's finance team. That's splendid. Upon receiving Luo Haiyang's account details, Su Yang promptly forwarded them to his secretary, Lu Qingqing. 10 minutes later, Li Kaiwei's phone received a notification that the company account had been credited with 390 million. Mr. Su, we have received the funds. Li Kaiwei exclaimed with great joy. The arrival of this money signified the complete finalization of the transaction. Previously, he had harbored some doubts about Su Yang's assertions. After all, no one had ever met the chairman of Yangsu Group. While the man exuded an impressive aura and possessed over 3 billion in his spare change. Until the funds were deposited, Li Kaiwei remained uneasy. Now that the money had arrived, he could finally rest easy. Yes, the finance team is en route and will arrive in 10 minutes. You may coordinate with them then. Once the property certificate is issued, simply send it directly to Yangsu Group, Su Yang advised. Understood, Mr. Su, you can rest assured. Well then, I shall go have dinner with Hai Yang. He happens to have a day off today. Indeed, Hai Yang, this meal is on you, Mr. Su, with all expenses reimbursed by the company, no limits applied. Certainly, Mr. Li. 3 minutes later, Luo Haiyang departed the sales office in Su Yang's Maybach. Old Su, I never expected you to have achieved such success. You must have been immensely wealthy even during our university days, right? I can only imagine the hardships you've endured over the years, Luo Haiyang remarked. Seated in the luxurious front passenger seat of the Maybach, the classmate before him was truly the epitome of humility. He had never flaunted his wealth. And who would have thought that when revealed, his capabilities were so formidable? It was utterly astonishing. Well, it's manageable. Just a few more complications. But it's all resolved now, Su Yang replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. It's difficult to truly grasp such experiences without going through them oneself. For the master of the system, becoming wealthy is undoubtedly simple. However, to ascend to the pinnacle of wealth involves many elements where the system can only provide assistance. Su Yang had indeed faced numerous challenges to arrive at this juncture, but there was no need to lament to others about it. Suffering is something one should bear privately. Indeed, Luo Haiyang refrained from probing further into the matter, and the two engaged in light conversation during their ride. What shall we dine on later? How about going to Loisian? Since the company will reimburse, we might as well indulge. Luo Haiyang suggested. Under normal circumstances, he would not have considered such an establishment. But given the company's willingness to cover the expenses, it seemed a missed opportunity not to go. Let's skip Loisian. I just visited there with Zhao Mushue a few days ago. Let us opt for somewhere more ordinary, Su Yang replied, shaking his head to decline the suggestion. Even though Li Kaiwei had mentioned no limits, he was not foolish enough to dine at such an extravagant place. In such establishments, spending little often yielded poor quality, while spending excessively felt wasteful. It was far more prudent to seek a reliable alternative. However, it was evident that Luo Haiyang's focus was not on Su Yang's recent dining experience at the restaurant, but rather on another significant detail. Zhao Mushue, Old Su, Did you say you had dinner with Zhao Muxue a couple of days ago? The Zhao Muxue from our neighboring class? The belle of our school? Luo Haiyang's eyes widened, eager to detect any sign of denial on Su Yang's face. Regrettably for him, disappointment awaited. Indeed, it was her. What about it? Do you fancy her too? Su Yang responded with a hint of amusement, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Haiyang. This fellow had always been reserved during their university days, resembling a taciturn individual. It was surprising to discover he had affections for someone. Yet, it was quite understandable. Who could resist Zhao Muxue's charm? Surely, every male student in their school admired her. Goodness, old Su, you truly are impressive. You've managed to win over Zhao Muxue? Her father is the chairman of the Zhao Group, a genuine heiress. Luo Haiyang's voice crescendoed, as if fearing Su Yang might not hear him. I am aware, the chairman's daughter indeed. Only someone as exceptional as myself, a distinguished gentleman, is worthy of her. Su Yang jested. The camaraderie between men often manifests in subtlety in public, yet among brothers, it transforms into playful banter and boasting. Of course, Su Yang's words bore a kernel of truth. If a man of his stature were deemed unworthy of Zhao Muxue, then no one could claim to be deserving of such an illustrious lady. Well, you make a valid point. In terms of wealth, you are indeed a match for the illustrious Zhao. However, when it comes to looks, I believe I surpass you slightly, Luo Haiyang unabashedly asserted. Ha ha, you've grown exceedingly brazen. As for appearances, I too belong to the ranks of the handsome. Oh, enough. Only I am suited for Zhao Muxue. I merely choose not to compete with you, Luo Haiyang retorted. Come now, you reserved fellow, I never realized you were so bold. In all my years, I have yet to encounter anyone daring enough to vie for a woman with me. Shall I forfeit my commission on 300 million in real estate? Ha ha ha, my apologies. Mr. Su, you are magnanimous. A statesman's heart can endure much. The moon sets, the crow caws, and the frost blankets the sky as couples return home together. Luo Haiyang quipped, his words a whimsical jumble. All right, Haiyang, stop fretting over what to eat. Let's find a barbecue joint and indulge in some grilled delicacies. A bit of barbecue and a few beers, that is the essence of life. Barbecue sounds splendid. I know a decent place, though I fear it may not meet the standards of the esteemed Mr. Su, Luo Haiyang replied. Meet the standards? Em merely affluent. Not above enjoying the pleasures of life. Send me the location. Let's embark. Very well, Chef Su, let us be off. Excellent. 20 minutes later, Su Yang arrived at the address provided by Luo Haiyang. It was a bustling street filled with various food stalls. Su Yang had previously accompanied Song Lijing here. Hence the place felt familiar. Chapter 45, I shall not attend. Vehicles were prohibited from entering the food street. A parking lot was available outside. After parking, Su Yang ventured into the food street alongside Luo Haiyang. Soon, Luo Haiyang led him through a maze of turns until they arrived at a barbecue establishment. Northeast Qingdao Barbecue? Does the Northeast even have islands? Su Yang glanced at the shop's archway and inquired with curiosity. Qianshan is a lake near Linen, reputed to comprise over 1,000 islands of various sizes. However, what on earth is Northeast Qianshan? Haha, it turns out the proprietress of this establishment hails from Northeast China, while the owner is a local from Qianshan, hence the name Northeast Qianshan, Luo Haiyang explained, clearly a frequent visitor well acquainted with the place. I see. So the owner has indeed married into the Northeast. Precisely. You are quite perceptive. Ha! All right, let us step inside. I am utterly famished. Very well. As they spoke, the two entered the barbecue restaurant. The exterior of the eatery was modest, resembling merely two shop fronts, with only a ground floor. Nonetheless, the interior was tastefully adorned, exuding warmth and cleanliness. Unlike some barbecue joints where grease is strewn across the floor, killing one's appetite upon entry. Ah, hi, my dear brother, what brings you here today? Are you on a break? Upon entering, the proprietress immediately spotted Luo Haiyang and approached him with enthusiasm. She was a woman in her 30s, still possessing a certain charm. Tall, with fair skin, large eyes, and a robust voice, she embodied the spirited demeanor of a northeastern sister. Yes, proprietress. I am off today and have brought a friend for a drink, Luo Haiyang replied with a grin. Wow, your friend is quite handsome. the proprietress exclaimed upon glancing at Su Yang. Ha ha ha, dear sister, let us maintain some decorum. You are a married woman, and your husband might grow jealous upon seeing this. Let him dare. Who would teach me a lesson? The proprietress playfully shot a look at her husband, who was busy skewering food in the kitchen. The husband, smiling indulgently, merely shook his head and continued his task, revealing the strong bond between the couple. One straightforward, the other accommodating. A perfect match indeed. All right, Hai Yang. You two go ahead and order. Just mark what you wish from the menu. Once you've made your selections, call for me. Understood, sister. We shall take a look. Great. After the two found a window-side table, they began to place their orders. Su Yang did not hold back, ordering a plethora of his favorite dishes. Subsequently, Luo Haiyang added items such as kidneys, lamb testicles, oysters, and chives. Haiyang, do you actually eat all these? Su Yang could not help but ask. While he could tolerate kidneys, oysters, and chives, he truly could not fathom the idea of consuming lamb testicles. The thought alone would haunt him with nightmares. Haha, of course. As long as it's beneficial for a man's health and legally permissible, I relish it. Luo Haiyang chuckled before continuing. After we eat, how about I take you to a club for a foot massage? He winked at Su Yang, the implication unmistakable. Are you seriously indulging in such frivolities now? Is this a legitimate foot massage? Of course it is. Absolutely reputable, entirely wholesome. Very well, then let us go. I shall find you a couple of university students for the massage. Are you certain this is a legitimate foot massage? Of course, it is perfectly legitimate. After all, one earns their keep through their own abilities, does one not? The two individuals placed their orders, and Luo Haiyang called the proprietress over to hand her the menu. What shall you drink, brother Haiyang? White liquor or beer? She inquired while jotting down the table number. Old Su, what about you? White liquor or beer? I'm fine with either. If it's beer, it must be chilled, otherwise I can't drink it, came the reply. Very well, let us go with beer then. Bring us 2 pitchers. Barbecue and draft beer is the essence of life, he added. All right, my dear sirs, please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. Thank you for your hard work. Oh dear, we are old acquaintances. Why be so polite with me? With that, the proprietress went off to place the order. Are you quite familiar with this proprietress? Su Yang couldn't help but voice his curiosity after she departed. Indeed, when I first started working and struggled to achieve results, I found myself short on rent. I took on a night shift here, which provided meals and a salary. The owners are exceptionally kind, and due to their support, I managed to get through the most challenging 3 months. Now that I earn a good income, I often come here to dine, Luo Haiyang explained. Presently, he was indeed the top salesman, earning anywhere from tens of thousands to several hundred thousand each month, placing him among the high-income bracket. However, the hardships he endured prior were known only to him. At his lowest, he was nearly evicted by his landlord, forced to contemplate sleeping on the streets. Thankfully, the proprietress of the barbecue restaurant offered him a part-time job, allowing him to eat well and pay his rent. One must repay even the slightest kindness with great gratitude. Luo Haiyang's way of showing appreciation was to frequently dine here. I see. Then the owners are indeed quite wonderful, Su Yang remarked. Yes, the lunch crowd is sparse. Barbecue is primarily enjoyed in the evening. Thus, in just a few minutes, all the dishes arrived. During this time, the proprietress also brought over 2 glasses of draft beer. The two began to drink and converse. By the way, old Su, you might not have seen it in the group chat, but we're organizing a class reunion on Saturday, the 5th of next month. It's said to be in collaboration with Class 2. Will you be attending? After saying this, Luo Haiyang took a hearty bite of kidney. Kidney and liquor, a timeless combination. A class reunion? Why join forces with Class 2? Su Yang, peeling a clove of garlic and tossing it into his mouth, inquired with a mouthful of lamb chops, his words somewhat muffled. Of course, it's to gather more people. Not many from our class remained in Linen after graduation. If it were just our class, we'd barely make 2 tables. That small a gathering would feel rather desolate. We VE shared lectures with Class 2, so they're also our classmates. Including their class, we would have over 40 people. That would be quite lively. Are you going? Luo Haiyang pressed further. Me? I want to be attending. It holds little interest for me. Su Yang shook his head and outright declined. He scarcely felt any connection to most of his classmates. The only 3 roommates he had once bonded with had betrayed him. All 3 roommates were from the same class and remained in linen. The thought of encountering them at the reunion seemed rather unappealing. All right, I shall not press the matter further. Just as Luo Haiyang was about to shift the topic, Su Yang's phone began to ring. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhao Muxue. Hello, Su Yang. Are you aware of the upcoming reunion? Chapter 46. I beg you, please. A reunion? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that Zhao Muxue would inquire about the reunion. Yes. I just heard from a classmate that it seems our 2 classes are organizing a joint reunion. What's the matter? Are you, the illustrious Zhao, interested in attending? Su Yang inquired with a smile. Absolutely. I'm eager to see how our old classmates have fared. If there are any talented individuals, I intend to recruit them for my new company, Zhao Muxue replied cheerfully. Her new company was well prepared, save for the lack of talent. They had studied finance in university. Although their institution was not top tier, it was certainly respectable. 3 years post-graduation, some classmates had secured commendable positions in banks, even reaching the role of vice president at branch offices. Others employed in securities or financial institutions were also thriving. Therefore, Zhao Muxue contemplated whether she could entice these classmates to join her company. The reunion undeniably presented an excellent opportunity. Naturally, there were those who had not fared as well. But that was for Zhao Muxue to assess. Is that so? Then you should consider attending. Su Yang replied earnestly, nodding. Su Yang, from what you're saying, are you not planning to go? Indeed, I do not intend to attend. It seems rather pointless. Su Yang responded with a shake of his head and a smile. What? You're not going? If you don't join me, it'll be rather dull for me to go alone. Would you accompany me? Zhao Muxue was not particularly familiar with her other classmates. During university, she had not lived in the dormitory, but rather had purchased a suite across from the school, with a driver taking her to and from classes. Consequently, her interactions with fellow students had been limited to the classroom, with only a couple of female classmates being slightly closer acquaintances. However, these few classmates resided in distant locations and would likely not travel such a distance for the reunion. Thus, without Su Yang, she might find herself without anyone to converse with. This left Su Yang in a quandary. He truly was reluctant to attend such a trivial reunion. Yet with an invitation from the goddess, it felt impolite to decline. He found himself in a state of inner conflict. Please, Su Yang, I'm begging you. Sensing Su Yang's hesitance, Zhao Muxue began to playfully plead over the phone. Her alluring voice was enough to soften Su Yang's resolve. All right, I'll go. This Saturday, correct? I shall arrive punctually. Su Yang sigid. Since the goddess had invited him, it would be exceedingly unwise to ignore the opportunity. Su Yang was quite astonished to find that the icy beauty, Zhao Muxue, could exhibit such playful charm. This was an entirely different persona from the one he had envisioned in his mind. Indeed, the true nature of a person's character can only be discerned through genuine interaction. Over time, one can truly perceive the essence of another. Su Yang, you're truly wonderful. Let's not fail to meet that day. Old Su, you are indeed easily swayed by beauty. You had promised not to attend the reunion, yet the moment the charming Zhao dares to play coy, you capitulate? Something is amiss. Very amiss. Luo Haiyang observed Su Yang with a knowing smile. If one were to assert that this lad had no connection with Zhao Muxue, it would be utterly implausible. Well then, enjoy your meal. Just remember not to reveal my identity. Su Yang shot Luo Haiyang an exasperated glance. Rest assured, I shall remain discreet. Luo Haiyang nodded earnestly. Protecting client confidentiality is a fundamental duty of a real estate agent. By the way, Haiyang, let's discuss serious matters. Would you consider joining me? Whether in sales, operations, or investment, the choice is yours. I assure you, your earnings will not be less than what you currently make. Seizing the moment, Su Yang extended an olive branch to Luo Haiyang. His primary objective in seeking out his old classmate today was to bring him aboard this swiftly advancing train of opportunity. Before his old classmate became inebriated, it was crucial to express his intentions. Are you suggesting I join Yangsu Group? Luo Haiyang's eyes instantly sparkled. Yangsu Group is significantly more prestigious than their current real estate developer. Moreover, This company is not accessible to just anyone. Employment here is typically reserved for graduates from top-tier universities. Do not assume that high-achieving students are merely bookworms. That notion was valid 2 decades ago. Today's elite graduates are products of comprehensive education. From a young age, they receive training in intellect, morality, physical prowess, and aesthetics. You might believe they focus solely on academics, but many excel in various fields such as music, chess, calligraphy, and sports. For ordinary families, gaining admission to prestigious universities is far more challenging than it was 20 years ago. Back then, effort alone could yield hope. However, in today's world, while you strive, others are exerting even greater effort, armed with superior educational resources, access to one-on-one mentorship, the finest study materials, and an immersive language learning environment from childhood are just a few advantages they possess. Unless one is exceptionally gifted, it is truly arduous for children from average families to compete with those from affluent backgrounds. Yangsu Group is in search of these high-achieving, capable individuals. Such candidates tend to approach their work with greater diligence and excellence than the average student. Entrance into Yangsu Group is exceedingly difficult for students from ordinary schools. Although Luo Haiyang's institution in Linen is not deemed inferior, it lacks allure on a national scale. Thus, it is not a simple task for him to enter Yangsu Group solely based on his abilities. Otherwise, he would not have opted for a career in real estate. Now, with the esteemed owner of Yangsu Group personally inviting Luo Haiyang to join, he is undoubtedly filled with anticipation. Indeed, I hold you in high esteem and wish for you to join my company to undertake various responsibilities. Rest assured, regardless of the department you choose to work in, you will commence at the managerial level. As for the annual salary, it is tentatively set at 3 million. I estimate your annual commission from real estate sales may range from 1 million to 3 million, correct? Su Yang presented a staggering offer, leaving Luo Haiyang utterly astonished. Old Su, you cannot be serious. An annual salary of 3 million? Indeed, and that is after tax, with a maximum contribution to 6 insurances and 2 funds. Upon hearing this, Luo Haiyang felt an exhilarating rush through his veins. The distinction between 3 million after tax and 3 million before tax is monumental. A gross income of 3 million might yield less than 2 million in hand after taxes, whereas the net amount of 3 million is unequivocally 3 million. When converted to a pre-tax figure, it could approach 6 million. An annual salary of 6 million is a privilege typically reserved for the top executives or vice presidents of the most prestigious companies in the Great Xia. It is important to note that this figure excludes equity rewards and pertains solely to salary and bonuses. Chapter 47. Company benefits. An annual salary of 3 million after tax is more than sufficient to persuade Luo Haiyang to collaborate with Su Yang. While he currently holds the title of sales champion, his highest monthly commission peaks at merely 100 to 200,000. However, real estate is cyclical. One cannot consistently perform at such high levels. During leaner months, his commission may dwindle to only 20 to 30,000. Averaging out, achieving 1,500,000 in a year would be commendable. The prospect of a 3 million annual salary equates to the hard-earned income he would accumulate over 2 arduous years. He had no reason to decline Su Yang's offer. Old Su, are you certain you are not jesting? Luo Haiyang sought confirmation once more. Absolutely. As long as you are willing, you can start work tomorrow. Su Yang affirmed with a slight nod. He continued, I will provide you with Jia Qianyu's number. Just reach out to her when you have the opportunity. After saying this, Su Yang promptly sent a phone number to Luo Haiyang's device. Jia Qianyu? The formidable female CEO of Yangsu Group? Luo Haiyang exclaimed. In Hangzhou, it might be forgivable not to recognize Lao Ma of Ali Group, but claiming ignorance of Jia Qianyu signifies a lack of insight. Jia Qianyu is the quintessential domineering CEO and the spokesperson for Yangsu Group. Before the enigmatic chairman, Su Yang, made his appearance. Jia Qianyu was the undisputed ruler of Yangsu Group, effectively standing as one above many. She is known for her decisive and efficient approach to business. Though few have had the privilege to meet her, her reputation is formidable. A woman under 30, yet able to ascend to the position of general manager of such a colossal enterprise as Yangsu Group, is certainly no ordinary individual. Indeed, I will make the necessary arrangements. You need only inform her that you're my classmate and express your desired position. Certainly, if you aspire to become a vice president, I would prefer that you first gain experience at the grassroots level, starting as a department manager. In the future, I envision you taking over a corporation. As Su Yang spoke, he raised his glass. He held great regard for Luo Haiyang and sincerely hoped that this old classmate could become his right-hand man. The integrity of his old friend was beyond question. However, there was still room for improvement in terms of capability. All right, Su Yang, Orater, Director Su. Thank you for your promotion. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Luo Haiyang lifted his glass and clinked it with Su Yang's. Given Su Yang's esteem, it would be remiss of him not to accept the offer. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Managing a company doesn't equate to going into battle. If you agree, contact Jia Qinyu promptly, and he will make the necessary arrangements. Indeed, but I must first ensure that my commission is secured. Hee, Luo Haiyang replied with a smile. This time, his commission was no less than several million. Such a substantial sum was certainly not to be overlooked. Rest assured, with me around, they wouldn't dare default on this payment. You can simply resign. All right, old Su, I will heed your advice. Haha, that's the spirit. Once the significant matters were settled, the two began to indulge in merriment and revelry. Su Yang had a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, his body having been systematically enhanced, allowing him to remain sober even after countless drinks. Luo Haiyang, too, had improved. He had not been a drinker before, but had learned the art of drinking through his experience in real estate sales. As a salesperson, mastering the skill of drinking was essential. How could one negotiate effectively without it? However, even with his improved tolerance, Luo Haiyang could not match Su Yang. After several rounds of beer, he began to slur his words. Fortunately, beer was not as potent as spirits. It merely caused a bloated feeling without any severe repercussions. The two continued drinking from 11 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon. Afterward, Su Yang arranged for a designated driver to take Luo Haiyang home. Luo Haiyang lived close to the office, which was convenient for his daily commute. Old Luo, are you still renting? Su Yang inquired. Yes, the proximity to work is convenient. But with the little money I have, I'm still short of the down payment for a house, Luo Haiyang replied, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. Although the housing prices in Linen could not compare to those in top-tier cities, even the decent low-end properties were quite expensive. To purchase a slightly larger two-bedroom apartment, prices would start at around 40 to 50,000 per square meter, totaling at least 4 to 5 million. With a 30% down payment, he would need to come up with over $1 million. Luo Haiyang would likely not be able to buy a house until next year at the earliest. Haha, no witties. This area is not far from Yangsu Group. Today, I purchased several properties. You can simply choose one that is 180 square meters. I will have it transferred to your name as a benefit from the company. I will coordinate with a renovation company to assist you. Financial matters will not be a concern. The company will cover all expenses. With a grand gesture, Su Yang generously gifted a fully furnished apartment, the 180 square meter residence. If one desires a decent renovation, would cost at least 5 to 600,000. Thus, Su Yang's wave of the hand amounted to several million. One could say it was exceedingly magnanimous. Old Su, please don't. I haven't even started working to contribute yet. You cannot squander money like this. Luo Haiyang quickly declined. Uncertain of what the new company would be like, he was apprehensive about whether he could perform well. Should he fail after receiving such a substantial sum, he would feel guilty. Haha, you needn't worry so much. You know this amount is merely a drop in the bucket for me. Among my management staff, your compensation is by no means the best. Just take it with confidence. Now, I must return home for a nap, so I want to keep you. After saying this, Su Yang urged Luo Haiyang to exit the vehicle. Although somewhat helpless, Luo Haiyang accepted the offer, vowing to himself to work diligently at the new company and not to disappoint Su Yang's expectations. In truth, Su Yang was not this generous with everyone. When he faced bankruptcy, Luo Haiyang had willingly offered all his savings to assist him. Though that sum was but a pittance for Su Yang, it remained etched in his memory. This overwhelming wealth was merely the beginning. Meanwhile, Lu Zhanping and Song Lijing receive an invitation to a class reunion. It was not so much an invitation as it was a message initiated by the class monitor in their group chat for all to see. Lijing, you will attend a reunion, right? Song Lijing received a message from Chun Mingho, the persistent suitor who had long been pursuing her. Upon receiving the reunion notice, he immediately inquired about her attendance. Song Lijing did not reply immediately. Such a sycophant must be kept in suspense. Simultaneously, she sent a breakup message to Su Chenchi. Given that the Su family was on the brink of bankruptcy, continuing the relationship with him seemed futile. Chapter 48. I will definitely change it for you, Jingjing. Why do you want to break up with me? Upon receiving the breakup message from Song Lijing, Su Chenchi panicked and quickly called her. He could not fathom parting ways with her at this moment. They hadn't even held hands yet, and breaking up would be a tremendous loss. Sorry. Su Chenchi, but I actually don't have feelings for you. Your father's factory has gone bankrupt, and your online store's closure is only a matter of time. ISNT it. I don't want to endure a life of hardship with you. Therefore, let us part ways amicably. Song Lijing was pragmatic and straightforward. Your family is bankrupt. Why should I continue this relationship? What? How did you find out? Su Chenchi was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting that Song Lijing was aware of the situation. This news was rather widespread, given that he had just learned about it himself. Your father called me, asking for assistance in finding someone. Tell your father, I cannot help with this, Song Lijing replied indifferently. Jingjing, my father merely encountered some issues with the factory. It is not bankrupt. As long as we find new partners, the factory can continue its operations. My online store operates similarly. Even if my father's factory were to fail, I could source from other suppliers. I am certain I will not face bankruptcy. Upon learning the circumstances, Su Chenchi immediately sought to explain, wishing to persuade Song Lijing to reconsider. Shouldn't we at least enjoy our time together before parting ways? Otherwise, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Ichakil, Su Chenchi. I cannot afford such risks, nor do I wish to engage in them. The fashion industry is a declining sector. I cannot perceive a future for you. With that, Song Lijing resolutely reaffirmed her decision. She was willing to sever ties even after a year together, showing no concern for what was deemed emotional attachment. Su Chenchi, are you truly so heartless? He asked, biting his lip, his tone turning somewhat harsh. It's not that I am heartless. It is simply my reality. I am burdened with significant debt, and I require financial stability. Can you provide that for me? Song Lijing shook her head. He still owed a staggering $2 million. She was counting on finding a wealthy boyfriend to settle that debt. If Su Chenchi were to go bankrupt, he would likely struggle himself, making it impossible for him to repay her. Very well, Song Lijing, since you lack compassion, kindly return the 20,000 yuan you borrowed. Su Chenchi, infuriated, resorted to his trump card. Since this ungrateful person was adamant about breaking up, he felt entitled to reclaim the money he had given her. Su Chenchi, you cannot be serious. You want to reclaim 20,000 yuan? Do not make me lose respect for you. Song Lijing scoffed. What a scoundrel. To demand back such a sum? Truly pathetic. I do not require your respect. You are the one insisting on our breakup. I would gladly give 20,000 yuan to my girlfriend, but to a former lover? That feels unjust. We have not even shared anything significant. Why should I give you 20,000 for nothing? However, if you're willing to spend 2 nights with me, consider it your compensation for the money. 1 night for 10,000. You're not losing out. This is already a premium rate for university escort. Su Chenchi snickered, realizing that women like Song Lijing were precisely the type he had been warned about. Since she had shown such callousness, he would not hesitate to match her indifference. Su Chenchi had initially been attracted solely by her beauty. Everything else was inconsequential. Su Chenchi, mind your language. It's merely 20,000 yuan. I will return it shortly. Song Lijing retorted angrily. 10,000 for a night? Did he truly consider her a prostitute? Nevertheless, she could not procure that amount immediately. Fortunately, Song Lijing had a devoted admirer. Borrowing 20,000 yuan from him should not pose a significant challenge, right? Fine, I will give you half an hour to gather the funds. If you fail to provide it within that time, do not blame me for being unforgiving. Su Chenchi said coldly. Rest assured, I will return it to you. Song Lijing replied. her tone dismissive, before abruptly ending the call. Su Chenqi found himself holding his phone, disheveled by the wind. Who exactly is the one below? Truly, she is a fairy. Despite her own fault, she managed to turn the tables in the end. However, it was fortunate that no significant loss was incurred. Su Chenqi and Song Lijing had not been together for long, nor had he given her anything of great value. As long as he could retrieve 20,000 yuan, it would not be considered a loss. With this thought, although reluctant, Su Chenqi had no choice but to accept his fate. Just as he was about to return to the company, a call from his father, Su Dajiang, interrupted him. Not good, Chenqi. The bank is pressuring us to repay the loan. The audacious bank claims that we haven't conducted any business in recent months and demands repayment. 30 million. Where are we supposed to find such a sum? Su Dajiang's call left Su Chenqi in shock. Under normal circumstances, banks do not hastily demand repayment of loans, especially business loans. If the loan agreement is signed for several years, it should be usable for that duration. However, there are exceptional circumstances. For instance, if one misappropriates business loan funds for stock market investments, the bank will immediately demand repayment upon discovery. Additionally, if the bank notices a drastic decline in your business, or that you have ceased operations altogether, they may also pursue repayment. This was the predicament facing Su Dajiang. Over half a year ago, Su Yang had already liquidated most of the business. The few remaining operations yielded only 1 to 2 million in profit annually, barely enough to cover the bank's interest. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the bank to demand the funds. What? How could this happen? Dad, quickly call the bank president and plead with him. Aren't you too familiar? Su Dajiang lamented. That's no use. It was always Su Yang maintaining those relationships. I've never met these people. What should we do? If this continues, won't the factory be sold? What about my outlets? Son, you must come up with some money to help your father. If you won't assist, things will truly turn dire for me. Dad, I'm at a loss too. This year, the outlets have been losing money. I've merely been boasting. The closure of the Su family's factory seems inevitable. On the other side, after concluding her call with Su Chenqi, Song Lijing promptly dialed her devoted admirer, Chen Mingho. Lijing, I never expected you to take the initiative to call me. Upon answering, Chen Mingho's surprised voice instantly filled the line. This reaction was entirely anticipated by Song Lijing. After all, a devoted admirer would naturally respond in such a manner. Indeed, Mingho, I call to inform you that I will be attending the alumni gathering. You will be going too, won't you? Song Lijing replied with a cheerful tone. A skilled hunter never rushes toward their prey. The optimal strategy is to delight the prey, coaxing it to willingly enter the trap. Oh, if you're going, then I must attend. Chen Mingho exclaimed in excitement upon hearing that Song Lijing would be at the alumni gathering. Although he had been pursuing Song Lijing for quite some time, it had been a while since they last met. The class reunion promised a joyful reunion with old friends on a sunlit day. The goddess was now single once more. Perhaps this occasion would provide an opportunity for him to connect with her. Great. Shall we go together? No problem. I'll drive to pick you up. Wow, Mingho. You're impressive. You bought a car? Haha. It's just an Audi A4, a means of transportation. An Audi A4 is quite remarkable. Not really. It cost 280,000 when I bought it, but I could only afford it because the entire series has dropped in price. That is still impressive. Don't underestimate yourself. With just a few words, Song Lijing had Chen Mingho wrapped around her finger. However, it was evident that after working for a few years, he could indeed afford an Audi worth 280,000, showcasing his capabilities. Lijing, shall I come to pick you up then? Please send me your address. Sure. I can't wait for the reunion. Me too. Song Lijing was very cooperative with Chen Mingho, who was increasingly elated. Sensing that the moment was right, Song Lijing finally spoke up. By the way, Mingho, there is something I'd like to ask for your help with, but it's a bit embarrassing. Upon saying this, her tone wavered, as if she truly felt uneasy. Lijing, please feel free to ask for anything you need. I won't refuse as long as it's within my capabilities. Chen Mingho immediately responded. At this moment, he would not hesitate to face any challenge. Hearing his words, Song Lijing smiled on the other end of the call. The timing was perfect. It was time to reveal her true intentions. Mingho, the thing is, I've encountered some issues at work, and my family is facing financial difficulties. I'd like to borrow some money from you. I know asking for money is not ideal, but I'm truly out of options. Besides you, I can't find anyone else to help me." As she reached the end of her plea, her voice choked with emotion. Her pitiful demeanor would tug at the heartstrings of any man. Naturally, Chen Mingho, as a devoted admirer, was no exception. "Li Jing, please don't cry. How much do you need? Just tell me, and I'll see how much I can gather for you." Upon hearing the goddess's sobs, he became anxious. As a devoted admirer, how could he bear to see the woman he loved in tears? In that moment, he would willingly part with all his savings. "Mingho, thank you. Truly, at this moment, you are the only one who would help me. You're such a good person. Right now, I only have you." Instead of immediately stating the amount, Song Lijing first bestowed him with a good person card. Receiving this card made Chen Mingho even more enthusiastic. Furthermore, her final words, "I only have you now," completely captivated him. "Lijing, for you, I would do anything." Chen Mingho declared with a voice he believed to be profoundly sentimental. Mingho, I need a total of 1,200,000. I understand that it may be difficult for you to provide that much. Just lend me whatever you can. One must ensure that their life remains unaffected." 120,000? Upon hearing this sum, Chen Mingho was taken aback. Over the past few years, he had indeed fared well, earning an annual income of 30 to 40,000, sometimes even 50,000. However, with greater earnings came greater expenditures. Notably, his full payment for an Audi had nearly depleted his savings. Presently, being able to muster 20 to 30,000 was commendable. 120,000, however, was utterly unattainable. Under normal circumstances, even if he had 20 or 30,000, Chen Mingho would not part with it entirely. He would at most contribute 10 or 20,000. Yet, Song Lijing had him firmly in her grasp, compelling him to yield even against his will. "Lijing, how could this affect my life? I earn 30 to 40,000 each month. Even if I give you all my money, it won't impact my living. However, you know I've purchased a car, so my cash flow is indeed limited. How about this? I can initially offer you 280,000, leaving myself 1,000 for this month as expenses. How does that sound?" 280,000 was indeed all that Chen Mingho had saved. After relinquishing this amount, he would be left with just over 1,000. After accounting for rent and utilities, little would remain. Nonetheless, for the sake of his goddess, sacrificing this sum seemed inconsequential. 280,000? On the other end of the line, Song Lijing felt a twinge of disappointment. While 280,000 was not an insignificant amount, the ability to procure such funds to assist him would elicit gratitude from an ordinary person. Yet, regrettably, Song Lijing was no ordinary individual. She perceived the sum as meager. Gratitude? That was a matter for another lifetime. However, though materialistic, Song Lijing was not foolish. In such circumstances, being lent money was already a fortunate occurrence. "Is that insufficient?" Chen Mingho inquired tentatively. "It's more than enough, Mingho. I truly appreciate your generosity. This money will significantly aid me. Rest assured, I will repay you promptly." Song Lijing quickly responded, ensuring that the unwitting benefactor did not perceive her as dismissive of such a sum. After all, it was rare to find a devoted admirer willing to lend 280,000 in one go. "No need, Lijing. Use it for now, and if next month that salary falls short, I will transfer more to you. This money is not urgently needed on my part," Chen Mingho insisted, waving his hand in refusal. It was an honor for him that the goddess could utilize his funds. How could he pressure her for repayment? "Thank you, Mingho. Let us not speak of gratitude between us. Please send me your card number. I will transfer it to you immediately." "All right, soon." Chen Mingho transferred the sum of 280,000 to Song Lijing without even a note, believing that such heartfelt generosity would surely win the affections of the beautiful woman. Upon receiving the funds, Song Lijing promptly transferred 20,000 to Su Chenqi and swiftly blocked all forms of communication with him. This man had lost all utility to her, necessitating an expeditious severance of ties. After spending the money, Song Lijing still had 260,000 remaining. These funds require meticulous planning. Chapter 50. The vehicle of the chairman of Ali Group. In recent days, Song Lijing has refrained from returning home, fearing inquiries from her parents and younger siblings regarding her investment. She is acutely aware that if her parents discover her investment failures and that she has lost all her money, they would not hesitate to break her legs. Thus, she resolves to delay the inevitable for as long as possible, hoping for a potential turn of fortune. With a newfound confidence, Song Lijing first repaid the debts owed to her most pressing creditors. After doing so, she was left with approximately 100,000 yuan. This sum is sufficient for her to secure a suitable and well-paying job. She maintains a strong belief in her capabilities. Having entered Ollie Financial immediately after her graduation and secured a high-paying position, she is confident that with 2 to 3 years of experience, job opportunities will not elude her. Graduates from Ollie Financial are highly sought after in the financial sector, with starting salaries at any investment firm typically beginning at 500,000. As for background checks, she harbors no concerns. Engaging in illegal stock trading is not deemed overly problematic, especially since both she and Liu Zhangping resigned voluntarily rather than being dismissed. Companies generally do not make things difficult for them. Therefore, her focus should solely be on preparing for interviews at prospective new employers. Moreover, she plans to leverage the upcoming alumni gathering to explore potential connections. Perhaps she might encounter a former classmate who has ascended to an executive position at a financial investment firm. If such an opportunity arises, it would be effortless for them to arrange a position for her. Thus, Saturday swiftly approached. Lao Su, what time are we setting off today? Is it time to take your Rolls-Royce for a spin? Early in the morning, Su Yang received a message from Luo Haiyang. Luo Haiyang had officially joined the Yangsu group. After their night of drinking, he resigned the following day. General Manager Li Kaiwei did not attempt to retain him. It was not that he was eager for Luo Haiyang to leave. In fact, he was quite reluctant. Luo Haiyang was the top salesperson, consistently delivering the best performance each month. Such talent is treasured in any organization, especially since Li Kaiwei's salary is closely tied to sales performance. The departure of Luo Haiyang would inevitably impact his income. However, Li Kaiwei dared not insist on his retention, as Luo Haiyang was poached by the major owner behind Yangsu Group. Even Li Kaiwei, despite his lack of tact, would not dare to compete with Su Yang for talent. After all, even developers must heed Su's authority. Consequently, Li Kaiwei promptly approved the resignation request and settled all commissions for Luo Haiyang in advance. This included not only the commission from Su Yang's recent property purchase, but also from Luo Haiyang's previous sales. These commissions were typically withheld for several months. But Li Kaiwei made an exception, disbursing the entire amount to Luo Haiyang in one go, thanks in part to Su Yang's full payment for an entire building. Otherwise, the company would struggle to provide several million in sales commissions. Having arrived at Yangsu Group just 2 or 3 days ago, Luo Haiyang exhibited remarkable adaptability. Upon encountering Su Yang at the company, he naturally addressed him with utmost respect as Director Su. However, in private, they remained good friends, which was also Su Yang's intention. As for the Rolls-Royce, perhaps you would prefer to drive it? Let us swap cars. I shall take a Mercedes instead. Otherwise, it might attract too much attention. Everyone is aware that Su Yang has recently come into considerable wealth, several tens of millions to be precise. In any city, such as some qualifies one as a minor affluent individual. It is quite reasonable for a minor affluent person to drive a Mercedes. Is it truly only a Rolls-Royce? Are there no sports cars available for me to play with? Upon hearing the possibility of exchanging vehicles, Luo Haiyang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Certainly. Why don't you come to my place first? I'll take you to the garage, and you can choose for yourself, Su Yang cheerfully suggested. He has always been exceptionally generous with friends. It is often said that only a wife and a car are not to be lent, yet Su Yang was unconcerned. Even if Luo Haiyang were to crash the car, he would not mind. No, perhaps we should skip it. I have never driven a sports car, and if I were to scratch or damage it, I could not afford the compensation, Luo Haiyang replied with a laugh, merely jesting. Although his brother possesses wealth, it is still his brother's wealth, and it does not greatly concern him. One must maintain a basic sense of propriety in life. Come now, how can I possibly make you compensate? Get over here and choose a car. I'll send you the address. Su Yang playfully scolded, promptly sending Luo Haiyang the location. Wow, Lao Su, you actually reside in Wanghu Villa? Upon receiving Su Yang's location, Luo Haiyang exclaimed in astonishment. Wanghu Villa is the most luxurious and expensive villa area in Linen. Even the smallest units cost over 100 million. Any upscale residential community pales in comparison to this villa district. Have you forgotten what I do? Hurry over. Tell me your license plate number, and I'll have the security register it. Su Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. This child is so excitable. Everyone knows he is the invisible tycoon of Linen. It is only natural for the wealthiest individual in Linen to reside in the most opulent villa district. Very well, I shall come and admire your mansion. Luo Haiyang nodded eagerly. At that moment, he appeared quite exhilarated. Wanghu Villa is not a place typically accessible to someone like him in real estate sales. He never imagined he would one day befriend a client living in such a locale. As a salesperson, he felt a sense of pride. Luo Haiyang drove swiftly to the east gate of Wanghu Villa. Su Yang had already registered Luo Haiyang's license plate in advance, so when he arrived at the entrance, the gate lifted without any hindrance. Upon entering the community, Luo Haiyang was immediately astonished by the scene before him. The landscaping within the community was simply exquisite, featuring numerous tropical plants. The climate in Linen is relatively pleasant. However, the survival of these tropical plants necessitates considerable effort, manpower, and resources. Typically, ordinary residential communities would find it impossible to sustain such flora. Only elite neighborhoods, like Wanghu Villa, could possibly nurture these plants. Luo Haiyang drove slowly, carefully following the road signs, fearful of any unforeseen incidents occurring along the way. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 2. Simultaneously, the gate began to open slowly, revealing a Maybach exiting from within. 8,868. That's Old Ma's car. Could this be the residence of Old Ma, the chairman of Ollie Group? Luo Haiyang stood in a daze as the Maybach emerged from the villa and turned in another direction. The license plate number was all too familiar to him. It undoubtedly belonged to Old Ma's exclusive vehicle. He never anticipated that his old classmate was a neighbor of Old Ma. Indeed, powerful individuals tend to associate with others of equal stature. Chapter 51. Su Yang's grand estate. At that moment, Luo Haiyang acutely felt the disparity in social class between himself and his old classmate, Su Yang. Had they not shared this bond of camaraderie, he likely would never have encountered someone of such caliber in his lifetime. Just as Luo Haiyang was lost in thought, a knock resonated against his car window. Turning to look, he found Su Yang leaning against it. "Old Su," Luo Haiyang exclaimed, somewhat surprised to see Su Yang out and about instead of at home. "What are you doing, Haiyang? We're almost at the door, yet you're still lingering outside? I've been waiting for you to open it." Su Yang's tone carried a hint of complaint, yet it felt endearing. It was as if the person before Luo Haiyang was not a billionaire tycoon, but merely an unpretentious old classmate without a trace of arrogance. "Oh, my apologies, Old Su. I just saw the 8868 car leave Villa Number 2. Is that Old Ma's vehicle? Is that his home?" Luo Haiyang pondered aloud, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed, that is his residence. Why? Do you wish to step inside? I can accompany you if you desire," Su Yang replied with a cheerful smile, leaning on a car window. As a major shareholder of Ollie Group, he was essentially Old Ma's boss. It was entirely reasonable for a superior to visit an employee's home. No, it's unnecessary. I just noticed the car had departed, so Old Ma must be out." Luo Haiyang quickly declined, waving his hands in refusal. What status did he have that warranted Su Yang personally accompanying him to Old Ma's house? After all, not everyone could visit Old Ma's residence. For Su Yang to accompany him would also burden him with a social obligation. "Haha, you needn't overthink it. It's merely a neighborly visit. If I go, he will be more pleased than anyone. However, since he is out today, let us not pursue it. Next time he is home, I'll let you know, and you can come directly. You will undoubtedly be my right-hand man in the future. Getting to know these individuals in advance will be advantageous for you." Su Yang chuckled lightly, having regarded Luo Haiyang as a key figure in his plans. As a core member, even if Luo Haiyang were merely an employee, he deserved to stand shoulder to shoulder with prominent figures like Lao Ma. "Hangzhu, Lao Su." Luo Haiyang expressed his genuine gratitude. In the past, even when he earned money, he could only consider himself part of the lower middle class. However, today he felt he had glimpsed a turning point in his destiny. If he could seize this opportunity, he might transcend his social class and ascend to the upper middle class, all thanks to this old classmate. Stop it. If you keep saying that, I won't be pleased. At that time, when everyone thought I was bankrupt and mocked me, you were the only one who extended a helping hand at a critical moment. For that alone, you deserve to be my good friend. Su Yang patted Luo Haiyang on the shoulder and continued. All right, let's not waste time. It's a bit excessive for you, an employee, to sit in the car while the boss, stand outside. Hurry, drive ahead. My home is just up ahead. Sure thing. Half a minute later, Luo Haiyang's vehicle finally entered Su Yang's grand estate. Wow. Lao Su, is this the pinnacle of the Wanghu Villa District? It's absolutely extravagant. Luo Haiyang exclaimed in awe as he gazed upon the vast mansion, with a swimming pool, a small golf course, a garden, an outdoor parking lot, and a picturesque lakeside rockery. He could hardly believe that in the heart of Linen, the most prime real estate, there existed such a paradise. Moreover, the outdoor parking lot housed numerous luxury vehicles, with Bentleys and Rolls-Royces making up a significant portion. The least expensive among them were the Mercedes Maybachs. Luo Haiyang also noticed a maid stepping into one of the Maybachs, indicating that even the servants drove cars worth millions. How extravagant could that be? He also spotted an entrance for indoor parking on the west side of the house. If the outdoor vehicles were this lavish, the indoor ones must be unimaginably opulent. Not bad. Let's go inside and have a seat. Su Yang smiled slightly, leading Luo Haiyang into his home. Upon entering the main villa, Luo Haiyang was struck with even greater astonishment. The interior could only be described as resplendent. Everywhere he looked, there were various artworks and antiques, resembling a small museum. He had no doubt about the authenticity of these treasures. How could a top-tier millionaire's home contain forgeries? In the center of the living room hung a painting of water lilies, valued at over 100 million. Additionally, Luo Haiyang beheld several ancient calligraphic pieces from the Daxia dynasty, one of which appeared to bear the name of Wang Shiji. The value of such an item was self-evident. Lao Su, your home is simply magnificent. The combined renovation costs of all the residents in our neighborhood wouldn't amount to the worth of just one of your paintings. Luo Haiyang couldn't help but exclaim. The chasm between individuals is indeed greater than that separating man from swine. The life led by Su Yang is one that the average person might never truly grasp. Not only would they struggle to experience it, but even the mere whispers of such a life might elude their ears. Well then, shall we venture to the underground garage to select a vehicle? Certainly. I shall not hold back, you extravagant magnate. Naturally, together, the two ascended in the elevator to the second basement level. It is not unusual for a villa to feature an elevator, a fact that did not surprise Luo Haiyang. However, upon the illumination of the lights in the basement, he was left utterly astonished. The underground garage was filled with an array of supercars, and many of them were limited editions. Koenigsegg, Lamborghini Veneno, Pagani Huayra, various exquisite vehicles graced the space. Old Su, did you really excavate the entire underground to create this parking sanctuary? Given the area of the main villa, it would be impossible to accommodate so many supercars on just one level, unless the garden and surrounding grounds were entirely hollowed out. Such a vast expanse could not be achieved. Indeed, both the second and third basement levels serve as parking areas. The space within the villa is somewhat constrained. Apart from constructing additional subterranean levels, there are few alternatives. Su Yangsu, in truth, he possesses a private estate. However, estates of such magnitude occupy vast expanses, measured in acres. It is inconceivable for a grand estate to reside in the city center. Being situated outside the city limits would render daily excursions inconvenient. It is far more practical to find a larger villa within the urban area. Basements can be further excavated, and as long as one has the means, and it does not infringe upon others, even extensive underground spaces are permissible. Chapter 52, A Waste of Luxury Heavens. Old Su, this is quite ostentatious. One level would suffice. But you mean to tell me that you possess 2 levels of such a luxurious parking space? Are you planning to host a supercar exhibition here? Luo Haiyang quipped with a hint of irritation. With so many luxury vehicles, few can claim ownership across the entirety of Daxia. A certain young heir once declared that if there were only one globally limited supercar in Daxia, it would undoubtedly belong to him. Luo Haiyang had previously found merit in this assertion, for the young man's father is the wealthiest individual in Daxia, as the son of the richest man. Such claims carry undeniable weight and credibility. Yet now, Luo Haiyang suddenly realizes that perhaps this young heir has overstated his case. If such a supercar truly existed, it would most likely reside with Su Yang. Haha, feel free to choose whichever you fancy. Today, you may drive any of them. Rest assured, these vehicles are regularly maintained and ready to be driven at a moment's notice. The cars in Su Yang's garage are not merely gathering dust. Each one is diligently cared for, with designated parking spaces that are spacious enough to promptly identify any issues. Being a young man, Su Yang naturally harbors a fondness for supercars. Such behavior is indeed quite normal. Alas, these cars are exceedingly expensive. I would be content with just a Porsche 718. Luo Haiyang swiftly declined. What status does he hold to be able to drive such multi-million-dollar supercars? Even if Su Yang permitted him to take one for a spin, he wouldn't dare to do so. What if he scratched it? He wouldn't be able to afford the damages even if he sold himself. A Porsche 718? I truly do not possess one. As you can see, the least expensive vehicle in my household is a Maybach intended for the nanny's grocery shopping. Oh, and let us not count that Mazda. That one is merely for concealing my identity. Su Yang chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, the Porsche 718 is a dream beyond the reach of an ordinary person's lifetime. Yet in Su Yang's household, such an affordable car could hardly be found. What is that? Is it also a Porsche? Luo Haiyang suddenly noticed an orange Porsche parked in the corner and promptly approached it. This is this year's new model, the Porsche 911. The dealership manager came to market it, and I casually purchased one to fulfill a task. However, it has remained in the garage since its acquisition, untouched. A figure like Su Yang is undoubtedly a major client for all luxury car brands. The Porsche 911 is considered an entry-level supercar in the eyes of the affluent. To the salespeople, Su Yang is regarded as a car enthusiast. With the release of a new model, it is only natural for sales representatives to make their rounds. For Su Yang, a 911 costs merely $3 million. A mere pocket change that hardly holds significance. My goodness. Old Su, this is truly a waste. Why don't I take this one for a drive? A $3 million car. If I grit my teeth, I could manage to buy it. But would you truly allow the car's maiden voyage to be with me? Luo Haiyang pondered for a moment before ultimately choosing the Porsche 911. The base model actually comes in at around $2 million. Though Luo Haiyang may not have a vast sum of money on hand, he is capable of earning it, even while still employed by a real estate developer. He can earn at least several $100,000 a year, with some years reaching $1 million. By living frugally and saving diligently, in 3 to 5 years, he could afford a Porsche. However, Su Yang mentioned that this car has not been driven since its purchase. The first official drive of a vehicle is indeed of great significance. Other owners might not be so willing. Naturally, what nonsense about the maiden drive? If you wish to drive it, then go ahead. This one, right? Let me find the keys for you. Su Yang shot Luo Haiyang a glance before heading to the elevator entrance. There a chest was placed, and upon opening it, an array of car keys in various shapes and sizes lay within. Goodness, what a spectacular sight. Luo Haiyang couldn't help but let out a sigh. These car keys, even if sold individually, could fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions. It is known that many supercar keys cost several $1,000s each. When calculated, it indeed amounts to tens of thousands. Some globally limited editions are even pricier. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for a drawer full of car keys to be valued at over $1 million. All right, found it. Here you go. Su Yang searched for a while before finally locating the key to the Porsche 911, which he promptly handed to Luo Haiyang. Hey, old Su, take the passenger seat and guide me on how to drive. Upon receiving the key, Luo Haiyang was instantly filled with excitement. This was the inaugural drive of the Porsche 911 and his very first experience behind the wheel of a supercar. The thrill he felt is beyond imagination. All right, no problem. Su Yang nodded in agreement, not declining the request. The joy shared between men is often quite simple. The happiness derived from driving with a brother is truly fulfilling. The two then settled into the Porsche, and after a brief explanation of the basic functions, Luo Haiyang started the vehicle. Vroom! The roar of the engine erupted, and Luo Haiyang couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. A supercar is indeed a supercar. No man can resist the thunderous growl of such a machine. Despite the current era being dominated by electric vehicles, which some may look down upon, anyone fortunate enough to drive a supercar knows the thrill it brings. The exhilarating sensation and satisfaction that a gasoline-powered supercar provides is unmatched by any electric car. Unless, of course, the electric vehicle can fly. Take it slow. The car has plenty of power. Just don't damage any of the vehicles in my garage, Su Yang cautioned. Though he feigned concern for his car, his primary worry was the safety of both himself and Luo Haiyang. An accident would spell disaster. However, since they were in normal mode, the risks were minimal. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver, Luo Haiyang assured, nodding seriously. He then shifted into gear, gently pressed the accelerator, and eased out of the garage. A minute later, Luo Haiyang emerged onto the street. Shall we take a drive? Sure. Under Su Yang's direction, they swiftly made their way out of the community and onto the elevated highway. The traffic in Linnan was quite heavy, especially on this Saturday, making the roads exceedingly congested. Even on the elevated highway, reaching 60 miles per hour felt like a feat for a supercar. Such a speed hardly showcased its capabilities. With Su Yang's approval, Luo Haiyang took the plunge and drove onto the expressway. Once on the expressway, the performance of the supercar was unleashed. Oh my God, this is exhilarating. Old Su, is this what a supercar feels like? The handling is phenomenal. It responds to every direction with such precision. It's absolutely thrilling. After half an hour of driving on the expressway, Luo Haiyang returned to the Wanghu Villa area, feeling genuinely elated. How was it? Did you enjoy the drive? Su Yang asked with a grin as they exited the car. Not just enjoyable, it was absolutely incredible. A true supercar surpasses my little Mercedes in excitement. Luo Haiyang responded enthusiastically, nodding repeatedly. The sensation of driving a supercar is something only those who have experienced it can truly understand. The way it responds to one's every whim is simply delightful. Haha, I'm glad you liked it, Su Yang exclaimed, waving to a young woman in her 30s nearby. Luo Haiyang followed Su Yang's gaze and beheld a young woman dressed impeccably in professional attire. Her skirt accentuated a pair of alluring long legs clad in black stockings. She approached them in low-heeled shoes, cradling a green booklet in her hands. This poised lady was Bai Jia, the housekeeper of Su Yang's villa. Bai Jia had been by Su Yang's side since the inception of his entrepreneurial journey, diligently caring for him over the years. She was among Su Yang's most trusted associates. Mr. Luo, here is the vehicle registration certificate that Mr. Su has prepared for you. The transfer procedures have just been completed. This Porsche 911 is now yours, she said, handing over the green booklet along with an envelope. Additionally, this envelope contains a fuel card worth $200,000 and a lifetime maintenance card for 4 services. You can simply use these cards for refueling or maintenance in the future. Huh? Old Su, you've given me this car? And the transfer is already done? When did you manage to do that? This is remarkably swift. Luo Haiyang found himself at a loss. Was it truly possible that a $300,000 luxury car was being gifted to him? Moreover, the car had seemingly been out running just moments before, and he had not witnessed any transfer procedures. Such matters are trivial and can be resolved with a quick phone call. When you join the company, you left a copy of your ID, which suffices for the vehicle transfer. This car is essentially a new vehicle, a gift from the company for you. Please do not decline. These are merely small tokens, Su Yang chuckled. For Su Yang, the car was not exceedingly costly. His intent in gifting it to Luo Haiyang was to win his loyalty. To Su Yang, the vehicle merely served as an ornament in his garage, lacking any collectible value as it was not a limited edition. It was more prudent to present it as a gift. The car had only been in use for about a month, primarily driven from the villa to the basement, thus qualifying as a new car without any dispute. Old Su, you are exceedingly generous. I'm at a loss for words. Luo Haiyang was once again moved. To receive a luxury car worth $200,000 to $300,000 so casually was indeed a testament to an extraordinary employer. While this was not a brand new car in the strictest sense, it had never been driven, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from a new one. Most importantly, other companies typically registered vehicles under their name for mid to senior level employees, granting only usage rights. However, Su Yang genuinely bestowed the car upon his employee, and a luxury vehicle at that. What is not to admire about such a boss? Shall we even need to discuss it further? You must drive this car to the banquet tonight. Absolutely. The class reunion commences at 6:30 this evening. Although it is Saturday, many classmates still have work commitments. As finance majors, the demands of the profession often entail grueling schedules of 9 to 9 or even 0 to 7. For those in sales, like Luo Haiyang, weekends offer little respite. However, even when it is time to work, the end of the day on weekends tends to arrive a bit earlier. By 6:30, most are able to leave. Su Yang and Luo Haiyang departed separately, with Luo Haiyang driving out in his Porsche first. As for Su Yang, he took to the road in Luo Haiyang's Mercedes. It was already known among their peers that he had made a fortune trading futures. Under such circumstances, driving a Mazda to feign modesty seemed rather pointless. Of course, the Mercedes was merely an entry-level luxury vehicle. For those unfamiliar with automobiles, it was indeed impressive. But for car enthusiasts, it was hardly noteworthy. Most of Su Yang's classmates were doing well, with many able to afford cars worth 300,000. Thus, it was hardly surprising. After tidying up, Su Yang set off in Luo Haiyang's car, and they arrived at the hotel parking lot around the same time. Once they parked, the two exited the vehicle together. The Yangsu Hotel. It was quite remarkable that they, as classmates, could dine at such an establishment. Luo Haiyang couldn't help but express his amazement. The Yangsu Hotel was not inexpensive. While it could not compare to the lofty prices of the Lofty Ferry, the average expenditure per person exceeded 1,000. This meant that their reunion dinner would cost at least 10,000 for the table. This detail had been explicitly stated prior to the gathering. Each person's contribution was set at 1,000, effectively deterring a few classmates who were struggling from attending. A reunion, while ostensibly about rekindling friendships, primarily serves the purpose of expanding one's network. It is an opportunity to see which classmates have thrived and might be willing to lend a helping hand. If someone cannot part with a mere 1,000, or is reluctant to do so, it clearly indicates their lack of success. Those who struggle are often not deemed worthy of maintaining connections. Whether or not they attend becomes inconsequential. It seems likely that the organizer is eager to show off a bit. If someone insists on picking up the tab later, do not decline. Su Yang discerned the underlying motives. This gathering was certainly orchestrated by someone, undoubtedly a small business owner who had made a bit of money. If it were organized by the class leader, they would not have chosen this hotel, as the leader would want everyone to attend, opting for a venue acceptable to the majority. A contribution of 300 or 400 from each person would be considered quite generous. Wow, old Su, you truly are amazing. This is indeed someone else's doing, Luo Haiyang exclaimed. The wealthiest among them, even without being in the chat group, could surmise the reasons behind this reunion. Enough flattery. Let us hear the details. Which of our less academically inclined classmates has struck it rich? Su Yang inquired with a smile, returning home in wealth and honor, like a phoenix in the night. Such a grand reunion must surely be the initiative of someone who is overlooked or unpopular during school. Only individuals of this nature, upon attaining wealth and prosperity, will exhaust every means to showcase their success to the world. Chapter 54. The Lumbar Disc Protrusion Guy. Most importantly, is this not merely a common tactic employed during class reunions? Su Yang, being an avid reader of online novels, naturally comprehends such stratagems. Haha, old Su. You are indeed remarkable. Truly, nothing escaped your notice. Do you recall our classmate Yulongjia? Upon hearing this name, Su Yang rested his chin on his hand and began to reminisce. Although only 3 years had passed since graduation, many individuals had already faded from his memory. This is not to suggest that Su Yang possessed a poor memory. In fact, his physical constitution had been systematically enhanced, rendering him far superior to the average person. This enhancement encompassed not only physical prowess, but also intellectual capacity. Su Yang's memory was exceptionally strong, essentially photographic. The reason he could not recall this name was primarily due to selective forgetting. After all, Retaining trivial matters or inconsequential individuals in his mind would be an utter waste of his cognitive resources. However, spurred by Luo Haiyang's recollections, Su Yang did indeed remember this individual. Yu Longjie was an utterly unremarkable person. His academic performance was mediocre, his appearance was unremarkable, his physique was average, and his family background was similarly mundane. The only standout feature was his prominent lumbar disc protrusion. During his university years, there was a night when he was incapacitated by pain from this condition and had to be taken away by ambulance. Thus, he earned the moniker lumbar disc protrusion guy. In addition to this, he was somewhat well known within their department. Su Yang's finance program consisted of 6 classes, with a significant number of female students. The male-to-female ratio in their finance program was approximately 2 to 3, meaning that out of 50 students, there were 20 males and 30 females. Class 1 and the second class, where Zhao Mushua was, often attended large lectures together, leading to a familiarity among the students of both classes, to the extent that they could be considered half-classmates. What made Yu Longjie notable was that among the nearly 60 female classmates from both classes, all had at one time been his romantic pursuits. Indeed, he had sought the affection of 60 female classmates. Not that he had been in relationships with them, but he had pursued them. Of course, it cannot be said that he had pursued every single one. The only girl he had not attempted to woo was Zhao Mushua. This was not due to a lack of courage on Yu Longjie's part, but rather because Zhao Mushua had an overwhelming number of admirers, including several affluent suitors. Should such a scoundrel dare to pursue Zhao Mushua, he would likely find himself in a precarious situation. Nevertheless, even without Zhao Mushua, there remained 59 female students, each of whom had once been the object of his affection. This audacity, tenacity, and lack of selectivity indeed made Yu Longjie worthy of being called a dragon among men, a steed among horses. It is worth noting that not all 59 girls possessed beauty akin to Zhao Mushua. Among them were certainly those of less appealing looks, with a few even reaching the level of notoriety associated with Fengjie. Despite this, Yu Longjie had gone so far as to deliver breakfast to some of them. Truly, he was a man who did not choose his food when hungry. Thus, Yu Longjie became a common jest among the male students throughout his 4 years at university. However, one must not underestimate the youth in their impoverished state. As the ancients wisely stated, fortunes shift over time. While this lad may have seemed unreliable during his studies, he experienced a remarkable turn of fate after graduation. When Su Yang and his peers completed their studies, it coincided with the explosive growth of short video platforms. Yu Longjie seized this opportunity and promptly ventured into the adjacent small commodity market in linen, pioneering the first wave of live streaming sales. His primary focus was on various industrial ornaments, which are characterized by low costs and high profit margins. A small piece of jewelry costs merely a few dimes. It could be sold for 7 to 8 yuan, or even more. After accounting for logistics, labor, and rent, each piece still yielded a profit of 5 to 6 yuan. These items were previously monopolized by major e-commerce platforms, but live streaming sales allowed consumers to perceive the true essence of each ornament. Furthermore, the rise of live streaming was indeed an inevitable trend in the evolution of the internet. Consequently, this young man flourished, boasting an annual revenue reaching 4 to 500 million yuan, with a net profit of several tens of millions. Within a mere 3 years, his assets surpassed 100 million yuan. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now, apart from Su Yang, the wealthiest individual present. With newfound riches, Yu Longjie naturally felt compelled to assert his worth to those classmates who once scorned him, particularly the female classmates who had once spurned his advances. He wished to convey to them that the boy they once overlooked now stands beyond their reach. Indeed, this lad's journey is quite inspirational. Well, saving a meal is not too shabby, Su Yang remarked with a chuckle. Huh, old Su, how could we save a meal? We agreed that this meal was on you. Luo Haiying questioned, puzzled. While Yu Longjie did express his intention to treat during the gathering, the offer was declined by the group. After all, they were old classmates, and it was customary to share the burden rather than have the most successful among them bear the cost alone. You're still too young. He will undoubtedly insist on treating, secretly picking up the tab. Then, when it's time to settle the bill, he will make a grand entrance. There are only 3 or 4 tables. At most, it will cost around 50,000 yuan. For him, that amount is trivial. It's a worthy expenditure to satisfy his vanity and alter their perception of him. Su Yang subtly revealed Yu Longjia's intentions to Luo Haiyang. Such maneuvers might elude the notice of those who graduated just a few years prior. But Su Yang is no ordinary individual. He understands these nuances all too well. Old Su, you truly are impressive. However, should your identity be unveiled, Yu Longjia's pretense would appear rather comical, Luo Haiyang mused. Earning tens of millions annually is indeed commendable, marking a significant step toward the upper echelons of society. Yet, in comparison to those who have already ascended to the pinnacle of the upper class, the disparity remains substantial. Even though Luo Haiyang had stepped over the threshold, the chasm between him and Su Yang was as vast as the distance from the Xia dynasty to Rome. Enough. I have no interest in this. If I were to reveal my identity, I have to foot the bill for this meal. Such a losing venture is not one I would entertain. Su Yang shook his head repeatedly. He was not one to indulge in extravagant displays like some protagonists who fancy treating others lavishly. These were mere fair-weather friends. He would not foolishly spend tens of thousands on a meal just for the sake of appearances, even if that sum was as trivial to him as a few cents to an ordinary person. A losing venture? What do you mean by that? Luo Haiyang asked curiously. While treating someone to a meal does incur expenses, how does it relate to business? Didn't I tell you? The Tianshu electronic technology behind this hotel is my investment. I am its sole proprietor. Chapter 55. The dream car, Tianshu electronic technology, primarily focuses on artificial intelligence. The Tianshu Hotel is, in essence, a hotel infused with artificial intelligence. The waitstaff is composed mainly of the most advanced artificial robots in the world. Of course, there are also human employees present, primarily to assist the artificial intelligence when it encounters issues that require a human touch. Goodness, Lao Su, your enterprise truly spans the nation, Luo Haiyang exclaimed, somewhat enviously. He was genuinely curious how Su Yang, at such a young age, had achieved this level of success. He even wondered if Su Yang was akin to the protagonist of a novel, a master of some system. However, this thought quickly flitted through his mind and was dismissed. How could that be? Not too shabby. Since this Yu Longjia is so eager to bestow money upon me, I shall not be shy about it. Su Yang grinned. This identity must not be exposed. Tens of thousands, I am certain to profit. Haha, no business is without its schemes. Lao Su, you truly live up to your reputation. Likewise, after chatting for a while in the parking lot, the two prepared to enter the hotel. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Su Yang, you're here too? As the words fell, Song Lijing emerged from an Audi. Chen Mingho followed closely, climbing out from the driver's seat. Upon seeing Su Yang, a look of surprise blossomed on Song Lijing's face. She anticipated that he would also attend this reunion. Initially, she thought he wouldn't come, especially since she had already exited the class group. How could someone who left the class group possibly attend a reunion? Song Lijing naturally assumed that Su Yang's presence at the reunion was for her sake, believing he still harbored feelings for her. The words he had previously spoken must have been said in anger. Recalling the kindness Su Yang had once shown her, she felt her assumptions were quite plausible. Thus, a radiant smile returned to her face. Reuniting with a multimillionaire like Su Yang would certainly be far more fulfilling than being with someone like Chen Mingho, who merely fawned over her. Su Yang nodded indifferently. His reluctance to attend the class reunion primarily stems from his aversion to encountering Song Lijing. This woman exudes an overwhelming sense of social climbing that repulses Su Yang. Are you still angry with me? Song Lijing inquired, stepping forward to grasp Su Yang's hand. However, he took a slight step back, deftly evading her reach. Song Lijing, we have already broken up. Besides, your boyfriend is right behind you. A scornful smile graced Su Yang's face. This woman truly seems to be available to any man. Upon learning of the Su family's financial ruin, she swiftly attached herself to a new boyfriend, albeit with a noticeable downgrade in standards. Su Chenxi at least owned a luxury Porsche worth $1 million, while Chen Mingho merely possessed a modest Audi valued around 300,000. The decline in status is quite significant. As Su Yang's words echoed, he noticed Chen Mingho approaching with a frosty expression. Su, Li Jing has already broken up with you. I hope you can take a hint and stop clinging to her. A person like you does not deserve such a wonderful girl. Su Yang was taken aback, 3 question marks practically hovering above his head. Clinging to Song Li Jing? When did that happen? Was Chen Mingho blind, or merely selectively so? It was abundantly clear that it was Song Li Jing who was the one pursuing him. Such is the nature of a seasoned sycophant, capable of transforming reality into a version that suits their desires. Remarkable indeed. If we are to discuss the prowess of sycophants, Su Yang would undoubtedly consider him the strongest. Chen Mingho, are you blind? It is your goddess who is pursuing me, not the other way around. Su Ying, am now involved with the illustrious Zhao Daxia and have no interest in your goddess. Beside him, Luo Haiyang could not bear to remain silent and promptly brought up Zhao Muxue. In the past, he might have doubted the compatibility of Su Yang and Zhao Muxue. Even though Su Yang was impressive, Zhao Muxue was the sole heiress of the Zhao group, the only successor to the family legacy. Su Yang was merely the son of a factory owner. How could he possibly be worthy of the Zhao group's heir? However, upon discovering that Su Yang was the grand owner of the Yangsu group, such thoughts swiftly dissipated from Luo Haiyang's mind. He even began to feel that Zhao Muxue might not be worthy of Su Yang. After all, Su Yang's wealth now far surpassed that of the Zhao group. He was undoubtedly deserving of Zhao Muxue. Luo Haiyang's words, while perhaps a bit harsh, seemed to go unnoticed by Song Li Jing and Chen Mingho, who were instead fixated on him. This unnerved Luo Haiyang, prompting him to ask, "Why are you two staring at me like that? Is there money on my face? You are Luo Haiyang? How have you transformed so much?" Chen Mingho gazed at Luo Haiyang incredulously. After 3 years, the change in Luo Haiyang was dazzling to them. The man before them was truly the same Luo Haiyang who had once been timid and dressed in a rather unremarkable manner. Was it not? Is it not said that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Did you not learn this in high school? Luo Haiyang retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. What is with all this fuss? His transformation pales in comparison to Su Yang beside him, doesn't it? Luo Haiyang, did you arrive in Porsche? Surely this Porsche 911 cannot be yours? Chen Mingho gazed at the Porsche 911, nearly drooling. This was the car of his dreams. Chen Mingho had longed to own a Porsche 911, yet it remained a mere fantasy. He could afford a vehicle price between $400,000 to $500,000, but that was the extent of his financial reach. The entry-level Porsche 911 costs over $1 million. Such luxury cars are beyond the grasp of an ordinary worker. Only those with an annual salary of $1 million can even contemplate such a purchase. When considering a car, one must primarily evaluate the vehicle's price relative to their annual income. Ideally, the car's cost should not exceed twice one's yearly earnings. An annual income of $70,000 allows for a vehicle priced around $14,000 to $15,000, while a salary of $500,000 permits a maximum expenditure of $1 million on a car. Spending $3 million on a vehicle with a $50,000 annual income suggests a total disregard for financial prudence. Indeed, it is mine. Chen Mingho glanced at Su Yang and nodded earnestly. Old Su, since you're not inclined to show off, I shall take on that role. With this thought, Chen Mingho squared his shoulders. My goodness, Lao Luo, you've truly upgraded your status. I'm impressed. Chen Mingho exclaimed. Had anyone told him 3 years ago that Luo Haiyang would be driving a Porsche 911, he would have scoffed at the notion. Yet, the reality was undeniable. This young man had indeed acquired a luxury car worth millions. The pace of his advancement was astonishing. Chapter 56. You speak as if you're the boss. Well, it's just average. It's provided by the company, not something I purchased myself, Luo Haiyang replied with a smile. The car was a gift from Su Yang, who was the chairman of the Yangsu group, where Luo Haiyang was employed. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to consider the vehicle as a company allocation. My goodness, Haiyang, which company do you work for that provides employees with a Porsche 911? That is a $3 million supercar. Chen Mingho could not help but inquire. Typically, even companies that offer vehicles to executives might only provide a Mercedes-level car at best. The most one could expect would be a regular model, not a Maybach. The notion of a company like Luo Haiyang's directly providing a Porsche 911 was truly unprecedented. Indeed, Hai Yang, you are flourishing beyond belief. You must be part of the upper management of a major corporation. How impressive! Song Lijing chimed in, showering him with praise. She was unaware of the specifics of the car Luo Haiyang drove. Her knowledge of automobiles was minimal. However, she recognized the Porsche brand, as many of her friends' boyfriends drove Porsches. To these young women, a Porsche represented an ascension to a higher echelon of luxury. In the presence of a Porsche, even elite models like a Maybach seemed like mere ordinary vehicles. Song Lijing never anticipated that a former classmate, who once relied on school assistance, would thrive so remarkably. The prospect of being with him seemed appealing. In a moment, she developed a keen interest in Luo Haiyang. If rekindling her relationship with Su Yang proved impossible, forming a bond with Luo Haiyang would certainly be a commendable alternative. Song Lijing's primary concern was whether her partner possessed wealth and could provide her with a respectable lifestyle. The method of earning, whether through employment or entrepreneurship, was of no consequence to her. As long as a cat could catch mice, it was a good cat. Luo Haiyang casually glanced at Su Yang beside him and, noticing his lack of opposition to his boasting, continued, I work at Yangsu Group, merely as an employee, but the owner holds me in high regard. Upon hearing the name Yangsu Group, both Song Lijing and Chen Mingho's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. Yangsu Group was the most enigmatic and powerful corporation in linen. While few outside the region might recognize the name, it was virtually known to every resident of Linen. One might not be familiar with Ali Group, but one certainly could not be unaware of Yangsu Group, a true titan of capital. In the shadow of Yangsu Group, Ali Group seemed but a subordinate. My goodness, Haiyang, you actually work for Yangsu Group? How impressive. How did you manage that? Isn't it said that they do not accept graduates from non-prestigious universities? Chen Mingho exclaimed, articulating the confusion that gripped him. Simultaneously, they realized the implications of Luo Haiyang's earlier statement. He was valued by the owner of Yangsu Group. This individual had somehow forged a connection with such a formidable figure. The people of Linen knew that the enigmatic owner of Yangsu Group was hardly known, with only a few aware of his existence. Yet, it was common knowledge that he surpassed even the formidable Lao Ma of Ali Group. Even Lao Ma would be courteous in the presence of this magnate. Such an illustrious figure was likely someone they would never encounter in their lifetimes. Yet, the classmate they once looked down upon had garnered the attention of such a powerful individual. What an honor. Oh, it's nothing, just a stroke of luck. Luo Haiyang chuckled lightly. Indeed, it was fortuitous. Had he not fortuitously stumbled upon the news of Su Yang's bankruptcy in the group chat, he would not have taken the initiative to assist him. Had he not offered his help, Su Yang would not have been so candid, nor would he have discovered that Su Yang was the true owner behind Yangsu Group. Luck alone cannot account for it. Haiyang, you are a genuine person. The owner of Yangsu Group must surely appreciate your authenticity. Su Yang chimed in with a smile. He indeed valued those who were sincere. A person's skill set was not the paramount consideration. What truly mattered was whether one approached tasks with earnestness and diligence. It was those who tread carefully and methodically, one step at a time, who could truly go far. Conversely, those who engaged in deceitful tactics were not to Su Yang's liking. Heh, Su Yang, you speak as if you were the owner of the Yangsu Group. The fact that Luo Haiyang has gained the appreciation of the Yangsu Group's owner undoubtedly speaks to his exceptional abilities. Such talk of authenticity is mere nonsense. Chen Mingho scoffed dismissively, holding Su Yang in low regard. In their school days, Su Yang, a scion of wealth, had received some degree of respect from Chen Mingho. But now that they were all doing well, Chen Mingho no longer felt intimidated by Su Yang's affluence. Furthermore, Chen Mingho prided himself on having earned his wealth through hard work, unlike Su Yang, who profited from futures trading. Individuals like Su Yang may attain riches quickly, yet over time, they are bound to incur losses. No one can escape that cycle. Despite Su Yang's current success, should he encounter investment failures, he would soon become a figure of derision, much like when he faced bankruptcy not long ago. Moreover, Chen Mingho observed Su Yang's modest Mercedes, which he deemed unimpressive, especially since he himself drove an Audi A4, a vehicle of comparable stature. Thus, He wondered what the fuss was about. In response to Chen Mingho's mockery, Su Yang remained unfazed, fully aware of his position as the owner of the Yangsu group, needing no validation from others. He regarded Chen Mingho as a mere buffoon, unworthy of his attention, and deemed it unnecessary to engage in verbal sparring with someone he looked down upon. Luo Haiyang, however, felt compelled to defend Su Yang, considering him a benefactor. If his benefactor was being slandered, he believed he ought to speak up. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Song Lijing interrupted. "All right, Mingho, Haiyang, let's not linger outside any longer. Let us head into the hotel. It has been a while since we last saw each other, and I'm sure there is much to discuss. Let us go inside and chat." Song Lijing had resolved to let go of her interest in Su Yang, thus only inviting Chen Mingho and Luo Haiyang. She had come to a realization. Su Yang could face bankruptcy at any moment, and it appeared he had no intention of rekindling their relationship. One cannot hang their hopes on a single tree, given Su Yang's apparent indifference. Why not seek a new opportunity? Both Chen Mingho and Luo Haiyang were viable options, with Luo Haiyang in particular being a promising choice. Seemingly a favored associate of the Yangsu group as higher-ups, with a future full of potential. Chapter 57. Perhaps he can assist me if Luo Haiyang were to earn an annual salary in the millions. Aligning with him would indeed be a prudent choice. With this thought in mind, Song Lijing regarded Luo Haiyang with increasingly flirtatious eyes. However, Luo Haiyang remained oblivious to her intentions. He understood the simple principle of not encroaching upon a friend's partner. Even if Song Lijing were a celestial beauty, he would never entertain any inappropriate thoughts toward her. "All right, old Su, let us head inside." "Very well." Su Yang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the quartet entered the hotel, where they were promptly greeted by a staff member. Although this is a technology hotel with robots present throughout, the welcoming duties are still performed by humans. "Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Are you here for accommodation or dining?" The server inquired respectfully. "We are here for a reunion. It should be the Rose Hall." Chen Mingho interjected eagerly. "The Rose Hall? Was it reserved by Mr. Yulongjia? You must be graduates from the financial department of Linen University of Economics and Finance, class of 2021. Am I correct?" The server confirmed with Chen Mingho. "Indeed." Chen Mingho nodded. "Very well, please follow me." Accompanied by the server, the four of them proceeded to the Rose Hall. The Rose Hall is a spacious private room, capable of accommodating 40 diners. Naturally, it is unlikely that all 40 would be seated at the same table. The room features 4 round tables, each seating 10 individuals. Although this reunion was organized for 2 classes, only a little over 30 attendees were expected. Thus, the private room was certainly sufficient. "Please come in." The server opened the door to the room and gestured for the 4 to enter. Mingho, Lijing, Su Yang, Haiyang. As they stepped inside, familiar voices called out their names. Su Yang scanned the room and recognized that the one who had just called him was none other than Lu Zhanping. This fellow had arrived early at the hotel in hopes of encountering a few successful classmates who might lend him a hand. Unfortunately, those who had come early had not fared particularly well in life. It would be inaccurate to say they were struggling. Rather, they were merely getting by. Nevertheless, Lu Zhanping remained patient. With so many classmates present, surely a couple of them must have achieved success. His greatest hope at that moment was for Su Yang to arrive. If Su Yang were to show up, he could take this opportunity to sincerely apologize, perhaps even drink a few toasts in atonement, and maybe, just maybe, earn Su Yang's forgiveness. Once forgiven, he could easily borrow some money from Su Yang to tide him over, or even take advantage of Su Yang's generosity. Lu Zhanping knew Su Yang all too well. As long as he made a request, Su Yang would undoubtedly be generous in his assistance. This had been the case over the years. Thus, upon seeing Su Yang walk in, Lu Zhanping felt a surge of excitement and promptly greeted him. However, it was evident that Su Yang had no intention of acknowledging him, and instead approached a slightly balding gentleman. "Class monitor, it's been a long time." "Ah, Lao Su. It truly is you. It has indeed been ages. Your presence here is wonderful." Class monitor Jean Bo stepped forward, smiling as he shook Su Yang's hand. Jean Bo was a decent fellow. While Su Yang was not particularly close to him, he had a general sense of Jean Bo's character. Throughout their school years, Jean Bo had never been one to flatter others excessively, nor did he belittle anyone. Upon learning of Su Yang's misfortunes, Jinbo had reached out with expressions of concern and even offered to help Su Yang secure a job related to finance. Certainly, the matter of actively borrowing money was never articulated by him. Su Yang did not request any financial assistance from him either. The two could only be regarded as ordinary classmates, having exchanged words no more than 20 times throughout their academic tenure. Their acquaintance was minimal, aside from classes. There were no other intersections in their lives. Under such circumstances, it was quite unlikely that Su Yang would broach the subject of borrowing money. Nonetheless, he was genuinely appreciative of the job opportunity that had been arranged for him, although this assistance may not have been precisely what he needed. Should Jinbo encounter any difficulties in the future and seek Su Yang's aid, he would feel compelled to help. Since the class monitor has graced us with his presence, it would be rather disrespectful of me not to attend. Su Yang chuckled softly. He was quite adept at navigating the nuances of social etiquette. In response to the class monitor's politeness, he naturally reciprocated with respect. Ha ha, Lao Su, I relish your words. We must share a drink later. No return until we are inebriated. Jinbo bellowed with laughter. Being from northeast China and having remained in Linen after graduation, he embodied the characteristic forthrightness of his region, making interactions exceedingly pleasant. All right, that sounds good. Su Yang responded with a smile. A reunion among old classmates would lack meaning without some libations. Meanwhile, Lu Zhanpeng, noticing Su Yang's indifference towards him, wore a rather displeased expression. Although he wished to approach Su Yang and cultivate a connection, it was evident that Su Yang had no intention of engaging, forcing him to abandon the endeavor. Come now, Depeng, do not be vexed. Su Yang merely experienced a minor windfall. Is it necessary for you to eagerly play the sycophant? At this moment, Chen Mingho joined Lu Zhanping. Their camaraderie during university had been quite amicable, often sharing meals in the cafeteria. After graduation, they had convened several times. It is true that like attracts like, and their personalities were undoubtedly similar, aptly described as having shared affinity. Sigh, Lao Chun, I find myself in a predicament. Recently, I have encountered some issues at work. Su Yang is undoubtedly capable. Perhaps he could offer me some assistance, Lu Zhanping lamented. After departing from Humbly Finance, he felt as if he were on the brink of despair. For days, he had been searching for employment. Those in the financial investment sector, aware of his background at Humbly Finance and his previous role as a department manager, expressed keen interest and extended interview opportunities. However, after the interviews, silence ensued, leaving him without even a reason for rejection. This perplexity gnawed at Lu Zhanping. How could it be that he had thrived at Humbly Finance, ascending to a managerial position in just a few short years, yet found himself unable to secure a job after leaving? Unbeknownst to him, his advancement at Humbly Finance was entirely due to Su Yang's behind-the-scenes assistance. Without Su Yang's influence, he would not have even crossed the threshold of Humbly Finance, let alone attained a managerial role. The same could be said for Song Lijing. After leaving Humbly Finance, the two found themselves devoid of Su Yang's protection and guidance, swiftly descending into obscurity, relegated to the status of ordinary workers from non-prestigious universities. Chapter 58. This fellow has struck luck, of course. Song Lijing and Lu Zhanping were not entirely devoid of job prospects. However, they found themselves caught in a quagmire of aspirations too lofty for their current circumstances. With their educational backgrounds and work experiences, securing a position as a teller in any bank would pose no challenge. Yet, how could individuals who once enjoyed annual salaries of 4 to 500,000 possibly settle for a mere 100,000 a year? Particularly for Song Lijing, who, with her high ambitions and substantial debt exceeding 1 million, found the prospect of a monotonous 9-to-5 job, earning a modest salary while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, utterly unbearable. Among our classmates is not only Su Yang who is thriving. You might as well inquire about others. Su Yang merely made a fortune trading futures. He holds no remarkable social status. So what assistance can you expect from him? I believe it would be more prudent to seek out Luo Haiyang. We learned upon our arrival that Luo Haiyang is currently a favored individual in the presence of the prominent figure behind Yangsu Group. Surely, you are aware of Yangsu Group? Even your former employer, Humbly Group, is backed by this very company. if you managed to cultivate a good relationship with Luo Haiyang, who would struggle to find a promising job. He might even facilitate your reinstatement as the department manager at Ollie Finance. Chen Mingho was well aware of Luo Haiyang's current standing. Being a favored individual near the chairman of Yangsu Group is not a feat easily matched by ordinary individuals. Luo Haiyang? Lu Zhangping paused, his mind racing to recall who he was. Indeed, Luo Haiyang had not commanded significant presence in class. Making it understandable, that time would blur memories. Cannot remember? Look, he is the one seated beside Su Yang. Chen Mingho pointed toward Luo Haiyang, who was not far away. In truth, Chen Mingho harbored no fondness for Luo Haiyang, particularly as he observed Song Lijing sitting beside him, displaying undue attentiveness. This only fueled Chen Mingho's discontent. At that moment, he regarded Song Lijing as his personal possession, and as such, he could not tolerate any external influence. However, Chen Mingho was not foolish. He recognized that Luo Haiyang's current status had changed significantly. Regardless of his personal feelings, he understood the necessity of ingratiating himself with this individual. After all, one could never predict when he might require Luo Haiyang's assistance in the future. What? It's him? What incredible luck has this fellow stumbled upon? I recall he could scarcely afford tuition back in school. Upon seeing Luo Haiyang, Lu Zhangping was utterly astonished. He never imagined that the once humble Luo Haiyang had transformed. Now a favored figure in the presence of the powerful owner behind Yangsu Group. Yangsu Group was indeed an entity that commanded respect from individuals like them. And the enigmatic owner was among the most esteemed figures in the realm of Daxia. Furthermore, the identity of this owner remained shrouded in mystery, leaving them entirely unaware of his appearance. However, Luo Haiyang is undeniably a favored figure in the presence of the big boss. The disparity is astonishing. Indeed, I have heard that his annual salary now reaches 500,000, excluding various benefits. When he arrived today, he was driving a Porsche 911, a vehicle worth 3 million. Upon mentioning the Porsche 911, Chen Mingho's eyes glimmered with envy. Such an extravagant car, one that is unattainable at birth, might remain perpetually out of reach throughout one's life. Yet, Luo Haiyang has managed to rise from humble beginnings to acquire such luxury. To claim that one feels no envy would be patently disingenuous. Goodness, I must endeavor to ingratiate myself with him. Perhaps he could facilitate a job for me. Lu Zhangping nodded vigorously. Reputation is but a fleeting illusion. Tangible benefits are of utmost importance. Currently, Lu Zhangping finds himself in dire straits. Is there anyone more unfortunate than he? As adults with several years of societal experience, we all comprehend that reputation is the least valuable currency. If one can earn money, one can easily forego the facade of prestige. It's reassuring that you think this way. I too shall flatter him. If I can secure a position at Ollie Financial or another department in Yangsu Group, today would indeed be worthwhile. Precisely. As they conversed, the two approached Luo Haiyang. By now, a considerable crowd had gathered around him, most of whom were eager to greet him upon learning of his position at Yangsu Group. In contrast, Su Yang found himself relegated to the periphery. This left Luo Haiyang somewhat speechless. Clearly, Su Yang, standing beside him, was the true magnate, yet everyone seemed to overlook the presence of the actual boss, focusing instead on his subordinate. Indeed, opportunities can be elusive, even when laid before you, and it is not guaranteed that one can seize them. If only these individuals treated Su Yang with the same courtesy, they too could ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. The crowd surrounded Luo Haiyang, engaging him in nostalgic conversations about their university days. Luo Haiyang did not refuse their camaraderie. He remembered the support he received during school fundraisers, even if it was merely $10 or $8. Hence, he conversed politely with them. Su Yang, however, found such scenes unappealing and opted to relocate to another seat. Just as he settled in, a message from Zhao Mushu arrived. Su Yang, have you arrived at the hotel? I'm almost there, just one traffic light away. Already here. In the private room. All right, I'll come as soon as I park. Moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and Zhao Mushu entered. Today, she appeared remarkably adorable and vibrant, clad in a pink crop top paired with blue flare jeans, complemented by a pair of white canvas sneakers. Adorning her ears were delicate studs, lending her an enchanting allure. Around her neck hung a dazzling sapphire necklace, striking a balance between cuteness, sensuality, and a touch of opulence. Zhao Muxue possesses striking beauty, and her image has long been associated with an aura of cold elegance. However, her attire today has shattered the preconceived notions held by many. It turns out that Zhao Muxue can also embody both charm and allure. My goodness, the illustrious Zhao has graced us with her presence, Yinbo exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment upon seeing her arrive. Zhao Muxue hails from Class 2 next door, and her exceptional beauty has made her a familiar figure to all. Jean Beau's exclamation drew the attention of others, who turned to gaze in her direction. As the sight of Zhao Muxue captivated the boys, the girls could only watch with a tinge of helplessness. Even though they had adopted a more fashionable style in the social sphere, standing before Zhao Muxue evoked feelings of inadequacy. This goddess could radiate divinity even in the simplest of outfits. In truth, she was already a goddess. Chapter 59. The hatred of a rivalry, unforgiving greetings, everyone. Zhao Muxue entered the private room, smiling as she greeted her peers. Previously, she had been perceived as an ice queen, rarely revealing her smile. Yet today, her sudden warmth left everyone in awe. How could this be the same Zhao Muxue they remembered? Was this truly the illustrious Zhao? Fortunately, her classmates recognized her. Oh, Muxue, you actually came. We thought you might not show up, one exclaimed. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Look at our skin, it's starting to sag, while yours remains so firm. Truly, time has been exceptionally kind to you, Muxue. A group of girls surrounded Zhao Muxue, chattering excitedly. She reciprocated their enthusiasm, engaging in conversation with her long-lost classmates. Having shared a bond during their school days, there were numerous topics to explore. Observing Zhao Muxue's newfound amiability, other classmates approached to greet her as well. While some may have harbored mixed feelings, the predominant sentiment was one of respect and admiration. Cultivating a relationship with her could significantly benefit their careers, considering Zhao Muxue is the sole heiress of the Zhao group, a true socialite. Without delving into specifics, merely the prospect of her bank account would leave all banking professionals present in eager anticipation. If they could persuade Zhao Muxue to open an account at their branch and facilitate a deposit of several million, they could enjoy a year of ease. Nevertheless, some chose to remain distant, like Song Lijing, who sat apart, refraining from approaching her. After all, Zhao Muxue was in name the girlfriend of Su Yang. Although Song Lijing yearned for a semblance of connection with Zhao Muxue, it was predicated on the condition that this woman was not entangled with Su Yang. She is now Su Yang's girlfriend, while Song Lijing is his ex. How embarrassing must it be for the ex to seek help from the current girlfriend? Their breakup certainly cannot be described as amicable, for it was Song Lijing who unhesitatingly ended things with Su Yang. Under such circumstances, it is even more shameful for Song Lijing to approach Su Yang's current girlfriend for assistance. Muxue, what brings you here so suddenly? You didn't mention it to us beforehand. Zhao Muxue's closest friend in class, grasping her hand, looked at her in bewilderment. From her perspective, if Zhao Muxue had truly intended to come, she would have surely informed her. Who would have thought that Zhao Muxue kept it a secret and arrived unannounced? I originally had no time to come. I just established a company, and there's so much to handle. When I heard that my boyfriend and his ex were both attending, I simply couldn't remain seated, so I sneaked over. Boyfriend? Ex? Zhao Muxue's words instantly ignited excitement among the crowd. The male classmates were particularly stirred. Zhao Muxue has a boyfriend? Goodness, which fortunate man is lucky enough to be her boyfriend? What extraordinary luck. However, it wasn't long before some began speculating about the identity of this man. Zhao Muxue had mentioned that her boyfriend was attending the reunion, and his ex was also present. This implied that both her boyfriend and his ex belonged to their class. In an instant, everyone began searching for clues. Few couples arise from two classes, and even fewer attend a reunion. The only possible candidates were Su Yang and Song Lijing. Muxue, it couldn't be that your boyfriend is Su Yang, could it? Zhao Muxue's good friend couldn't help but inquire. Stop guessing. Zhao Mushui's boyfriend is indeed Su Yang. Who else in our two classes could possibly be worthy of Zhao, the campus beauty? Luo Haiyang preemptively answered the crowd-asked question before Zhao Mushui could. Gasp. It really is Su Yang. Old Su, are you trying to make us envious to death? To be with Zhao, the campus beauty. Old Su, the enmity of a stolen wife is irreconcilable. How infuriating. Su Yang, are you trying to drive me mad? First, you deceived Song, our class beauty. And now you've also managed to win over Zhao, the campus beauty. This is too infuriating. A group of boys were utterly incensed. Had their eyes been able to emit flames, Su Yang would have been incinerated long ago. Ahem, my apologies. This is merely an unexpected turn of events. Su Yang awkwardly cleared his throat. This Zhao Mushui is truly bringing him trouble. If he were genuinely with Zhao Mushui, then he would have to face this predicament. The problem is, he and Zhao Mushui have never been together. Their connection arose only when Zhao Mushui stepped in to support Su Yang during his encounter with Song Lijing. As for their relationship, there's truly no connection whatsoever. However, Su Yang understood that now was not the time for explanations. Clarifying this would be futile, a task that could never be accomplished in this lifetime. Even if he later claims that he has no connection with Zhao Mushui, people will inevitably assume that he has broken up with her. At that point, he will likely bear the stigma of being a scoundrel. Hence, Zhao Mushui has indeed rendered him a disservice. Ayang, what unexpected occurrence is this? Have I wronged you by being with Zhao Mushui? Zhao Mushui shot a glance at Su Yang, speaking with irritation. However, her playful utterance of a Yang once again sent the male spectators into a frenzy. Ah, Su Yang, I advise you not to be ungrateful. This is Zhao. The campus belle. Su Yang, if you feel wronged, just give Zhao, the campus belle, to me. I don't mind the inconvenience. Indeed, if Zhao, the campus belle, were my girlfriend, I wouldn't complain even if it meant enduring humiliation. I have never witnessed such a sweet Zhao, the campus belle. I am utterly envious of you all. I feel the same. No, it is my honor to be with you. Observing the crowd's exuberance, Su Yang could only helplessly acknowledge the situation. However, it must be said that for the majority of men, being with Zhao Mushui is indeed a privilege. If one could ultimately walk into the hall of marriage, it would be the pinnacle of honor. Su Yang's remark once again incited a chorus of cheers. Only Song Lijing's expression grew increasingly somber. If it weren't for her desire to see if any of her old classmates could assist her, she would have likely left in a huff by now. The feeling of witnessing others display affection is truly disheartening. Lijing, it's all right. You needn't pay attention to those two. Su Yang is not worthy of your affection. You still have me. Chen Mingho noticed Song Lijing's demeanor and sensed an opportunity. Now, Song Lijing appeared to be at her most vulnerable, making her easier to approach. Chapter 60. We are all on the same side. As Chen Mingho spoke, he extended his hand towards Song Lijing's delicate little hand. If he succeeded in this handshake, it would signify his triumph. Observing Song Lijing's slender, fair, and fragile hand, Chen Mingho felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress a gulp. That little hand looked so inviting to grasp. Gradually, Chen Mingho's hand inched closer to Song Lijing's. With his mind intensely focused, what should have taken merely a second felt like an eternity. Just as he was about to touch her hand, Song Lijing suddenly stood up. Excuse me, Mingho. I need to use the restroom. Without regard for Chen Mingho's dismayed expression, she turned and exited the private room. Damn it. So close. Chen Mingho cursed under his breath. Just moments ago, he felt as though his fingers had brushed against Song Lijing's skin. If only he had been a fraction quicker, he could have held her hand. Alas, his efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, after leaving the private room, Song Lijing rushed into the restroom. With few occupants present, she quickly entered a stall and, unable to contain her emotions, tears of frustration began to flow. Song Lijing felt a profound sense of grievance as she watched her ex-boyfriend engage in lively conversation with a girl who was seemingly more accomplished than herself. Meanwhile, she had experienced a decline in her own fortunes since their separation, ultimately losing her job. This stark contrast weighed heavily on her heart. Did Song Lijing harbor regrets? Undoubtedly. Yet, she found herself devoid of options. Born into such a family, she lacked the opportunity to choose her path or to take desperate measures. when Su Yang faced bankruptcy. Her decision to leave him was not misguided. Had she remained, she might have been ensnared in his troubles as well. Departing was the wisest course of action. Even though Su Yang had since regained his success, Song Lijing remained convinced that her initial choice was justified. She had no chance to gamble on a different outcome. She could only muster the courage to forge ahead, for the sake of her family and herself. After a considerable time, Song Lijing finally managed to compose herself. She did not allow herself to weep for long, for prolonged crying would only lead to swollen eyes. Emerging from the restroom, she approached the sink and gazed into the mirror. Though she had shed a few tears, her eyes bore only a slight redness, which was manageable. She retrieved her makeup from her bag and promptly refreshed her appearance. Since both Su Yang and Zhao Muxue were present, she felt compelled to present herself in the best light possible, determined not to reveal her struggles. Once she had completed her makeup, Song Lijing adjusted her expression, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips before returning to the private room. The gathering was now more populated than before, with nearly all her classmates in attendance, leaving only a few absent. "Jingjing, are you all right?" Chun Mingho inquired with concern as soon as he noticed her return. "Yes, I'm fine. Just a bit of discomfort in my stomach." "Thank you, Mingho," she replied with a smile that captivated him instantly. "No need for thanks, Jingjing. We're all friends here." "There's no need for such formality," he insisted, waving his hands dismissively. He would gladly face any hardship for her sake. Song Lijing nodded, subsequently lowering her gaze and refraining from engaging with others, as if everything around her was of no consequence. Su Yang and Zhao Muxue did not sit at the same table. Su Yang was at the first table, while Zhao Muxue had been drawn to her female classmates at their own table. Although the two classes often shared lectures, they remained distinct entities, with stronger bonds typically found within the same class. Today, there were 4 tables, and students from both classes occupied their respective places without interference. As the clock approached 6:30, all attendees had arrived save for the event organizer, Yu Longjia. What was the story behind this Longjia? He is the organizer of this reunion. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Someone couldn't help but voice their concern. Indeed, it is already 6:30. Why is he still absent? Could it be that he is caught in traffic? He mentioned leaving at 5. Even if he were delayed, he should have arrived by now. Let me tag him in the group to check his whereabouts. I'm quite hungry. Yes, as the host, his absence makes it difficult for us to commence our meal. The crowd began to express their grievances. It is nearly 6:30, and everyone is feeling peckish. The reunion was originally scheduled for 6:30, a time set by Yu Longjia himself. Yet, despite everyone's arrival, he has not shown up, undoubtedly leading to some dissatisfaction. Let us wait a little longer. He should be here shortly, Jinbo suggested. The class leader of Class 2 did not remain in Linen for work after graduating from university. He returned to his hometown. Consequently, the class leader of Class 2 is absent from this reunion, allowing Jinbo to assume the responsibilities of both class leaders. All right, since our class leader has spoken, let us wait a bit longer. We can chat some more. It's been a while since we've seen each other. And there's much to discuss. Absolutely. Let us all be patient, the others chimed in. Just then, someone tagged everyone in the group. Apologies, fellow classmates. I have 2 more traffic lights to pass. I'll be there shortly. Please feel free to start the meal without me. Everyone opened the chat to find Yu Longjia had sent a message tagging all. He had also included an apologetic emoji and a photo of himself driving. The image offered no indication of his location, merely showing the steering wheel of a Land Rover. This guy is deliberately flaunting his luxury vehicle. Being adults, they easily discerned Yu Longjia's intentions. However, no one expressed discontent openly. His success is his own merit, if he wishes to show off. He certainly has the means to do so. Even if they had reservations, they would not voice them in his presence, and they would even flatter him a bit. You, don't rush. Take your time. Yes, we're all enjoying ourselves, so no need to hurry. You are the star of the evening. Without you, how can we begin our meal? You. The group flooded the chat with messages reassuring him not to feel rushed. All right, classmates, I'll be there shortly. Please don't worry. Seeing the messages directed at him, Yu Longjia smiled knowingly. It seemed his objective had been achieved. Chapter 61. Let us go to welcome you, everyone. Today's gathering is hosted by you, Should we go outside to welcome him? Without him, it seems we may not enjoy our meal. At that moment, Lu Zhanpeng suddenly stood up and addressed the crowd. Hearing Lu Zhanpeng's words, many furrowed their brows in disapproval. Isn't Lu Zhanpeng being a bit too sycophantic? We are all classmates. Everyone walked into the private room on their own. Who needs to go out to greet anyone? Do not underestimate Yu Longjie as merely an e-commerce entrepreneur. He is not an insignificant figure. Even with Zhao Mushue's recent arrival, no one chose to greet her. Regardless of Yu Longjie's prowess, can he truly surpass Zhao Mushue? Moreover, several young women present have previously endured his unwelcome advances, leaving them with a decidedly unfavorable impression of him. Even though they are aware of his newfound wealth and success, it cannot alter their perceptions of him. Besides, what does wealth signify? They may not possess riches comparable to Yu Longjie's, yet few in attendance are struggling. They have earned their success independently, rendering them indifferent to Yu Longjie's demeanor, and there is certainly no obligation to welcome him. Such sycophantic behavior is met with disdain. No need for Luo Zhanpeng, mister. You have stated he will come up himself. We need not be so obsequious, a girl remarked. Indeed, I won't go. If anyone wishes to, they may do so. Another girl chimed in. Exactly. Those who wish to greet him may go ahead. I certainly shall not, several others echoed, prompting a wave of agreement. This left Luo Zhanpeng feeling rather embarrassed. A group of young women, putting on airs, feigned superiority while secretly desiring to curry favor with him. Their duplicity was truly distasteful. Yet, Luo Zhanpeng found himself in a precarious position. The girl's assertions held some truth, and his actions closely resembled those of a sycophant. If he had garnered their cooperation, his behavior might not have seemed so blatantly obsequious. However, in the absence of such support, he appeared as nothing more than a complete sycophant. Regret began to creep in for Luo Zhanpeng. Had he known others would not share his intentions, he would have refrained from stepping forward. Now, he could sense the contempt directed toward him, wishing desperately to disappear. At that moment, Song Lijing unexpectedly rose. I believe Luo Zhanpeng is correct. Without Mr. Yu's organization, this gathering would not be possible. Luo, I will accompany you. Those who wish to join may do so, while those who do not can remain in the box. With that, she stepped forward. Song Lijing harbored a keen interest in Yu Longjie, hoping to seize this opportunity to connect with him. She vividly recalled that he had pursued her in the past, though she had turned him down, as he was then merely a struggling youth, unworthy of her attention. However, circumstances had changed. Yu Longjie was now a wealthy individual. Jingjing, wait for me. I'm coming too. Upon witnessing the goddess embark, Chen Mingho could no longer remain seated and hurriedly followed suit. Soon, a number of others stood as well, many of whom were not faring particularly well in life. They reasoned that since Yu Longjie had achieved such success, perhaps he could assist them. The prospect of rising alongside him was tantalizing, rendering concerns about appearances irrelevant. In the face of success, maintaining one's dignity is utterly inconsequential. Old Su, shall we go as well? Jinbo inquired, seated beside Su Yang, noting that many around him were attending. By all accounts, as the class monitor, he had no valid reason to abstain. I shall not go, Su Yang replied with a gentle shake of his head. He was resolute in his decision. Not even someone like Yu Longjie, a minor player in the realm of live streaming and e-commerce, could warrant Su Yang's personal attendance. The only occasion that might compel him to greet guests at the door would be for his own wedding. Otherwise, there was no circumstance that would necessitate his presence to welcome a so-called big boss. As for me, I shall also refrain from attending. I hold no expectations of this former classmate aiding me in any capacity, Jinbo stated, shaking his head in refusal. A banker, Jinbo had ascended to the position of vice president of a branch within just 3 years post-graduation, a testament to his commendable abilities. Moreover, as an outsider in linen, he possessed no local resources. The banking sector is notoriously dependent on connections. Without them, progress becomes nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Jinbo had managed to carve out a niche for himself amidst a sea of locals. The struggles he endured were known only to him. Among his many old classmates, none had offered assistance during his arduous journey, leading him to harbor no expectations of future aid from others. Indeed, while Yulongjie was affluent. Such wealthy individuals were already prioritized clients of established banks. It was unrealistic to expect them to abandon their current institutions in favor of his. Thus, why should he eagerly prostrate himself before someone else? Furthermore, Jean Bo, now a vice president, wielded his own authority. Even at a branch level, he was sought after for matters such as loan approvals. As such, he had attained a certain social standing, making it all the more improbable for him to engage in sycophancy. Well done, old Jean, Luo Haiyang commended, giving a thumbs up to Jean Bo. We in finance, at the end of the day, are merely in a service industry, yet we must never relinquish our fundamental dignity. He admired the man's integrity. The three then engaged in light conversation. Meanwhile, Liu Zhanping and his entourage arrived at the hotel entrance. Jing, what prompted you to accompany Liu Zhanping to greet Yulongjie? Chen Mingho expressed his concerns. Although Yulongjie has acquired wealth, his character leaves much to be desired. I believe it would be prudent for us to maintain our distance from him. Cultivating a relationship with Luo Haiyang may prove more beneficial than aligning ourselves with Yulongjie. Aware of the potential threat posed by Yulongjie, Chen Mingho felt a strong instinctual urge. He feared that this individual might jeopardize the rapport he had painstakingly built with Song Lijing. After pursuing her for so many years, he was unwilling to relinquish his hard-won progress. Mingho, your perspective cannot be so limited. Luo Haiyang is merely a worker. Cultivating a good relationship with him might only elevate you to another high-paying job. However, Yulongjie is a boss. By nurturing a connection with him, we could glean valuable insights into the art of live streaming and sales, potentially paving our way to becoming our own bosses. Chapter 62. Either a tiger or a pretender. The notion of becoming one's own boss sparked a glimmer of hope in Song Lijing's eyes. Following the events with Ollie Finance, she had come to a profound realization. There is no substitute for being your own boss. In the workplace, regardless of how esteemed the company or how stellar your previous performance, a significant mistake can lead to immediate dismissal. While a secure job may offer some respite, in ordinary enterprises, termination leaves no room for negotiation. Conversely, being one's own boss brings a different dynamic, even in the face of substantial operational misjudgments. The worst consequence for a boss is a financial loss. Though money may vanish, the company can rise anew, free from the fear of being dismissed. Particularly in this era of influencer economics, a visually appealing young woman can easily achieve success through live streaming. Song Lijing believed her beauty surpassed an 8 out of 10. And with the aid of remarkable beautification techniques, she was confident she could reach the level of Zhao Muxue. Perhaps she could achieve instant fame. Moreover, even if she could not become a sales anchor, being a beauty influencer would suffice. Top-tier beauty influencers can earn several million a year. Is this not more comfortable than being an employee? Thus, Song Lijing was determined to forge a connection with Yulongjie. You make a valid point, Chen Mingho admitted begrudgingly. Although he was reluctant to acknowledge it, Song Lijing's reasoning held merit. Nevertheless, he could not shake off a sense of unwillingness. He genuinely feared that Song Lijing might be swept away by Yulongjie. Seemingly sensing Chen Mingho's inner turmoil, Song Lijing took the initiative to clasp his hand, her smile radiant as she reassured him. Rest assured, Mingho, even if I do manage to secure a relationship with Yulongjie, you will always hold a more significant place in my heart. The impact of her words was explosive, leaving Chen Mingho's mind reeling. At that moment, he was engulfed in a tempest of emotions. He never anticipated that Song Lijing would regard him with such importance, especially as she held his hand for the first time in all these years. In that instant, all his chaotic thoughts dissipated. His singular focus became the desire for Song Lijing's happiness. Everything else paled in comparison. Yes, Lijing, I support you. I believe you will undoubtedly succeed, he declared, placing his other hand atop hers. The delicate, smooth sensation coursed through his palm, stirring something within him. Was this the warmth of a goddess's hand? It felt so tender and silky. Thank you, Mingho, Song Lijing remarked, a sense of distaste washing over her as she noticed Chen Mingho brushing against her hand. Gently freeing her small hand from Chen Mingho's grasp, Song Lijing subtly reached behind her, vigorously rubbing her hand against her clothing. She genuinely harbored a dislike for Chen Mingho, even a hint of aversion. Yet what could she do? She still owed him 200,000 yuan in cash. To ensure this backup option did not dwell on the matter of repayment, Song Lijing knew she must occasionally bestow him with some favors. As long as they did not cross certain boundaries, a casual handshake now and then was tolerable. Lijing, what is wrong? Sensing something amiss with her demeanor, Chen Mingho immediately expressed concern. I'm fine. It's probably Yulongji arriving, Song Lijing replied, gesturing towards the parking lot entrance, where a Land Rover was making its way to the hotel's main entrance. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt before the crowd. The driver's door swung open, and a man, approximately 172 meters tall, stepped out. He was not particularly tall, lean in build, yet dressed impeccably in high-end designer attire, adorned with a Rolex Submariner and a flashy gold chain around his neck. It was evident that he possessed considerable wealth, but the overall ensemble gave off an air of conspicuousness, suggesting a nouveau riche status. Moreover, he donned sunglasses, even at night, a peculiar choice that seemed more suited for a celebrity in hiding than an ordinary individual. Such behavior was often associated with arrogance or ostentation. Oh, my classmates, what brings you all out here? Surely, you are not here to greet me? Yulongji exclaimed, removing his sunglasses with a grin, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. The fact that so many had come to welcome him was undoubtedly a source of pride, feeding his vanity. Mr. Yu, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you outside for quite some time. Lu Zhangping cheerfully approached Yulongji. It was his suggestion to come and greet him, and now that he had made an appearance, he was determined not to let anyone else claim credit for this endeavor. If he allowed that to happen, he would lose face and miss out on Yulongji's favor, making the effort futile. It's you, Dapeng? My goodness. You've changed so much that I can barely recognize you, Yulongji exclaimed, patting Lu Zhangping on the shoulder, embodying the demeanor of a superior addressing a subordinate. While Lu Zhangping felt discomfort at this condescension, he swallowed his feelings for the sake of his future prospects. Ha, Mr. Yu. You're the one who has changed the most. You've truly become a billionaire now. My brother here is counting on your support. Lu Zhangping unabashedly flattered Yulongji, disregarding the disdainful gazes of their peers. What did disdain matter? As long as he could latch onto Yulongji and obtain the benefits he sought, he could overlook the judgment of others. Those who pretended to be high-minded while showing up to welcome Yulongji were only depriving themselves of potential gains. Of course. We are all old classmates. It's only right to help each other out. Yulongji nodded repeatedly. Such verbal compliance is utterly inconsequential. Once this meal concludes, it will be best to disregard any prior exchanges entirely. As a businessman, it is entirely typical to speak differently to different audiences. Flattering those in power is a perfectly natural endeavor. At present, Yulongji seeks the adoration of many, and thus, he must exude an air of generosity. Indeed, his words instantly filled Lu Zhangping with delight, prompting him to engage in unabashed flattery. Meanwhile, Song Lijing approached. Mr. Yu, it has been quite a while. She greeted Yulongji with a radiant smile. Ah, Song, our class beauty, you have joined us. It has indeed been too long. Upon seeing Song Lijing, Yulongji felt a spark of excitement and promptly extended his right hand toward her. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to greet someone at today's reunion. After all, Song Lijing was the belle of their class. Had it not been for Zhao Mushua's presence, she would undoubtedly have been the most celebrated beauty in the department. During their university days, Song Lijing was the goddess he often dreamt of in the privacy of his bed. Chapter 63. Personal property today. Witnessing Song Lijing come forth to greet him filled Yulongji with immense satisfaction regarding his vanity. In the past, they had paid him little mind. Now, they could hardly reach his level. Mr. Yu, I never expected you to remember me, Song Lijing said, her smile bright as she clasped Yulongji's hand. This time, he felt no embarrassment. Yulongji was indeed wealthy beyond measure. Shaking hands with such a person was a privilege. Simultaneously, Song Lijing felt a swell of pride. After 3 years since graduation, many had forgotten one another, yet Yulongji still remembered her name and recognized her at once. It was hard to believe that no external factors played a role in this recognition. At the very least, Song Lijing believed there was a significant chance that Yu Longjia harbored feelings for her. If that were indeed the case, it would be splendid. Yu Longjia was the quintessential eligible bachelor. Being with him would easily resolve any minor debts she might have. Of course I remember you. You are our class's beauty. How could I possibly forget? Yu Longjia replied with a broad smile, simultaneously extending his other hand to grasp Song Lijing's, enveloping her hand in both of his. While this appeared perfectly ordinary, Song Lijing distinctly felt his fingers gently sliding across her palm. Being well-versed in the ways of the world, she understood the implications of this gesture. Nevertheless, she did not withdraw her hand. Clearly, she was willing to indulge Yu Longjia's advances. However, Chen Mingho, standing nearby, was less than pleased. Observing their prolonged handshake, he felt a surge of discontent. He had long considered Song Lijing his personal possession. A simple handshake would not have troubled him, but if it veered into inappropriate territory, he certainly would not tolerate it. Yet, Chen Mingho did not dare offend Yu Longjia. Thus, he quickly devised a plan. Mr. Yu, greetings. I am Chen Mingho. Do you remember me? As Chen Mingho spoke, he took the initiative to grasp Yu Longjia's hand, gently nudging Song Lijing behind him. His interference effectively separated Yu Longjia and Song Lijing. Internally, Yu Longjia was certainly displeased. Who was his fellow? Was he completely oblivious to the situation? Nonetheless, despite his irritation, Yu Longjia maintained a facade of composure. Regardless of his feelings today, he had to appear gracious and magnanimous, ensuring that no one perceived him as petty. A billionaire mogul exhibiting such small-mindedness would undoubtedly invite scorn. With this thought, Yu Longjia regained his smile. Mingho, hello. Of course, I remember you. Our dormitory is right next door. How could I possibly forget? He grinned and shook Chen Mingho's hand. In truth, their relationship was merely cordial, but in front of so many witnesses, he felt compelled to be polite. Upon hearing Yu Longjia's words, Chen Mingho also smiled broadly, and they exchanged a few pleasantries. After their conversation, other classmates approached Yu Longjia to greet him, relegating Chen Mingho and Song Lijing to the periphery. Jingjing, are you all right? Just now, that old lecher Yu Longjia, did he make any advances on you? Once they had stepped back, Chen Mingho quietly expressed his concern for Song Lijing. Not all, Mingho. You shouldn't assume the worst about everyone. Longjia is not the kind of person you think he is. If you continue to make such unfounded suspicions, I will be quite upset. Song Lijing shot Chen Mingho a disapproving glance, her tone brimming with dissatisfaction. This fellow only knew how to ruin others' good fortunes. She had clearly been allowing Yu Longjia to flirt, and he had nothing to do with it. Seeing that Song Lijing appeared offended, Chen Mingho immediately panicked and nodded earnestly. Yes, you're right, Jingjing. I should have said that. I was merely overly concerned for you. He nodded vigorously, genuinely fearful of inciting Song Lijing's ire. Having pursued her for so long, he was on the verge of success and was reluctant to let any unforeseen circumstances jeopardize their potential relationship. Thus, even if Song Lijing was being unreasonable, he had to concede that she was justified. I shall forgive you this time, but if you do this again, I won't be so lenient. Song Lijing huffed, her words instantly lifting Chen Mingho's spirits once more. Rest assured, Jingjing, such an incident will not occur again in the future. Very well. Subsequently, amidst a throng of people, Yu Longjia entered the hotel and proceeded to the private room. Apologies for my tardiness, everyone. As soon as he stepped into the room, Yu Longjia greeted the crowd. President Yu, your timing is impeccable. Haha, President Yu. It can't be considered late, but you must drink 3 cups as a self-imposed penalty. Indeed, President Yu, you certainly cannot escape drinking today. This time, even those who had not come out to greet him stood up, joking with Yu Longjia. Although everyone values their reputation and is reluctant to welcome Yu Longjia, it is undeniable that he is currently faring better than they are. Therefore, a few flattering remarks are certainly in order. However, this does not extend to Su Yang, Luo Haiyang, and Zhao Muxue. At the scene, only the 3 of them remained seated, unperturbed in their positions. Yet, Yu Longjia, surrounded by a throng, was oblivious to their presence. All right, everyone, let's take our seats. I will have the waitstaff bring out the dishes shortly, Yu Longjia said with a cheerful smile. Great. Yu Longjie finally took his place at the head of the table, which had been reserved for him. All those present, being well-versed in social hierarchies, understood the distinction of roles. Once seated, Song Lijing quickly took the position to his right. Chen Mingho, noticing Song Lijing's move, promptly occupied the seat to her right. Meanwhile, the spot to Yu Longjie's left was claimed by Lu Zhamping. Yu Longjie made no objection, with his goddess on one side and his sycophant on the other. It was quite fitting. After Yu Longjie settled in, the other classmates found their seats as well. Subsequently, he summoned the waitstaff to bring out the dishes. Classmates, shall we enjoy some white liquor? Waitstaff, please bring 2 bottles of Feiqian for each table. Yu Longjie commanded with a grand gesture. The Feiqian liquor at the hotel is priced between 3,000 to 5,000. Calculating at the lowest price of 3,000, each table would require 6,000, totaling 24,000 for 4 tables. Originally, the budget for each table was 10,000, covering only the most basic beverages, such as coconut juice, cola, or beer, and certainly did not include Feiqian. If we were to include it, even 1 bottle per table would mean an additional 400 per person. Spending 1,400 on a meal, even for those who are relatively well off, constitutes a significant expense. As a result, many furrowed their brows upon hearing Yu Longjie order the liquor. However, no one voiced their concerns. To do so would imply an inability to afford such drinks. Everyone, being mindful of their image, would rather endure the expense than risk losing face. Yu Longjie seemed to anticipate their apprehensions and addressed the waitstaff. Please note, the bill for the mitai will be itemized separately, and I will cover the cost of these drinks as a treat for my classmates. Yu Longjie spoke generously. The total for 8 bottles would amount to around 24,000. This expenditure would certainly serve to restore his reputation in front of 30 to 40 people, making it an astute investment. Understood, sir. The waitstaff nodded. This was a simple task for her, merely a matter of issuing an additional bill. Moreover, with Yu Longjie ordering 8 bottles, it would benefit her, providing an opportunity for a larger commission. In a hotel setting, it is customary for waitstaff to receive commissions on beverage sales, particularly for high-priced drinks. Thus, at times, servers may proactively inquire if guests wish to order refreshments. Should a guest select an expensive liquor, the server will naturally extend a more enthusiastic service. Well, let us get ready. Please expedite the service, she urged. Certainly, sir, the server replied before turning to leave. Mr. Yu is quite the magnanimous host, treating us to Mao Tai. Following the server's departure, compliments began to spring forth for Yu Longjie. A bottle priced at 3,000 to 4,000 is not exorbitant, and everyone present can afford it. However, being able to purchase does not equate to being willing to indulge. The attendees primarily buy such bottles for collection purposes. If one truly desires to enjoy liquor, a bottle costing 1 or 200 yuan suffices, or even some home-brewed spirits. As for treating others to 3,000 to 4,000 yuan worth of liquor and spending over 20,000 in one go, few would be willing to part with such sums. Among those present, aside from Yu Longjie, perhaps only Zhao Mushu, as seated at the far end, was inclined to spend that extravagantly. As for Su Yang, although he has earned millions, it is a different caliber of wealth altogether. When it comes to prowess, Yu Longjie undoubtedly holds the most. A few bottles of wine are nothing. Today, we gather as old classmates to revel, Yu Longjie proclaimed with a grand gesture. Spending 20,000 for the admiration of others seemed a bargain. He had even resolved to cover the meal expenses as well. Spending tens of thousands on dining would earn him lifelong esteem from his peers, and this sensation was undeniably gratifying. In the past, Yu Longjie was scorned by all. Yet today, even those female classmates who once disparaged him now greeted him with courtesy. Indeed, wealth has the power to transform a person, even when that wealth is unrelated to their character. All right, Mr. Yu, so generous. Let us drink until we can no longer stand. They cheered. Mr. Yu, will you be upset if we take advantage of your generosity? Mr. Yu, will there be more drinks when these are finished? They teased. Of course. We have as much as you desire. Drink freely. Mr. Yu is impressive. The crowd erupted in applause, further inflating Yu Longjie's ego. However, just as he basked in his triumph, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Yang, seated inconspicuously against the wall. You are Su Yang? You are here too? Yu Longjie stammered, evidently surprised by Su Yang's presence. Yes, Su Yang nodded, offering no further commentary. He and Yu Longjie were not well acquainted, having had no significant interactions during their school years. Moreover, Su Yang felt no obligation to flatter Yu Longjie like others. In this context, his demeanor remained decidedly indifferent. Yu Longjie's expression darkened at Su Yang's aloofness. It is worth noting that during their university days, Su Yang was a figure of prominence, handsome, affluent, and the object of affection for many female classmates. This was something Yu Longjie envied greatly. It is important to note that those female classmates were all objects of his pursuit. He exerted tremendous effort, yet even the most unattractive girls eluded his grasp. However, Su Yang, possessing merely a handsome visage, attracted a multitude of admirers. The comparison between individuals can indeed be exasperating. Later on, upon hearing of Su Yang's bankruptcy, Yu Longjie felt a sense of joy. At that time, he had amassed several hundred million in assets, significantly surpassing Su Yang in terms of wealth. Yet, Su Yang managed to rebound, earning an impressive 50 million. Upon receiving this news, it was evident that Yu Longjie was displeased. 50 million in cash is no trifling sum. Although Yu Longjie's fortune exceeded 1 billion, producing 50 million in cash at once proved to be a challenge. This is the nature of business. Profits must continually be reinvested. This year, he netted 100 million, but next year, he would need to invest 80 million, leaving only 20 million as a reasonable remainder. The more one earns, the greater the investment required. No one can achieve success without effort. Those who fail often expand in scale, but diminish in profit until they can no longer sustain themselves and are forced to close down. Yu Longjie initially believed himself to be the most distinguished individual present, given his considerable wealth. However, Su Yang's presence rendered his fortune less dazzling. Nevertheless, Yu Longjie maintained a facade of composure. After all, who is truly superior remains uncertain. Regardless, he was determined to be recognized as the wealthiest individual today. Once he settled the bill, everyone would see the disparity between him and Su Yang. The hotel staff exhibited remarkable efficiency, and within 5 minutes, the cold dishes were served. With the food in front of them, the guests began to eat and converse. Naturally, drinks also arrived, Moutai liquor and various beverages. The majority of male classmates opted for liquor, feeling compelled to partake regardless of their drinking abilities, for this was Moutai, and it might be a long time before they had the opportunity to indulge again. Most female classmates, on the other hand, chose soft drinks, with only a few selecting beer. The nature of white liquor is indeed less palatable, and for those unaccustomed to it, beer is far more agreeable. Dear classmates, today marks a rare gathering of our two classes, even though many were unable to join us in time. Nonetheless, the chance for us to come together is a precious bond. Let's raise our glasses. Cheers! As everyone toasted, they returned to their seats. The subsequent proceedings were much simpler. With all the dishes served, they continued to eat and converse, reveling in the camaraderie. As the drinks circulated, familiar classmates began to encourage each other to drink and boast, creating a lively atmosphere. The girls also began discussing their boyfriends, husbands, and even children. Su Yang's table was the most animated, with nearly every classmate approaching Yu Longjie to toast him. Mr. Yu, we must keep in touch and nurture our relationships. Indeed, Mr. Yu, I am currently at Daxia Bank. I hope you can extend your support regarding my deposits. Mr. Yu, the stock market is currently flourishing. Would you be interested in opening an account with our securities firm and perhaps invest 1 or 2 million for some leisure? Mr. Yu, I am contemplating a job change. Given your extensive connections, could you possibly provide me with a recommendation? Mr. Yu, would you consider obtaining a membership card for our foot spa? I'll make it worth your while. Mr. Yu, dear colleagues, I am more than willing to assist in any way I can. However, I must implore you not to pour me any more drinks. I truly cannot take another sip. Yu Longjie said with a cheerful smile towards everyone. Mr. Yu, you must drink this cup of wine. I aspire to learn from you and become a live-streaming sales host. Song Lijing lifted her glass, beaming as she extended it towards Yu Longjie, playfully winking at him. One must say, Song Lijing's beauty is truly captivating, her features exuding charm. She could very well be considered Yu Longjia's moonlight, a figure of adoration. The impact of such words sent Yu Longjia into a euphoric state. Absolutely, Li Jing. Come to my company tomorrow, and I will arrange for you to be mentored by an experienced host. With your looks, you are destined to excel as a live-streaming sales host. Yu Longjia confidently patted Song Li Jing's shoulder. Hee, then I shall count on you, Mr. Yu. Upon hearing his words, Song Li Jing's joy was palpable, her smile widening. Teaching one to fish is far superior to simply giving them fish. Acquiring the knowledge to become a professional sales host is infinitely better than merely being employed. We are all old classmates. No need for such formality. Hee, Mr. Yu. You should definitely drink this toast. Of course, ha ha ha. Yu Longjia raised his glass to clink with Song Li Jing's, then tilted his head back to down the drink. His right hand remained resting on Song Li Jing's shoulder, and after finishing, he placed the glass down with a satisfying thud. Refreshing. Life should be lived this way, embracing joy and rivalry alike. In that moment, Yu Longjia felt all the disdain and discrimination he had faced during his 4 years of university vanish completely. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. However, as joy filled the air, not everyone was pleased. Chen Mingho, seated beside Song Li Jing, was practically seething. How dare Yu Longjia? He even had the audacity to drape his hand over his goddess's shoulder. Mind you, he had never even dared to touch her shoulder. Envy, jealousy, and above all, resentment consumed him. Were it not for the potential repercussions and Song Li Jing's prior warnings, Chen Mingho might have flipped the table in outrage. This scene was intolerable. Nevertheless, Yu Longjia appeared oblivious to Chen Mingho's discontent. He was indifferent, merely a minor character, and how could he hope to win the fair maiden's heart? Let him dream his grand dreams. Although Yu Longjia paid no heed to Chen Mingho's thoughts, while resting his arm on Song Li Jing's shoulder, he occasionally cast taunting glances at Su Yang, who was not far away. He knew of the past relationship between Su Yang and Song Li Jing, and how she had ended things after his bankruptcy. His current actions might very well provoke Su Yang, while simultaneously serving as a display of Yu Longjia's own prowess. What does it matter if Su Yang is a wealthy heir? In the end, isn't it true that your woman will still fall into his hands to be toyed with? Yu Longjia had no doubt that with just a hint of intention today, he could easily lead Song Li Jing to a hotel room. This woman was already completely at his mercy. With this thought in mind, Yu Longjia exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Zhanpeng beside him. The earlier drinking session had reduced Lu Zhanpeng to nothing more than Yu Longjia's loyal follower. They had privately conspired to make Su Yang uncomfortable. Thus, after giving Lu Zhanpeng a signal, the latter immediately grasped the implication. Ahem, Su Yang. It would be rather inappropriate not to join in a drink when President Yu is treating us today, don't you think? Look at all of us men. You're the only one abstaining. Even President Luo has had a drink. If you refuse, are you implying disdain for President Yu? Lu Zhanpeng cleared his throat, casting a cold gaze at Su Yang. He believed he had completely severed ties with Su Yang, who would no longer assist him. Conversely, Yu Longjia had offered Lu Zhanpeng a job with a promising salary. In this context, he had no reason not to side with Yu Longjia. Sorry, I don't drink. Su Yang repeatedly glancing at Lu Zhanpeng. Su Yang was indeed capable of drinking and had a commendable tolerance. However, drinking depended on the company one kept. If he were to drink with Luo Haiyang, he would certainly oblige, regardless of the liquor. But with Yu Longjia, that was a different matter entirely. Su Yang found no merit in sharing drinks with such a person, even if it were an expensive Maodai costing several thousand yuan. To an ordinary person, that might seem like an exceptional wine, but to Su Yang, it barely qualified as a novice's choice. His wine cellar housed Maodai aged 70 to 80 years, measured by the box. Thus, there was no need to settle for Yu Longjia's inferior offerings. Su Yang, you really are lacking in courtesy. As soon as Su Yang finished speaking, Song Li Jing, seated to Yu Longjia's right, interjected, President Yu is kindly treating you to drinks, even if you refuse alcohol. It is only proper to toast him with a beverage. ISNT it? Don't think that just because you've made some money in the stock market. You're impressive. I'll tell you, that's mere speculation. You cannot compare yourself to an entrepreneur like President Yu. With each mention of President Yu, Song Lijing belittled Su Yang. In her eyes, Su Yang was certainly no match for Yulongjia. After all, how could a person who merely speculated for profit compete with someone who built a business on solid ground? It is essential to recognize that the stock market carries the greatest risks, especially in futures trading. Su Yang had made 50 million this time, but if he didn't know when to withdraw, he could be facing an 80 million loss next time. No one can consistently win in the stock market, not even a stock god. Simultaneously, Song Lijing sought to make it clear to Su Yang that even without him, she could find a better partner. That is none of your concern. You should focus on your new boyfriend, Su Yang replied with a light chuckle. He was utterly unfazed by Song Lijing's words. Being strong and self-sufficient, why should he care about gossip and slander? However, Su Yang's remarks utterly unsettled Chen Mingho, who stood beside Song Lijing. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Yang, Jingjing and President Yu share nothing more than a purely platonic relationship. They are not romantically involved. You mustn't speak so carelessly. Chen Mingho was infuriated. If Song Lijing were indeed in a romantic relationship with Yulongjia, what would that make him? Thus, he felt compelled to clarify the matter. Song Lijing could have a boyfriend, but that boyfriend must be him. Chapter 66. A self-imposed punishment. What? Song Lijing, you're not currently with Yulongjia? Su Yang feigned astonishment. I saw you two with your arms around each other and assumed you were a couple. As his words fell, many curious glances from classmates were directed towards them. Not far away, several students from Class 2 had risen to witness the unfolding drama. A flurry of hushed discussions ensued. Further aggravating Chen Mingho. What utter nonsense are you uttering? Jingjing is single, he insisted vehemently. You cannot simply slander her out of jealousy for her admirers. He tried to explain, yet he failed to recognize that neither of the individuals involved had spoken, and his interjection as an outsider was rather unwarranted. At that moment, both Song Lijing and Yulongjia wore expressions of displeasure. Yulongjia was certainly irked by Chen Mingho for disrupting his plans. Had this fool not intervened, he could have continued to embrace Song Lijing, enjoying drinks and idle chatter. Now, such intimacy was out of the question. It would be inappropriate under the current circumstances. Continuing to hold Song Lijing close, after all that had transpired, would render him a subject of ridicule. Song Lijing, too, found Chen Mingho insufferable. His interruption shattered the joyful atmosphere she had hoped to share with Yulongjia. What could have been a leap into the extraordinary now appeared fraught with obstacles. Upon finishing his outburst, Chen Mingho felt a swell of pride. He believed he looked exceptionally dashing at that moment, sensing the warmth of Song Lijing's gaze upon him. After all, few could claim the courage to stand up for a goddess like he did. Just then, a light laugh shattered Chen Mingho's delusions. Oh, Chen Mingho, isn't it? Your goddess seems less than appreciative of your efforts. She genuinely wishes to be with the esteemed gentleman beside her. As these words were spoken, Zhao Muxue approached Su Yang, wrapping her arm around his, and continued, Moreover, our dear Yang never looks back. Once a relationship is ended, he never pines for an ex, isn't that right? Yang? Zhao Muxue's entrance silenced the crowd instantaneously. Her commanding presence, coupled with her stunning beauty, left everyone momentarily speechless. Not far away, Yulongjia stood in stunned disbelief, never having anticipated Zhao Muxue's attendance at this gathering, as she had previously faced away from their table. Upon entering, Yulongjia found himself surrounded by a throng of admirers, akin to stars orbiting the moon, thus failing to notice an esteemed figure seated among the second class. As previously mentioned, the first and second classes collectively boasted nearly 60 female students during their university years. Yulongjia had pursued each one of them, save for Zhao Muxue. The sole exception he dared not approach. To pursue others merely invited ridicule, as a toad yearning for a swan-esque affection. However, to pursue Zhao Muxue would veritably be courting disaster. Even if he were to succeed in winning her over, how could the chairperson of the Zhao group permit his daughter to associate with someone of his modest stature? Should he dare pursue her, he would likely find himself in dire straits, unaware of his own demise. Even now, despite his elevated status as an alumnus, the mere sight of Zhao Muxue sent his heart racing. The disparity in their social standings was insurmountable. Without an extraordinary turn of fate, He could never hope to forge a special bond with someone of her caliber. Ahem, Miss Zhao. I did not expect you to attend a reunion, he said, approaching her with a glass in hand before Chen Mingho could speak. I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Allow me to drink to your health as penance. I hope for your forgiveness. With that, Yulongjie raised his glass and drank it down in one go. This was one of the rare occasions he consumed an entire glass. Previously, he had merely sipped when offered drinks, save for a small amount when Song Lijing toasted him. Oh, Mr. Yu, how courteous of you. However, I must apologize, as I do not partake in alcohol, nor do I engage in drinking games. I fear I might disappoint you. Zhao Muxue replied with a smile, having no intention of drinking with him. What stature did he possess to warrant her company in such a manner? Not all, Miss Zhao, you jest. Just to be in your presence at this gathering is a tremendous honor for me. I would never dream of having you drink with me, even with 100-fold courage. I would not dare, Yulongjie insisted, shaking his head in earnest. In the face of Zhao Muxue, his fear was genuine, as was his expression of indifference. Observing Yulongjie's demeanor, the onlookers could not help but shake their heads in silent agreement. Indeed, he presented himself as haughty among them. Yet in the presence of true capital elites, he was merely a servile assistant. Zhao Muxue was the genuine mogul here. Yet, this mogul was so far removed from them that most could only gaze in admiration from a distance. In contrast, Yulongjie remained an accessible figure for the majority, which explained why many were toasting him today, while Zhao Muxue's corner remained relatively subdued. Well, I have no grand plans. However, my boyfriend does not drink. So please do not pressure him, Zhao Muxue lazily remarked, resting her head on Su Yang's shoulder. Rest assured, Miss Zhao, we would never coerce Su Yang into drinking. He is our classmate, after all. Yulongjie shook his head repeatedly, fearing that Zhao Muxue might become upset. All right, I shall return to our table. You all continue. With that, Zhao Muxue shot a flirtatious glance at Su Yang. This girl. Su Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. This time, there was no way to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. However, Zhao Muxue had inadvertently aided him. Had he not intervened, perhaps Luo Haiyang beside him would have found it intolerable to see Su Yang being bullied and would have exposed his identity. Once Zhao Muxue returned to her seat, the class resumed its lively chatter after a brief silence. Everyone's spirits remained undampened, except for Chen Mingho. At that moment, Chen Mingho was deeply contemplating Zhao Muxue's words, frequently casting glances at the downcast Song Lijing and Yulongjie. His intuition told him that the goddess might slip away again. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt, until he could no longer contain himself and tapped Song Lijing on the shoulder, saying, Jingjing, step outside with me for a moment. I have something to discuss. I'll wait for you by the restroom door. With that, Chen Mingho stood up and left his seat. Song Lijing furrowed her brow slightly as she watched Chen Mingho's departing figure. After a moment's thought, she decided to follow him outside. What's going on, Mingho? Why did you call me out? Song Lijing asked, somewhat displeased upon reaching the restroom door. Jingjing, tell me honestly, do you wish to be with Yulongjie? Chen Mingho fixed his gaze on Song Lijing's eyes, hoping to discern a negative response. Feeling uncomfortable under Chen Mingho's scrutiny, Song Lijing averted her gaze and displayed a hint of impatience on her face. What do you mean, Chen Mingho? Haven't I told you? There's nothing between me and Yulongjie. I simply want to be a live-streaming salesperson. Yulongjie has the resources. Why shouldn't I cultivate a good relationship with him? Given my current situation, how long do you think it would take for me to repay my debt of 120,000 if I don't pursue this opportunity? Song Lijing replied tersely. Being a live-streaming salesperson was the quickest and most viable way for her to earn money at present. If managed well, she could potentially earn back 120,000 in a month. It was not an impossible feat. Top live streamers could generate sales in the hundreds of millions in a single day, raking in tens of millions effortlessly. Song Lijing believed her abilities and eloquence were on par with those individuals. Even if she didn't earn tens of millions, making over 100,000 should be quite manageable. Jingjing, do you truly have no feelings for Yulongjie? Chen Mingho hesitated, aware that Zhao Muxue had just hinted at something more. He refrained from continuing, knowing it would only provoke Song Lijing's ire. Song Lijing understood Chen Mingho's implications all too well. She believed she knew him well enough to handle the situation. Her expression turned serious as she replied, Chen Mingho, do you really think so little of me? That I would be with you Longjia for money? Or even sleep with him? What do you take me for? Song Lijing said, her eyes brimming with tears. It must be said, her acting skills were truly remarkable. She could cry on cue, far surpassing many of the so-called rising stars in the entertainment industry. Upon witnessing Song Lijing on the verge of tears, Chen Mingho immediately panicked and hastily began to comfort her. No, Jingjing, I never thought that. I misunderstood you. I realized my mistake. As he comforted her, he also apologized. However, it was evident that his actions only tightened Song Lijing's grip on him. Chen Mingho, I believe it would be best if we ceased all contact from now on. If you do not trust me, there is no point in continuing this. She added, I will repay the 200,000 I borrowed from you as soon as possible. As for the remaining 1 million, I will find a way to return it without your concern. With that, Song Lijing turned to leave. The tactic of feigned rejection was particularly effective against someone like him. Wait, Jingjing, I truly made a mistake. I should not have said those things. Seeing her attempt to depart, Chen Mingho quickly grasped her arm and continued, Believe me, I will never doubt you again. Please, don't return the money to me. I will also find a way to help you repay the 1 million you owe. Payday is on Monday. I can arrange to lend you another 200,000. Take this first. Chen Mingho believed that Song Lijing genuinely liked him and was hurt by his words. At this moment, he set aside concerns about money and revealed his full intentions. Really, Mingho? Upon hearing that Chen Mingho could lend her an additional 300,000, Song Lijing's eyes sparkled. Yet, she maintained her composure, not wanting to give the impression that her interest was driven by financial gain. Of course it's true. I will transfer it to you on Monday. Chen Mingho nodded resolutely. Mingho, you're truly a good person. Ding! Your good person card has been received. With the receipt of this card, Chen Mingho felt a surge of happiness and reached out to take Song Lijing's hand. Jingjing, how annoying. I haven't forgiven you yet. Song Lijing deftly evaded him once more. Receiving the good person card was the extent of her current capabilities. If he wished to advance further, he would have to wait. Hee, Jingjing, I was too hasty. Chen Mingho withdrew his hand, awkwardly scratching his head. Just then a disdainful voice interjected, Bro, seriously? 20,000 and you can't even manage to hold a hand? I can have a woman for a whole night for just 2,000. As the words fell, a burly man, reeking of alcohol and adorned with dark tattoos, emerged from the restroom. Upon seeing the imposing figure, Chen Mingho instinctively took a step back. This man clearly had a robust build, and facing him would undoubtedly be disadvantageous for Chen Mingho. In such a situation, the best course of action was to avoid conflict and simply walk away. A few disparaging words were of little consequence. However, Song Lijing, being young and fearless, did not believe that the muscular man would dare to confront her. Clean up your language. Do not presume that all women in the world would bow down for a mere $2,000. Song Lijing admonished the burly man sharply. The little girl may not be very old, but she possesses quite the temper. What is the matter? Is 2,000 insufficient? How about 20,000? With my big brother taking a mere 10? The man continued, approaching Song Lijing and reaching out to pinch her cheek. Yuro, what are you doing? Song Lijing exclaimed, frightened, as she slapped the man's hand away. Brother, that is going too far. At that moment, Chen Mingho mustered his courage and stepped in front of Song Lijing. Though fear gripped him, he knew that if he dared to flee, the fragile bond they had built would shatter in an instant. Get lost, you little brat. You coward. Stay out of my way while I charm this lady. The burly man struck Chen Mingho across the face, causing him to stagger and lose his balance, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Mingho, seeing the only man who could save her fall, Song Lijing panicked. As a vulnerable woman without a man's protection, she stood no chance against the imposing figure before her. Realizing escape was futile, her only recourse was to call the authorities. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will call the police, Song Lijing declared, swiftly retrieving her phone from her bag, preparing to dial for help. However, before she could do so, the man snatched her phone away. You filthy woman. Today I will have my way with you, and you think you can call the police? He scoffed. smashing her phone onto the ground before brutally stomping on her newly purchased iPhone 16, shattering it to pieces. Chapter 68. Who dares disturb me? The man's actions left Song Lijing in shock. She was accustomed to encountering cultured and refined individuals and had never before faced such a brutish presence. With a person of class, she could assert herself as a woman and engage in repartee. Yet, when confronted by a rogue, did he care whether she was a man or a woman? In his eyes, there were only those stronger or weaker than himself. If one was stronger, he would yield. If weaker, he would force them to kneel and submit. You actually broke my phone? Song Lijing trembled as she gazed at the man, her tone stripped of its previous assertiveness. At that moment, genuine fear enveloped her. The only man by her side had been taken down, and the restroom was quite distant from the private room. Even if she screamed, it was unlikely anyone would hear her. With her phone destroyed, and the man now unfastening his belt, her fear escalated. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed onto the floor. Feeling a warmth in her trousers, she had clearly soiled herself in terror. Mingho, Mingho, please wake up, Song Lijing cried, desperately trying to rouse Chen Mingho. But no matter how she called, he remained unresponsive. Song Lijing was uncertain whether she had misperceived the situation, as she thought she had seen Chen Mingho's eyelids flutter momentarily. However, upon closer inspection, he remained motionless on the ground. Her last flicker of hope was utterly extinguished. In reality, Chen Mingho had already regained consciousness. To be precise, he had awakened less than half a minute after being knocked down. The notion of someone being rendered unconscious for several hours by a single blow was a mere fiction of television dramas. In truth, even if one were to be dazed, unless vital organs were compromised, one would typically awaken within minutes. Those who do not regain consciousness, even with medical intervention, often face grave circumstances. The reason Chen Mingho did not rise was entirely due to his fear of the burly man. He was too intimidated to awaken. He believed he stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. Rather than endure further harm, he chose to feign death on the ground. He resolved that as soon as an opportunity to escape presented itself, he would spring up, flee, and alert the authorities. While the police might not arrive swiftly, if he could summon his classmates, Song Lijing would likely be safe in such a short span of time. With this thought in mind, Chen Mingho decided to continue his charade of lifelessness. Under the influence of alcohol, the burly man became completely intoxicated. After unfastening his belt, he intended to bind Song Lijing. Already weakened and sitting on the ground, she immediately struggled upon witnessing his intentions. It is in moments of peril that one's instinct for survival ignites fiercely, and Song Lijing was no exception. In her frantic struggle, she instinctively delivered a kick to the man's vulnerable region. The man let out a cry of pain, doubling over. The most sensitive area for a man is indeed there. Even a superhero would kneel and call you father after such a blow. Song Lijing had struck out in a moment of desperation, and after the kick, she bit her lip and struggled to rise and flee. However, how much strength could one muster in such a frenzied state? The burly man quickly recovered. The impact on his sensitive area caused his adrenaline to surge, his eyes turning bloodshot as he entered a state of rage. When a girl encounters a threat, her first instinct should be to escape. If escape is not an option, she must aim for the opponent's weak points with all her might, ensuring that he is incapacitated for at least half a minute. If he regains his composure and she has not fled, the chances of escape diminish drastically. The enraged brute, now in a frenzied state, had transformed into a savage beast. You little wench, think you can run? Today I will see how far you can get. The man seized Song Lijing by her hair and yanked her back, delivering two powerful punches that left her disoriented and dazed, stripping her of her fighting spirit. He then expertly bound her hands with his belt and landed two more punches to her abdomen. Once he confirmed that she had lost all capacity to resist, he dragged her to the men's restroom and forced her into a stall. Soon, the restroom echoed with her desperate cries for help. Meanwhile, Chen Mingho, who was lying on the ground, abruptly rose to his feet and dashed back towards the private room. He understood that the brute would require at least a few minutes to accomplish his nefarious intentions. If the girl fought back with all her might, success would not come easily. This is bad, this is dire. Chen Mingho burst through the door of the private room. In his haste, He collided with the door and fell to the ground, his head striking the door with a resounding thud. Mingho? What is wrong? What has happened? Upon seeing Chen Mingho's distraught expression, Jinbo rushed forward to help him up. Quickly, to the restroom. Song Lijing has been dragged into the restroom by a large man. Chen Mingho, ignoring his own injuries, exclaimed, "What? Is it the restroom on this floor?" Jinbo, alarmed by Chen Mingho's words, reacted immediately. As Song Lijing's class monitor, he felt a profound responsibility for the safety of his classmates. Indeed, it's in the restroom. Everyone, let us hurry to rescue her. Chen Mingho nodded fervently. All right, all the boys, follow me to the men's restroom. Girls, call the police and have them come. Jinbo, demonstrating his leadership, swiftly organized the group. He then led a throng of boys towards the restroom. Old Sue, let us go check it out, after all. She is our classmate, Luo Haiyang said, patting Su Yang on the shoulder. Yes. Su Yang nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Even though he had broken up with Song Lijing, they were still classmates. Matters of debt could be disregarded, but when it came to the safety of a life, especially during a meal shared at the same table, it would be shameful not to investigate. Thus, a dozen boys from both classes surged into the restroom. Upon arriving at the restroom entrance, they heard Song Lijing's cries for help. Jinbo, unwilling to delay, immediately led several boys inside. The stall door was locked, but Jinbo, being a robust northeastern lad, kicked it open with ease. At that moment, the brute had already disrobed and was attempting to assault Song Lijing. Fortunately, she still possessed some strength and was fighting back with all her might, preventing him from succeeding. The sudden kick of the door startled the assailant. Who the hell dares to interrupt my good fortune? The burly man turned to glare at Jinbo. It's your grandpa, Jinbo retorted, seizing the brute and pulling him out, followed by 4 other boys who swiftly subdued him and dragged him out of the restroom. Quickly, some girls bring Song Lijing out. As Jinbo finished speaking, several girls entered the men's restroom. Chapter 69. I am well acquainted with your boss, Jin, you bastards. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? If you don't release me, I will ensure that none of you escape unscathed. The brute, now dragged out by Jinbo and the others, continued to shout defiantly. Escape unscathed? When the police arrive, you will learn the true meaning of that phrase. Jinbo replied with a cold smirk. Moments ago, he had already urged his female classmate to report to the police. It is only a matter of minutes before they arrive. Listen here, you little rascal. Even when the police come, you must apologize to me. The mastermind behind this ruse is my brother-in-law. Having crossed me, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Moreover, my companions are nearby in the private room, and they are all individuals of the underworld. Do not presume that your numbers grant you the license to act without restraint. The burly man exuded an air of unyielding confidence. Even when restrained, his tongue remained unrelenting. However, his words proved surprisingly effective. Upon hearing him, Jinbo and his companions loosened their grip slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the burly man swiftly broke free from their hold. It must be said, his strength was indeed formidable. In a one-on-one scenario, none among Jinbo's group stood a chance against him. In a struggle, even 3 against 1 would likely prove challenging. Upon witnessing the burly man escape, the other boys instinctively rushed to recapture him, but the man's agility allowed him to deftly slip into the adjacent private room. In less than 10 seconds, a dozen tattooed, bare-chested men emerged from the room, each wielding a bottle of liquor. What the hell? So you think you can intimidate us with your numbers? Who was it that struck our leader? The foremost among them, a young man with bleached hair, declared while pointing at each individual with the bottle in hand. At the sight of this group, a hush fell over the gathering. Indeed, Jinbo's side was numerous, with a total of around 40 men and women. In contrast, the opposition, including the initial burly man, numbered only about 15 or 16. However, in matters of brawling, numbers are hardly the sole determining factor. The 15 or 16 individuals before them were evidently seasoned fighters, accustomed to conflict. In a true fight, one of their own could easily handle 2 from Jinbo's side. Fighting is about ferocity. The one who strikes hardest prevails. Clearly, the individuals on Jinbo's side lacked the requisite tenacity. Furthermore, most of them were accustomed to office life, Many could scarcely manage the most basic of physical exertions, let alone engage in a brawl. Soft and unprepared, how could they stand against their adversaries? Moreover, a significant portion of their group consisted of women. Counting the males, there were perhaps only 15 or 16 left. Adding a few more would hardly alter the outcome. Thus, in a true confrontation, only a handful of them would be of any use. While girls could spar among themselves, engaging men in battle was another matter entirely. Even in gangster films, few women participate in such fights. Most of these girls could only cheer from the sidelines, and with their opponents armed with liquor bottles while they were empty-handed. The odds were decidedly against them. If a fight were to break out, they stood no chance of victory. It was likely they would be subdued within 5 minutes. Thus, upon assessing the situation before them, most of Jinbo's group began to reconsider their involvement. Nevertheless, Jinbo still retained a sense of manhood. He is a robust man from the Northeast, having encountered a myriad of circumstances throughout his life. Brothers, your leader attempted to assault our female classmate, but we intervened. We have already alerted the authorities, and the police shall arrive shortly. I advise you to refrain from meddling in our affairs. Jinbo recognized that engaging in a brawl would be futile. In such moments, his only recourse was to wield the weapon of law to intimidate the gang before him. Ha ha! Call the police? Kid, do you think the police station is at your beck and call? Let me tell you, no officers will arrive within the hour. Mocked the man with yellow hair. They had evidently prepared for chaos, and the nearby police station was preoccupied with other matters. Moreover, it was night, and only a handful of officers were on duty. The prospect of their swift arrival was dim. Yellow-haired man's words darkened Jinbo's expression. His subconscious warned him that the man spoke the truth. This time, they might indeed have to rely solely on themselves. But if a fight ensued, did they possess any advantage? Clearly they did not. What could they do? Just as Jinbo was consumed with worry, a voice suddenly rang out. Which crew are you from? I am acquainted with Big Brother Jin from this district. I kindly ask you to overlook today's events. With a beaming smile, Yu Longjia emerged from the crowd. Upon his arrival, a wave of relief washed over the group. Indeed, they had Yu Longjia to rely on. His extensive business network assuredly granted him considerable influence. How had they forgotten about him? The speaker seemed to be a well-known figure in the underworld. This was a fortuitous turn of events. With a powerful ally like Big Brother Jin backing them, what was there to fear? Truly, Yu Longjia was remarkable. He immediately recognized a fellow figure from the underworld. This was splendid news. With him present, their safety seemed assured. In such circumstances, it was evident that connections mattered immensely. Without them, their situation would be dire. The opposing group appeared increasingly intimidating, and it was evident that the boys from their two classes would stand no chance in a confrontation. Indeed, peace should prevail. Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding. I don't believe Song Lijing is particularly scrupulous, whispered a female classmate not far behind Jinbo. Most were extolling Yu Longjia's prowess. It required courage to step forward and mediate in such a moment. This flattered Yu Longjia, who was indeed acquainted with Big Brother Jin. Over the years, his business dealings had bridged both legitimate and illicit realms. There was no need to elaborate on the lawful side. The grassroots in the area where his company operated had all benefited from his generosity. Thus, whenever inspections arose, Yu Longjia could adeptly navigate through potential pitfalls. As for the underworld, it was indeed Big Brother Jin who provided him protection. With such a figure shielding him, no ruffians dared to disrupt his business. Upon hearing Jinbo mention Big Brother Jin, the yellow-haired man's brow furrowed slightly. The burly man beside him, the very one who initially could not contain himself, turned to inquire, Big Brother Jin, have you heard of this person? Indeed not, my friend. It appears none among us bears the surname Jin. Huang Mao shook his head in denial. He then turned to Yu Longjia and inquired, pray tell, who is this esteemed Jin you speak of? Ah, Jin Laoda, the one and only Jin Wenhu. Yu Longjia exclaimed. You do not recognize him? Puffed. At this revelation, Huang Mao sputtered, nearly choking on his own disbelief. Who did you say? Jin Wenhu? Is he the one with the tattoo of Wu Song slaying the tiger on his arm? Precisely, it is indeed the illustrious Jin Wenhu. Yu Longjia confirmed. Since you are acquainted with him, I beseech you, on my behalf, let today's incident be forgotten. I shall arrange for Jean Lauda to host a banquet in due course. Noticing the adoration in his peers' eyes, Yulongjia felt a swell of pride. His years of paying tribute had indeed borne fruit. Jean Lauda's reputation was a powerful asset. Just moments ago, Huang Mao had exuded arrogance, yet now he appeared utterly cowed. Yulongjia, who often regarded Jean Wenhu as an equal, was now keenly aware of Huang Mao's trepidation. Thus, he adopted a commanding demeanor, ready to reprimand his subordinates. However, before he could utter a word, Huang Mao lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap. How dare you? This so-called Jean Lauda isn't fit to shine our leader's shoes. He is but a street thug, unworthy of comparison, Huang Mao exclaimed, following up with a couple of kicks that sent Yulongjia sprawling to the ground. Caught off guard by Huang Mao's unexpected aggression, Yulongjia found himself reeling. This was not how he envisioned the encounter unfolding. Cough. Where do you hail from that you would dare disregard Jean Lauda's authority? He coughed, clutching his chest. This affront demanded retribution, but first, he needed to ascertain the identities of these individuals. Then he would call upon Jean Lauda for vengeance. To hell with face. Jean Wenhu has no such thing. My leader's name is Chen Jiadao. Inquire with Jean Wenhu what he might do. Call him now, Huang Mao declared, further venting his ire with another kick to Yulongjia. Wincing in pain, Yulongjia shakily retrieved his phone and dialed Jean Wenhu's number. Hello, Jean Lauda, came the voice on the other end. What is it, shall you? Jean Wenhu asked. Boss, I've been assaulted at the hotel. Could you bring a few brothers over? Yulongjia recounted the situation succinctly. What? Someone dares to attack you on my turf? Have they lost their minds? Jean Wenhu's tone turned furious, as if eager to defend his subordinate. Feeling emboldened by Jean Wenhu's response, Yulongjia activated the speakerphone. Our Jean Lauda wishes to speak with you. Be courteous. Very well, we shall comply. Huang Mao took the phone and calmly addressed the other end. Is this Xiao Jean? You've grown quite bold, haven't you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the boss? He let out a cold sneer directed at the voice on the line. Who the hell do you think you are, interfering in my business? The temper of Jean Wenhu flared instantly. Are you out of your mind, Jean Wenhu? Can't you even recognize my voice? Huang Mao, infuriated, began to curse directly into the phone. Huh? Who are you? Jean Wenhu paused, genuinely unable to discern the identity of the caller. I am Huang Mao, the right hand of the boss of the Chen family. Indeed, he was truly named Huang Mao. However, no one dared to laugh at the scene. Perhaps it was merely a nickname, but given the current circumstances, laughter was certainly not appropriate. Oh, brother Huang Mao, is that you? Have you been drinking? I didn't recognize your voice, my apologies. Upon hearing Huang Mao's introduction, Jean Wenhu's demeanor shifted to one of panic. He was merely a petty thug, while Huang Mao and the Chen family represented the true underworld, entirely different leagues. It was no exaggeration to say that Jean Wenhu wasn't even qualified to serve as a lackey for the Chen family. Apologies are meaningless. This brat on the phone has assaulted the boss, and he mentioned your name, expecting the boss to show you some respect. Tell me, do you think you have any standing with the boss after that? You laid a hand on him and even invoked his name? Huang Mao's words left Jean Wenhu's head spinning. What was happening? How could someone dare to provoke his boss and even mention his name? Wasn't that utterly suicidal? Jean Wenhu, being just a small-time thug, could never expect any leniency from Boss Chen. Be Brother Huang, I swear I know nothing. I'm hardly acquainted with Yulongjia. He has only treated me to a few meals. What you and Boss Chen choose to do with him has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Jean Wenhu hurriedly distanced himself from Yulongjia. The speakerphone was on, allowing everyone present to hear Jean Wenhu's frantic words. Instantly, the expressions of those around darkened. They had initially thought that Yulongjia had summoned a powerful ally to back him up. Who would have guessed that this so-called ally was merely a subordinate in the presence of these thugs? It dawned on them that they had indeed stirred up a significant mess. Fine, we shall discuss your matters tomorrow. I'm hanging up now, Huang Mao stated tersely before abruptly disconnecting the call. He then tossed the phone in front of Yulongjia. So, how do you feel about your standing in front of us now? Huang Mao squatted down, a sly smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Yulongjia. Be brother. I was wrong. I had no idea you all were so formidable. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. At this moment, Yulongjia was also flustered. hastily offering his apologies. Yulongjia, what are you doing? The people on the other end have bullied our classmate. Why should we apologize? A dissatisfied voice from behind echoed through the tension-filled atmosphere. Just moments ago, they regarded Yulongjia as quite the man for bravely stepping forward at such a critical moment. Yet, who could have anticipated that he would prove to be nothing more than a facade, appealing in appearance, but lacking substance? After enduring a couple of blows, he quickly succumbed. In truth, Yulongjia yearned to retort, if you're so capable, why don't you take the lead? It's not you who has been struck. However, he dared not utter such words. Having already been beaten, to speak in such a degrading manner would only further diminish his standing among his peers. All right, young man, you'd best retreat as far as you can. We can pretend this incident never occurred. Nevertheless, that foul woman must accompany us today. Otherwise, none of you shall leave this hotel. The yellow-haired thug gestured towards Song Lijing, who had just been assisted out of the restroom, and a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. The leader truly lived up to his title, possessing a keen eye. This girl was indeed strikingly beautiful. Song Lijing, upon being pointed at, felt a chill run down her spine. She was already aware of the recent events, but still shaken, she was uncertain of how to proceed. Initially, she believed that the arrival of her classmates would ensure her safety, but it now seemed the crisis had intensified. These classmates appeared unreliable. Just as despair began to envelop Song Lijing, a sweet voice resonated. We will not surrender Song Lijing to you. I refuse to believe that there is no law in this world. With that declaration, Zhao Muxue stepped forward, pushing through the crowd. Muxue, don't go. Come back. Muxue, you're a girl, what are you doing? Muxue, they are thugs and do not abide by reason. The girls behind her immediately panicked upon witnessing Zhao Muxue's advance. Such matters were best left to the men. What was a girl doing stepping forward? Yet, Zhao Muxue appeared undeterred, resolutely continuing her approach. However, she was not foolish. Zhao Muxue had already sent a message to her father, urging him to contact the authorities. Given Zhao Yuanshan's status and connections, even these local ruffians could not hope to overpower such a formidable figure. Her presence instantly diverted the attention of the thugs across from her. Chen Jiadao, whose mind had been clouded by alcohol, suddenly regained clarity. Stunning. She was simply breathtaking. The delicate pink of her attire suited Zhao Muxue's age perfectly. With exquisite features, long legs, and a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, she was truly a paragon of beauty. Chen Jiadao frequented clubs and, without exaggeration, could assert that none of the countless beauties he had encountered, even the main attractions of those venues, could compare to Zhao Muxue. Especially now, her cool demeanor rendered her even more captivating. Little girl, are you looking to defend your classmate? Chen Jiadao inquired with a smile directed at Zhao Muxue. Indeed, the police will arrive shortly, and I advise you to maintain a low profile. Zhao Muxue nodded indifferently. Having stepped forward, she was determined to take the lead. Little girl, I told you the police would not come. However, since you have chosen to stand up, come along with me. As long as you accompany me, I assure you that your classmates will remain unharmed. Chen Jiadao leered at Zhao Muxue, his mind already concocting 1,000 repulsive scenarios. If he could bring Zhao Muxue home, it would undoubtedly be well worth the effort. Impossible. I am the heiress of the Zhao group. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my father will not let you off lightly, Zhao Muxue admonished. The Zhao group was her greatest source of confidence. As a conglomerate valued at nearly 100 billion, any official would have to show her father some respect. Zhao Muxue believed that merely revealing her identity would deter these ruffians. Yet, she was naively optimistic. Zhao group. Li group. I only believe in the Chen group. Brothers, take this woman away. A girl this young might still be a virgin. After I'm done, you can have your turn. Chen Jiadao was no longer interested in further conversation with Zhao Muxue. Regardless of her background, he decided to play with her first. Besides, he had never heard of the Zhao group. While it was well known in Shanghai, in Linen, it was merely a name. You dare? Zhao Muxue gasped in shock. She never expected that even her father's identity would be of no use. What should she do now? She wondered when the police would arrive. If they couldn't make it in time, it would spell disaster for her. Whether we dare or not is determined not by your words, but by our actions. Chen Jiadao commanded. Brothers, go. With his words, the blonde thug, along with a subordinate, advanced to seize Zhao Muxue. Observing this, Jinbo immediately stepped in front of Zhao Muxue. As long as we are here, you shall not harm our people, he declared, exhibiting a commendable sense of loyalty at a critical moment. You little brat, I've been itching to deal with you. Get lost, the blonde thug shouted angrily, raising a beer bottle to smash against Jinbo's head. This was not a prop that shatters on impact. A real beer bottle could cause serious injury. Watch out. Class monitor, block it. Don't get hit, the other boys shouted, urging Jinbo to evade the attack. Yet, it was evidently too late. Jinbo was about to be struck. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a soft sigh broke the tension. Ah, what a hassle. A figure appeared out of nowhere in front of Jinbo. Almost instantaneously, they raised a hand and struck the blonde thug's hand. Ah, the blonde thug winced in pain, instinctively releasing the bottle, which fell heavily onto his toes. Wearing flip-flops, he cried out once more, "Ah, my toes." Huang Mao immediately raised his head and took 2 steps back on one leg. Su Yang. Upon seeing Su Yang's sudden appearance beside her, Zhao Muxue was instantly elated. She never expected that Su Yang would intervene at such a critical moment. Moreover, his skills were remarkably impressive. It was evident from his recent maneuvers that he had undergone rigorous training. In fact, this was true. Su Yang's physique, having been enhanced through systematic modification, was several times stronger than that of an average person. Coupled with his continuous practice of authentic martial arts, including various forms of combat, such as sanda and boxing, he had mastered them all. In a one-on-one scenario, few could rival him, even on the most prestigious stages. Dealing with a ruffian was trivial for him. Muxue, are you all right? Su Yang inquired, glancing down at Zhao Muxue with genuine concern. I'm fine, but what about you? Zhao Muxue retorted. Me? Of course, I'm unscathed. Su Yang replied with a smile, shaking his head. The two exhibited an almost oblivious display of affection that left onlookers in astonishment. It was only fitting that they were together. Their personalities seemed perfectly complementary. If they couldn't be together, it would defy all sense of justice. You bastard. You little punk. How dare you hit me? Huang Mao finally regained his composure and, supported by his companions, glared at Su Yang while clutching his right foot in resentment. Huh? What is wrong with hitting you? If you have the guts, hit me back. Su Yang's tone was laced with disdain. Taking on a petty thug like Huang Mao was a trivial matter for him, capable of defeating Ten with ease. Huang Mao was furious but dared not confront Su Yang directly. The latter's speed had already frightened him. Such velocity was beyond human capability. If a fight ensued, he would merely be a punching bag. Bro, impressive skills. Are you also in this line of work? Chen Jiadao scrutinized Su Yang earnestly. With skills as remarkable as his, it would be splendid if he could join Chen's ranks. Chapter 72. Then you go after him. This is none of your concern. I am giving you a chance. Vanish from my sight within 3 minutes. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place. As his words fell, hurried footsteps echoed, and soon 2 squads of security personnel clad in uniforms, wielding steel forks and shields, surged in from all directions, encircling Chen Jiadao and his companions. Security. The security has arrived. The realization that help had come sparked joy among the onlookers. Were the hotel's security this efficient? All were robust young men. Observing their running style, they appeared to be veterans. This was promising. There seemed to be over 40 of them, certainly enough to subdue the ruffians across from them. As the security personnel appeared, the crowd erupted in cheers. With around 40 security guards combined with their group of young men, they should easily overpower the opposing dozen or so. These were not the frail, elderly guards. They were all former soldiers. Moreover, unbeknownst to the crowd, they were not just ordinary veterans, but special forces. Each had undergone professional combat training, equipped with lethal fighting techniques. When one truly resolves to act, even a bare-handed confrontation against 3 opponents, victory is undoubtedly attainable. Moreover, considering that they're all equipped with weapons. Even in the absence of firearms, those steel forks and electric batons are far from trivial. The sudden appearance of security personnel bewildered Chen Jiadao and his companions. What kind of hotel is this? Where do all these security guards come from? Typically, in an ordinary hotel, Having 7 or 8 security guards would be considered abundant. Yet this hotel boasts an astonishing 40 or so guards, each appearing well-trained. This hotel must possess considerable wealth. "Mr. Su, are you unharmed?" The leading security guard inquired anxiously as he approached Su Yang. At this moment, the guard was visibly shaken. If anything were to happen to Mr. Su within the hotel, his position as the security captain would be irrevocably jeopardized. After all, this hotel is owned by Mr. Su himself. Being assaulted in one's own establishment leaves no room for justification. "I am well. Thank you for your concern," Su Yang replied with a reassuring smile, instantly alleviating the guard's worries. "All is well. All is well. Mr. Su, shall I apprehend these individuals?" The guard proposed, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. This was the genuine aura of someone who had taken lives in battle. Clearly, the security captain had seen combat and had personally eliminated enemies. Only such individuals exude a chilling, unwavering confidence that instills fear. "Yes, proceed," Su Yang nodded affirmatively. As his words fell, all the security guards immediately assumed a combat stance, preparing for confrontation. My goodness, Su Yang is incredibly impressive. Why do all these guards obey him? Who exactly is he? Could he be the owner of this hotel? Impossible. This hotel is backed by a technology company. Could it be that Su Yang is the mastermind behind that company? Unlikely, given that the company is valued in the hundreds of billions, and Su Yang was nearly bankrupt not long ago. How could he possibly be the owner? The onlooking classmates became increasingly curious about Su Yang's true identity as they witnessed him commanding the guards with such authority. However, Su Yang showed no intention of providing an explanation, deeming it unnecessary. Perhaps only Luo Haiyang, present at the scene, was aware of Su Yang's true status. As Su Yang charged forward, Luo had already positioned himself by Su Yang's side, ready to fight alongside him. That is what true friendship entails. "Wait, who are you?" Chen Jiadao, noticing the guards closing in, felt a flicker of panic and pressed Su Yang for his identity. His instincts told him that these security personnel had arrived solely because of the young man before him, whose identity was surely not ordinary. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is whether you will depart," Su Yang retorted, refusing to disclose anything. A mere thug did not warrant knowledge of his identity. "Fine, you win this time. We concede today. When the mountain does not move, the water shall flow. We shall have ample opportunities to cross paths again." Chen Jiadao, ever perceptive, recognized the futility of their current situation. Those who live by the street possess wit. To act against overwhelming odds would surely lead to their demise long ago. Understanding the ever-changing dynamics of society is indeed a fundamental principle for navigating its complexities. However, I advise you not to harbor excessive confidence in yourself. The guardians you rely upon may not always be there for you. A perplexing remark from Su Yang left Chen Jiadao somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he sensed something amiss today. Upon returning, he resolved to inquire with his protector. Should he have inadvertently offended an untouchable figure, it would be prudent to rectify the situation promptly. "Remember, we may cross paths again," Chen Jiadao declared before turning to leave with his companions. Su Yang made no attempt to impede their departure, confident that this individual would not venture far. He suspected that, upon stepping outside, the police would apprehend him. As for his protectors, they would surely face resolution as well. Su Yang was determined to capture them all in one fell swoop. Su Yang must not be allowed to leave. Having just attempted an indecent act, he should be reported to the authorities. Upon witnessing Su Yang release Chen Jiadao, Song Lijing grew anxious. How could she allow this person to escape? "Oh, you wish to prevent his departure? Then you pursue him yourself," Su Yang retorted dismissively, casting a glance at Song Lijing. "Isn't there security? Let them handle it. Don't they listen to you?" Song Lijing couldn't suppress her curiosity. "Huh, I merely have an acquaintance with the hotel manager. It is already commendable that they emerged to assist you. Do you expect them to risk their lives on your behalf? Are you compensating them?" Su Yang scoffed, disliking her haughty demeanor, which made it seem as though he owed her something. "Su Yang, you cannot simply let them go. We must wait for the police." "Who said I was letting them go? You can check outside for yourself." Su Yang shot her an annoyed glance and gestured toward the window. A quick-thinking classmate seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly leaned out the window. Goodness, there are so many police cars outside. That Chen has been arrested. And that fellow with the yellow hair, he appears to be fighting with the police. The police have drawn their weapons. My word, the yellow-haired man's leg has been hit by a bullet. The observant student began to report the unfolding events live. Shooting at criminals is certainly headline news. Witnessing it firsthand rendered the outing worthwhile. See, the police have arrived. None of these thugs will escape, Su Yang remarked with a calm smile. These individuals would not only be apprehended, but the powers backing them would also be uprooted entirely. The campaign against organized crime would undoubtedly persist. With just a single message sent, everything fell into place seamlessly. Chapter 73. A mere 80,000 is nothing. How is this possible? The police arrived so swiftly? The crowd stood in stunned silence. They had not anticipated such a rapid response, especially when it was evident that those downstairs were clearly special forces. When they had reported the incident, they claimed there was merely a drunken man causing a disturbance. Even if the police were to arrive, it would likely be just a few regular officers on duty. Yet, now an entire squad of special forces had shown up, which was quite intriguing. It was clear that these special officers were there to apprehend the group of delinquents. How could they have known that there was a gang of miscreants present? Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by Su Yang? In an instant, the crowd was engulfed in profound curiosity regarding Su Yang's true identity. They suddenly found it difficult to comprehend this old classmate. Although he was right beside them, he appeared almost ethereal, even somewhat indistinct. It felt as if they were meeting Su Yang for the very first time. What could possibly explain this? Why are you all looking at me? These police officers must have been arranged by Zhao, the belle of the school. Surely she had contacted Director Zhao for assistance. Given Director Zhao's capabilities, calling in a fleet of special police to safeguard his daughter seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Su Yang, with a beaming smile, attributed all credit to Zhao Muxue. In truth, Zhao Muxue's father, Zhao Yuanshan, indeed possessed such influence. Just moments ago, he had solicited the help of the linen police. However, the orders had yet to come through. Yet by saying so, Su Yang graciously passed all accolades to Zhao Muxue. It was perfectly logical. He had no desire for a throng of admirers to recognize his prowess and seek his favor. Such attention was unnecessary. Indeed, it must have been Zhao, the belle of the school, who intervened. Zhao Muxue, I am profoundly grateful to you today. Without your timely assistance, we would have faced dire consequences. The crowd collectively expressed their gratitude towards Zhao Muxue. Had it not been for her, they would have suffered greatly. As for the security personnel, they were undoubtedly also arranged by Zhao Muxue. Although they had greeted Su Yang upon arrival, who was Su Yang? He was Zhao Muxue's boyfriend, after all. It was only natural for the security chief to recognize him. Perhaps this hotel was even part of Zhao Muxue's family's assets. After all, they were in the real estate business. Owning a hotel would not be unusual. Zhao Muxue, thank you. Song Lijing, her cheeks flushed, approached Zhao Muxue to express her gratitude. Although reluctant, she acknowledged that it was Zhao Muxue who had saved her today. Otherwise, she shuddered to think of the outcome. In the restroom, that villain had already begun to strip her of her pants. Song Lijing was acutely aware of her precarious situation. Her strength was waning, and within 3 minutes, it was likely that the Chen family would have succeeded in their nefarious intentions. No need to thank me. I merely acted out of camaraderie for our gathering. Zhao Muxue shook her head, casting a profound glance at Su Yang. She understood that the presence of these individuals had no connection to her whatsoever. The hotel belonged to Tianshu Electronic Technology, entirely unrelated to the Zhao group. They were clearly here for Su Yang. Perhaps there was some connection between Su Yang and Tianshu Electronic Technology. Nevertheless, since Su Yang had attributed the credit to her, she accepted it. It was not a significant matter. However, she resolved to clarify Su Yang's circumstances later. She could not bear the burden of his accolades without understanding the full story, even if it were a mere white lie rather than a black one. With the situation resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, after such a commotion, most were disinclined to continue with the reunion. They began preparing to settle their bills and depart. Ladies and gentlemen, Allow me to settle this bill. I shall take care of it. At this moment, Yu Longjie finally regained his composure and approached the front desk with his phone in hand. Having just endured an embarrassing defeat, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Yet, he had faced far more embarrassing situations in the past, rendering this incident somewhat commonplace for him. He was determined to settle this account. Otherwise, his dignity would be irreparably tarnished. Are you all right, Mr. Yu? Perhaps it would be better if we all chip in, suggested Jean Bo, observing Yu Longjia's distressed demeanor. The recent altercation had been rather severe, and Jean Bo felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of burdening him with the expenses. It's nothing, just a few tens of thousands of yuan. I will cover all the costs, Yu Longjia asserted, mustering his resolve. The total, including the banquet, amounted to approximately 70,000 yuan. To be candid, he felt a pang of regret, but in the interest of restoring his pride, he pressed on. Having already lost face, he knew he needed to be generous when settling the bill to regain his standing. The others, unable to dissuade him, acquiesced to his insistence. However, as he prepared to pay, the dining manager was present. After exchanging a glance with Su Yang, he took hold of Yu Longjia's bank card. Greetings, Mr. Yu. Your total expenditure today amounts to 81,350 yuan. We have graciously waived the 50 yuan, so you need only pay 81,300. The manager stated with a smile. Excuse me? 300 isn't considered a small amount? Please waive that as well, Yu Longjia replied, furrowing his brow. In such a grand establishment, spending over 80,000 yuan without a discount seemed unjust, especially with the remaining amount unaccounted for. I apologize, Mr. Yu, but our policy does not permit us to waive the remainder. The 50 yuan deduction was the maximum I could offer personally. The manager maintained his professional demeanor, appearing quite polished. In truth, the hotel could indeed afford to offer discounts. While beverages might be non-negotiable, the food could certainly be adjusted. However, the manager had received instructions from Su Yang to refrain from granting Yu Longjia any concessions. Naturally, he would comply with the owner's wishes. Very well, let us proceed with the payment, Yu Longjia said, feeling a sting at the thought. Although 300 yuan appeared trivial, it was sufficient for a week's worth of fuel for his Land Rover. Nonetheless, having already committed to the larger sum, he decided not to dwell on it further. Before long, Yu Longjia completed the payment. Mr. Yu, I will share a payment code in the group chat shortly. Let us split the cost. Yinbo chimed in, smiling. He was a man of principle and believed it unfair for Yu Longjia to shoulder the entire expense alone. No need, class leader. As I said, I am treating. A mere 80,000 is nothing, Yu Longjia generously declared. Following his statement, Lu Zhamping quickly began to flatter him. Mr. Yu, your generosity is commendable. It is no surprise that you are flourishing in your endeavors. Lu Zhamping was the quintessential sycophant, having scurried away during Yu Longjia's recent ordeal. Fearing to be implicated and suffer the consequences alongside others, now witnessing Yu Longjia fully revitalized, he emerges again to flatter. Chapter 74. I will escort you home. Such individuals are undoubtedly looked down upon by the majority. However, it is evident that Yu Longjia holds such people in high regard. You flatter me excessively, Depeng. This is merely my duty, he replies graciously. After settling the accounts, everyone steps outside together. Li Jing, are you all right? Would you like me to take you home? My Land Rover is right in front. At the entrance, Yu Longjia extends an invitation to Song Lijing, showcasing his car keys with a flourish. In his eyes, his vehicle is undoubtedly the finest in attendance today, and he assumes that Song Lijing would not decline his offer to drive her home. Furthermore, the goddess finds herself in a particularly vulnerable state, perhaps the most opportune moment to win her over. Unfortunately, Song Lijing has just been startled and has yet to regain her composure. She truly lacks the desire to engage with Yu Longjia, and, after a moment's hesitation, she declines outright. Thank you, Mr. Yu, but I came with Chen Mingho. His route aligns with mine, so I will return with him instead. Besides, he has sustained some injuries, and I feel uneasy letting him go back alone. Song Lijing's reasoning is entirely reasonable. Although Chen Mingho feigned fainting to some extent, he indeed endured a beating with visible injuries on his face, albeit not severe. Song Lijing has discerned that Yu Longjia is not a particularly dependable individual. Should he drive her home, What might he attempt? To refuse could offend Yu Longjia, while accepting the offer leaves her anxious that he might forget her once he has what he desires. Hence, the best option is to let Chen Mingho take her home. In front of so many classmates, her rationale is quite sound, and Yu Longjia would likely have little to say in objection. As for Chen Mingho, Song Lijing has no concerns. He is a quintessential sycophant, easily manipulated with a few words, and she need not worry about his erratic thoughts. Indeed, Song Lijing's assumptions prove correct. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Mingho nods in agreement. All right, Li Jing, please be safe on your journey. We shall take our leave now. Very well. Having said this, Song Lijing turns and departs with Chen Mingho. Class leader Jean, we must also be on our way. Su Yang cheerfully greets Jean Bo, as he too must return. Yes, Su Yang, you drove here, right? Make sure to find a designated driver for your return. Do not drive under any circumstances. Jean Bo advises. The alcohol checks in Linen are particularly stringent. Being caught could lead to trouble. Rest assured, class leader, I will not drive. Su Yang assures him earnestly. Although Su Yang also consumed alcohol, it was merely a single drink shared with Jean Bo, as respect for the elder classmate is paramount. This small amount of alcohol, given Su Yang's revitalized constitution, has long since been metabolized. Nonetheless, the principle remains, do not drink and drive. Since he had been drinking, Su Yang would not be driving. What car do you drive, Su Yang? At that moment, Yu Longjia approached, flaunting his keys to a Land Rover. Me? Just a Mercedes, a means of transportation. Su Yang replied nonchalantly. It was merely a vehicle. He had long surpassed the age where he needed a car to assert his identity and status. A Mercedes? Su Yang, you seem to be regressing, Yu Longjia scoffed. I remember you drove a Mercedes in college. Why are you still in one now? And just a basic model at that? He couldn't help but laugh derisively. Is that even worthy of being called a Mercedes? It's merely a badge. Plus, isn't that car more suited for women? A real man should at least drive a proper Mercedes. Compared to his own Land Rover, that car was utterly insignificant. For the first time, Yu Longjia felt a sense of confidence regained by belittling Su Yang. Well, driving a Mercedes isn't so bad. At least I won't get beaten into a pulp. Su Yang chuckled lightly, his remark causing Yu Longjia's expression to darken. Su Yang, who are you saying got beaten into a pulp? Yu Longjia was infuriated. After all, he had only received a couple of slaps, resulting in a slightly swollen face. Not enough to be called a pulp. Haha, whoever gets defensive is who we're talking about. With that, Su Yang turned and headed toward the parking lot. Just then, Zhao Mushua chased after him. Su Yang, don't call for a ride service. I'll take you home. Upon seeing Zhao Mushua following Su Yang, Yu Longjia felt even more enraged. Why was it that today, which should have been his moment to shine, the goddess was still accompanying someone else? His several thousand yuan seemed utterly wasted. He had not managed to impress anyone and was left feeling bitter about the lost money. However, he could only seethe in frustration. Meanwhile, Su Yang had already departed with Zhao Mushua. Old Su, you go with Zhao, I'll just call a ride service. Luo Haiyang waved at Su Yang and then hailed a ride service, driving off immediately. A true friend knows never to be a third wheel. Otherwise, they aren't a friend at all. This guy. Su Yang shot Luo Haiyang a glare, feeling let down by his lack of camaraderie. All right, Su Yang, come in my car, Zhao Mushua said, pointing to her pink Mercedes. This was her personal vehicle, originally black, but now wrapped in a pink exterior. It lost some of its imposing presence, but gained a touch of cuteness. Sure, Su Yang nodded, saying nothing further as he opened the passenger door and settled in. He understood Zhao Mushua's south intention to drive him home. Having shifted the blame on her earlier, he owed her an explanation. After Su Yang got in, Zhao Mushua joined him in the driver's seat. With a swift ignition and gear shift, they were off. 5 minutes later, they were on the elevated highway. Although Linen was not as congested as top-tier cities, the roads remained busy even at 9 in the evening. Su Yang, do you have any connection with the Tian Shuo Hotel? How could their entire security team mobilize for you? Zhao Mushua inquired as she drove. Me? What connection could I possibly have? I'm merely a bankrupt second-generation factory owner, Su Yang replied with a grin. That's impossible. I can clearly see that the hotel's security treats you with extraordinary courtesy, and even the lobby manager seemed to be consulting you during checkout. If you had no association with this hotel, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me, Zhao Mushui retorted with a huff. She wasn't naive enough to miss such obvious cues. Moreover, the special police were not arranged by my father. He indeed contacted the director of the Lin and Police Bureau, but their response indicated that special police had already been dispatched. This means they were en route even before my father made the call. If it wasn't orchestrated by him, then who could it be? Chapter 75. Come visit my home. Zhao Mushui's mind was remarkably clear, and her analyses were impressively coherent. Even Su Yang couldn't help but cast a look of astonishment at her. Those who received elite education truly stood apart. Zhao Mushui was indeed exceptional. One shouldn't assume that all wealthy second-generation individuals are merely living off their parents. Such types are merely upper-middle class at best. The truly elite second-generation heirs are anything but ordinary. Each one has undergone elite education since childhood. Those raised in such environments, even if they possess some intellectual shortcomings, surpass the average person significantly, not to mention those who are inherently intelligent among the wealthy. After undergoing elite education, their capabilities are unmatched by ordinary individuals throughout their lives. Mushui, I've suddenly realized how clever you are, Su Yang admired, gazing at Zhao Mushui with admiration. Hee, that is only natural. I've always been smart. Isn't it a bit late for you to notice? She teased. Now, tell me, what exactly is your relationship with the Tianxua Hotel, or rather, with the Tianxua Electronics Group? Well, would you believe me if I said I'm the mastermind behind Tianxua Electronics Group? Su Yang chuckled. What? Zhao Mushui was taken aback by his words, flooring the accelerator. The Mercedes-Benz S braking performance was commendable. The car, not traveling at high speed, came to an abrupt halt. Beep. The car behind Zhao Mushui nearly suffered a heart attack, with honks erupting all around, accompanied by some less than polite remarks. Goodness. Zhao Mushui, you don't need to resort to a car accident if you want to kill me. Besides, the speed was only 50. Even a rear-end collision wouldn't be fatal. Su Yang grumbled, relieved he had fastened his seatbelt. Otherwise, he might have been thrown from his seat due to the sudden stop. Su Yang, are you joking with me? Are you really the mastermind behind Tianxua Electronics Technology? Zhao Mushui gazed at him, her face a picture of disbelief. Tianxua Electronics Technology has a market value of several hundred billion. Moreover, this is merely an estimated market value. The company is not publicly listed, and the identities of its shareholders remain shrouded in mystery. There are rumors suggesting that the Yangsu Group is behind it, but such claims are unsubstantiated. After all, the Yangsu Group has invested in numerous enterprises, both large and small. Thus, the hearsay lacks any concrete evidence. The publicly registered shareholders of the Tianxu Group are linked to an obscure company, which appears to be a shell corporation devoid of any repute. Each year, the Tianxu Group merely distributes dividends to this entity. The shareholder of this company is a foreigner, or rather, a Chinese expatriate named Tony Su. Of course, the business registration is in English, bearing the name. No one knows who this Tony Su truly is, and, consequently, the identity of the true owner of the Tianxu Group remains unknown. I am indeed the formidable figure behind the Tianxu Group, Tony Su. Su Yang candidly revealed one of his aliases, aware that some secrets are destined to be uncovered. Even if he refrained from disclosing his identity, Zhao Mushui would inevitably uncover the truth. Rather than allowing her to investigate, it was more forthright to reveal his identity. Goodness. Su Yang, your concealment runs remarkably deep. You are a mogul worth hundreds of billions? You borrowed 5 million from me last time? Zhao Mushui finally realized that the bankruptcy narrative was merely a fade. Su Yang had not truly gone bankrupt. Rather, it was his garment factory that had faltered. The Tianxu Electronics Group, however, continues to thrive. He chuckled. I didn't actively seek to borrow. You were the one who offered it to me. Su Yang's grin was mischievous. He acknowledged that his actions had been somewhat unscrupulous. Yet at that moment, he had found himself at a loss for words and had chosen silence instead. No wonder you were reluctant to accept my money or visit my company. It turns out you are the true magnate. Oomph, you sly rascal. Zhao Mushui huffed playfully. Although she expressed this outwardly, she bore no genuine resentment towards Su Yang. If she were in his position, she might have acted similarly. Nevertheless, Zhao Muxue felt a genuine happiness for Su Yang. Though she was unaware of the means by which he had expanded his enterprise, it was evident that he was an exceptionally talented individual. To build a company worth billions from scratch is indeed a remarkable feat if she wished to be with Su Yang now. Surely her father would not object. Contemplating this, a slight blush adorned Zhao Muxue's fair cheeks. She feared that she might be harboring feelings unreciprocated. What if Su Yang did not share her sentiments? Fortunately, the dim light within the car concealed her flushed face from view. Noticing Zhao Muxue's silence, Su Yang felt a twinge of unease. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Zhao, shall we proceed? It's rather unsafe to linger on the overpass. Isn't it? I've earned so much money and have yet to savor it. Parking on an overpass is indeed a perilous endeavor. Had it not been for Su Yang assisting in activating the hazard lights, Zhao Muxue would likely have found herself in a rear-end collision. Oof. Then I shall take my leave for now and settle the score later. With a delicate huff, Zhao Muxue pressed the accelerator and restarted the vehicle. 10 minutes later, under Su Yang's guidance, she maneuvered the car off the elevated road. Now that Zhao Muxue was aware of Su Yang's affluent status, he had no intention of returning to his modest abode. Instead, he directed her towards the Wanghu Villa district. After approximately 5 minutes of driving, they arrived at the entrance of the luxurious enclave. Su Yang, do not tell me you reside in the Wanghu Villa district? Zhao Muxue inquired, clearly familiar with the location. The Wanghu Villa district is the finest in linen, where only the wealthy and noble reside. Given the Zhao family's financial standing, they could indeed acquire a villa here. However, as their enterprises are predominantly based in Shanghai rather than linen, owning a villa here would merely leave it vacant. Rather than employ caretakers, it would be more prudent not to purchase one at all. Indeed, it is within. My neighbor is Lao Ma, Su Yang replied candidly. Drive in. Since we are here, why not come to my home for a visit? He extended a warm invitation. All right, then. Zhao Muxue nodded in agreement, just as her phone rang. It's my father. Please hold for a moment while I take this call. Hello, Dad. Muxue, why haven't you returned home yet? Your father is currently at your place. Came the calm voice of Zhao Yuanshan from the other end. Father, you've come to linen? Zhao Muxue was taken aback, not expecting her father to make the trip. Of course, my daughter encountered danger. I had to come and see for myself. Your mother and I are here. Where are you? I will send someone to pick you up. There was palpable concern in Zhao Yuanshan's tone. Although the police had reported that the assailants had been apprehended, he still felt uneasy and hastened over from Shanghai. She was his only daughter, and her safety was paramount. Dad, I'm currently dropping my classmate off at home. I will return shortly. Please wait at home for just 10 minutes, Zhao Muxue reassured him. The distance from Wanghu Villa to her residence was not too far, and a 10-minute drive would suffice. Very well, drive carefully, he replied. Yes, I understand, Dad. After concluding the call, Zhao Muxue turned to Su Yang and said, I cannot visit your grand residence today, but I will come to see you in a few days. All right, I shall get out here. I will have the property management take me home. You should hurry back, Su Yang nodded in response. The Wanghu Villa complex is quite expansive, requiring a 5 to 6 minute walk back to the residence from the entrance. However, the property management provide the shuttle service around the clock for the residents. Given the substantial annual management fees, such services are expected. Well, then, I shall not accompany you any further. Okay, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, and let us arrange to meet again soon. Indeed, after Su Yang alighted from the car, Zhao Muxue turned back home. As the pink vehicle vanished from her sight, Su Yang proceeded into the villa district. He opted for a leisurely stroll rather than requesting the property management for a ride back. Having indulged in a hearty dinner, a walk was just what he needed to aid digestion. Meanwhile, Zhao Muxue had returned to her own residence. Dad, Mom, oh dear, Xiaoxue, you're finally back. Let me have a look at you. Are you hurt? Zhao Muxue's mother, Cheng Jieli, rushed toward her daughter, grasping her hands and scrutinizing her from head to toe, fearful that her daughter had sustained any injuries. Mom, I'm fine. There were over a dozen boys from my class present. I surely wouldn't get hurt. Zhao Muxue reassured her mother with a smile. That is not acceptable. Today was exceedingly dangerous. If the police hadn't arrived in time, it could have been disastrous. Cheng Jieli felt a wave of dread at the thought of the potential dangers her daughter faced. It's your fault. You insisted on sending our daughter to Linen when she was perfectly fine in Shanghai. Now, look, if anything were to happen to her, I would like to see how you would handle it. Cheng Jieli could not help but express her grievances toward her husband. Zhao Yuanshan, although a stern chairman in public, was just an ordinary husband and father at home. His relationship with Cheng Jieli was strong, and he indulged his wife immensely. Whatever you say is correct, my dear. Yes, it's indeed my fault, but it was also her own decision to come. I didn't force her. Zhao Yuanshan nodded in agreement, attempting to defend himself. Keep making excuses. Let us see if I believe you. Cheng Jieli shot a look at her husband, her tone exasperated. Mom, what Dad says is true. It was indeed my choice to come here. The financial sector in Linen is quite developed, and there are many talented individuals. I thought establishing a financial firm here would be advantageous. Zhao Muxue interjected, offering a defense for her father. We're all in the same boat. One must save when the time calls for it. Of course, I stand by you, Mom. You're the best. You little rascal. All you know is how to flatter your mother. Once they confirmed that their daughter was unharmed both physically and mentally, the couple finally felt at ease. By the way, daughter, do you know who summoned those special police officers? According to the director of Linen, there are indeed issues with protection in that area. If that individual hadn't contacted the bureau, the special police might not have arrived in time. Zhao Yuanshan's curiosity was piqued by this information. He realized that there could be formidable figures among his daughter's classmates. However, he was unsure of who this individual might be, as the director had not disclosed any details to him. Therefore, he could only inquire with his daughter. Dad, it should be one of my classmates. His name is Su Yang. Su Yang? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Yuanshan paused briefly. It was a familiar name, coinciding with the prominent figure behind the Yangsu group he had investigated. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, he made a distinction between the two individuals. The enigmatic owner of the Yangsu group has been a figure shrouded in mystery, yet the establishment has been in existence for many years, at least a decade. If one considers the age of the daughter's classmate, who is approximately 25 years old, it stands to reason that this individual would have been merely 15 a decade ago. The notion that a 15-year-old could have established the Yangsu group within a mere 10 years is evidently implausible. It is likely a case of sharing the same name. Nonetheless, inquiries must be made for clarity. Moreover, Zhao Yuanshan noted that his daughter's expression radiated joy upon mentioning this Su Yang, prompting him to adopt a cautious stance. As a father, his greatest fear is that his daughter may one day find herself in an unfortunate situation. Yet, this is a rite of passage that every father must endure. Therefore, he resolved to investigate thoroughly, even if he could not evade the fate of his daughter's entanglement. He must ascertain that it is with a golden opportunity. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yuanshan discreetly signaled his wife. Such matters are better discussed among women. Xiao Xue. Who is this Su Yang you mentioned? Cheng Jieli, receiving the cue, immediately understood her husband's intent and inquired. This is the kind of tacit understanding that develops over many years of marriage. Mom, Su Yang is a classmate from the adjacent class in university. We are having a joint reunion for our two classes, Zhao Muxue explained. These mothers already know that. Share something they do not. Cheng Jieli pressed. Giggle, Dad, Mom. What I'm about to reveal will astound you. Zhao Muxue teased with a mysterious smile, relishing the surprise she anticipated from her parents upon disclosing Su Yang's true identity. Oh, you little rascal, do you really think your parents are unsophisticated bumpkins? What could possibly astonish us? Is he the son of some high-ranking official? Zhao Yuanshan rolled his eyes at his daughter. Having navigated the business world for years, he had witnessed far too much to be easily impressed. Come on, Dad, you're so dull. Fine, I'll tell you. Su Yang is the principal owner behind the Tianshu Electronics Group, the sole proprietor. Tianshu Electronics Group? Cheng Jieli had never heard of this name before, so she exhibited no surprise. She turned her gaze to her husband, awaiting his explanation. Zhao Yuanshan, momentarily taken aback, quickly connected the dots. Xiao Xue, are you referring to the Tianshu Electronics Technology that also engages in real estate? The property company under his name is Tianshu Real Estate, and the nationwide chain of Tianshu hotels. His excitement was palpable. If this Su Yang was indeed the individual associated with the Tianshu electronics technology that he knew, it would be marvelous. This was a true young talent. The Tianshu electronics technology had been founded only a few years prior, presumably during this young man's university days. In just a few short years, he had scaled the electronics company to group status, with an estimated market value in the hundreds of billions. Such a prodigy must not be overlooked. Indeed, father, I have inquired with him, and it is true. Today, we dined at the Tianshu Hotel, and had he not promptly summoned dozens of security personnel, we might have been bullied by that unruly crowd. Zhao Mushua nodded in agreement. If it had not been for the timely arrival of the hotel staff today, the situation could have been truly perilous. Xiaoxue, you ought to express your gratitude to this friend of yours, her parents suggested. Indeed, Xiaoxue, why not invite him over tomorrow? We shall be present to ensure everything is in order. Exactly, the couple chimed in unison, as if they were preparing to meet their future son-in-law. Ensure what? Zhao Mushua interjected, feeling embarrassed. Dad, Su Yang is merely a friend, not a boyfriend. You seem to have misunderstood. Her parents had evidently mistaken Su Yang for her romantic partner. If they invited him over and he misinterpreted the invitation, especially since that was not his intention, it would lead to an awkward situation. Misunderstanding what? Is he already married? Zhao Yuanshan inquired with a raised brow. Not at all. Zhao Mushua shook her head. Then does he have a girlfriend? Previously, yes, but they broke up over a month ago. How fortuitous. Is he handsome? Quite so, and he is tall as well. Perfect. Have him come over tomorrow. Simply state that your parents wish to express their gratitude and treat him to a meal. It is settled, Zhao Yuanshan declared with a wave of his hand, making decisions on behalf of his daughter. A handsome, single, and successful entrepreneur. What could be more fitting for Zhao Yuanshan's daughter? Furthermore, the Tianshu Electronic Group is involved in real estate, albeit modestly. Their real estate ventures are innovative and forward-thinking. Zhao Yuanshan was aware that one of their developments is named Future Community. This project, in terms of architectural style, facilities, and management model, completely eschews traditional norms. Such a model could serve as a valuable reference for Zhao Yuanshan. If he could replicate it, perhaps he could rejuvenate the declining Zhao Group and even revitalize the real estate sector across the entire nation. A son-in-law like this is precisely what Zhao Yuanshan envisions as an ideal benefactor, an opportunity not to be missed. Dad, I have made it clear that Su Yang is just a friend, Zhao Mushua replied, exasperated. Her parents were evidently intent on considering Su Yang as a future son-in-law. They were not in a relationship, and inviting him over so abruptly seemed rather presumptuous. I did not imply that you share any other relationship. Your mother and I merely wish to thank your old classmate for looking out for our daughter and also to discuss potential collaboration. He runs a real estate company, and it would be perfectly acceptable for me to make his acquaintance through you, Zhao Yuanshan stated with a hint of pride. There are countless reasons to meet someone. After all, Zhao Yuanshan, a man of status and influence, the chairman of a company valued in the hundreds of billions, should have no trouble meeting a businessman projected to be worth hundreds of billions. Very well, you certainly know how to persuade. I shall ask Su Yang if he is available to meet tomorrow. Zhao Mushua let out a resigned sigh. With her father expressing such sentiments, it would be rather unreasonable for her to continue her refusal. Perhaps it would be prudent to give Su Yang a heads up, so that if her father were to say something unexpected, it would not lead to an awkward situation. That's the spirit. Off you go to notify him. Upon returning to her room, Zhao Mushua contemplated for a moment before sending a message to Su Yang. Su Yang, are you asleep? After dispatching the message, she eagerly clutched her phone, waiting in anticipation. Yet, half an hour passed without a reply. Could he have already drifted off to sleep? Disappointment washed over her. She had hoped for a response. However, with the clock approaching 11, it was indeed possible that Su Yang was already in slumber. Oh well, if he is asleep, so be it. They could discuss it tomorrow. Just as Zhao Mushua sighed and prepared to report to her father, a message from Su Yang arrived. Not yet. I just got out of the shower. It appeared he had indeed taken a shower, after running around all day and indulging in some drinks. He surely wanted to enjoy a refreshing bath before retiring for the night. A smile returned to Zhao Mushue's face upon seeing his message, and after a moment's thought, she sent an angry emoji in response. Oomph. You don't check your phone while showering? You made your little fairy wait for over half an hour. Though her words seemed furious, a sweet smile lingered on her lips. Of course, she wasn't genuinely angry. She was merely teasing Su Yang. Sorry, fairy sister. My phone was nearly dead before I showered, so I left it charging in my room. My bad. I accept my punishment. Su Yang added an emoji of himself, kneeling in apology. Oomph. I'll temporarily forgive you. Hee hee. The fairy sister is magnanimous. But there's a condition. What condition? Come to my house for lunch tomorrow. Are you sure it's lunch, and not you wanted to devour me? How naughty, Su Yang, you big rascal. Hee hee. And you were just a little silly. Su Yang was no saint. He knew when to be serious and when to flirt. Zhao Mushue was indeed a splendid romantic prospect, possessing both admirable character and beauty. To claim he wasn't interested would be self-deception. Furthermore, he could sense Zhao Mushue's affections for him. Yet, the final barrier between them remained unbroken. Su Yang, are you coming or not? My father wants to invite you for a meal as a token of gratitude for your help today. Huh? Zhao Yuanshan wishes to treat me? Su Yang hesitate that. Considering Zhao Yuanshan's status, he would not normally be inclined to invite Su Yang. However, he was Zhao Mushue's father, which made him an elder in Su Yang's eyes. It would be inappropriate to decline an elder's invitation. After some thought, Su Yang nodded in agreement. All right, noon tomorrow, right? I will arrive on time. Please send me the address. Chapter 78. A day off. All right, it's settled then. I'll send you the address. Great. After hanging up, Zhao Mushue immediately sent Su Yang the location. Lunch at 11:30 tomorrow. Be punctual. Absolutely. After concluding his conversation with Zhao Mushue, Su Yang pondered for a moment before retrieving his phone to call Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing, his devoted secretary, maintained her phone's availability around the clock, ensuring that Su Yang could reach her whenever necessary. Hello, Mr. Su. Are you still awake at this late hour? Qingqing, I need you to prepare 2 gifts for me. I am to meet with 2 elders tomorrow. The reason for Su Yang's late-night call was indeed to arrange for these gifts. It would be improper to arrive empty-handed when visiting elders. Of course, Mr. Su. Are the 2 elders a male and a female? Do you have any specific requests? No. Just prepare something suitable. It doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive. Understood. When you need them, please have them delivered to me before 9 o'clock. All right. I'll take care of it. Good night. Thank you, Mr. Su. Rest well. After hanging up, Su Yang retired for the night. The following morning, as he rose, Lu Qingqing arrived with the gifts in hand. Mr. Su, I have procured 2 gifts. One is a cloison vase for the male elder, a Qing dynasty artifact valued at 15 million. The other is an ice jade bracelet, acquired overnight from Myanmar, also worth approximately 15 million. I apologize for not being able to find a kingfisher green bracelet on such short notice. Lu Qingqing presented the 2 gifts before Su Yang. Her ability to source such valuable items overnight was undoubtedly impressive. These gifts are sufficient. For our first meeting, it's unnecessary to present something worth over 100 million. Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. Though these gifts were valued in the tens of millions, which would be considered extravagant for an ordinary family, they were merely acceptable for someone of Su Yang's and Zhao Yuanshan's stature. Presenting gifts of this caliber for a first meeting was neither excessive nor meager. It was likely that Zhao Yuanshan and his wife would appreciate them. All right, Mr. Su, I will wrap them up again for you. Thank you for your hard work. Of course. Lu Qingqing skillfully began to repackage the 2 gifts. Qingqing, how many years have you been with me? Su Yang inquired as he observed her dedicated efforts. Mr. Su, I have been with you for precisely 5 years, ever since I graduated from university. Lu Qingqing paused for a moment, but quickly responded. Indeed, 5 years. You have not taken a single day off during this time. It has certainly been arduous. Su Yang smiled gently. Since becoming his personal assistant, Lu Qingqing had not taken a day of leave, especially during the first 2 years when she managed various tasks for him incessantly. This past year had been relatively lighter in comparison. Mr. Su, you need not say such things. If it weren't for you, I would not have been able to escape the mountains, let alone enjoy the life I have now. Lu Qingqing spoke earnestly. Years ago, she was merely a young girl from the mountains, nearly unable to complete her 9 years of compulsory education. If it were not for Su Yang's sudden arrival in their mountainous region, where he established a school and invested funds, subsequently sending her to a girls' high school and supporting her university education, Lu Qingqing might have been married with children shortly after graduating from middle school. Had that been the case, she would likely be a mother of 3 or 4 children by now, deprived of the opportunity to witness the vast world beyond her immediate surroundings. After graduating from university, Lu Qingqing became Su Yang's assistant. Su Yang has always been exceptionally generous towards his employees. He is not one to be miserly. An assistant like Lu Qingqing earns an annual salary of $1 million, along with comprehensive benefits, including 6 insurances and 2 funds, making her compensation quite attractive. With such a lucrative salary, even without a single day off in her lifetime, Lu Qingqing would gladly accept. Moreover, her current workload is not overly burdensome, although she is on call 24 hours a day. Su Yang only contacts her once every few days. During her free time, she enjoys considerable freedom. Naturally, she also attends the Yangsu group office, but that entails minimal responsibilities, with no need for clocking in or out, akin to a vacation. Thus, she harbors no grievances whatsoever. However, Su Yang feels a twinge of guilt towards Lu Qingqing, acknowledging the challenges she faces in assisting him. Lu Qingqing is a few years older than Su Yang, yet she remains single. As her employer, he bears a certain responsibility. Reflecting on this, Su Yang smiled and said, "You have worked hard these past few years. I am granting you a 3-month paid vacation. Go wherever you wish to relax and rejuvenate. If you choose to travel, the company will cover all expenses for food, accommodation, and transportation. Of course, gifts will be at your own expense." With a grand gesture, Su Yang bestowed this extended leave upon his assistant. During this period, he has little on his agenda. So why should he keep Lu Qingqing tethered to his side? What? A vacation? Mr. Su, you're not dismissing me, are you? Lu Qingqing was taken aback. The tactic of dismissing employees under the guise of granting leave is a common ploy among many bosses. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she regretted them. How could capitalists compare to Mr. Su? He is a true people's entrepreneur. Mr. Su, I misspoke. You are certainly not like those capitalists. Lu Qingqing felt remorse for her earlier comment, realizing that Mr. Su had only intended to be kind, and she had misunderstood his intentions. It's all right. I merely thought you were working too hard. Take this opportunity to rest and unwind. Su Yang waved dismissively and continued, "Rest assured, upon your return from vacation, you will still be my sole secretary and assistant. Nothing will change. As you can see, I am largely uninvolved in the company's affairs at present, and there are no significant matters to attend to. Take this time to rest well, for once I get busy again, you may not have the chance to take a break." Su Yang's words genuinely resonated with Lu Qingqing. To claim she did not desire to travel and take a vacation would be a falsehood. Even the most ardent workaholics eventually yearn for respite. Lu Qingqing has diligently toiled at her job for 5 long years, and her body and mind are indeed weary. She genuinely requires a break. "Mr. Su, what will you do if something arises while I am away?" Lu Qingqing expressed her concerns, anxious that Su Yang might struggle to manage various matters without her presence. Chapter 79, A Priceless Gift. Rest assured, I can handle things on my own. Before your arrival, I managed without an assistant or secretary, did I not? Take your leave without worry. I shall personally transfer $5 million to you as your travel fund, Su Yang stated, promptly reaching for his phone to initiate the transaction. $5 million for 3 months. Sufficient for this young lady to embark on a global adventure, one might presume. No, Mr. Su. Your salary has been more than generous over the years. Moreover, the company has provided me with a car and housing, allowing me to save quite a bit. I have ample funds for travel. Lu Qingqing quickly declined, not one to be ungrateful or expect favors. Few secretaries worldwide earn a salary of $1 million. She cannot be greedy. Accept it as compensation for the vacations you have missed over the years. Enjoy yourself, and do not return for at least 3 months. Su Yang declared. No sooner had his words left his lips than Lu Qingqing's phone chimed with a notification. The $5 million had been transferred. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Qingqing exclaimed, clutching her phone with reddened eyes. Encountering such a benevolent boss, she felt a lifelong commitment to serve him faithfully. Now, go home and plan your travels. Your vacation officially begins the day after tomorrow. You have these 2 days to prepare your itinerary, Su Yang instructed with a wave of his hand and a smile. Yes, thank you, Mr. Su. I'll take my leave now. Off you go. Lu Qingqing departed in high spirits. Checking the time, Su Yang realized it was nearly time to visit Zhao Mushue's residence. Although their lunch was scheduled for 11:30, out of courtesy and respect for elders, he deemed it inappropriate to arrive precisely at that hour. Arriving at the exact moment would be quite impolite. With that thought in mind, Su Yang freshened up and set out with a gift in hand. This time, he opted for a Maybach instead of his usual Mercedes. In truth, he could have taken a Rolls-Royce with a driver, but that would have been a touch ostentatious. When visiting elders, a more understated approach was certainly preferable. As a young man, he enjoyed driving himself. A chauffeur was merely a display of prestige, suited for formal occasions. Zhao Mushue did not reside in a villa, but rather in a luxurious lakeside community, where the price per square meter reached an exorbitant 100,000. In linen, this was considered exceedingly expensive. The flat she purchased was expansive, covering over 500 square meters, ample space for her solitary residence. Prior to Su Yang's arrival, Zhao Mushue had already informed the security staff, allowing his vehicle to proceed directly into the community's parking area. After parking his car, Su Yang took the elevator to the upper floor. Ding! As the elevator chimed, Su Yang arrived at the floor where Zhao Mushue's home was located. As the elevator doors slid open, the radiant figure of Zhao Mushue appeared before him. Mushue, I hope I'm not interrupting. Su Yang greeted her with a cheerful smile. Not at all. I'm delighted to see you, Zhao Mushue replied sweetly, her gaze shifting to Su Yang's hands. Su Yang, why did you bring a gift? It seems a bit unnecessary. Haha, this is a present for your parents. They invited me for dinner, and I couldn't possibly arrive empty-handed. Su Yang chuckled lightly. Just then, a steady voice echoed. Is that Mr. Su? Please come in. At these words, Su Yang noticed a middle-aged man stepping out from the entrance. It was Zhao Mushue's father, Zhao Yuanshan. Hello, Uncle Zhao. Su Yang immediately extended his hand, greeting Zhao Yuanshan warmly and showing him due respect. Hello, Mr. Su. Zhao Yuanshan took Su Yang's hand, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Indeed, Mr. Su is as impressive as our little Shui described. Handsome and accomplished. As Zhao Yuanshan observed Su Yang, his satisfaction grew. A young man in his 20s, having risen from nothing to build a technology enterprise valued at over 100 billion and possessing such good looks, this was indeed a prized son-in-law. Zhao Yuanshan found himself increasingly fond of the idea. If his daughter were to be courted by such a golden prospect, it would not be unwelcome. You're too kind. Uncle Zhao. By the way, please call me Xiao Su or Xiao Yang. I truly cannot accept the title of Mr. Su. Mushue and I are good friends. So it's perfectly fine, Su Yang replied politely. Given his stature, it would not have been out of place for Zhao Yuanshan to address him as Mr. Su. Yet he chose to remain humble, recognizing Zhao Yuanshan as Mushue's father and someone who had extended kindness to him. Ha ha, very well, Xiao Yang it is. Since you insist, I shall not stand on ceremony. Zhao Yuanshan laughed heartily. Witnessing Su Yang's humility, his fondness for the young man surged. It was rare to see a young person, having achieved success, remain modest and grounded. Zhao Yuanshan, having encountered numerous prodigies throughout his life, knew that few could safeguard the achievements of their youth. Ultimately, it was the humble and cautious who thrived. In Su Yang, Zhao Yuanshan glimpsed a promising and optimistic future. Dad, let us continue our conversation inside, Zhao Mushue urged. This isn't the place for a discussion. Oh, right. Xiao Yang, let us head inside to talk. My apologies for being careless, Zhao Yuanshan responded. Not at all. Uncle, please lead the way. All right, let us go in. The three of them entered the house, where Chen Jili approached them. Upon seeing Su Yang, her eyes instantly brightened. Setting aside other matters, the charm and physique of Su Yang truly complement that of his daughter. The mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law with each glance, and Chen Jili is no exception. Thus, she promptly invited Su Yang to take a seat. Uncle and Aunt, I have prepared a modest gift. I hope you will not find it lacking. Once seated, Su Yang proactively presented two gifts to the elder couple. Xiaoyang, really now, why bring gifts? You could have simply visited. Your uncle and I have everything we need. There's no need to waste your money. Cheng Jili hastily declined. Their family was indeed prosperous and wanted for nothing. Aunt, this is merely a token of my appreciation. It holds little value. Please, do have a look and see if you like it, Su Yang replied with a smile. You child. Cheng Jili playfully admonished Su Yang with a glance. Yet upon receiving her daughter's approval, she opened the gift box to reveal an exquisite icy jade bracelet. Oh my, the color of this bracelet is exquisite. This must be an icy jade bracelet, worth at least several million, right? Xiaoyang, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Chapter 80. Finding Dad a magnifying glass as a lady of high society. Cheng Jili possessed a keen eye and immediately recognized the considerable value of the bracelet. While speaking, she attempted to return the gift to Su Yang. If it were a gift worth several thousand, she might have accepted it. But a gift worth millions was indeed inappropriate to accept. Aunt, this is merely a small piece of jewelry. As long as you like it, it holds little value. Su Yang insisted with a smile, pushing the gift back towards her. I prepared this on a whim, and am unsure if it suits your taste. Like it? I certainly do. Genuine jade is becoming increasingly rare. Even with wealth, it is not guaranteed one can find jade of such superior quality, Cheng Jili replied, nodding repeatedly. Her words rang true. Jade is a non-renewable resource. The longer it is mined, the scarcer the quality jade becomes. Moreover, with the advent of synthetic jade, authentic natural jade has become even rarer. Sometimes, even wealth cannot secure the finest jade. Thus, Cheng Jili genuinely cherished the gift. As long as you like it, there is no reason to retract my offering. Mu Shui, please assist your aunt and try it on to see if it fits. I did not select a size. Su Yang said, feeling somewhat bashful. Bracelets indeed come in specific sizes. Su Yang had purchased a standard size. Yet if Cheng Jili's arms were too slender or too robust, it could pose an issue. Yes, Mom, since Su Yang has gifted it to you, you should accept it. I'll help you wear it. Zhao Mu Shui, being unpretentious, immediately took the bracelet and placed it on her mother's wrist. Oh, it fits perfectly. Su Yang, I thank you on behalf of my mother. Zhao Mu Shui turned to Su Yang with a sweet smile. Her words effectively accepted the gift in a roundabout manner. You girl, how could you accept it so readily? This constitutes two gifts. Your mother's gift is already so valuable. Do you think the one for your father will be any less? That will be taking too much advantage of him. Zhao Yuanshan was indeed quite astute, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. The gift for his wife was already valued in the millions. Thus, even if his own present were modest, it would still not be trivial. In all likelihood, it would amount to several 100,000 at the very least. Receiving a sum of 20 million as a mere greeting gift felt somewhat excessive. It is worth noting that today was an occasion when they had invited their guests for dinner, primarily to express their gratitude. Instead, their guests had presented them with two such precious gifts, which left them in a position of indebtedness. Father, this is a heartfelt gesture from Su Yang. You should quickly see what your gift is, Zhao Mushu urged. You silly girl, you have no sense of propriety. The hosts are still here. How could one open gifts? Zhao Yuanshan chided playfully, then turned to Su Yang and said, Please forgive us, Yang. Our Mushiwe has spoiled me. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhao Yuanshan continued. It's quite all right, Uncle Zhao. This isn't an extravagant gift. Please, open it and see if you like it. Su Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. The essence of a gift lies in the act of unwrapping it in person, to witness the recipient's genuine delight. Only then does the gift hold true value. If it is simply stowed away without a glance, it would indeed be a disservice to the giver's intentions. Very well, I shall take a look. Zhao Yuanshan replied with a smile, leisurely opening the gift box and extracting the cloison vase. My goodness, is this a cloison vase? Daughter, do you have a magnifying glass? Upon seeing the vase, Zhao Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with intense excitement. Noticing Zhao Yuanshan's reaction, Su Yang surmised that this gift had struck a chord. This gentleman was undoubtedly an aficionado of antiques. Once individuals attain wealth, they often pursue hobbies that are beyond the reach of the average person. The saying goes, the poor indulge in cars, while the rich indulge in watches. Here, poor refers to the typical affluent individual, not the truly impoverished, while rich pertains to the upper echelons of wealth. The true elite, particularly those of advanced age, tend to gravitate towards collecting antiques. Zhao Yuanshan was no exception. His home was replete with various genuine antiques. However, cloys and vases were a rarity. It was not due to a lack of means, but rather that such items, much like the bracelets Su Yang had gifted to Cheng Jieli, were more about serendipity than affordability. Cloys and vases primarily date back to the Qing dynasty, which is only a few centuries old. Logically, one would expect many antique vases from this era to persist. However, due to particular historical circumstances, many were destroyed. In comparison to the Qing dynasty, those artifacts from even older periods, having been buried in tombs long ago, have become more numerous. During its time, a cloys and vase was a rare treasure, typically found only in the homes of royal families and nobility. The few that have survived to this day are even scarcer. The vase in Su Yang's possession stood about 13 centimeters tall, resembling a small flower pot, yet bore a remarkable value of 15 million, which is not insubstantial. The most exquisite examples could fetch several hundred million at auction. The primary issue lies in the disparity between value and market presence. Possessing wealth does not guarantee acquisition. Even when presented at an auction, securing such an item is not assured. Lu Qingqing's discovery of this exquisite vase was indeed a fortuitous coincidence, which explains Zhao Yuanshan's profound attachment to it. "Father, we don't have a magnifying glass. Perhaps you could use your phone's camera instead?" Zhao Muxue replied, shaking her head in exasperation. Her father had just expressed a lack of interest in the gift, yet upon seeing the antique vase, he appeared utterly captivated, as if he had lost his very essence. "This is undeniably a cloisonne vase. Xiaoyang, this is not something easily obtained. Where did you acquire it?" Zhao Yuanshan inquired with palpable excitement. "My assistant purchased it from an antique shop, where it is regarded as the store's prized possession," Su Yang explained. "Uncle, this is a genuine artifact, isn't it? If it were counterfeit, I would feel utterly embarrassed." Su Yang scratched his head sheepishly. However, he was indeed confident in its authenticity. As the master of the system, discerning genuine antiques was merely a fundamental skill for him. His comment stemmed from observing Zhao Yuanshan's evident expertise in antiques, allowing him to showcase his knowledge. Individuals like Zhao Yuanshan, who possess a keen interest in antiques, exude confidence and possess a solid understanding of their discerning capabilities. "Rest assured, this is unquestionably authentic," Zhao Yuanshan asserted, nodding vigorously before continuing. "Take a look at this hue." He commenced a detailed explanation for Su Yang, demonstrating considerable expertise in the subject matter. Su Yang could discern that Zhao Yuanshan had indeed invested considerable effort into studying antiques. This is to be expected. Those who appreciate collecting antiques typically possess a comprehensive knowledge system. Without such understanding, one could easily fall victim to deception. Based on my observations, this vase is undoubtedly a product of the Qing dynasty. There is no doubt about its authenticity, Zhao Yuanshan declared as he carefully placed the vase back into its box, gently pushing the box toward the center of the coffee table. The item was far too precious. A careless mishap could lead to heartache. As such artifacts are becoming increasingly rare, it is a relief to know it is genuine. I was genuinely concerned about presenting you with a counterfeit, Su Yang remarked with a warm smile. "Haha, Xiaoyang, you are truly thoughtful. However, such a precious gift is something I cannot accept, so please take it back." Zhao Yuanshan's tone conveyed a hint of reluctance. He genuinely cherished the vase, yet accepting such an extravagant gift posed a dilemma. Were Su Yang to be his son-in-law, he would have unhesitatingly accepted it, but currently, Su Yang and his daughter were not even in a romantic relationship. They had merely invited him as a guest to express their gratitude, making the act of accepting such a valuable gift on their first meeting rather inappropriate. "Father, stop pretending. Since Su Yang has given it to you, there is no reason to return it. Accept it graciously. Insisting on giving it back feels overly formal," Zhao Muxue insisted. Zhao Muxue cast a glance at her father, expressing a hint of exasperation as she spoke. Since Su Yang had brought gifts, it was evident that he would not take them back. It was a well-understood matter. Why put on such airs? This was not a marketplace where one must be excessively polite. Moreover, the two gifts combined were worth approximately 30 million, a trivial sum for individuals of their elite wealth. You, my dear girl, show no regard for your father's dignity, Zhao Yuanshan remarked with a feigned irritation, glaring at his daughter. He then addressed Su Yang. Very well, young Yang, since that is the case, I shall accept your generosity without hesitation. Thank you for these splendid gifts. Uncle, it is only fitting. There is no need for thanks, Su Yang replied, his smile returning upon seeing Zhao Yuanshan's willingness to accept the gifts. Now, let us enjoy a meal together. Today, the two of us shall have a good drink and engage in pleasant conversation. Absolutely. The lunch was indeed sumptuous. To honor Su Yang's presence, Zhao Yuanshan even brought out a bottle of cherished Maotai liquor. This bottle, dating back to the 1930s, would fetch at least several million at an auction. Had it not been for Su Yang's two precious gifts, Zhao Yuanshan would have been reluctant to unveil such a fine bottle. Like antiques, this liquor diminished with each sip. Once consumed, it would be gone forever. As they savored their drinks, Zhao Yuanshan inquired about Su Yang's family situation. Young Yang, what do your parents do for a living? Dad, Su Yang's parents passed away many years ago. Zhao Mushua interjected with a disapproving glare at her father. Such inquiries were undoubtedly painful for Su Yang. How could he ask such a thing? Oh dear, young Yang, I sincerely apologize. Xiao Shuet did not mention this to me beforehand. It was my blunder. Please forgive me. I will drink to my mistake. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Zhao Yuanshan immediately realized his faux pas and raised his cup in apology. Uncle, it is quite all right. My parents have been gone for many years. I have long since come to terms with it, Su Yang replied with a gentle smile, indicating he bore no ill will. As a traveler from another realm, he had never formed a profound attachment to his parents here. Thus, he did not feel the weight of their absence acutely. Besides, time had passed. Even the deepest bonds could gradually fade. My child, from now on, consider us as your parents. Do not be too sorrowful, Chang Jili said compassionately, serving Su Yang some food. This child, having lost his parents at such a young age, must have endured much hardship growing up alone. Thank you, Aunt. Su Yang felt a surge of emotion at Chang Jili's words. Although it was their first meeting, he could sense the warmth of family from both of them. Since arriving in this world, he had always fought his battles alone. With his parents gone, how many of those supposed uncles and aunts would genuinely treat him with kindness? Familial bonds are not always cherished by some, yet they are fervently yearned for by others, particularly for a traveler like Su Yang. This world was entirely foreign to him. Were it not for the constant assistance of the system, he might not have been able to persevere. Why is a system essential for traversing worlds? Without it, surviving in an entirely foreign realm is indeed a formidable challenge. Upon learning about Su Yang's family circumstances, Zhao Yuanshan deftly shifted the conversation back to business. Intrigued by how Su Yang managed to elevate a company to a valuation of several hundred billion within just a few years. It was truly astonishing. Uncle, I was fortunate, Su Yang replied modestly. My parents left me a factory years ago, which has been quite profitable, providing me with some spare capital. I invested in a small company on a whim, and it flourished. Su Yang refrained from divulging too many details. The company, Tianshu Electronic Technology, harbored many of his secrets that were not suitable for disclosure. Furthermore, his reasoning was quite sound. Successful investments require little explanation. As for the initial capital, it naturally stemmed from his parents. The factory consistently generated millions in profit annually, a veritable truth, and Su Yang spoke no falsehood. I see. Zhao Yuanshan acknowledged with a slight nod, not doubting Su Yang's words. At your young age, possessing such insight is indeed commendable. Sometimes, one must acknowledge that investment hinges upon serendipity. With favorable circumstances, one might suddenly find prosperity. They then engaged in a lively conversation that traversed various topics, leading Zhao Yuanshan to regard Su Yang with newfound respect. This young man was, without a doubt, extraordinary. Their meal extended for a full 2 hours, and the time flew by as they ate and conversed. After finishing, Su Yang took his leave. Due to having consumed alcohol, Zhao Mushue voluntarily offered to be his designated driver. Mushue, I sense your parents are testing me as a potential future son-in-law, Su Yang jested, reclining in the passenger seat with his hands behind his head, grinning at Zhao Muxue as she drove. Hee, you noticed that too? How do you feel? My parents aren't putting too much pressure on you, are they? Zhao Muxue chuckled softly. She was already aware of her parents' intentions, even if she hadn't voiced them. It's all right. Your parents seem quite amiable, Su Yang responded truthfully. Zhao Yuanshan did not exude the typical domineering chairman aura. The dinner had been remarkably harmonious. Chapter 82. Shall we attempt to discuss this? Hee, is it not due to your excellence? If you were merely someone scraping by through futures trading, my parents would likely not have treated you with such courtesy. Zhao Muxue spoke candidly. While making money through futures trading is not without merit, in the eyes of respectable parents, is not considered a legitimate profession. Moreover, should one incur losses, it could lead to utter ruin, particularly if one becomes overly engrossed, risking everything, including their home and car. Zhao Yuanshan's family was substantial. They would certainly not permit their future son-in-law to rely solely on such an occupation. Engaging in playful banter is one thing, but relying on it for sustenance is strictly forbidden. The sole reason Su Yang was accepted by them was due to his stature as the owner of a 100 billion enterprise, a match of social standing. Otherwise, despite Su Yang's exceptional qualities, they would merely consider him a friend, without any intention of matchmaking their daughter with him. This may be difficult to accept, yet it is the stark reality. Wait, Uncle and the others really don't intend for us to be together, do they? Su Yang questioned incredulously after a moment of contemplation. What's the matter? Do you think you are unworthy of me? Zhao Muxue pouted, casting a disapproving glance at Su Yang. Worthy, certainly worthy. How could you possibly be unworthy of me? It is I who am unworthy of you, Su Yang hastily retorted. To claim that a girl is unworthy of oneself would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. You are being disingenuous. Zhao Muxue huffed, clearly displeased. Even a fool can see you're just putting on an act, he chuckled. My apologies, Muxue. I was speaking from the heart. It truly is I who am unworthy of you, and you still dare to say anything? My mistake. However, Su Yang, you are not entirely mistaken. My father previously suggested I go on a blind date with the owner of Yangsu Group. He apparently heard that this owner is merely in their 20s, possibly a rich second-generation heir, and mentioned that someone is playing matchmaker. Hearing this, Su Yang nearly choked on his own surprise. A blind date with the owner of Yangsu Group? How could he have been oblivious to such a significant development? He had not even been aware of any arrangements for a blind date. Yet, should Zhao Muxue truly go on such a date, witnessing the chairman of Yangsu Group being none other than himself might leave him utterly astounded. What is wrong, Su Yang? Why the shock? Are you reluctant to see me on a blind date? Zhao Muxue said triumphantly. Su Yang had always maintained a calm demeanor, so her ability to astonish him filled her with a sense of achievement. Of course, you are my goddess. How could I allow you to meet others? Su Yang replied, half jokingly. In truth, he harbored genuine affection for Zhao Muxue. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, and a wealthy heiress. Not to mention her parents were exceedingly considerate. Such a girl is a rarity, indeed. Meeting her was a stroke of fate. Su Yang was not a frivolous person, despite his wealth. He was not like other protagonists who flit from one romantic encounter to another. Though such a life may be thrilling, it seldom leads to genuine love. It is far better to be with someone who adores you as much as you adore them. That is what true love embodies. Clearly, Zhao Muxue was an excellent choice. Then shall we attempt to embark on a relationship? Zhao Muxue hesitated briefly before divulging her true feelings. After speaking, her charming face visibly flushed, and she fixed her gaze on the road ahead, daring not to glance at Su Yang. Her bashful demeanor only served to enhance her adorableness. Zhao Muxue, may I interpret this as your declaration of affection towards me? Su Yang did not respond directly to Zhao Muxue's inquiry. Instead, he smiled and countered with a question. Who has expressed their affection to you? I was merely contemplating that since I must find someone to marry, rather than entering into a marriage of convenience with a stranger, I would prefer to marry you. At least I am familiar with your background. Moreover, I believe you are quite a fine individual and rather handsome, which certainly befits someone of my stature. Shall we consider embarking on a relationship? Upon uttering these words, Zhao Muxue wished fervently for a burrow to hide in. How could she have uttered such an embarrassing confession? Nevertheless, her words were indeed a reflection of her true feelings. It would be far preferable to marry someone she knows rather than an unfamiliar face, and she genuinely harbored affection for Su Yang. They were, after all, long-time acquaintances. The bond shared by old classmates was not significantly weaker than that of childhood sweethearts. Following her declaration, silence enveloped the vehicle. Su Yang did not respond immediately, but instead pondered deeply. Su Yang, what is your decision? If you agree, then so be it. If not, just say so. Does it necessitate such prolonged contemplation for a man? If you decline, let it be. I shall pretend I never spoke. At this juncture, Zhao Muxue felt a tinge of impatience. This man was far too indecisive. Muxue, are you serious? Absolutely. Very well, I consent. Really? Indeed, I am sincere. We shall embark on a trial romance for 3 months. Should you find me lacking within that time, you may depart at any moment, and I shall not pursue you. I wholeheartedly agree. Shall we commence from this moment? Excellent. Thus began their romance. Although it unfolded swiftly, it was entirely within reason. Both believed they would support one another and continue together. Meanwhile, Song Lijing returned home last night and, after completing her evening routine, found herself unable to sleep. It was not until 3 in the morning that she finally dozed off, only to awaken at 1 in the afternoon. The fright she experienced yesterday was indeed substantial, making her restless slumber quite understandable. Upon waking, she picked up her phone and discovered over 20 missed calls, all from her mother, Yu Xiaofeng. Faced with such a multitude of missed calls, Song Lijing felt conflicted about whether to return the call. She had a strong inkling as to the reason behind her mother's attempts to reach her. To be frank, she was reluctant to return the call. Just as she wrestled with her indecision, her mother's call rang through once more. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. Hello, Mom. You wretched girl. Where have you been all day? I called you countless times, and you did not answer. Tell me, did you run off with the money I and your siblings provided? The moment the call connected, Yu Xiaofeng's voice resonated with reproach. Song Lijing had already endured considerable distress the previous day, expecting that her mother would express concern for her well-being upon failing to reach her. Little did she anticipate being accused of deceiving them out of their money. This left Song Lijing feeling quite wronged. Over the years, she had been the one financially supporting the family. Without her assistance, how could her brother have possibly gotten married? Chapter 83. You must cover the medical expenses, Mother. Is it merely the money that concerns you? Have you ever cared about my well-being? Song Lijing asked, her face awash with grievance. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a reflection of her profound distress. At that moment, her feelings of injustice reached a crescendo. What do you care about if not money? If you can earn it, you are my beloved daughter. If not, then you are no daughter of mine. Besides, in these peaceful times, what calamity could possibly befall you? Yu Xiaofeng's voice, dripping with disdain, came through the phone. Her words were harsh, leaving an unpleasant taste in the air. Upon hearing this, Song Lijing felt a surge of despair. After a moment of silence, she could no longer contain herself. Money, money, money. Mother, all you care about is money. Let me tell you, it is all gone. The 800,000 you invested has been completely lost. I lost my job and now owe 400,000 in online loans. I cannot repay you in the near future. Song Lijing decided to abandon pretense, recounting the entire ordeal in one breath. There was no escaping the truth. Her parents would eventually find out. Such a vast sum of money was not something she could produce in an instant. Finding a wealthy benefactor was equally challenging. The affluent were astute and unlikely to part with their riches without reason. Even if someone were to have affection for her, it was improbable they would give her over $1 million in one go. As for those without money, they might be willing to lend her some, but they too could not afford to part with such a significant amount. Take Chen Mingho, for instance. He had already lent her several $100,000, which was his absolute limit. Extracting even a penny more from him would prove to be an arduous task. Rather than hiding and dodging her parents' calls, it was far better to reveal the truth. They could not possibly threaten her with a knife to extract money, could they? After she spoke, the other end of the line fell into a notable silence. This stillness lasted for a full half-minute before she heard the sounds of her brother and sister-in-law arguing in the background. Yu Xiaofeng finally regained her composure, her voice trembling. Li Jing, you must be joking with me, right? Did you not say this project was promising? How could it possibly incur losses? Mother may have spoken harshly, but you're just trying to frighten me, aren't you? At your age, I cannot bear such jesting. Please tell me you were only joking. As she concluded, her voice quivered with emotion. If this money were truly lost, what would become of them? Mother, I'm not joking. I speak only the truth. Isn't my brother always watching short videos? Doesn't my father keep abreast of national affairs? They must have heard about the recent torrential rains affecting soybean production. The floods resulted in a reduced yield, causing futures to skyrocket. We had shorted soybean futures and leveraged it tenfold, thus suffering complete ruin. Song Lijing succinctly narrated the sequence of events, regardless of whether her mother could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. If not clarified, this mother would undoubtedly believe it was her who squandered the money. What? Is it truly pouring rain? Did your sister speak the truth? My heavens, has that 800,000 truly vanished without a trace? You ungrateful daughter, that was your brother's wedding fund. What is the matter, mother? Sister, it's terrible. Mother has fainted. Half an hour later, at Linen's second hospital. Keita, how is mother? Song Lijing finally arrived at the hospital, albeit in a hurry. Though apprehensive about facing her brother and sister-in-law, she knew she could not neglect her mother in such a dire situation. If she were to do so, returning home would be out of the question. The doctor said mother suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Thankfully, we arrived in time. She is currently in emergency care. The situation should not be grave. Sister, has the entire 800,000 truly been lost? Song Keita gritted his teeth as he gazed at Song Lijing. He clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing his sister was merely trying to frighten their mother. Even if only 10 or 80,000 remained, it would be better than losing it all. It is indeed all gone. I personally added another 400,000 in total. 1,200,000 has been completely lost. Song Lijing offered a bitter smile. She was not lying. No one wished more than she did to salvage some funds. Yet there was not a single penny left. With a tenfold leverage, profits were substantial when they came, but losses were equally devastating. This is the nature of finance. High risk, high reward. This game is only suitable for those with wealth and disposable income. If one lacks funds, borrowing or even selling one's home to invest will inevitably lead to ruin. And what about your job? How did you lose that too? Inquired Song Chongshan, seated firmly. It is normal to incur losses in stocks, but to lose a job without warning is perplexing. The company discovered our illicit futures trading, which compelled us to resign voluntarily. Song Lijing still remained unaware of how the company had learned of the matter. However, since they were aware, their resignation was undoubtedly justified. Had they adhered to protocol, they might not have had the opportunity to resign at all. Eventually, it would have led to dismissal, and without a penny to show for it. Sister, does that mean our 800,000 is completely gone? Lu Kairi crossed her arms, regarding Song Lijing with a calm demeanor. I'm sorry, Kairi, but it has indeed been lost. Song Lijing found it difficult to meet Lu Kairi's gaze. Initially, she had confidently asserted that they would earn millions, which prompted the investment. Now, it seems they have neither earned millions nor retained their principal. Song Lijing felt a sense of guilt towards Lu Kairi. After all, the 500,000 was intended for her wedding dowry. Very well, I accept the loss. However, sister, the 300,000 was borrowed from us. Surely you must repay that. Additionally, today's medical expenses for mother are due to the distress you caused, so you should cover those costs as well. Lu Kairi exhibited a commendable fortitude. The 500,000 was initially agreed upon as her investment. Losses, therefore, were hers to bear. However, the 300,000 was clearly a loan, and since it is a loan, it must be repaid. As for the medical expenses, the couple had already reached an agreement. They would not contribute a single cent towards the medical fees. Yu Xiaofeng suffered a cerebral hemorrhage due to the distress caused by Song Lijing. Had it not been for this incident, the cerebral hemorrhage would not have occurred, and naturally, the medical expenses would fall upon Song Lijing. Kelly, I assure you that I will repay the 300,000. My word is my bond, but you must grant me some time. I still owe 40,000 in online loans, with interest to be repaid monthly. And now that I've lost my job, it is simply impossible for me to provide you with any funds at this moment. Chapter 84. You must take responsibility. A significant portion of the money borrowed by the Song Lijing from Chen Mingho has already been repaid to friends. The remaining amount is barely sufficient to cover a few months of online loan interest and daily expenses. She is uncertain when she will secure another job. Therefore, she must retain some funds in her pocket for the time being, unable to allocate all of it towards repaying Liu Kelly's 300,000. However, this situation cannot persist indefinitely, can it? If you drag this out for 10 or 8 years, how will we survive? Please provide me with a timeline. Liu Kelly pondered for a moment. They are indeed not in urgent need of the funds, so they can allow the debt to remain for now. However, they cannot indefinitely permit Song Lijing to remain indebted. After all, there are numerous places where money is required, and they must recover this sum expeditiously. How about 2 years? Within 2 years, I shall repay you in installments. Song Lijing considered that as long as she secured a decent job, repaying the 300,000 within 2 years would not be insurmountable. No, 2 years is far too long. Upon hearing the 2-year proposal, Song Keita immediately expressed his discontent. We can give you a maximum of 6 months. You must repay us within this time frame. 6 months? Song Lijing gazed incredulously at her brother before her. She could hardly believe that her brother could be so harsh. In just 6 months, where could she possibly procure such a substantial sum? Keita, are you not making this exceedingly difficult for me? Where could I find that much money in half a year? Song Lijing gritted her teeth, unable to fathom that the person who could be so merciless was her brother, whom she had cherished since childhood. It is important to note that out of the 300,000, 200,000 belonged to Song Lijing herself, which she had entrusted to her mother. It was only due to her urgent need for funds that she had signed that IOU. If one were to scrutinize the matter, Song Lijing essentially owed Song Keita only 100,000. Sister, spare me the lengthy explanations. It is just 6 months. Whether you sell or engage in companionship, I want to see the 300,000 after 6 months. Song Keita showed no remorse. For a mere 300,000, he uttered such words to his own sister. What kind of brother would compel his sister to resort to such measures for money? Is this still humanity? Song Keita, I am your sister. You would have me sell myself for 30,000. Do you still consider yourself human? Song Lijing glared at Song Keita with fury. This person had utterly lost all sense of humanity. Well, whether I am human or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you owe me 300,000, and this sum must be repaid within 6 months. Song Keita sneered coldly. For the sake of money, he could disregard everything. All right, you want me to repay you? Then first return the 500,000 that you owe me. Song Lijing coldly gazed at Song Keita. Since he no longer acknowledged their sibling bond, there was no need for her to say anything to him. What 500,000? Are you out of your mind? Song Lijing? Song Keita scoffed. You owe Su Yang 500,000. Didn't you borrow that amount from him for your wedding? Are you not required to repay it? Song Lijing finally recalled this matter. Since Song Keita no longer recognized her as his sister, she felt no obligation to repay this debt on his behalf. The 500,000 must be reclaimed. Sister, have you lost your mind? Didn't T-Mom say you were to return that money? Upon hearing the mention of repaying 500,000, Liu Kairi suddenly panicked. If it were before, that sum could easily be procured. Her dowry and wedding gifts would be just sufficient. However, hadn't that money been lost in futures trading? Now, let alone 500,000. She couldn't even muster 50,000. Huh, does what Mom said even count? She is lying in there now. Furthermore, I will not bear the entirety of Mom's medical expenses alone. As her son, you are obligated to share this burden. Song Lijing let out a cold laugh. Wasn't it said that she was heartless? If that were the case, then she should not be reproached for being utterly unfeeling. Song Lijing had come to realize that this entire family was a nest of vampires. If she did not resist, who knew how much more they would drain from her? Had her mother, Yu Xiaofeng, still been conscious, Song Lijing would undoubtedly not have dared to act this way. For years, she had been oppressed by her mother to the point of being unable to rebel. A single word from her mother would render her utterly submissive. But now that her mother had succumbed to unconsciousness, no one was left to pressure Song Lijing, and naturally, she feared nothing. Song Lijing, are you trying to shirk responsibility? Why did Mom faint? Wasn't it because of you? I will not contribute a single cent towards her medical expenses. If anyone is to pay, it should be you. Song Keita abruptly stood up, utterly infuriated. Huh, you've consumed everything from Mom, taken from her. How much has she spent on you since you graduated from university? Now that she is in trouble, you simply turn a blind eye? Are you still human? You will pay this money, whether you like it or not. What Song Lijing said was the truth. Over the years, all the money their parents earned had gone to support Song Keita. Song Lijing could assert that apart from basic sustenance, she had never truly enjoyed any comforts. Even during university, she received only the most minimal living expenses. Beyond that, there was nothing at all. After graduation, the majority of her earnings were sent back home, which naturally also went to support Song Keita. Now that their mother was in distress, Song Keita was unwilling to take responsibility. Is this what a son does? Song Lijing, who are you calling inhuman? Do you believe I want to beat you up right now? Song Keita was pushed to the brink by Song Lijing's words, his face flushing with anger. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to resort to violence against her. Enough. Do you all think I'm already dead? At that moment, Song Changshan could no longer hold back and intervened. Song Lijing, something has happened to your mother, but I'm still alive. As long as I am here. This family is not for you to dictate. Go pay the money for your mother immediately, or you shall never set foot in this house again. Song Changshan, the head of the family, spoke with authority, silencing the siblings in an instant. Dad, I truly have no money left. All my funds have been lost. Mom has never paid for medical insurance, and if we have to pay out of pocket, it will be exorbitantly expensive. Song Lijing pouted, recalling how Yu Xiaofeng had always been skeptical of insurance, never contributing to either pension or health insurance. They were not official employees, and thus did not have access to employee health insurance. In the past, they had managed to endure minor ailments, and fortunately, had not faced any serious illnesses. Therefore, they had never put the health insurance to use, which further reinforced Yu Xiaofeng's belief that it was unnecessary. Who could have anticipated that a sudden illness would manifest as a grave condition? After surviving a cerebral hemorrhage, further surgeries would be required. Without insurance, the cost would skyrocket, easily exceeding 100,000. I cannot concern myself with such matters. You are also responsible for the 500,000 for your brother's wedding. We raised you, our daughter, to support your brother. You must agree, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, your mother will not spare you once she wakes. Chapter 85. I've been waiting for your call. Song Changshan's words plunged Song Lijing into despair. She never expected her father to show such blatant favoritism. Dad, am I truly your and Mom's daughter? She asked, her eyes reddened with indignation. She genuinely began to question her own parentage. If she were truly their biological child, how could there be such a discrepancy in treatment? Because you are our biological daughter, you must bear this obligation. Hurry and pay the money. I do not care how you manage it. That sum must be paid. Song Changshan urged. Song Lijing dared not defy her father's wishes. Although she longed to resist, she lacked the courage. Reluctantly, she resigned herself to paying the money. At this stage, only 4,000 or 5,000 was required for the emergency treatment. However, the cost would rise significantly for the subsequent surgery. After paying the fee, Song Lijing returned to the emergency room's entrance. Dad, I have completed the payment for the emergency expenses. She handed the receipt to her father. Now that's more like it. Song Changshan glanced at the receipt with satisfaction, nodding in approval. That is how it should be. Sister, as the eldest daughter, you have the duty to support your parents. Seeing Song Lijing's bowed head, Song Keita couldn't help but chuckle. This money should indeed be paid by the eldest sister. You. Song Lijing was infuriated. Her younger brother was truly taking advantage of the situation. What do you mean you? Your brother is right. We will have to live with him for the rest of our lives, relying on him for our old age. You will eventually marry, and a married daughter is like spilled water. Your responsibility will shift to your in-laws. Shouldn't you contribute something to your own parents? Have we raised you for nothing? With just a few words, Song Changshan silenced Song Lijing. Dad, I understand. She gritted her teeth. All right, as long as you acknowledge your mistakes. You will take care of your mother for the next few days. Song Changshan assigned the task without hesitation. What? Dad, why me? Song Lijing protested. I can manage for a day or two, but surely Mom will need at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Do I really have to take care of her for that long? Upon hearing this, she grew increasingly agitated. If her mother were to remain in the hospital for such an extended period, how would she ever find a job? Without a job, how could she repay the numerous loans? If you don't take care of her, who will? Am I supposed to do it? I'm not a child anymore. I almost fainted just a moment ago. Song Changshan shot a glare at his daughter and retorted irritably. Well, Song Ke and Lu Kairi can also help. Song Lijing pointed at her brother and sister-in-law. Sis, Kairi still has to work. The family's finances have taken a hit. She needs to earn back what we've lost. Song Ke shot her a disdainful look. And you? Aren't you currently unemployed? As if I, a grown man, could take care of Mom. Where she needs to use the restroom or take a bath. That's your responsibility as her daughter. If it were Dad who fainted, I would have no hesitation in accompanying him. Song Ke proclaimed shamelessly. You little rascal, who are you cursing? Song Changshan glared at his foolish son. He certainly wouldn't lie in a hospital bed waiting for someone to care for him. Dad, I was just speaking casually. Your health is robust. Surely, you won't face such a day. Song Ke quickly amended his statement upon realizing its implications. That's more like it. Lijing, it's settled then. When your mother is discharged, you shall be her caregiver. Understood, Dad. Consequently, Song Lijing took on the role of caregiver in the hospital. Fortunately, Yu Xiaofeng's condition was not too severe, and surgery was unnecessary. However, she would require rest and rehabilitation for a month or two as one side of her body was temporarily immobile. After a week of care, Song Lijing was able to take her mother home. However, that week had been utterly exhausting for her. Under the threat of her mother's well-being, she had signed for a loan of 500,000. This meant that she now bore the responsibility of repaying her brother 800,000, in addition to the 500,000 owed to Su Yang. Initially, Song Lijing opposed the idea vehemently, but with Yu Xiaofeng's persistent crying and distress, she reluctantly acquiesced. Thus, the unemployed Song Lijing found herself burdened with a staggering debt of 1,700,000. Jingjing, how is your aunt? Should I come to see her? Chen Mingho would regularly check in on Song Lijing. Though she found his concern bothersome, she felt compelled to respond, especially since he had lent her 200,000 to 300,000. Mingho, there's no need to come. My mother has already been discharged. Thank you. That's wonderful. How about we go out shopping today? It has been ages since we last met, and I miss you. I'm feeling quite fatigued these days, Mingho. I wish to take a moment to rest before I hurriedly search for a job in the next couple of days. Otherwise, I won't have the time to repay the money I owe you. No need to rush. Your job search is of utmost importance. If you're tired, please rest first. And once you feel rejuvenated, we can arrange to meet again. Thank you, Mingho. You are truly a kind person. Oh, why be so polite? It is my duty to assist you in any way I can. Mingho, I really need to rest for now. All right, do take your time to rest. After concluding her conversation with Mingho, Song Lijing pondered for a moment before dialing another number. Hello, is this Mr. Yu? It's me, Song Lijing. The person she was contacting was Yu Longjia. Currently, Song Lijing's debts were mounting. She had contemplated extensively, realizing that the prospect of sudden wealth was exceedingly rare, and the odds of winning the lottery were dismally low. The most viable and swift method to acquire funds was to become an internet celebrity. Song Lijing believed that her beauty and figure were exceptional. During her university days, she had participated in a dance club, thus possessing a foundational skill in dance. If she could become a renowned influencer, perhaps a generous benefactor might bestow upon her a substantial reward, potentially resolving all her current troubles. Furthermore, she could simultaneously serve as a sales host. However, this required financial backing, which she hoped to obtain from Yu Longjia. Ah, the illustrious Song. I've been eagerly awaiting your call, Yu Longjia said, his heart fluttering at the sound of her voice. He had been thinking about her almost daily. After graduating from university, Song Lijing had become even more captivating. Although Yu Longjia yearned to reach out to her, he restrained himself, determined to let her seek him out, ensuring she did not perceive his eagerness. This way, when she approached him, she would rely on him more, perhaps even feel a sense of humility. Yu Longjia was quite adept at navigating these intricacies. After years in business, he had mastered such strategies. Chapter 86. Visiting the streaming company Mr. Yu. I would like to visit your streaming company. I hope it's convenient for you, Song Lijing said, feeling a touch embarrassed. It was indeed somewhat awkward to visit someone else's company unannounced. Of course, it is convenient. How could it not be? Do you need me to pick you up? Yu Longjie replied eagerly. Although their company had many sales hosts, the requirements for beauty were not particularly stringent. Eloquence was far more crucial. Therefore, truly attractive hosts were few and far between. The prospect of having someone like Song Lijing join, even if she could not be cultivated into a professional host, would still be advantageous, if only to benefit from her presence. Though Song Lijing had had boyfriends in the past, she was undoubtedly much more refined than the young models from clubs. No, Mr. Yu, just send me the address, and I can take a taxi there. Song Lijing swiftly declined. It would be quite inappropriate for her boss to come and collect her for an interview. Very well, I shall send you the address. Thank you so much, Mr. Yu. After hanging up the phone, Song Lijing received the address sent by Yu Longjie, which surprisingly turned out to be in the Linyu district. Linyu district is regarded as a high-tech development zone of linen, where many advanced enterprises and modern corporations are situated. For instance, the Ali Group is located in Linyu district. However, it is worth noting that Ali Financial operates separately from the Ali Group and is not based there. It merely falls under the umbrella of the Ali Group. Currently, Song Lijing found herself a considerable distance from Linyu district. According to the navigation system, taking the subway would take approximately an hour. A taxi would be quicker, albeit more expensive, costing around 70 to 80 yuan. After a moment's hesitation, Song Lijing resolved to take a taxi. Given the time of day, traffic congestion was unlikely, making the taxi the faster option. This interview held significant importance for Song Lijing. She wished to present herself in the best possible light. If she opted for the subway, she would need to transfer twice, leading to exhaustion before she even arrived at the interview. With these thoughts in mind, she promptly began to freshen up. Half an hour later, she descended and hailed a taxi, setting off on her journey. After approximately 40 minutes, she finally arrived at her destination. The building was an office tower, standing around 40 stories tall. Yu Longjie's Longjie Electronics business was situated within this edifice, although it occupied only 2 floors. Despite the limited space, the building's location was prime, adjacent to the Ali Group. Renting 2 floors in such a prestigious area was a testament to their capability. With an annual rental cost nearing 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, which was quite substantial. Upon entering the building, Song Lijing took the elevator. Longjie Electronics occupied the 19th and 20th floors. As she had arranged to meet Yu Longjie on the 19th floor, she proceeded directly there. Given that it was not peak commuting hours, the elevator was not crowded. Before long, the elevator arrived at the 19th floor. Exiting, she encountered an automatic glass door, which was locked, leading to the reception area. This measure was in place to prevent unauthorized individuals from entering the company, particularly since it was a live streaming business that occasionally hosted prominent influencers. Without access control, many irrelevant individuals, such as fans, might wander in. Regardless, the reception desk was visible just beyond the door, and someone would undoubtedly open it upon seeing her. Even if no one was present, there was a doorbell to ring, ensuring no delays. After pressing the doorbell, the receptionist promptly opened the door. "Hello, I'm here to see Mr. Yu Longjie," Song Lijing announced as she approached the front desk. "You are looking for Mr. Yu? May I ask if you're Miss Song Lijing?" The receptionist inquired after glancing at her with a serious expression. "Yes, that is correct. I am Song Lijing," she confirmed with a nod. Not at all surprised that they were aware of her name. It was likely that Yu Longjie had informed them in advance. In response, Song Lijing felt a flicker of happiness. The fact that Yu Longjie took such action indicated that he valued her. "Hello, Miss Song. Our general manager Yu is waiting for you in his office. Allow me to escort you there?" The receptionist offered a faint smile before rising from her seat. "Thank you," Song Lijing replied. "Not at all. Please follow me." As she walked with the receptionist, Song Lijing traversed numerous live streaming rooms, some with doors ajar and others firmly closed. Inside the open rooms, several hosts were passionately engaged in their broadcasts, fervently promoting products. These individuals were the well-known sales hosts who, with utmost enthusiasm, elucidated their merchandise while stirring the purchasing emotions of the audience. The concept of live commerce today mirrors that of television shopping from years past, merely having transitioned from television to online platforms. Of course, there are a few hosts whose style is more subdued, yet they are a rarity and often less successful, considered exceptions to the norm. The majority of hosts exude exuberance, which is a common tactic employed by training schools for aspiring hosts. Before long, Song Lijing arrived at the innermost office, the chamber of the chairman, Yu Longjia. The door was closed, but it was presumed that he was inside. The receptionist approached the door, knocked gently, and upon receiving an invitation to enter, she opened the door and stepped inside. General Manager Yu, Ms. Song has arrived. She respectfully announced to the figure seated in the executive chair. Miss Song. Song Lijing entered with a radiant smile, warmly approaching Yu Longjia. Ah, Lijing, I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Please take a seat, he exclaimed. Would you prepare a cup of tea for Miss Song? He instructed the receptionist. Oh, there's no need for that, General Manager Yu. Song Lijing quickly declined. She was there for an interview, and such courtesy felt excessive. Not at all, it's no trouble. It will be ready shortly, Yu Longjia insisted, waving his hand to signal the receptionist. Nodding, she turned to fetch the tea. Before long, she returned with a cup in hand. Miss Song, please enjoy the tea. Thank you. Now, I have matters to discuss with Miss Song. You may leave us. Yu Longjia instructed the receptionist. Of course, General Manager Yu. Once they were alone, Yu Longjia began conversing with Song Lijing. So, did you notice the state of our hosts as you walked in? Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? There was a hint of pride in Yu Longjia's tone as he spoke of the company. Managing to build a company from the ground up to such a scale was no small feat, demonstrating remarkable capability. Indeed, General Manager Yu, your company is quite expansive. I counted at least a dozen live, streaming rooms on my way in. Do you have a large number of sales hosts here? Song Lijing expressed her excitement. Yes, we have approximately 30, with another dozen upstairs alongside the finance office. However, not all are present at the moment. Some work in the evenings while others have gone to different companies for promotions. Yu Longjia nodded in affirmation. Over 30 influencers engaged in product promotion is certainly a considerable number. However, these influencers do not solely operate within the confines of the company. Many also visit manufacturers directly to facilitate sales. Some manufacturers are reluctant to maintain their own influencers due to the high costs associated with their fees and the substantial investment required for training. Moreover, self-trained influencers must also purchase their own traffic. When calculating these expenses, it becomes more economical to simply hire external influencers for product promotion. The influencers associated with Yu Longjia possess a modicum of influence, and while there are only a few who boast millions of followers, many have fan bases in the hundreds of thousands. The traffic generated by these influencers is undoubtedly far greater than that of others. Yu Longjia can thus profit from this arrangement, earning a placement fee, which is advantageous. However, this is merely a small fraction of potential earnings. The most lucrative opportunities lie in selecting and promoting products independently, a privilege reserved for top-tier influencers. Currently, Yu Longjia's company can be considered a smaller entity in the live streaming industry, which is understandable. It seems that your company is expanding quite impressively, Yu. Song Lijing, perhaps lacking in worldly experience, may be embellishing Yu Longjia's achievements. Regardless, it is certainly beneficial to offer praise. How about this, Lijing? Shall I give you a tour of the company? Sound great. Accompanied by Yu Longjia, Song Lijing explored the live streaming company. Overall, the company appeared quite professional, showcasing a mature operational structure. Its only drawback was its considerable distance from her home. If Song Lijing wished to work here, she would need to find new accommodation nearby. What do you think, Lijing? Isn't it quite impressive? If you decide to work here, the compensation will undoubtedly be the best. Yu Longjia said with a smile. Well, do you think I can manage you? I have no prior experience in live streaming. Song Lijing expressed her concerns. Of course, it's not an issue. I can start you off as a live streaming influencer. Once you achieve some success and establish a solid fan base, you can then transition to product promotion. Yu Longjia had already devised a plan to elevate Song Lijing's profile, contingent upon her agreement. That does seem feasible. I can sing and have a bit of dancing ability. Does that count as talent? After some contemplation, Song Lijing felt reassured. Certainly. Being able to sing and dance is indeed a significant talent. Coupled with your beauty and the current advancements in beauty technology, I am confident you will achieve fame. Yu Longjie asserted with conviction. All right, I'm on board. Let us proceed with the contract. However, I must inform you that our contract duration is quite lengthy, 10 years for the initial agreement. I wanted to make that clear up front. Yu Longjie remarked as he presented a contract to Song Lijing. The revenue split will be 50-50. Please do not underestimate this. For a newcomer, this is quite favorable. Typically, we offer a 70-30 split for beginners, where they only receive 30%. A 50-50 split is indeed a generous offer, he explained. Nevertheless, the 10-year commitment seemed a bit excessive. Song Lijing glanced over the live streaming requirements. The schedule was not fixed, but she would need a broadcast for a minimum of 26 days each month, with daily sessions lasting no less than 6 hours. The total duration each month shall not be less than 150 hours. To be frank, this requirement is already quite considerable. It equates to taking only 4 days off in a month while working 6 hours each day. Do not underestimate the 6-hour work duration, aside from meals and restroom breaks. One must essentially remain seated in front of the computer, live streaming. Even if only one person is watching your broadcast, you must be exceedingly cautious. During a live stream, viewers are keenly observing you. Even a simple act like picking your nose could be scrutinized in minute detail. Thus, enduring 6 hours of live streaming is not something the average person can easily tolerate, especially when it must be sustained for a decade. Of course, the 10-year period refers to the contract duration. Once the influencer gains popularity, increases in traffic, and accumulates a larger fan base, the terms of the contract may evolve. For instance, the revenue-sharing ratio may improve and streaming hours may decrease. Take a look at those prominent influencers. They typically stream for about 3 to 4 hours a day, enjoying a rather comfortable existence. As for the decade-long contract, it serves to prevent you from switching jobs at will. However, should one wish to change affiliations, it is not impossible. One merely has to pay a penalty. If someone is willing to offer you a substantial sum for breaking the contract, the company will not stand in your way. Song Lijing reviewed the contract thoroughly, confirming that there were no issues, and promptly affixed her signature. 10 years is indeed a long time, but she felt she could not afford to hesitate any longer. She needed to take a chance. Who knows? She might just become famous. All right, Lijing, welcome to Longjie Media. Please take some time to adjust, and tomorrow I will have someone guide you. We will start live streaming the day after. Once you have acclimated, I will arrange for you to purchase traffic and connect with major streamers. At that point, you can showcase your talents, and perhaps you will attract a significant wave of followers. Yu Longjie advised, do not assume that being beautiful will automatically garner you numerous fans. In today's digital world, powerful beauty enhancements and filters exist. Even if you resemble a sister of the lotus, you can transform into an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Therefore, mere beauty does not guarantee virality. This is something Yu Longjie felt compelled to convey to Song Lijing. Rest assured, Mr. Yu, I understand this. Song Lijing nodded in acknowledgement. Good. Also, there's no need for such formality between us. When no one else is around, you can call me Longjie. After all, we are old classmates. Yu Longjie said with a warm smile. To forge a connection with the goddess, the first step is to change how she addresses him. With a shift in address, possibilities for future development arise. Absolutely, Longjie. Song Lijing replied with a sweet smile, feeling that Yu Longjie was genuinely assisting her. With that understanding, she felt no further hesitation. Perhaps this man was indeed the one most suited to her. Although he had engaged in many foolish antics during their school years, those were remnants of the past. If one possesses wealth, such matters are easily forgotten. Just like at the reunion, no one mentioned the foolish deeds Yu Longjie had committed. Everyone only sang his praises. Even though Yu Longjie faced humiliation for his pretentiousness later on, after settling the payment, others regarded him with a measure of respect. In this era, lacking financial resources is indeed the most disgraceful predicament. Song Lijing held this belief staunchly. Chapter 88. A charming vehicle. Song Lijing embarked on her journey as a live stream influencer. However, breaking through the confines of obscurity is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Meanwhile, Zhao Muxue was driving Su Yang back to the Wanghu Villa district. Muxue, why not come over to my place for a visit? From now on, this will be your home as well. Su Yang extended an invitation with a smile. Although their relationship had progressed somewhat hastily, they were undeniably together now. Thus, Su Yang's home naturally became Zhao Muxue's home too. Then I shall take a tour of your grand residence. Let us see if you have a hidden beauty stowed away, Zhao Muxue teased playfully. As the daughter of the Zhao family, she had certainly encountered her fair share of luxurious estates. Nevertheless, she was still keen to see her boyfriend's abode. Who would dare? Not to mention a hidden beauty, even the housekeepers here are quite seasoned. Su Yang recalled that apart from the housekeeper by Jia, the other staff were indeed older women, around their 40s. Su Yang was not against hiring younger women for household duties. With a good salary, there would be no shortage of candidates. However, he deemed it unnecessary. An influx of young women might lead to some inappropriate notions about him, which was quite normal. As a wealthy bachelor, particularly one with striking looks, he was bound to attract attention from younger women. Thus, to avoid any unwarranted troubles, it was better to employ older women. Older women had their own advantages. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about them harboring any misguided thoughts. Moreover, they possessed experience, often being more diligent and considerate in their work. Let us go. Show me around. Absolutely. As they spoke, the car followed a Mercedes Maybach into the community. Su Yang, that Maybach looks familiar, if I'm not mistaken. It should belong to old Ma from Ali, right? I've heard he resides in this neighborhood as well, and it seems the rumors hold true. Zhao Muxue, well-versed in worldly matters, instantly recognized the vehicle. Indeed, it's old Ma's. He must have just returned from an errand. Su Yang nodded slightly. The fact that many were aware of old Ma's exclusive vehicle made it rather unremarkable. Which building are you in, Su Yang? Just ahead at building 1. Right next to old Ma's place, Su Yang pointed ahead. All right then. 30 seconds later, old Ma stopped at the entrance of his building. He did not drive in, but parked by the roadside, exiting from the back seat. Su Yang, why isn't old Ma heading home? What is going on? Zhao Muxue slowed down, her curiosity piqued. He probably spotted us and wants to greet us, Su Yang sighed. Old Ma, this fellow, cannot keep his mouth shut. Perhaps today his identity will be revealed. But if it is to be exposed, then so be it. The Tianshu Electronic Group has already been unveiled. It matters little if the Yangsu Group is revealed as well. A greeting between us? Ah yes. You are indeed the esteemed owner of the Tianshu Group and the master of Villa Number 1, neighbors with old Ma. It is only natural for him to greet you upon your return. Zhao Muxue nodded. Within this villa community reside eminent figures, and it is only expected that they are acquainted with one another. Perhaps old Ma has matters to discuss with Su Yang? As they conversed, Zhao Muxue's Mercedes-Benz approached old Ma. The latter had already exited his vehicle, and Zhao Muxue willingly rolled down her window. Mr. Su, it truly is you. I was beginning to wonder if I had misidentified you. What brings you to drive such a delightful car today? Old Ma leaned towards the passenger seat, and upon seeing Su Yang, his eyes sparkled with delight. He had noticed Su Yang seated in the passenger seat earlier, but hesitated to make a declaration for fear of error. He had first entered the community, alighting from his car to wait, and in just a minute or two, his status ensured that any affluent resident seeing him would lower their window to greet him. Naturally, there were exceptions, one being Su Yang. If the Mercedes-Benz had not halted, it would have confirmed Su Yang's arrival. In that case, he could pursue him for a greeting. If Su Yang had stopped, all the better. The Ali Group currently faces numerous pressures and challenges, and old Ma sought targeted advice from Su Yang to navigate these trying times. This is my girlfriend's car. Su Yang indicated towards Zhao Muxue in the passenger seat. Girlfriend? Old Ma was taken aback, instinctively directing his gaze toward Zhao Muxue. Mr. Su has a girlfriend? This is indeed significant news. It is well known among the elite that they are particularly invested in Su Yang's marital prospects, all hoping to have a suitable daughter to wed him. Old Ma felt a tinge of regret. He had only one son and no daughters. Meanwhile, Xiao Ma was fortunate enough to have a daughter. For this, old Ma harbored a sense of envy toward Xiao Ma. His daughter had received elite education from a young age and possessed remarkable beauty. Even when standing alongside major stars from the entertainment industry, she would not pale in comparison. Old Ma humbly believed he could not match such attributes. Even if he had a daughter, she would likely inherit more of her father's traits, implying a higher chance of resembling Old Ma himself. Given such circumstances, it would be unlikely for Old Ma to envision his daughter marrying Su Yang. However, upon learning that Su Yang now had a girlfriend, Old Ma felt a surge of pride. Su Yang having a girlfriend signifies that Xiao Ma's aspirations of marrying off his daughter to him would be dashed. This is indeed a piece of fortunate news. Old Ma had always been apprehensive about Xiao Ma becoming Su Yang's father-in-law and potentially being overshadowed. It now appeared that such a likelihood had diminished. "Greetings, Mr. Zhao. I am Zhao Muxue." With a graceful demeanor, Zhao Muxue greeted Old Ma. "Ah, it is Miss Zhao. A pleasure to meet you," Old Ma replied with a smile. Casting a keen gaze upon Zhao Muxue, individuals of their stature possess a discerning eye. In a mere glance, he recognized that Zhao Muxue was undoubtedly a scion of wealth. The distinction between a girl from an ordinary family and a wealthy heiress is readily apparent, particularly in the presence of affluent individuals. An ordinary girl cannot convincingly emulate the demeanor of a wealthy heiress. This truth is well illustrated by actresses. Those from humble beginnings often debut in roles portraying naive and sweet young women, while it is only the actresses hailing from affluent backgrounds who embody the characters of wealthy heiresses. This is easily comprehensible, as actresses from modest roots have never experienced the life of the affluent and are unaware of their ways. Under such circumstances, how could they authentically portray a wealthy heiress? Even a single gesture could reveal their humble origins. Such nuances cannot be concealed by mere acting prowess. In the presence of Old Ma, Zhao Muxue spoke with conviction, her words imbued with confidence and poise. As she greeted Old Ma, her gaze unwaveringly met his, reflecting her self-assurance. After all, Old Ma is a billionaire. Without this level of confidence, one would scarcely dare to meet his eyes. Only someone from a prestigious lineage, like Zhao Muxue, could possess such audacity. "Is Miss Zhao from an illustrious family?" Old Ma could not help but inquire. "I cannot claim to be from a distinguished lineage. My father is Zhao Yuanshan of the Zhao Group." Zhao Muxue readily disclosed her father's name. "Ah, you are the daughter of Yuanshan. He is indeed fortunate to have such a beautiful daughter. It is truly enviable," Old Ma exclaimed upon realizing who this young lady was. Zhao Yuanshan, the chairman of the Zhao Group, a company valued in the hundreds of billions, an individual of whom Old Ma was certainly aware. There are but a few private enterprises in the nation that boast such valuation. Though Old Ma's Ali Group and the Zhao Group operate in entirely different sectors, the Zhao Group is among the leading real estate companies in the country, making it impossible for Old Ma to be unfamiliar with it. At that moment, Old Ma genuinely envied Zhao Yuanshan. If Zhao Muxue were merely a girl from an ordinary family, then Su Yang might consider her just a fleeting dalliance. After all, for a top-tier billionaire like Su Yang, having multiple companions is quite commonplace. However, if this companion were the daughter of a wealthy magnate, the situation would be entirely different. Should Su Yang choose such a young lady as his girlfriend, their relationship would undoubtedly be heading towards matrimony. Wealthy individuals do not permit their daughters to serve as companions for other billionaires. Even in the case of economic alliances, it is rare for them to allow their daughters to be companions rather than wives. Thus, Old Ma found himself envious of Zhao Yuanshan. If Su Yang and Zhao Muxue truly reached their happy conclusion, then Zhao Yuanshan would undeniably have risen to prominence. With Su Yang's protection, the Zhao family conglomerate could expect a century of smooth sailing. "Mr. Ma, you are far too gracious," Zhao Muxue remarked with a slight smile, unfazed by the flattery. Individuals like Mr. Ma are adept at navigating social nuances, speaking to each person in their own tongue. Having been influenced by her father from a young age, Zhao Muxue naturally understood how to engage with a top-tier businessman. "Well then, Mr. Ma, we must take our leave. If you have matters to discuss, we can converse later," Su Yang suggested with a subtle glance towards Mr. Ma, who instantly understood. "Very well, Mr. Su. We shall continue our conversation another time. I won't keep you any longer. Indeed, we shall be on our way." "Very well, Mr. Su. Let's go, Muxue." "Yes, Mr. Ma. We will take our leave now. Safe travels, Miss Zhao." Under Mr. Ma's watchful gaze, Zhao Mushue drove back to the villa. Su Yang, why is Mr. Ma so courteous towards you? My recollection of him is quite the opposite. She could not help but inquire after parking the car. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it is my handsome appearance. Su Yang chuckled, playfully deflecting. How vexing. You are so unserious. Zhao Mushue shot him a glance. If being handsome warrants such deference from Mr. Ma, then surely the handsome men of the entertainment industry would reign supreme. Haha, just a jest. Let's set aside talk of him and visit my home instead, shall we? Su Yang inquired with a smile. Very well. I am eager to see your mansion. Excellent. Accompanied by Su Yang, Zhao Mushue began her tour of his residence. Unlike the provincial Luo Haiyang, Zhao Mushue was well acquainted with the world. Thus, she found little fascination in the ostentatious decor of Su Yang's home. Instead, her interest was piqued by the celebrity calligraphy and antique vases. Su Yang, these vases must be from the Song dynasty's imperial kiln, correct? She asked, pointing to two vases positioned in the corner. Mushue, you have an eye for antiques? Su Yang was somewhat surprised. He had assumed Zhao Mushue was only adept in business, not realizing her knowledge extended to collectibles as well. Of course, my father has a profound appreciation for antiques, so I have inevitably learned quite a bit. Zhao Mushue smiled, then pressed further. But you still haven't told me if they are indeed from the Song dynasty's imperial kiln. Indeed, they are from the Song dynasty's imperial kiln. Your discerning eye is commendable. Su Yang praised her. Is that all? And what about these two cups? My goodness, Su Yang, you simply leave them here? You use these for drinking water? They're wine cups. And should they break, that would amount to billions. Zhao Mushue exclaimed, pointing at the two cups on a coffee table. Mushue, do you recognize these cups? Of course. How could anyone involved in antiques not know these? Then tell me, what kind of cups are they? The Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cup is valued at an astonishing 200 to 300 million. Many people mistakenly believe that it is a teacup. In reality, it is a wine vessel, specifically the imperial wine cup of Emperor Changhua of the Ming dynasty. The number of complete and intact examples that still exist is likely fewer than 10. Official museums possess only a single piece. However, here in Su Yang's possession, one can behold two exquisite and flawless chicken cups, casually displayed upon a tea table. Should one accidentally shatter them, that would equate to a loss of several hundred million. Haha, how can you be so certain that mine is not a counterfeit? Su Yang inquired blithely. When most individuals see a chicken cup in someone else's collection, their immediate assumption is that it must be a fake, even if it were to appear in the home of a renowned antique collector. The likelihood of it being genuine remains slim. After all, such items are priceless yet rarely available on the market. While I cannot discern their authenticity, I believe you would not resort to possessing forgeries. However, I am curious as to how you acquired them. Zhao Mushue paused momentarily. Could it be that Su Yang is a grave robber? How else could he have obtained two Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups? Haha, what do you think this is? I have 6 more. As Su Yang spoke, he retrieved a gift box from beneath the liquor cabinet and opened it. Inside lay 6 pristine Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups. Notably, 2 positions in the box were empty, indicating that there were originally 8 cups. 8 Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups? How could that possibly be? Su Yang, did you purchase these in a promotional deal for 9 yuan and 9 cents a set? Zhao Mushue pouted, incredulous. A single Doucai chicken cup would undoubtedly be genuine. However, the presence of a complete set would categorically indicate a forgery, even if it were found in the home of a wealthy individual like Su Yang. Who could possibly possess so many chicken cups? Unless Su Yang is a descendant of the Zhu family, directly linked to the lineage of Emperor Changhua, it would be virtually impossible to have preserved such cups for so many years. Haha, to tell you the truth, these are indeed authentic pieces from the Changhua era. I unexpectedly acquired them from a tomb raider. They are absolutely genuine, no doubt about it. Su Yang cheerfully tucked the gift box away. What he spoke was the truth. This set of 8 Ming Changhua Doucai chicken cups was indeed authentic, products of the Changhua period. However, the one discrepancy lies in the fact that these cups were not purchased from Tomb Raider. This set was a reward that Su Yang obtained from the system. The system had accompanied Su Yang for many years, frequently issuing simple tasks. Upon completion of these tasks, he would receive rewards of varying significance, such as a set of Ming Changhua Dotsai chicken cups. Being a system reward, they are undoubtedly antiques from the Changhua era, and the system has even designed them to bear the historical marks of time. Even the most esteemed appraiser, upon encountering these 8 exquisite cups, would undoubtedly regard them as relics from the Ming Changhua era. Though these cups were once reserved for imperial use, they have become increasingly rare in contemporary times. However, in ancient days, particularly during the Ming Changhua period, such cups were plentiful. While ordinary folk may not have had access to them, it is inconceivable that the emperor's royal kitchen would lack them. Thus, their survival through the ages is entirely plausible. Heavens! If this is indeed true and the news spreads, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire antiques community. Zhao Muxue does not perceive Su Yang as exaggerating. At their level, there is no need to flaunt one's status through material possessions. Therefore, this chicken cup must be authentic. As for why a genuine chicken cup would be mistaken for a wine cup and subjected to everyday use, it is purely a matter of Su Yang's extravagance. A responsible collector, even one as affluent as Old Ma, would surely safeguard such a cup rather than subject it to daily wear. Regular use risks reducing it to mere shards. Furthermore, the presence of such invaluable items in the household would place immense pressure on the servants and caretakers. Thus, is this not an act of profligacy? As for using a wine cup as a teacup, that is not particularly concerning. These cups are designed to withstand high temperatures, so one need not worry about damage. Haha, if you don't mention it, no one will know, Su Yang chuckled lightly. He has enjoyed this cup for several years without anyone raising an eyebrow. Su Yang's servants adhere to a principle of maintaining their master's secrets. If they cannot manage even that, they are unworthy of employment in his household. Rest assured, I certainly will not let it slip. You dare. Do you believe I will tickle you? I don't believe it. Watch me unleash my tickling prowess. No. That evening, Zhao Muxue departed only after dinner. Despite being together with Su Yang, she chose not to spend the night at his home, as she holds more traditional views regarding such matters. Having never been in a romantic relationship before, it is only natural that she would feel somewhat shy. Su Yang, of course, would not press the issue. Love is a mutual agreement, and any form of coercion or manipulation would render it meaningless. Zhao Yuanshan and his wife returned to Shanghai the following day. Their company required their attention, and they could not be absent for long. Previously, they had worried about their daughter being alone in Linen. However, with Su Yang now in the picture, they felt less apprehensive. Having met Su Yang, they recognized him as a good person and a trustworthy man. Moreover, upon returning home, Zhao Muxue promptly informed her parents about her relationship with Su Yang. The couple felt reassured knowing Su Yang was with their daughter, allowing them to return to Shanghai with peace of mind. Subsequently, Su Yang assumed the role of Zhao Muxue's devoted boyfriend, responsible for escorting her to and from work. Fortunately, as the owner of her business, Zhao Muxue did not need to clock in. Thus, there is no need to rise exceedingly early in the morning. Arriving at the office by 9 o'clock allows for a departure at 8:30. Therefore, Su Yang merely needs to awaken at 7:30 and leave by 8. He typically engages in morning exercises, rising at 5:30 to work out until 6:30. Consequently, leaving at 7:30 poses no challenge for him. The afternoon proves even more convenient. If Zhao Muxue has to work overtime, she will inform Su Yang in advance, and he can pick her up once her work concludes. If there is no overtime, both can leave work punctually and enjoy a delightful dinner date together, basking in their happiness. Thus, they have both settled into a stable life. Ayong, since you find yourself with free time, why not come assist me in my company? Zhao Muxue suggested. Her company is in its nascent stages, and the search for a general manager has proven challenging. One evening, as they sat in Su Yang's car in the parking lot, she extended the invitation once more. She recognized Su Yang's exceptional capabilities in finance. Such talent should not be squandered. Moreover, Su Yang indeed had little to occupy his time, often appearing rather idle while amusing their 2 golden retrievers and 2 British shorthairs at his villa. The 4 pets coexist harmoniously, and caring for them has become Su Yang's primary concern. Thus, Zhao Muxue felt compelled to devise a way to persuade Su Yang to join her company. After all, idleness is hardly productive. However, Su Yang had a stipulation. After some contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. Zhao Muxue was now his girlfriend, and it was only reasonable for a boyfriend to assist his girlfriend in times of trouble. All right, even if it's just one condition, I can accept it, he stated. Zhao Muxue's heart swelled with joy as she nodded in agreement. Rest assured, my condition is quite simple. I can only serve as a temporary general manager. Should I wish to depart, you must allow me to leave without coercion. If you agree to this, I will accompany you to the office. Su Yang had no desire to truly work for Zhao Muxue's company. The prospect of employment was anathema to him. I accept that condition. However, you must promise me that during work hours, you will not slack off. If you do, then appointing you as general manager becomes meaningless, Zhao Muxue countered. She was well aware of Su Yang's capabilities, but also recognized his propensity for laziness, having entrusted the management of his own enterprise, Tianshu Electronics Group, entirely to professional managers. Hence, it was reasonable to be concerned about the commitment he would show towards others' businesses. Chapter 91. Have you ever worked before? Zhao Muxue proposed such a requirement to ensure Su Yang would devote himself wholeheartedly. Rest assured, with my guidance, your company will be on track within a month. Su Yang asserted confidently. Zhao Muxue's firm was a financial institution, and fostering its growth was relatively straightforward, at least in Su Yang's perspective. Very well, it is a deal, they both proclaimed, sealing their agreement. However, Muxue, I have a small request, and I wonder if you'll be inclined to agree? Su Yang leaned closer to Zhao Muxue, unabashedly inquiring. Oh, Yang, do you really have a request? I'm your girlfriend. Don't you feel any sympathy for my arduous entrepreneurial efforts? Zhao Muxue playfully hooked her arm around Su Yang's, indulging in a little charm. The allure of a goddess is utterly irresistible. Indeed, Su Yang found himself completely captivated. Fortunately, his resolve remained steadfast. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, No, this is merely a small request, and you must acquiesce. A small request? Zhao Muxue pouted and then, with a hint of exasperation, replied, All right, what is this small request of yours? It's quite simple. If you allow me a kiss, I shall follow you willingly. Su Yang grinned at Zhao Muxue. Upon hearing this, her delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Su Yang, you are incorrigible. Zhao Muxue was genuinely taken aback. Throughout her life, she had never shared a kiss with anyone. In other words, her first kiss remained intact. A girl who has yet to experience her first kiss would undoubtedly feel bashful when faced with such a request. If you refuse, then so be it. Rest assured, even if you decline, I will still assist you at your company. Su Yang chuckled lightly. He was merely teasing Zhao Muxue, finding her shy demeanor rather amusing. Su Yang, you underestimate me too much. What is the big deal about a kiss? Zhao Muxue retorted, then, in a bold move, she pulled Su Yang's head toward her and planted a quick peck on his lips. Blushing fiercely, she returned to her seat. Just like that, her first kiss was gone. What? Muxue, that was rather perfunctory, don't you think? Is that truly a kiss? Su Yang pouted. Shouldn't a kiss be more passionate? Is that how it ends? You only said to give you a kiss, not how to kiss. I fulfilled my end of the bargain, and you cannot go back on your word. Zhao Muxue wore a triumphant expression. Yet, despite her light-hearted words, her cheeks remained aflame. The fleeting sensation of that brief moment would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. That doesn't count. Today, I must kiss you properly. Su Yang declared, pulling Zhao Muxue into his embrace. 10 minutes later, Su Yang, thoroughly satisfied, drove away from the parking lot. Zhao Muxue sat in the passenger seat, her head buried in her chest, overwhelmed by shyness. She vowed that this was undoubtedly the most embarrassing experience of her life. Thankfully, it was finally over. Moreover, Zhao Muxue felt that this sensation was rather delightful. Could this truly be the feeling of being in love? How wonderful! The following day, Su Yang dressed casually and set out to pick up Zhao Muxue, heading straight to her company. Su Yang, didn't you say you would start working at my company today? Zhao Muxue couldn't help but ask, noticing his relaxed attire. Indeed, I am prepared to accompany you to work today, Su Yang affirmed. Su Yang nodded earnestly. Having committed to starting work, he could not possibly retract his words. Integrity is the most fundamental virtue. However, Why are you dressed in casual attire? We are a financial company. At the very least, you should wear formal clothing. Shouldn't you? Have you ever worked before? Zhao Muxue scoffed slightly. Financial firms maintain high standards regarding appearance. Most employees are clad in tailored suits, their hair impeccably styled, projecting a professional image. Yet today, Su Yang's attire resembled that of a golfer rather than a corporate employee. Oh, is that so? I truly have never worked before, so I am unaware of the norms. Su Yang scratched his head awkwardly, genuinely unable to recall such matters. For him, the concept of working felt like a relic of a past life. In this lifetime, he had indeed never held a job. Although he often visited the office, there was no mandate for him to don formal attire. He only wore a suit when meeting significant clients or attending important events. At all other times, he preferred casual clothing. Isn't casual wear just as comfortable as formal attire? Perhaps I should change now? Su Yang pondered for a moment. Considering it was his first day on the job, and as a general manager, it would be prudent to dress appropriately. With work commencing shortly, returning home would be too time-consuming. Spotting an Armani store ahead, he decided to select an outfit there. Zhao Muxue glanced at her phone's map and remarked that purchasing an outfit would be far quicker than returning home to change. All right, that works. However, boss, you will cover the expense, right? Su Yang inquired with a grin. Naturally, as your employer. Do you think I am unable to afford a suit? Zhao Muxue chuckled lightly. For her, the cost of a suit was negligible. As they arrived at the Armani store, although it was not yet time for the hotel, the staff was already in a meeting. The store had yet to open, and the doors remained shut. However, through the glass, one could see the employees engaged in discussion. Rather than knocking, Zhao Muxue took out her phone and sent a message. Within a minute, the lattice gate of the Armani store was drawn up. Shortly thereafter, a woman in uniform, with a name tag identifying her as the store manager, hurriedly emerged. Good morning, Miss Zhao. The manager clearly recognized Zhao Muxue and respectfully bowed in greeting. Hello, Manager Fong. I apologize for disturbing you so early. Zhao Muxue expressed her apologies to Fong Xian, the manager of this Armani store. It was not unusual for someone of Zhao Muxue's social standing to know the store manager. Miss Zhao, you are too kind. Our store operates 24 hours to cater to esteemed clients like yourself, Fong Xian replied respectfully. Such is the nature of luxury retail. While the doors may be closed to ordinary customers, they remain open for top-tier clients like Zhao Muxue, available at all hours. As long as one has a need, the door to the store will instantly swing open for them. I intend to select a suit for my boyfriend, complete with shirt, tie, and shoes. Please help me choose an appropriate outfit. Zhao Muxue remarked, gesturing towards Su Yang beside her. Chapter 92. The wealthy woman is willing to be like sister Furong boyfriend? It was only then that Fong Xian noticed Su Yang standing next to Zhao Muxue. Upon laying her eyes on him, she felt a sudden illumination. How handsome! Fong Xian considered herself well acquainted with many attractive men, yet finding someone as striking as Su Yang was indeed a rarity. While the internet may showcase numerous good-looking faces, in real life, most individuals are simply ordinary. However, Su Yang, before her, was undeniably handsome without any embellishment. He possessed a charm that would undoubtedly appeal to women. What stood out most was the aura he exuded, a quality unattainable by typical young men. This mature demeanor is cultivated through time and experience. Miss Zhao, this gentleman is truly handsome, a perfect match for you, a harmonious duo indeed, Fong Xian could not help but praise. She was not intentionally flattering Zhao Muxue and Su Yang. Rather, their beauty, physique, and presence were remarkably well suited for one another. While the term perfect match might be seen as flattery in other contexts, it was genuinely fitting for them. They were indeed a couple ordained by fate. Thank you, Manager Fong, but let us focus on selecting an outfit for my boyfriend. We are pressed for time, Zhao Muxue replied, secretly delighted by the compliments about her boyfriend. However, they were indeed in a hurry to reach the company. By 9 in the morning, the office would be bustling with people. Once the workday commenced, some would be heading out for business. Zhao Muxue wanted to introduce Su Yang to everyone while they were all present. Of course, Miss Zhao. I will assist this gentleman in selecting his attire immediately, Fong Xian responded enthusiastically. After all, providing excellent customer service was paramount. Subsequently, with Fang Xian's recommendations, Zhao Muxue chose a complete suit, shirt, and leather shoes for Su Yang, complemented by a royal blue tie. Once dressed in the suit, Su Yang's aura transformed into something even more distinguished. Miss Zhao, the total comes to 188,000, Fang Xian said as she handed the bill to Zhao Muxue, unable to resist stealing glances at Su Yang. This handsome gentleman was undeniably striking, although, due to professional decorum, she could not gaze too long at clients. She found it difficult to look away. All right, let us proceed with the card payment, Zhao Muxue nodded. In a luxury store like this, there was no such thing as discounts. The price stated was final. Zhao Muxue was not concerned about the expense. 188,000 was merely pocket change for her and Su Yang. In truth, Su Yang typically did not shop here. All his garments, even his undergarments, were custom-made. Assuredly, the garments worn are of the utmost fit and quality. The bespoke creations naturally command a steep price. Each suit from the Su family, when drawn at random, is valued in the millions. At their level, one could argue that they exist in an entirely different realm from the average individual. The clothing available on the market pales in comparison to what they deem the best. However, today is a peculiar circumstance. In haste to reach the office, one must settle for less expensive attire. Very well, Miss Zhao, Fang Xian nodded and promptly accepted Zhao Muxue's card. The transaction was executed seamlessly. Subsequently, Su Yang and Zhao Muxue exited, carrying the discarded garments. Manager Fang, who was that young lady just now? She seems extraordinarily wealthy, spending 188,000 on clothes for her boyfriend without a second thought. As the pair stepped outside, the other sales associates approached, eager to gossip. That was the daughter of the chairman of the Zhao Group. Need I say more about her wealth? Fang Xian explained with a smile. Oh my, the Zhao Group, the real estate conglomerate, correct? My uncle purchased a property from them. The Zhao Group is a trillion-yuan enterprise. No wonder that young lady was so lavish. Yet, that man is rather shameless. Isn't allowing his girlfriend to spend 188,000 on clothing for him? Indeed, he is quite the exemplar. Not only has he captured the heart of a wealthy heiress, but she is also strikingly beautiful. If I could be supported by a wealthy woman, even if she were as eccentric as Sister Farong, I would gladly accept. The group exchanged banter, perceiving Su Yang as a mere trophy partner. Let's not jump to conclusions. Although the purchase was made by Miss Zhao, I can discern that gentleman's status is anything but ordinary. He is likely a person of significant stature, Fang Xian mused, recalling Su Yang's demeanor. One's essence cannot be concealed. Had Su Yang truly been a kept boy, he would not exude such composure. When they were selecting clothing, they resembled a young couple from a prominent family. He earning, she spending. In essence, Su Yang too possesses wealth, albeit it resides in his wife's hands. The implication is clear. Su Yang is not a man who relies on others for sustenance. A person of that ilk, regardless of their looks, would be easily discernible to outsiders. Indeed, his attire was meticulously chosen, and his aura is undeniably impressive. I found myself stealing glances at him repeatedly. Haha, you are not alone. I too have been discreetly watching him from afar, unsure if he noticed. Mutual sentiments, it seems. We are all in agreement. The young women grew increasingly animated. For them, the greatest pastime was gossiping about their clientele. Tales of mistresses and male models were commonplace. Enough with the chatter. Let's tidy up and prepare to open. Understood, manager. Meanwhile, the newly invigorated Su Yang drove to Zhao Muxue's company. Su Yang was no stranger to this place, having visited multiple times before. After parking the car, he ascended the building alongside Zhao Muxue. Her company occupied a high-rise office building with over 50 floors. Zhao Muxue owned 4 floors within, spanning from the 19th to the 22nd. The location was quite favorable, though the rental costs were considerable. Leasing a single floor amounted to 800,000 annually, while the 4 floors totaled 3,200,000. However, this was merely the standard for ordinary individuals. For Zhao Muxue, the situation was entirely different, as she bore no expense whatsoever. The reason was simple. This office building belonged to the Zhao Group. Why would she need to pay rent for a property developed by her own family? Hence, the 4 floors were at her disposal without charge. With no rental obligations, her annual profits surged by $3,200,000, a delightful gain. Chapter 93. A million turned into 100-fold before long. The two arrived at the company via the elevator. Shueming Investment Company, Limited, a rather appealing name. Upon stepping out, Su Yang spotted the company sign. My name reversed is Mushue, Zhao Mushue cheerfully explained. Haha, that's quite straightforward, Su Yang chuckled. Reflecting on his own company, he realized it was similarly uncomplicated. Yangsu Group. Also a reversal of his name. As they conversed, they entered the office. Good morning, Director Zhao. The two young ladies at the front desk immediately stood to greet Zhao Mushue. Good morning, she replied with a warm smile, leading Su Yang toward her office. Wow, who is that? He is so handsome, one of the receptionists whispered. Indeed, Director Zhao personally accompanied him. Could he be your boyfriend? Another speculated. Let us not spread rumors. I think he might be the new general manager she just hired. After all, our company still lacks one. That's a possibility. If such a handsome guy is the general manager, I wouldn't mind at all. I think the same. The front desk was perpetually the hub of gossip. And soon the entire company buzzed with news that Zhao Mushue had brought a handsome man to the office, prompting widespread speculation about Su Yang's identity. Upon entering her office, Zhao Mushue found her secretary waiting. Chen Yao, immediately notify everyone to gather in the conference room for a meeting. Attendance is mandatory. Understood, Director Zhao. Chen Yao glanced at Su Yang before turning to make the arrangements. Yang, I will publicly announce your position as general manager shortly. You'll need to assist me during this period, Zhao Mushue said, linking her arm with his, a radiant smile on her face. Rest assured, now that I'm here, I want to run away. However, we agreed on just 1 month. The goal is 10 billion. If we can achieve that within a month, I shall take my leave. This ambitious target of 10 billion was a mutual agreement made during their journey. For an ordinary enterprise, generating 1 billion within a month is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, for a financial institution, it is not an insurmountable task. Financial companies excel at leveraging resources to create wealth. They're adept at making money breed money. Moreover, Su Yang possesses an innate talent for this realm. The stock market charts in his hands seem almost predestined for the world of finance. If you can indeed earn 1 billion in a month, I shall release you, he declared, sealing the agreement with unwavering resolve. 5 minutes later, Chen Yao knocked on Zhao Mushue's office door. Director Zhao, the employees have all arrived at the company. Is anyone absent? No, everyone is present. Very well, I shall proceed at once. All right. 3 minutes later, Su Yang surveyed the meeting room, where only a little over 20 individuals were present. He was taken aback by the small turnout, given that Zhao Mushue's company occupied 4 floors of the building. He had anticipated a much larger assembly, at least 70 or 80 people. Otherwise, such a spacious area seemed excessive. Yet, the reality was that only a couple of dozen individuals attended. This number was undeniably sparse for a financial institution. Even a moderately sized bank branch typically has around 20 staff members. Indeed, the modest size of Yangsu Investment was somewhat disheartening. However, considering that Zhao Mushue's company had only recently commenced operations, Su Yang chose not to dwell on it. It was likely that the business had not fully unfolded yet, and having an excess of employees would serve little purpose. Employees are gradually recruited as a company operates. Without active business, no employer can sustain an ever-growing workforce. With this thought in mind, Su Yang eased his concerns. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The purpose of today's gathering is to introduce a newly appointed general manager. As Zhao Mushue spoke, all eyes instinctively turned to Su Yang. The employees were already familiar with one another, leaving Su Yang as the only unfamiliar face. Thus, it was highly probable that he was the new general manager. He appears rather youthful, doesn't he? Indeed, he seems to be around the same age as our Director Zhao. Can someone so young be reliable? Presumably, yes. Director Zhao is only in her 20s as well. But that's different. Director Zhao is the heiress of the Zhao Group. She has been immersed in the business world since childhood. One cannot make the same assumptions about others. That is true. However, since Director Zhao personally appointed him, We cannot voice objections. We are merely minor players in this scenario. Exactly. Let's simply follow their lead. I hope the company's business flourishes, as that would mean bonuses for us. Indeed, if business does not pick up, we may have to consider other options. The murmurs subsided as Zhao Mushu gently cleared her throat, bringing the room to silence. As you may have surmised, the general manager is none other than our esteemed Su Yang. For the next month, he will guide us in our inaugural investment operations. Please join me in welcoming him. With that, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. The identity of General Manager Su Yang is not of great interest to everyone. However, when it comes to profit, the narrative shifts entirely. Who does not relish the prospect of earning money? Thank you all for your support. I, Su Yang, may not possess many talents, but my greatest skill lies in generating wealth. I assure you that within a month, I will undoubtedly lead you to financial success. Let us await the outcome with anticipation. Su Yang refrained from uttering any sentimental phrases, simply declaring his intent to make money. A boss who can generate profit is indeed a good boss. After his proclamation, the audience erupted into another round of enthusiastic applause. The subsequent arrangements were considerably simpler. After gaining an overview of the situation, Su Yang allocated most individuals into two departments, domestic investment and international investment, each consisting of approximately 6 members. The team was small, but there was no alternative. Those who remained unclassified could not be assigned to specific roles, such as human resources and finance. It would be unreasonable to have them act as traders, especially since they would not be capable of doing so immediately. In the coming days, Su Yang's paramount objective was to amass 10 billion within a month, starting from an initial capital of merely 10 million. This meant he needed to achieve a 100-fold increase, a formidable challenge indeed. Nevertheless, Su Yang was confident. In the stock market, under favorable conditions, it is relatively easy to accrue such wealth. After the meeting, everyone adhered to Su Yang's directives and began organizing the office. Once the office was set up, the members of the international department returned home to rest. Chapter 94. The stock index will soar. The international department's primary focus was on the financial market of the United States. The operating hours of this market were precisely opposite to those of the domestic market. While the domestic market was closed, the U.S. market would be open, and vice versa. Consequently, the international department found themselves with little to do during the day. Given this, there was no point in remaining at the office. So Su Yang permitted them to return home for rest and to return later in the evening. Of course, working at night was contrary to natural human rhythms. Therefore, Su Yang requested a higher base salary for night shifts. It is only reasonable that night work should come with additional benefits. If the compensation for night shifts were the same as that for day shifts, who would be inclined to work at night? Furthermore, the complexities and knowledge required for international investments surpassed those of domestic ones, making enhanced compensation entirely justifiable. With these provisions in place, complaints would naturally diminish. Once everything was arranged, Su Yang proceeded to the domestic department. Dear colleagues, each of you currently possesses a fund of 1 million, correct? Su Yang inquired with a smile. Yes, General Manager Su. The crowd nodded in agreement. This was their first experience managing such a substantial sum as traders. 1 million is hardly significant when compared to the scale of established financial institutions. For instance, after his promotion, Liu Zhangping at Ali Finance utilized a capital of 5 billion. In that context, 1 million pales in comparison. However, this was unavoidable, as Zhao Mushue had allocated a total initial capital of only 12 million to Su Yang. Originally, there was a mere 10 million. However, as the traders were divided into two groups, both the domestic and international teams received 6 million each, with 12 individuals in total. Each would receive 1 million. Many present were seasoned traders, and for them, 1 million was indeed not a significant sum. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that you are all experienced professionals. 1 million is but trifling for you. However, rest assured, I am confident that I can multiply your 1 million into 100 million within a month. All you need to do is follow my instructions. 1 million turning into 100 million? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the eyes of 6 individuals in attendance widened with disbelief. Being seasoned traders, they understood the immense difficulty of such a transformation. Each step would require leveraging, and not a single mistake could be made. One error could lead to total ruin. Without leverage, relying solely on the stock market, it was unequivocally impossible to convert 1 million into 100 million within a month. Mr. Su, you must be jesting. Transforming 1 million into 100 million within a month is rather unrealistic, isn't it? One individual could no longer contain his skepticism. Indeed, Mr. Su, the difficulty is monumental. What if we incur losses? Another chimed in. Mr. Su, perhaps we should adopt a more conservative approach? Turning 6 million into 60 million seems far more feasible. Several participants voiced their suggestions. Yes, the first to speak, what is your name? Su Yang did not respond directly, but pointed to the individual who had questioned him. The person identified by Su Yang suddenly felt flustered and began to regret his words. How could he have spoken so rashly, even if the task was impossible? There was no need to voice such doubts in front of the general manager, was there? Was he not putting the man in an uncomfortable position? Realizing this, he wished he could slap himself. If he were to inadvertently lose his job, finding a better one would not be a simple task. The financial sector today is no longer as lenient as it was a decade ago. However, since Su Yang had pointed him out, he could not evade the situation and had to muster his courage. Hello, Mr. Su, my name is Chen Yuhao. Chen Yuhao introduced himself willingly. Very well, Chen Yuhao. I acknowledge you. Rest assured, I can guarantee that if your funds do not multiply 100-fold, I will resign voluntarily after a month. Su Yang did not intend to make things difficult for Chen Yuhao. It was entirely normal for someone unaware of Su Yang's capabilities to question his competence. As a superior, retaliating against a subordinate for their skepticism would reflect poorly on one's own character. Su Yang not only refrained from retaliation, but also aimed to instill confidence in his assertions, ensuring that they were perceived as truth rather than mere empty words. No, Mr. Su, there's no need for such drastic measures. We have faith in you. Upon hearing Su Yang's response, Chen Yuhao was taken aback. If Su Yang were to leave without generating profit, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his own position. The chairman insists that he must be dismissed immediately. Therefore, this wager cannot be allowed to continue with Su Yang. Rest assured, I shall not retaliate against you. This decision is made amicably. I trust you, and soon you shall come to believe in my words as well. Su Yang chuckled lightly. He has never been one to make things difficult for the unfortunate laborers. Their plight is already quite pitiable. To further burden them would be truly cruel. As an employer, such actions are unacceptable. Following this, Su Yang took a moment to familiarize himself with the 6 individuals present. It was essential that he at least knew their names. Otherwise, he would be left at a disadvantage when it came to tasks at hand. In truth, Su Yang relished the entrepreneurial journey. It had been several years since he had personally overseen the operations of a company. Witnessing a business evolve from nothing to something was indeed a source of immense pride. After the introductions, Su Yang glanced at the time. The stock market of the Great Xia was about to open. Mr. Su, which stock shall we invest in today? Someone eagerly inquired. This marked the inaugural investment of the new company, and excitement was palpable among the group. We shall not engage in stocks today. I want all of you to focus on the index futures. At 1:30 this afternoon, we are anticipating a sustained surge over the next 2 days. Su Yang studied the market trends. The forthcoming 2 days promised a bull market for the Great Xia stock market, with all stocks set to soar. The index futures were poised for a direct limit increase. Of course, a significant drop would follow on the 3rd day. However, that was of no concern to Su Yang. His objective was simply to amass sufficient profits during the initial 2 days. With a 10-fold leverage, 6 million could transform into 60 million. With 2 consecutive limit increases, 60 million could double, ultimately yielding a net profit of 120 million. In just 2 days, 6 million could evolve into 120 million, a staggering 20-fold increase. Such opportunities are rare. In fact, only the next 2 days in the coming month present similar potential. The remainder would require a more gradual approach. Mr. Su, is this truly the case? Will the index futures really surge? Chen Yuhao could not suppress his doubts yet again. His concerns were understandable. The market had been stagnant for years, neither rising nor falling. Engaging in short or long positions carried the risk of losses, especially when leveraging. A moment's miscalculation could lead to total ruin. Such high-yield investments come with considerable risk. Have faith. I am confident that if you follow my guidance, success will be yours. Additionally, Chen, I hope this will be your last moment of skepticism towards me. For the upcoming operations, all you need to remember is that you are a trader. Any profits earned will ensure your bonuses remain intact. Naturally, any losses will not be your responsibility. Over the course of a month, should any principal be lost, I shall replenish it and ensure you receive your rightful bonuses. Therefore, feel free to follow my lead. Su Yang possesses a gentle temperament and is reluctant to burden his employees. However, this does not imply that anyone may challenge him indiscriminately. Once a decision is made to follow his lead, obedience to his commands becomes paramount. Su Yang harbors a disdain for skepticism, particularly during pivotal moments of decision-making. All right, Mr. Su, since you insist, I shall refrain from further objections. I will follow your directives, Chen Yuhao responded after a brief silence, nodding emphatically. He recognized the validity of Su Yang's assertions. After all, he was merely an employee. What was there to contemplate? It sufficed to adhere to the boss's instructions. Very well. For now, let us monitor the market closely, and we shall enter the fray at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Additionally, let's verify that there are no issues with our accounts. Understood, Mr. Su. Before long, the clock struck noon. Yang, do you intend to take a long position on the stock index futures? Are you confident? Zhao Muxue inquired as she and Su Yang dined in the restaurant downstairs, engaging in discussions about investments. Absolutely confident, Su Yang replied with a confident smile. He was unwavering in his belief that the trend chart would not lead him astray. What is the basis of your confidence? How can you be so certain that the stock index futures will surge? Zhao Muxue, while skeptical, had faith in Su Yang. His innate talent and instinct for investment had already revealed themselves during their university days. They had a securities investment course in which Su Yang achieved the highest score. The course entailed simulated stock trading, where each participant was allocated 200,000 yuan. At the semester's end, grades were determined based on the final account balances. The higher the balance, the better the grade. Su Yang's final balance exceeded 10 million yuan. The simulation did not allow leverage and was restricted to stock trading. Over 4 months, 200,000 transformed into over 10 million. An extraordinary feat, it could be said that Su Yang adeptly capitalized on every market surge. Otherwise, such results would be unattainable. To consistently identify every peak in the market is an almost divine ability. Subsequently, Su Yang feigned bankruptcy and skillfully invested 5 million in soybean futures, reaping a profit of 50 million. These instances underscore Su Yang's exceptional insight in financial investments. Zhao Muxue was curious about how Su Yang accurately made these judgments and what his rationale was. It's simple, interest rate cuts. Su Yang succinctly stated, during this period, the government had been persistently reducing interest rates. While such cuts might merely signal a trend, their impact is substantial. Driven by capital, a reduction in interest rates typically prompts a surge in the stock market. Concurrently, many bank deposits flow into the financial market, as individuals seek to make their money work for them. Coupled with capital encouragement, this can easily incite a stock market boom. Indeed, the indices surged for 2 consecutive days, a rarity in history. However, this momentum was short-lived. After a mere 2 days, the market plummeted 10 minutes after opening on the 3rd day. Thus, Su Yang merely needed to close his positions before the market opened on that fateful day. Their funds were limited, making it quite simple for them to divest, especially in such a vibrant stock market. Really? I shall see if today's index will indeed rise. Zhao Muxue nodded, seizing the opportunity to assess whether Su Yang was as formidable as rumored. After their meal, the two returned to the office. After a brief respite, they prepared for the afternoon market opening. At the outset, Su Yang directed 6 traders to initiate a long position in stock index futures. With 6 million magnified by 10-fold leverage, it transformed into 60 million. However, the influx of 60 million did not significantly impact the index. The market was too vast, and 60 million barely stirred a ripple. Once the funds were deployed, all traders fixated on their screens, not daring to relax for a moment, fearing a significant market fluctuation that might lead to a downturn. Should the market decline, they risked being forcefully liquidated. Fortunately, the index remained stable. As time progressed to 1:30, Zhao Muxue inquired with concern. Su Yang, it's already 1:30. Is there still a chance for the index to rise? Observing the current situation, the likelihood of an increase seemed slim. Fear not, it will happen shortly, Su Yang declared. Immediately after his words, the index, which had previously dipped by 0.01, unexpectedly turned positive and began to ascend at a visible pace. From 0.01 to 0.05 then to 1. Within 5 minutes, the index had surged by 3. Following this was a technical adjustment, leading to a tug-of-war between bulls and bears. By 2 o'clock, the bulls gained momentum, propelling the index up by 5 percentage points, triggering a circuit breaker. Goodness, it actually triggered a circuit breaker. When was the last time we witnessed such an event? And it happens today? How astonishing. The crowd erupted in cheers. No one anticipated that a circuit breaker would be triggered today. It was truly a rare and exhilarating spectacle. Huh, did I not tell you? Su Yang chuckled. The index will continue to soar over the next 2 days. Just sit back and collect the profits. Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. I apologize for my initial skepticism. Chen Yuhao stood up from his seat and bowed to Su Yang. In just this brief hour, he had been completely won over. To him, Su Yang was a godlike figure, deserving of his apology. There is no need for such formalities, Xiao Chun. This was all anticipated. Just follow my lead moving forward, Su Yang replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, Chen Yuhao was a talent with potential. Capable of humility and acknowledging his mistakes, such individuals were worth nurturing. Chapter 96. Understanding contentment and knowing when to advance or retreat. The circuit breaker lasted for 10 minutes. Afterward, the index began to fluctuate once more. This time, the bears renewed their efforts, and the two sides found themselves in a renewed battle. By 3 o'clock, the index closed with an overall increase of 3.5. This, undoubtedly, signifies a triumph. Next, we shall observe the developments of the following days. The stock market has paused its operations. However, the employees have yet to conclude their workday. Everyone begins to review the day's transactions, a routine task for traders. Yet, for Su Yang, this analysis holds little significance. After finishing work, he dined with Zhao Muxue, and upon escorting her home, returned to the office. The evening marked the working hours for the International Investment Department. Lacking superior options, Su Yang directed them to invest in several projects, reaping modest gains. Little by little, these accumulate, and there will be ample opportunities for profit ahead. There is no rush. The primary goal is to instill a work-oriented mindset among them. In a lackluster market, there is no need to unleash grand strategies right away. After conveying his instructions, it was already 10 in the evening, prompting Su Yang to head home. The following day, Su Yang once again arrived at work alongside Zhao Muxue. The day's timing was crucial. The employees had also arrived early. Mr. Su, will the stock index truly hit the ceiling today? Upon seeing Su Yang, Chen Yuhao promptly gathered his colleagues around. A ceiling hit on the stock index is a significant matter. If it were to occur, their investment would indeed yield substantial returns. Rest assured, not only will it hit the ceiling, but it will also do so for 2 consecutive days. Let us await the outcome, Su Yang replied with a smile. All right, Mr. Su. The stock market opens at 9:30 in the morning. With the momentum and promotion from the previous day, the market surged by 3% right at the opening bell, leaving the traders in awe. Are the investors truly this frenzied? They wondered. In such circumstances, even if there were bear pressures, they could not suppress the rise. Suddenly, everyone realized a truth. While the populace lamented their financial struggles and hesitated to spend, many actually possessed wealth. It was merely the perception of an unfavorable economic climate that restrained their expenditures. Now, witnessing the stock market rise, they began to unearth their savings. In truth, today was relatively favorable. Many remained cautious, refraining from entering the market. However, by the next day, the opening would undoubtedly hit the ceiling, marking a genuine frenzy. Indeed, the stock index reached its ceiling today, but it was only around 2 in the afternoon that it was fully sealed. In an instant, seasoned investors who had endured years of losses regained their capital. Some, who had suffered lesser losses, not only broke even but also made considerable profits. As for newcomers, they continued to flood in, with some even mortgaging their properties overnight to acquire cash for stock market ventures. Suddenly, it seemed the entire nation had succumbed to the fervor of stock trading. On the third day, the market opened to a ceiling hit, with thousands of stocks reaching their caps. This ignited a nationwide frenzy, with many speculating that a bull market was on the horizon. Some even proclaimed that the index would soar to 10,000 points. Ladies and gentlemen, we have nearly profited enough. Come tomorrow morning, we shall liquidate all holdings and conclude our endeavors within 5 minutes. Su Yang commanded decisively. They actually had 10 minutes, and after that, the stock index would plummet to today as closing price. By that time, it will be too late to act. The nature of stocks is akin to that of oil prices. Rising from 6 to 8 may require only 4 or 5 increments. However, returning to 6 could take several years. Mr. Su, many people online are claiming that the stock index will rise to 10,000 points. If we withdraw now, wouldn't that be somewhat regrettable? Chen Yuhao could not help but inquire. Over the past few days, he had become addicted to the thrill of profit, amassing over 100 million in just 2 short days, starting with only 6 million in capital. Each person on average had earned 20 million. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chen Yuhao felt as though he were dreaming and wished never to awaken. 10,000 points is but a dream. We are no longer in the era of over a decade ago, Su Yang replied with a smile. Back then, information was relatively obscure. It would take a prolonged surge in the market for everyone to catch wind of it. Now, however, news travels too swiftly. Within just 2 days, even the cleaning staff are aware. Under such circumstances, a market decline is inevitable. As finance professionals, you should understand this principle. When even the cleaning lady knows about the market as skyrocketing gains and shifts her focus from sweeping to investing, it is time to retreat. This is a truth history has taught us. Therefore, we must withdraw tomorrow. In truth, this was not even insider information. Ultimately, it boils down to the adage, take the profit and leave. Even without a stock market chart, Su Yang would choose to withdraw tomorrow based solely on experience. After all, having made over 100 million from 6 million, what more could one desire? Understood, Mr. Su. Observing Su Yang's calm demeanor, Chen Yuhao felt a deeper admiration. To be a person like Su Yang is to truly reach the pinnacle of life. Knowing when to advance and when to be content is indeed of utmost importance. The following morning, at 20 minutes past 9, during the pre-market bidding phase, the stock index was once again halted. An increasing number of novices were entering the market, eager to partake in the profits, especially with rampant online enthusiasm for the 10,000-point rhetoric igniting the passions of many newcomers. However, Su Yang knew this was mere illusion. Today, the market would inevitably crash. At 9:30, Su Yang instructed the team to begin liquidating positions. The 5 minutes were tense and required swift action. Fortunately, the traders were highly skilled. In approximately 4 minutes and 50 seconds, all futures were cleared. Ultimately, over 136 million had been deposited, over 1 million more than anticipated. Mr. Su, we have completely liquidated our futures, resulting in a deposit of 136,500,000, Chen Yuhao reported excitedly, his face beaming with delight. In the span of merely 2 days, transforming 6 million into over 136 million was an extraordinary achievement. Though Chen Yuhao was no novice in trading, he had never experienced such remarkable results before. Not too shabby. I take the lead and shall distribute bonuses to everyone right now. The sum of 650,000 will be equally divided among the 6 of you. As for the remaining 130 million, it will be reinvested. And after a month, we will reassess and reward accordingly. With a grand gesture, Su Yang produced 650,000 to distribute among the 6 individuals. This exemplifies the vision of a true leader. While profit is essential, the welfare of employees must not be overlooked. Only when bonuses and salaries are duly disbursed will employees be motivated to work diligently, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Chapter 97. The joy of not losing money is greater than that of earning it indeed. As Su Yang's words resonated, the 6 individuals erupted in jubilant exclamations. 650,000, divided amongst 6, means each person receives over $1 million. This is a substantial sum indeed. It is worth noting that even at the pinnacle of financial investment firms in Shanghai, one might only earn around 300,000 in a year. Yet now, merely within 2 days, they have secured over $1 million in bonuses, with the prospect of even greater rewards to come. Such a bounty is enough to leave anyone in awe. Su Yang is remarkable. Su Yang is generous, truly deserving of his title. We are wholeheartedly committed to following you. Su Yang, I would rather perish by your side than anywhere else. The six expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Haha, your expressions of loyalty may be misdirected. It is actually your director Zhao's intention. She is the one who instructed me to grant you these bonuses. Were it not for Director Zhao's directive, I would not have dared to take such initiative. With a few casual remarks, Su Yang attributed all the credit to Zhao Muxiue. Zhao Muxiue is the chairperson of the company. It belongs to her. Su Yang has only been with Xuanmu Group for a month. After this month, the company will revert to Zhao Muxiue's management. Therefore, he must instill in the employees the understanding that Su Yang's presence is not what matters. It is Zhao Muxiue who holds significance. The success of this investment is also tied to her. Su Yang's role is merely that of an executor. Only by ensuring that everyone recognizes Zhao Muxiue's importance can she command the respect she deserves within the company. For the sake of this young lady, Su Yang has indeed exerted considerable effort. As expected, upon concluding his remarks, the crowd once again expressed their gratitude toward Zhao Muxiue. Su Yang, will the stock index indeed decline today? At that moment, Chen Yuhao, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired while gazing at the market index. With merely 10 minutes remaining before the market opens, would the index truly fall? If it does not, and they liquidate their positions, their potential earnings would significantly diminish. Rest assured, it will begin to decline shortly. As Su Yang spoke, the index began to fluctuate. Initially, it dipped by a mere 0.1. However, it quickly accelerated its descent. The index is indeed starting to fall. Witnessing this decline brought them greater joy than the prospect of gains. This encapsulates the psychology of earning. Often, the mere avoidance of loss brings more happiness than the act of earning itself. Subsequently, the stock index continued its downward trajectory. In a brief span of merely half an hour, the market experienced a sharp decline after an initial surge, plummeting to a mere 2% increase. By 1:30 in the afternoon, it had turned negative, reflecting a 2% drop. And this was just the beginning. Once the descent commenced, the bulls were engulfed in panic, while the bears seized the opportunity to strike, ruthlessly gnawing away at the bulls' gains. By 2:30, the decline had escalated to 5%. By 2:50, the index hit its limit down. A wave of despair swept through the crowd, filled with cries and curses. It was astonishing, truly extraordinary. Mr. Su, you are nothing short of a living deity. As they gazed at the sea of green on the screen, Chen Yuhao and his team could not help but swallow hard. Once the index began its descent, the speed was utterly breathtaking. Just that morning, they had reached a limit up, only to plummet to a limit down by the afternoon. Such a dramatic turn of events was unprecedented in the annals of the stock market. Who could have anticipated such a transformation? Most importantly, they had perfectly capitalized on all the profits, deftly dodging all risks and reaping substantial rewards. This masterful maneuvering was akin to possessing a golden finger. While not quite a living deity, Su Yang humbly acknowledged that he merely exercised caution. He was indeed no immortal, but rather the master of the system. With the system in place, managing the stock market was a trivial matter. Mr. Su, what shall our next move be? Once they tasted success, there was no turning back. Chen Yuhao and his colleagues were eager to follow Su Yang into the fray. However, there was little to be done in the next few days. The market would need time to fluctuate at least a week. During this week, each of you can operate with 5 million for stable transactions. The larger actions will be communicated later. With 6 individuals handling 5 million each, that totals 30 million. This sum serves as practice for the team. And even if they were to lose it all, it would be inconsequential. Naturally, the group had no objections and readily agreed. As for Su Yang, he intended to focus on the international market department, where the potential for profit was even more formidable, and he needed to seize the opportunity. Muxue, tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we go shopping together? After work, Su Yang extended an invitation to Zhao Mushui. The greatest advantage of working at a financial company was the weekends off. Even if one wished to work, it was futile. The stock market was closed, rendering investment impossible. In such circumstances, why not take a break? Moreover, weekends were mandated by the state, making it entirely reasonable and lawful. Sure, I haven't been shopping in a while. Or shall we go tomorrow? Upon hearing the suggestion of shopping, Zhao Mushui's interest was piqued. Shopping was indeed delightful, especially with a boyfriend. Even if they bought nothing, the joy of being together was fulfilling. How about we go to Silver City? They have a wide array of items. Su Yang pondered for a moment, realizing that if they were to shop, Silver City was the ideal destination, housing numerous luxury boutiques. He reflected on how much time he had spent with Zhao Mushui and felt it was time to present her with a gift. However, in recent days, Lu Qingqing has taken a vacation. Su Yang, unsure of what gift to purchase for the young lady, decided it would be best to let Zhao Mushui choose for herself. His role would simply be to pay, which was quite straightforward. Hee, so you'll pick me up tomorrow? Of course, that's not a problem. 10 o'clock in the morning? All right, I shall be down promptly. Meanwhile, at Longjia Media, Song Lijing had just finished her makeup and was preparing to commence her live broadcast. Just before the camera was switched on, Yu Longjia entered the room. Lijing, how have you been finding the live streams these past few days? Are you adapting well? Longjia, I'm adapting quite well. The viewer traffic has been good. I receive 3,000 to 4,000 in gifts each day. Song Lijing responded with a hint of excitement. As she had just started streaming, she was already attracting a decent audience. Thanks to her striking beauty, she garnered gifts amounting to 3,000 or 4,000 daily. After splitting the earnings with the company, she would net around 1,000 to 2,000 per day. If this income remains stable, she could earn between 45,000 to 60,000 a month, potentially reaching 500,000 in a year. However, the key factor lies in maintaining that viewer traffic. If the audience dwindles, it becomes increasingly challenging. In the realm of live streaming, initially, the platform may provide a boost in traffic, but if the momentum falters, the viewership will gradually decline. At present, receiving 3,000 to 4,000 in gifts per day is already considerable for Song Lijing. Moreover, a generous patron had been consistently showering her with gifts during her broadcast, contributing 4,000 to 5,000 just in the morning, and an additional 1,000 to 2,000 in the afternoon. This undoubtedly indicated that he was a wealthy supporter. Song Lijing had privately added the patron's contact information, intending to nurture this connection, hoping he could become her long-term benefactor. Every streamer requires a devoted supporter to thrive. With a benefactor in place, the quality of the broadcast can improve significantly. After all, live streaming involves collaborations, and without a benefactor, it becomes increasingly difficult to generate excitement. Of course, she chose to overlook any inappropriate demands from the benefactor, planning to navigate the situation for the time being. If necessary, she might invite him out for a meal to gauge the situation. If he truly turned out to be a charming and affluent individual, engaging in conversation could be worthwhile. Should their relationship blossom, the constraints of her management contract would become insignificant, allowing her the freedom to depart at any moment. However, such considerations were for the future. For now, maintaining a good rapport with the benefactor was paramount. If he could contribute tens of thousands each month, her debts would swiftly be cleared. You're doing quite well. Yu Longjia nodded in satisfaction. Song Lijing indeed possessed the qualities suited for a streamer, particularly in her interactions with her benefactor, where she never adopted a pretentious demeanor. In contrast, many novice streamers, even those with a modicum of beauty, often act overly formal when addressing their benefactors, denying contact requests even after receiving substantial gifts. Such newcomers typically find their careers dwindling. They fail to grasp what the benefactor truly desires. One cannot fully comprehend the challenges faced by a streamer. Thus, it is quite normal for some to falter. In this respect, Song Lijing excels. During her live broadcasts, she radiates enthusiasm, affectionately addressing her viewers as Big Brother. When a viewer wishes to connect, she promptly adds them without hesitation. Since then, she has successfully connected with over 10 smaller Big Brothers and 1 significant Big Brother. Her principle for adding friends is simple: gifts exceeding 800 yuan grant access to her contact details. While this may appear rather trivial for a small streamer, anyone capable of gifting such an amount is indeed substantial. Unlike the top-tier streamers, who may receive gifts worth 3,000 yet only receive a mere thank you. Obtaining contact information from them requires gifts that amount to thousands. Rest assured, I will work diligently and will not disappoint you, Song Lijing stated earnestly. Ah, Jingjing, are you free tomorrow? Isn't you day off? I would like to invite you to dinner, Yu Longjie remarked, his gaze greedily appraising Song Lijing, who was clad in a snug, short-sleeved top that accentuated her figure alluringly. Yet, she managed to maintain modesty, concealing all but an enticing silhouette. This is the quintessential provocative streamer. Although nothing is explicitly revealed, the atmosphere is charged with sensuality, leaving ample room for the imagination. Song Lijing's physique may not be extraordinary. The letters that define her figure are merely a second character. However, with the right undergarments, she can transform into a voluptuous fourth character. These are mere tactics, subtle deceptions that many big brothers find irresistible. The effectiveness of this approach is evident, as Yu Longjie found it difficult to tear his gaze away. Ah, dinner? I'm afraid I might not have time, Yu. I've already made plans to dine with the #1 big brother, Song Lijing responded, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Indeed, she had made arrangements to share a meal with a top-tier viewer who had lavished nearly 10,000 yuan in gifts upon her. It would be remiss not to treat him in return, and she was also keen to discern what kind of individual he was, assessing the potential for future engagement. After all, it was crucial to maintain the connection to ensure continued generosity. Ah, I see. Then perhaps another time, Yu Longjie replied, somewhat regretfully, yet understanding that some matters cannot be rushed. Since Song Lijing had joined his company, it was only a matter of time before she became his. This was inevitable. At Longjie Media, anything Yu Longjie had desired could be obtained. After spending a short while with Song Lijing, Yu Longjie departed. Subsequently, she resumed her live stream. Song Lijing broadcasted for 4 hours in the afternoon, garnering impressive earnings, totaling over 5,000 in gifts, with more than 3,000 contributed by the big brother during the session. By the end of the day, she had amassed over 10,000 in gifts. A substantial windfall indeed. After an exhausting day of live streaming, Song Lijing returned home and collapsed on her bed, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm so tired. I never anticipated that live streaming could be so draining. Yet it was worth it," as she gazed at the back end, which reflected an earnings of over 6,000 yuan.